Nostromo. By Joseph Conrad. So foul a sky clears not without a storm. Shakespeare. Author's note. Nostromo is the most anxiously meditated of the longer novels which belong to the period following upon the publication of the Typhoon volume of short stories. I don't mean to say that I became then conscious of any impending change in my mentality and in my attitude towards the tasks of my writing life. And perhaps there was never any change, except in that mysterious, extraneous thing which has nothing to do with the theories of art, a subtle change in the nature of the inspiration. A phenomenon for which I cannot in any way be held responsible. What, however, did cause me some concern was that after finishing the last story of the Typhoon volume it seemed somehow that there was nothing more in the world to write about. This so strangely negative but disturbing mood lasted some little time. And then, as with many of my longer stories, the first hint for Nostromo came to me in the shape of a vagrant anecdote completely destitute of valuable details. As a matter of fact, in 1875 or 6, when very young, in the West Indies or rather in the Gulf of Mexico, for my contacts with land were short, few, and fleeting. I heard the story of some man who was supposed to have stolen single-handed a whole lighterful of silver, somewhere on the Tierra Firme seaboard during the troubles of a revolution. On the face of it this was something of a feat, but I heard no details, and having no particular interest in crime qua crime I was not likely to keep that one in my mind. And I forgot it till 26 or 7 years afterwards I came upon the very thing in a shabby volume picked up outside a second-hand bookshop. It was the life story of an American seaman written by himself with the assistance of a journalist. In the course of his wanderings that American sailor worked for some months on board a schooner, the master and owner of which was the thief of whom I had heard in my very young days. I have no doubt of that because there could hardly have been two exploits of that peculiar kind in the same part of the world and both connected with a South American revolution. The fellow had actually managed to steal a lighter with silver, and this, it seems, only because he was implicitly trusted by his employers, who must have been singularly poor judges of character. In the sailor's story he is represented as an unmitigated rascal, a small cheat, stupidly ferocious, morose, of mean appearance. And altogether unworthy of the greatness this opportunity had thrust upon him. What was interesting was that he would boast of it openly. He used to say, "People think I make a lot of money in this schooner of mine. But that is nothing. I don't care for that. Now and then I go away quietly and lift a bar of silver. I must get rich slowly, you understand." There was also another curious point about the man. Once in the course of some quarrel the sailor threatened him, "What's to prevent me reporting ashore what you have told me about that silver?" The cynical ruffian was not alarmed in the least. He actually laughed. "You fool, if you dare talk like that on shore about me you will get a knife stuck in your back. Every man, woman, and child in that port is my friend. And who's to prove the lighter wasn't sunk? I didn't show you where the silver is hidden. Did I? So you know nothing. And suppose I lied?" Ultimately the sailor, disgusted with the sordid meanness of that impenitent thief, deserted from the schooner. The whole episode takes about 3 pages of his autobiography. Nothing to speak of. But as I looked them over, the curious confirmation of the few casual words heard in my early youth evoked the memories of that distant time when everything was so fresh, so surprising, so venturesome, so interesting. Bits of strange coasts under the stars, shadows of hills in the sunshine, men's passions in the dusk, gossip half forgotten, faces grown dim. Perhaps, there still was in the world something to write about. Yet I did not see anything at first in the mere story. A rascal steals a large parcel of a valuable commodity, so people say. It's either true or untrue, and in any case it has no value in itself. To invent a circumstantial account of the robbery did not appeal to me, because my talents not running that way I did not think that the game was worth the candle. It was only when it dawned upon me that the purloiner of the treasure need not necessarily be a confirmed rogue, that he could be even a man of character. An actor and possibly a victim in the changing scenes of a revolution. It was only then that I had the first vision of a twilight country which was to become the province of Sulaco. With its high shadowy Sierra and its misty Campo for mute witnesses of events flowing from the passions of men short-sighted in good and evil. Such are in very truth the obscure origins of Nostromo, the book. From that moment, I suppose, it had to be. Yet even then I hesitated, as if warned by the instinct of self-preservation from venturing on a distant and toilsome journey into a land full of intrigues and revolutions. But it had to be done. It took the best part of the years 1903-4 to do. With many intervals of renewed hesitation, lest I should lose myself in the ever-enlarging vistas opening before me as I progressed deeper in my knowledge of the country. Often, also, when I had thought myself to a standstill over the tangled-up affairs of the Republic, I would, figuratively speaking, pack my bag. Rush away from Sulaco for a change of air and write a few pages of The Mirror of the Sea. But generally, as I've said before, my sojourn on the continent of Latin America, famed for its hospitality, lasted for about 2 years. On my return I found, speaking somewhat in the style of Captain Gulliver, my family all well, my wife heartily glad to learn that the fuss was all over. And our small boy considerably grown during my absence. My principal authority for the history of Costaguana is, of course, my venerated friend, the late Don José Avellanos, minister to the courts of England and Spain, etc., etc. In his impartial and eloquent history of 50 years of misrule. That work was never published. The reader will discover why, and I am in fact the only person in the world possessed of its contents. I have mastered them in not a few hours of earnest meditation, and I hope that my accuracy will be trusted. In justice to myself, and to allay the fears of prospective readers, I beg to point out that the few historical allusions are never dragged in for the sake of parading my unique erudition. But that each of them is closely related to actuality. Either throwing a light on the nature of current events or affecting directly the fortunes of the people of whom I speak. As to their own histories I have tried to set them down, aristocracy in people, men and women, Latin and Anglo-Saxon, bandit and politician. With as cool a hand as was possible in the heat and clash of my own conflicting emotions. And after all this is also the story of their conflicts. It is for the reader to say how far they are deserving of interest in their actions and in the secret purposes of their hearts revealed in the bitter necessities of the time. I confess that, for me, that time is the time of firm friendships and unforgotten hospitalities. And in my gratitude I must mention here Mrs. Gould, the First Lady of Sulaco, whom we may safely leave to the secret devotion of Dr. Monaghan, and Charles Gould, the idealist creator of material interests whom we must leave to his mine, from which there is no escape in this world. About Nostromo, the second of the two racially and socially contrasted men, both captured by the silver of the Santome mine, I feel bound to say something more. I did not hesitate to make that central figure an Italian. First of all, the thing is perfectly credible. Italians were swarming into the Occidental province at the time, as anybody who will read further can see. And secondly, there was no one who could stand so well by the side of Giorgio Viola the Garibaldino, the idealist of the old, humanitarian revolutions. For myself I needed there a man of the people as free as possible from his class conventions and all settled modes of thinking. This is not a side snarl at conventions. My reasons were not moral but artistic. Had he been an Anglo-Saxon he would have tried to get into local politics. But Nostromo does not aspire to be a leader in a personal game. He does not want to raise himself above the mass. He is content to feel himself a power, within the people. But mainly Nostromo is what he is because I received the inspiration for him in my early days from a Mediterranean sailor. Those who have read certain pages of mine will see at once what I mean when I say that Dominic, the padrone of the Tremolino, might under given circumstances have been a Nostromo. At any rate Dominic would have understood the younger man perfectly, if scornfully. He and I were engaged together in a rather absurd adventure, but the absurdity does not matter. It is a real satisfaction to think that in my very young days there must, after all, have been something in me worthy to command that man's half-bitter fidelity, his half-ironic devotion. Many of Nostromo's speeches I have heard first in Dominic's voice. His hand on the tiller and his fearless eyes roaming the horizon from within the monkish hood shadowing his face. He would utter the usual exordium of his remorseless wisdom, vous autres gentilhommes, in a caustic tone that hangs on my ear yet. Like Nostromo. You hombres finos. Very much like Nostromo. But Dominic the Corsican nursed a certain pride of ancestry from which my Nostromo is free. For Nostromo's lineage had to be more ancient still. He is a man with the weight of countless generations behind him and no parentage to boast of. Like the people. In his firm grip on the earth he inherits, in his improvidence and generosity, in his lavishness with his gifts, in his manly vanity. In the obscure sense of his greatness and in his faithful devotion with something despairing as well as desperate in its impulses, he is a man of the people, their very own unenvious force. Disdaining to lead but ruling from within. Years afterwards, grown older as the famous Captain Fidanza, with a stake in the country, going about his many affairs followed by respectful glances in the modernized streets of Sulaco. Calling on the widow of the Cargador, attending the lodge, listening in unmoved silence to anarchist speeches at the meeting, the enigmatical patron of the new revolutionary agitation, the trusted. The wealthy comrade Fidanza with the knowledge of his moral ruin locked up in his breast, he remains essentially a man of the people. In his mingled love and scorn of life and in the bewildered conviction of having been betrayed, of dying betrayed he hardly knows by what or by whom, he is still of the people. Their undoubted great man, with a private history of his own. One more figure of those stirring times I would like to mention, and that is Antonia Avellanos, the beautiful Antonia. Whether she is a possible variation of Latin American girlhood I wouldn't dare to affirm. But, for me, she is. Always a little in the background by the side of her father, my venerated friend, I hope she has yet relief enough to make intelligible what I am going to say. Of all the people who had seen with me the birth of the Occidental Republic, she is the only one who has kept in my memory the aspect of continued life. Antonia the aristocrat and Nostromo the man of the people are the artisans of the new era, the true creators of the new state. He by his legendary and daring feat, she, like a woman, simply by the force of what she is, the only being capable of inspiring a sincere passion in the heart of a trifler. If anything could induce me to revisit Sulaco, I should hate to see all these changes, it would be Antonia. And the true reason for that, why not be frank about it? The true reason is that I have modeled her on my first love. How we, a band of Talish schoolboys, the chums of her two brothers, how we used to look up to that girl just out of the schoolroom herself. As the standard-bearer of a faith to which we all were born but which she alone knew how to hold aloft with an unflinching hope. She had perhaps more glow and less serenity in her soul than Antonia, but she was an uncompromising Puritan of patriotism with no taint of the slightest worldliness in her thoughts. I was not the only one in love with her. But it was I who had to hear oftenest her scathing criticism of my levities, very much like poor Decaud, or stand the brunt of her austere, unanswerable invective. She did not quite understand, but never mind. That afternoon when I came in, a shrinking yet defiant sinner, to say the final goodbye I received a hand squeeze that made my heart leap and saw a tear that took my breath away. She was softened at the last as though she had suddenly perceived, we were such children still. That I was really going away for good, going very far away, even as far as Sulaco, lying unknown, hidden from our eyes in the darkness of the placid gulf. That's why I long sometimes for another glimpse of the beautiful Antonia, or can it be the other? Moving in the dimness of the great cathedral, saying a short prayer at the tomb of the first and last Cardinal Archbishop of Sulaco. Standing absorbed in filial devotion before the monument of Don José Avellanos, and, with a lingering, tender, faithful glance at the medallion memorial to Martin Decaud. going out serenely into the sunshine of the plaza with her upright carriage and her white head. A relic of the past disregarded by men awaiting impatiently the dawns of other new eras, the coming of more revolutions. But this is the idlest of dreams. For I did understand perfectly well at the time that the moment the breath left the body of the magnificent Capataz, the man of the people, freed at last from the toils of love and wealth, there was nothing more for me to do in Sulaco. J.C. October, 1917. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Nostromo, A Tale of the Seaboard. Chapter 1. The Silver of the Mine. Chapter 1. In the time of Spanish rule, and for many years afterwards, the town of Sulaco, the luxuriant beauty of the orange gardens bears witness to its antiquity, had never been commercially anything more important than a coasting port with a fairly large local trade in ox hides and indigo. The clumsy deep-sea galleons of the conquerors that, needing a brisk gale to move at all, would lie becalmed. Where your modern ship built on clipper lines forges ahead by the mere flapping of her sails, had been barred out of Sulaco by the prevailing calms of its vast gulf. Some harbors of the earth are made difficult of access by the treachery of sunken rocks and the tempests of their shores. Sulaco had found an inviolable sanctuary from the temptations of a trading world in the solemn hush of the deep Golfo Placido, as if within an enormous semicircular and unroofed temple open to the ocean, with its walls of lofty mountains hung with the morning draperies of cloud. On one side of this broad curve in the straight seaboard of the Republic of Costaguana, the last spur of the coast range forms an insignificant cape whose name is Punta Mala. From the middle of the gulf the point of the land itself is not visible at all, but the shoulder of a steep hill at the back can be made out faintly like a shadow on the sky. On the other side, what seems to be an isolated patch of blue mist floats lightly on the glare of the horizon. This is the peninsula of Azuera, a wild chaos of sharp rocks and stony levels cut about by vertical ravines. It lies far out to sea like a rough head of stone stretched from a green-clad coast at the end of a slender neck of sand covered with thickets of thorny scrub. Utterly waterless, for the rainfall runs off at once on all sides into the sea, it has not soil enough, it is said, to grow a single blade of grass, as if it were blighted by a curse. The poor, associating by an obscure instinct of consolation the ideas of evil and wealth, will tell you that it is deadly because of its forbidden treasures. The common folk of the neighborhood, peons of the estancias, vaqueros of the seaboard plains, tame Indians coming miles to market with a bundle of sugarcane or a basket of maize worth about threepence, are well aware that heaps of shining gold lie in the gloom of the deep precipices cleaving the stony levels of Azuera. Tradition has it that many adventurers of olden time had perished in the search. The story goes also that within men's memory 2 wandering sailors, Americanos, perhaps, but gringos of some sort for certain, talked over a gambling, good-for-nothing mozo. And the 3 stole a donkey to carry for them a bundle of dry sticks, a water skin, and provisions enough to last a few days. Thus accompanied, and with revolvers at their belts, they had started to chop their way with machetes through the thorny scrub on the neck of the peninsula. On the second evening an upright spiral of smoke, it could only have been from their campfire, was seen for the first time within memory of man standing up faintly upon the sky above a razor-backed ridge on the stony head. The crew of a coasting schooner, lying becalmed 3 miles off the shore, stared at it with amazement till dark. A Negro fisherman, living in a lonely hut in a little bay nearby, had seen the start and was on the lookout for some sign. He called to his wife just as the sun was about to set. They had watched the strange portent with envy, incredulity, and awe. The impious adventurers gave no other sign. The sailors, the Indian, and the stolen burro were never seen again. As to the mozo, a Sulaco man, his wife paid for some masses, and the poor four-footed beast, being without sin, had been probably permitted to die. But the two gringos, spectral and alive, are believed to be dwelling to this day amongst the rocks, under the fatal spell of their success. Their souls cannot tear themselves away from their bodies, mounting guard over the discovered treasure. They are now rich and hungry and thirsty, a strange theory of tenacious gringo ghosts suffering in their starved and parched flesh of defiant heretics, where a Christian would have renounced and been released. These, then, are the legendary inhabitants of Azuera guarding its forbidden wealth. And the shadow on the sky on one side with the round patch of blue haze blurring the bright skirt of the horizon on the other, mark the two outermost points of the bend which bears the name of Golfo Placido, because never a strong wind had been known to blow upon its waters. On crossing the imaginary line drawn from Punta Mala to Azuera, the ships from Europe bound to Sulaco lose at once the strong breezes of the ocean. They become the prey of capricious airs that play with them for 30 hours at a stretch sometimes. Before them the head of the calm gulf is filled on most days of the year by a great body of motionless and opaque clouds. On the rare clear mornings another shadow is cast upon the sweep of the gulf. The dawn breaks high behind the towering and serrated wall of the Cordillera. A clear-cut vision of dark peaks rearing their steep slopes on a lofty pedestal of forest rising from the very edge of the shore. Amongst them the white head of Higuerota rises majestically upon the blue. Bare clusters of enormous rock sprinkle with tiny black dots the smooth dome of snow. Then, as the midday sun withdraws from the gulf the shadow of the mountains, the clouds begin to roll out of the lower valleys. They swathe in somber tatters the naked crags of precipices above the wooded slopes, hide the peaks, smoke in stormy trails across the snows of Higuerota. The Cordillera is gone from you as if it had dissolved itself into great piles of gray and black vapors that travel out slowly to seaward and vanish into thin air all along the front before the blazing heat of the day. The wasting edge of the cloud bank always strives for, but seldom wins, the middle of the gulf. The sun, as the sailors say, is eating it up. Unless perchance a somber thunderhead breaks away from the main body to career all over the gulf till it escapes into the offing beyond Azuera, where it bursts suddenly into flame and crashes like a sinister pirate ship of the air, hove to above the horizon, engaging the sea. At night the body of clouds advancing higher up the sky smothers the whole quiet gulf below with an impenetrable darkness, in which the sound of the falling showers can be heard beginning and ceasing abruptly, now here, now there. Indeed, these cloudy nights are proverbial with the seamen along the whole west coast of a great continent. Sky, land, and sea disappear together out of the world when the Placido, as the saying is, goes to sleep under its black poncho. The few stars left below the seaward frown of the vault shine feebly as into the mouth of a black cavern. In its vastness your ship floats unseen under your feet, her sails flutter invisible above your head. The eye of God himself, they add with grim profanity, could not find out what work a man's hand is doing in there. And you would be free to call the devil to your aid with impunity if even his malice were not defeated by such a blind darkness. The shores on the gulf are steep to all round. 3 uninhabited islets basking in the sunshine just outside the cloud veil, and opposite the entrance to the harbor of Sulaco, bear the name of the Isabels. There is the great Isabel, the little Isabel, which is round, and Hermosa, which is the smallest. That last is no more than a foot high, and about 7 paces across, a mere flat top of a grey rock which smokes like a hot cinder after a shower, and where no man would care to venture a naked soul before sunset. On the little Isabel an old ragged palm, with a thick bulging trunk rough with spines, a very which amongst palm trees, rustles a dismal bunch of dead leaves above the coarse sand. The great Isabel has a spring of fresh water issuing from the overgrown side of a ravine. Resembling an emerald green wedge of land a mile long, and laid flat upon the sea, it bears 2 forest trees standing close together, with a wide spread of shade at the foot of their smooth trunks. A ravine extending the whole length of the island is full of bushes. and presenting a deep tangled cleft on the high side spreads itself out on the other into a shallow depression abutting on a small strip of sandy shore. From that low end of the Great Isabel the eye plunges through an opening 2 miles away, as abrupt as if chopped with an axe out of the regular sweep of the coast, right into the harbor of Sulaco. It is an oblong, lake-like piece of water. On one side the short wooded spurs and valleys of the Cordillera come down at right angles to the very strand. On the other the open view of the Great Sulaco plain passes into the opal mystery of great distances overhung by dry haze. The town of Sulaco itself, tops of walls, a great cupola, gleams of white miradors in a vast grove of orange trees, lies between the mountains and the plain. At some little distance from its harbor and out of the direct line of sight from the sea. Chapter 2. The only sign of commercial activity within the harbor, visible from the beach of the Great Isabel, is the square blunt end of the wooden jetty which the Oceanic Steam Navigation Company, the O.S.N., of familiar speech, had thrown over the shallow part of the bay soon after they had resolved to make of Sulaco one of their ports of call for the Republic of Costaguana. The state possesses several harbors on its long seaboard, but except Queta, an important place, all are either small and inconvenient inlets in an iron-bound coast, like Esmeralda, for instance, 60 miles to the south, or else mere open roadsteads exposed to the winds and fretted by the surf. Perhaps the very atmospheric conditions which had kept away the merchant fleets of bygone ages induced the O.S.N. Company to violate the sanctuary of peace sheltering the calm existence of Sulaco. The variable airs sporting lightly with the vast semicircle of waters within the head of Azuera could not baffle the steam power of their excellent fleet. Year after year the black hulls of their ships had gone up and down the coast, in and out, past Azuera, past the Isabels, past Punta Mala, disregarding everything but the tyranny of time. Their names, the names of all mythology, became the household words of a coast that had never been ruled by the gods of Olympus. The Juno was known only for her comfortable cabins amidships, the Saturn for the geniality of her captain and the painted and gilt luxuriousness of her saloon. Whereas the Ganymede was fitted out mainly for cattle transport, and to be avoided by coastwise passengers. The humblest Indian in the obscurest village on the coast was familiar with the Cerberus, a little black puffer without charm or living accommodation to speak of, whose mission was to creep inshore along the wooded beaches close to mighty ugly rocks, stopping obligingly before every cluster of huts to collect produce, down to 3-pound parcels of India rubber bound in a wrapper of dry grass. And as they seldom failed to account for the smallest package, rarely lost a bullock, and had never drowned a single passenger, the name of the O.S.N. stood very high for trustworthiness. People declared that under the company's care their lives and property were safer on the water than in their own houses on shore. The O.S.N.'s superintendent in Sulaco for the whole Costaguana section of the service was very proud of his company's standing. He resumed it in a saying which was very often on his lips, "We never make mistakes." To the company's officers it took the form of a severe injunction, "We must make no mistakes. I'll have no mistakes here, no matter what Smith may do at his end." Smith, on whom he had never set eyes in his life, was the other superintendent of the service, quartered some 1,500 miles away from Sulaco. "Don't talk to me of your Smith." Then, calming down suddenly, he would dismiss the subject with studied negligence. "Smith knows no more of this continent than a baby. Our excellent Senor Mitchell, for the business and official world of Sulaco. Fussy Joe, for the commanders of the company's ships, Captain Joseph Mitchell prided himself on his profound knowledge of men and things in the country, Cosas de Costaguana. Amongst these last he accounted as most unfavorable to the orderly working of his company the frequent changes of government brought about by revolutions of the military type. The political atmosphere of the Republic was generally stormy in these days. The fugitive patriots of the defeated party had the knack of turning up again on the coast with half a steamer's load of small arms and ammunition. Such resourcefulness Captain Mitchell considered as perfectly wonderful in view of their utter destitution at the time of flight. He had observed that they never seemed to have enough change about them to pay for their passage ticket out of the country. And he could speak with knowledge. For on a memorable occasion he had been called upon to save the life of a dictator, together with the lives of a few Sulaco officials, the political chief, the director of the customs, and the head of police, belonging to an overturned government. Poor Señor Ribiera, such was the dictator's name, had come pelting 80 miles over mountain tracks after the lost Battle of Socorro, in the hope of outdistancing the fatal news, which, of course, he could not manage to do on a lame mule. The animal, moreover, expired under him at the end of the Alameda, where the military band plays sometimes in the evenings between the revolutions. Sir, Captain Mitchell would pursue with portentous gravity, the ill-timed end of that mule attracted attention to the unfortunate rider. His features were recognized by several deserters from the dictatorial army amongst the rascally mob already engaged in smashing the windows of the Intendencia. Early on the morning of that day the local authorities of Sulaco had fled for refuge to the OSN Company's offices, a strong building near the shore end of the jetty, leaving the town to the mercies of a revolutionary rabble. And as the dictator was execrated by the populace on account of the severe recruitment law his necessities had compelled him to enforce during the struggle, he stood a good chance of being torn to pieces. Providentially, Nostromo, invaluable fellow, with some Italian workmen, imported to work upon the National Central Railway, was at hand, and managed to snatch him away, for the time at least. Ultimately, Captain Mitchell succeeded in taking everybody off in his own gig to one of the company's steamers. It was the Minerva, just then, as luck would have it, entering the harbor. He had to lower these gentlemen at the end of a rope out of a hole in the wall at the back, while the mob which, pouring out of the town, had spread itself all along the shore, howled and foamed at the foot of the building in front. He had to hurry them then the whole length of the jetty. It had been a desperate dash, neck or nothing, and again it was Nostromo, a fellow in 1,000, who, at the head, this time, of the company's body of lighter men, held the jetty against the rushes of the rabble, thus giving the fugitives time to reach the gig lying ready for them at the other end with the company's flag at the stern. Sticks, stones, shots flew, knives, too, were thrown. Captain Mitchell exhibited willingly the long cicatrice of a cut over his left ear and temple, made by a razor blade fastened to a stick, a weapon, he explained, very much in favor with the worst kind of nigger out here. Captain Mitchell was a thick, elderly man, wearing high, pointed collars and short side whiskers, partial to white waistcoats, and really very communicative under his air of pompous reserve. These gentlemen, he would say, staring with great solemnity, had to run like rabbits, sir. I ran like a rabbit myself. Certain forms of death are distasteful to a respectable man. They would have pounded me to death, too. A crazy mob, sir, does not discriminate. Under Providence we owed our preservation to my Capataz de Cargadores, as they called him in the town, a man who, when I discovered his value, sir, was just the boss-en of an Italian ship. A big Genoese ship, one of the few European ships that ever came to Sulaco with a general cargo before the building of the National Central. He left her on account of some very respectable friends he made here, his own countrymen, but also, I suppose, to better himself. Sir, I am a pretty good judge of character. I engaged him to be the foreman of our lighter men, and caretaker of our jetty. That's all that he was. But without him Señor Ribiera would have been a dead man. This Nostromo, sir, a man absolutely above reproach, became the terror of all the thieves in the town. We were infested, overrun, sir, here at that time by ladrones and matreros, thieves and murderers from the whole province. On this occasion they had been flocking into Sulaco for a week past. They had scented the end, sir. 50% of that murdering mob were professional bandits from the Campo, sir, but there wasn't one that hadn't heard of Nostromo. As to the town leperos, sir, the sight of his black whiskers and white teeth was enough for them. They quailed before him, sir. That's what the force of character will do for you. It could very well be said that it was Nostromo alone who saved the lives of these gentlemen. Captain Mitchell, on his part, never left them till he had seen them collapse, panting, terrified, and exasperated, but safe, on the luxuriant velvet sofas in the first-class saloon of the Minerva. To the very last he had been careful to address the ex-dictator as, Your Excellency. Sir, I could do no other. The man was down, ghastly, livid, one mass of scratches. The Minerva never let go her anchor that call. The superintendent ordered her out of the harbor at once. No cargo could be landed, of course, and the passengers for Sulaco naturally refused to go ashore. They could hear the firing and see plainly the fight going on at the edge of the water. The repulsed mob devoted its energies to an attack upon the custom house, a dreary, unfinished-looking structure with many windows 200 yards away from the OSN offices, and the only other building near the harbor. Captain Mitchell, after directing the commander of the Minerva to land these gentlemen in the first port of call outside Costaguana, went back in his gig to see what could be done for the protection of the company's property. That and the property of the railway were preserved by the European residents. That is, by Captain Mitchell himself and the staff of engineers building the road, aided by the Italian and Basque workmen who rallied faithfully round their English chiefs. The company's lightermen, too, natives of the Republic, behaved very well under their capataz. An outcast lot of very mixed blood, mainly Negroes, everlastingly at feud with the other customers of low grog shops in the town. They embraced with delight this opportunity to settle their personal scores under such favorable auspices. There was not one of them that had not, at some time or other, looked with terror at Nostromo's revolver poked very close at his face, or been otherwise daunted by Nostromo's resolution. He was much of a man, their capataz was, they said, too scornful in his temper ever to utter abuse, a tireless taskmaster, and the more to be feared because of his aloofness. And behold! There he was that day, at their head, condescending to make jocular remarks to this man or the other. Such leadership was inspiriting, and in truth all the harm the mob managed to achieve was to set fire to one, only one, stack of railway sleepers, which, being creosote, burned well. The main attack on the railway yards, on the OSN offices, and especially on the custom house, whose strong room, it was well known, contained a large treasure in silver ingots, failed completely. Even the little hotel kept by old Giorgio, standing alone halfway between the harbor and the town, escaped looting and destruction, not by a miracle, but because with the safes in view they had neglected it at first, and afterwards found no leisure to stop. Nostromo, with his cargadores, was pressing them too hard then. Chapter 3. It might have been said that there he was only protecting his own. From the first he had been admitted to live in the intimacy of the family of the hotel-keeper who was a countryman of his. Old Giorgio Viola, a Genoese with a shaggy white leonine head, often called simply the Garibaldino, as Mohammedans are called after their prophet, was, to use Captain Mitchell's own words, the respectable married friend by whose advice Nostromo had left his ship to try for a run of shore luck in Costaguana. The old man, full of scorn for the populace, as your austere republican so often is, had disregarded the preliminary sounds of trouble. He went on that day as usual pottering about the casa, in his slippers, muttering angrily to himself his contempt of the non-political nature of the riot, and shrugging his shoulders. In the end he was taken unawares by the outrush of the rabble. It was too late then to remove his family, and, indeed, where could he have run to with the portly Signora Teresa and two little girls on that great plain? So, barricading every opening, the old man sat down sternly in the middle of the darkened café with an old shotgun on his knees. His wife sat on another chair by his side, muttering pious invocations to all the saints of the calendar. The old Republican did not believe in saints, or in prayers, or in what he called priest's religion. Liberty and Garibaldi were his divinities. But he tolerated superstition in women, preserving in these matters a lofty and silent attitude. His two girls, the eldest 14, and the other 2 years younger, crouched on the sanded floor, on each side of the Señora Teresa, with their heads on their mother's lap, both scared. But each in her own way, the dark-haired Linda indignant and angry, the fair Giselle, the younger, bewildered and resigned. The patrona removed her arms, which embraced her daughters, for a moment to cross herself and wring her hands hurriedly. She moaned a little louder. "Oh! John Baptista, why art thou not here? Oh! Why art thou not here?" She was not then invoking the saint himself, but calling upon Nostromo, whose patron he was. And Giorgio, motionless on the chair by her side, would be provoked by these reproachful and distracted appeals. "Peace, woman! Where's the sense of it? There's his duty," he murmured in the dark. And she would retort, panting. "I have no patience. Duty! What of the woman who has been like a mother to him? I bent my knee to him this morning. Don't you go out, John Baptista, stop in the house, Battistino, look at those two little innocent children." Mrs. Viola was an Italian, too, a native of Spezia, and though considerably younger than her husband, already middle-aged. She had a handsome face, whose complexion had turned yellow because the climate of Sulaco did not suit her at all. Her voice was a rich contralto. When, with her arms folded tight under her ample bosom, she scolded the squat, thick-legged China girls handling linen, plucking fowls, pounding corn in wooden mortars amongst the mud outbuildings at the back of the house, she could bring out such an impassioned, vibrating, sepulchral note that the chained watchdog bolted into his kennel with a great rattle. Luis, a cinnamon-colored mulatto with a sprouting mustache and thick, dark lips, would stop sweeping the café with a broom of palm leaves to let a gentle shudder run down his spine. His languishing almond eyes would remain closed for a long time. This was the staff of the Casa Viola, but all these people had fled early that morning at the first sounds of the riot, preferring to hide on the plain rather than trust themselves in the house. A preference for which they were in no way to blame, since, whether true or not, it was generally believed in the town that the Garibaldino had some money buried under the clay floor of the kitchen. The dog, an irritable, shaggy brute, barked violently and whined plaintively in turns at the back, running in and out of his kennel as rage or fear prompted him. Bursts of great shouting rose and died away, like wild gusts of wind on the plain round the barricaded house. The fitful popping of shots grew louder above the yelling. Sometimes there were intervals of unaccountable stillness outside, and nothing could have been more gaily peaceful than the narrow bright lines of sunlight from the cracks in the shutters, ruled straight across the café over the disarranged chairs and tables to the wall opposite. Old Giorgio had chosen that bare, whitewashed room for a retreat. It had only one window, and its only door swung out upon the track of thick dust fenced by aloe hedges between the harbor and the town, where clumsy carts used to creak along behind slow yokes of oxen guided by boys on horseback. In a pause of stillness Giorgio cocked his gun. The ominous sound wrung a low moan from the rigid figure of the woman sitting by his side. A sudden outbreak of defiant yelling quite near the house sank all at once to a confused murmur of growls. Somebody ran along. The loud catching of his breath was heard for an instant passing the door. There were hoarse mutters and footsteps near the wall. A shoulder rubbed against the shutter, effacing the bright lines of sunshine penciled across the whole breadth of the room. Señora Teresa's arms thrown about the kneeling forms of her daughters embraced them closer with a convulsive pressure. The mob, driven away from the custom house, had broken up into several bands, retreating across the plain in the direction of the town. The subdued crash of irregular volleys fired in the distance was answered by faint yells far away. In the intervals the single shots rang feebly, and the low, long, white building blinded in every window seemed to be the center of a turmoil widening in a great circle about its closed-up silence. But the cautious movements and whispers of a routed party seeking a momentary shelter behind the wall made the darkness of the room, striped by threads of quiet sunlight, alight with evil. Stealthy sounds. The Violas had them in their ears as though invisible ghosts hovering about their chairs had consulted in mutters as to the advisability of setting fire to this foreigner's casa. It was trying to the nerves. Old Viola had risen slowly, gun in hand, irresolute, for he did not see how he could prevent them. Already voices could be heard talking at the back. Signora Teresa was beside herself with terror. Ah! The traitor! The traitor, she mumbled, almost inaudibly. Now we are going to be burnt, and I bent my knee to him. No! He must run at the heels of his English. She seemed to think that Nostromo's mere presence in the house would have made it perfectly safe. So far, she, too, was under the spell of that reputation the Capataz de Cargadores had made for himself by the waterside, along the railway line, with the English and with the populace of Sulaco. To his face, and even against her husband, she invariably affected to laugh it to scorn, sometimes good-naturedly, more often with a curious bitterness. But then women are unreasonable in their opinions, as Giorgio used to remark calmly on fitting occasions. On this occasion, with his gun held at ready before him, he stooped down to his wife's head, and, keeping his eyes steadfastly on the barricaded door, he breathed out into her ear that Nostromo would have been powerless to help. What could two men shut up in a house do against 20 or more bent upon setting fire to the roof? John Battista was thinking of the casa all the time, he was sure. He think of the casa. He! Gasped Signora Viola, crazily. She struck her breast with her open hands. I know him. He thinks of nobody but himself. A discharge of firearms nearby made her throw her head back and close her eyes. Old Giorgio set his teeth hard under his white mustache, and his eyes began to roll fiercely. Several bullets struck the end of the wall together, pieces of plaster could be heard falling outside, a voice screamed, "Here they come." And after a moment of uneasy silence there was a rush of running feet along the front. Then the tension of old Giorgio's attitude relaxed, and a smile of contemptuous relief came upon his lips of an old fighter with a leonine face. These were not a people striving for justice, but thieves. Even to defend his life against them was a sort of degradation for a man who had been one of Garibaldi's immortal 1,000 in the conquest of Sicily. He had an immense scorn for this outbreak of scoundrels and leperos, who did not know the meaning of the word liberty. He grounded his old gun, and, turning his head, glanced at the colored lithograph of Garibaldi in a black frame on the white wall. A thread of strong sunshine cut it perpendicularly. His eyes, accustomed to the luminous twilight, made out the high coloring of the face, the red of the shirt, the outlines of the square shoulders. The black patch of the Bersagliere hat with cock's feathers curling over the crown. An immortal hero. This was your liberty, it gave you not only life, but immortality as well. For that one man his fanaticism had suffered no diminution. In the moment of relief from the apprehension of the greatest danger, perhaps, his family had been exposed to in all their wanderings, he had turned to the picture of his old chief, first and only. Then laid his hand on his wife's shoulder. The children kneeling on the floor had not moved. Signora Teresa opened her eyes a little, as though he had awakened her from a very deep and dreamless slumber. Before he had time in his deliberate way to say a reassuring word she jumped up, with the children clinging to her, one on each side, gasped for breath, and let out a hoarse shriek. It was simultaneous with the bang of a violent blow struck on the outside of the shutter. They could hear suddenly the snorting of a horse, the restive tramping of hoofs on the narrow, hard path in front of the house, the toe of a boot struck at the shutter again. A spur jingled at every blow, and an excited voice shouted, "Hola! Hola, in there!" Chapter 4. All the morning Nostromo had kept his eye from afar on the Casa Viola, even in the thick of the hottest scrimmage near the custom house. If I see smoke rising over there, he thought to himself, they are lost. Directly the mob had broken he pressed with a small band of Italian workmen in that direction, which, indeed, was the shortest line towards the town. That part of the rabble he was pursuing seemed to think of making a stand under the house. a volley fired by his followers from behind an aloe hedge made the rascals fly. In a gap chopped out for the rails of the harbor branch line Nostromo appeared, mounted on his silver-gray mare. He shouted, sent after them one shot from his revolver, and galloped up to the café window. He had an idea that old Giorgio would choose that part of the house for a refuge. His voice had penetrated to them, sounding breathlessly hurried, "Hola, Vecchio! Oh, Vecchio! Is it all well with you in there?" "You see," murmured old Viola to his wife. Signora Teresa was silent now. Outside Nostromo laughed. "I can hear the padrona is not dead." "You have done your best to kill me with fear," cried Signora Teresa. She wanted to say something more, but her voice failed her. Linda raised her eyes to her face for a moment, but old Giorgio shouted apologetically. "She is a little upset." Outside Nostromo shouted back with another laugh. "She cannot upset me." Signora Teresa found her voice. "It is what I say. You have no heart, and you have no conscience, John Battista." They heard him will his horse away from the shutters. The party he led were babbling excitedly in Italian and Spanish, inciting each other to the pursuit. He put himself at their head, crying, "Avanti! He has not stopped very long with us." "There is no praise from strangers to be got here," Signora Teresa said tragically. "Avanti! Yes. That is all he cares for. To be first somewhere, somehow, to be first with these English. They will be showing him to everybody. This is our Nostromo." She laughed ominously. "What a name! What is that? Nostromo?" He would take a name that is properly no word from them. Meantime Giorgio, with tranquil movements, had been unfastening the door. The flood of light fell on Signora Teresa, with her two girls gathered to her side, a picturesque woman in a pose of maternal exaltation. Behind her the wall was dazzlingly white, and the crude colors of the Garibaldi lithograph paled in the sunshine. Old Viola, at the door, moved his arm upwards as if referring all his quick, fleeting thoughts to the picture of his old chief on the wall. Even when he was cooking for the Signori Inglesi, the engineers, he was a famous cook, though the kitchen was a dark place, he was, as it were, under the eye of the great man who had led him in a glorious struggle where, under the walls of Gaeta, tyranny would have expired forever had it not been for that accursed Piedmontese race of kings and ministers. When sometimes a frying pan caught fire during a delicate operation with some shredded onions, and the old man was seen backing out of the doorway, swearing and coughing violently in an acrid cloud of smoke, the name of Cavour, the arch-intriguer sold to kings and tyrants, could be heard involved in imprecations against the China girls. Cooking in general, and the brute of a country where he was reduced to live for the love of liberty that traitor had strangled. Then Signora Teresa, all in black, issuing from another door, advanced, portly and anxious, inclining her fine, black-browed head, opening her arms, and crying in a profound tone, "Giorgio! Thou passionate man! Misericordia divina! In the sun like this! He will make himself ill." At her feet the hens made off in all directions, with immense strides. If there were any engineers from up the line staying in Sulaco, a young English face or two would appear at the billiard room occupying one end of the house. But at the other end, in the café, Luis, the mulatto, took good care not to show himself. The Indian girls, with hair like flowing black manis, and dressed only in a shift and short petticoat, stared dully from under the square-cut fringes on their foreheads. The noisy frizzling of fat had stopped, the fumes floated upwards in sunshine, a strong smell of burnt onions hung in the drowsy heat, enveloping the house. And the eye lost itself in a vast flat expanse of grass to the west. As if the plain between the Sierra overtopping Sulaco and the coast range away there towards Esmeralda had been as big as half the world. Signora Teresa, after an impressive pause, remonstrated. Giorgio! Leave Cavour alone and take care of yourself. Now we are lost in this country all alone with the 2 children, because you cannot live under a king." And while she looked at him she would sometimes put her hand hastily to her side with a short twitch of her fine lips and a knitting of her black, straight eyebrows like a flicker of angry pain or an angry thought on her handsome, regular features. It was pain, she suppressed the twinge. It had come to her first a few years after they had left Italy to emigrate to America and settle at last in Sulaco after wandering from town to town, trying shopkeeping in a small way here and there. And once an organized enterprise of fishing, in Maldonado, for Giorgio, like the great Garibaldi, had been a sailor in his time. Sometimes she had no patience with pain. For years its gnawing had been part of the landscape embracing the glitter of the harbor under the wooded spurs of the range. And the sunshine itself was heavy and dull, heavy with pain, not like the sunshine of her girlhood, in which middle-aged Giorgio had wooed her gravely and passionately on the shores of the Gulf of Spezia. "You go in at once, Giorgio," she directed. "One would think you do not wish to have any pity on me, with 4 signori Inglesi staying in the house." Va bene, Giorgio would mutter. He obeyed. The signori Inglesi would require their midday meal presently. He had been one of the immortal and invincible band of liberators who had made the mercenaries of tyranny fly like chaff before a hurricane, un uragano terribile. But that was before he was married and had children, and before tyranny had reared its head again amongst the traitors who had imprisoned Garibaldi, his hero. There were 3 doors in the front of the house, and each afternoon the Garibaldino could be seen at one or another of them with his big bush of white hair, his arms folded, his legs crossed, leaning back his leonine head against the side, and looking up the wooded slopes of the foothills at the snowy dome of Higuerota. The front of his house threw off a black long rectangle of shade, broadening slowly over the soft oxcart track. Through the gaps, chopped out in the oleander hedges, the harbor branch railway, laid out temporarily on the level of the plain, curved away its shining parallel ribbons on a belt of scorched and withered grass within 60 yards of the end of the house. In the evening the empty material trains of flat cars circled round the dark green grove of Sulaco, and ran, undulating slightly with white jets of steam, over the plain towards the Casa Viola, on their way to the railway yards by the harbor. The Italian drivers saluted him from the footplate with raised hand, while the Negro brakesmen sat carelessly on the brakes, looking straight forward, with the rims of their big hats flapping in the wind. In return Giorgio would give a slight sideways jerk of the head, without unfolding his arms. On this memorable day of the riot his arms were not folded on his chest. His hand grasped the barrel of the gun grounded on the threshold. He did not look up once at the white dome of Higuerota, whose cool purity seemed to hold itself aloof from a hot earth. His eyes examined the plain curiously. Tall trails of dust subsided here and there. In a speckless sky the sun hung clear and blinding. Knots of men ran headlong, others made a stand. And the irregular rattle of firearms came rippling to his ears in the fiery, still air. Single figures on foot raced desperately. Horsemen galloped towards each other, wheeled round together, separated at speed. Giorgio saw one fall, rider and horse disappearing as if they had galloped into a chasm. And the movements of the animated scene were like the passages of a violent game played upon the plain by dwarfs mounted and on foot, yelling with tiny throats. Under the mountain that seemed a colossal embodiment of silence. Never before had Giorgio seen this bit of plain so full of active life. His gaze could not take in all its details at once. He shaded his eyes with his hand, till suddenly the thundering of many hoofs nearby startled him. A troop of horses had broken out of the fenced paddock of the railway company. They came on like a whirlwind, and dashed over the line snorting, kicking, squealing in a compact, piebald, tossing mob of bay, brown, greybacks, eyes staring, necks extended, nostrils red, long tails streaming. As soon as they had leaped upon the road the thick dust flew upwards from under their hoofs, and within 6 yards of Giorgio only a brown cloud with vague forms of necks and cruppers rolled by. making the soil tremble on its passage. Viola coughed, turning his face away from the dust, and shaking his head slightly. "There will be some horse-catching to be done before tonight," he muttered. In the square of sunlight falling through the door, Signora Teresa, kneeling before the chair, had bowed her head, heavy with a twisted mass of ebony hair streaked with silver, into the palm of her hands. The black lace shawl she used to drape about her face had dropped to the ground by her side. The two girls had got up, hand in hand, in short skirts, their loose hair falling in disorder. The younger had thrown her arm across her eyes, as if afraid to face the light. Linda, with her hand on the other's shoulder, stared fearlessly. Viola looked at his children. The sun brought out the deep lines on his face, and, energetic in expression, it had the immobility of a carving. It was impossible to discover what he thought. Bushy gray eyebrows shaded his dark glance. "Well. And do you not pray like your mother?" Linda pouted, advancing her red lips, which were almost too red. But she had admirable eyes, brown, with a sparkle of gold in the irises, full of intelligence and meaning, and so clear that they seemed to throw a glow upon her thin, colorless face. There were bronze glints in the somber clusters of her hair, and the eyelashes, long and coal-black, made her complexion appear still more pale. "Mother is going to offer up a lot of candles in the church. She always does when Nostromo has been away fighting. I shall have some to carry up to the chapel of the Madonna in the cathedral." She said all this quickly, with great assurance, in an animated, penetrating voice. Then, giving her sister's shoulder a slight shake, she added, "And she will be made to carry one, too." "Why made?" inquired Giorgio, gravely. "Does she not want to?" "She is timid," said Linda, with a little burst of laughter. "People notice her fair hair as she goes along with us. They call out after her, 'Look at the Rubia. Look at the Rubiacita.' They call out in the streets. She is timid." "And you?" "You are not timid, the father pronounced, slowly. She tossed back all her dark hair. "Nobody calls out after me." Old Giorgio contemplated his children thoughtfully. There was 2 years' difference between them. They had been born to him late, years after the boy had died. Had he lived he would have been nearly as old as John Battista, he whom the English called Nostromo. But as to his daughters, the severity of his temper, his advancing age, his absorption in his memories, had prevented his taking much notice of them. He loved his children, but girls belong more to the mother, and much of his affection had been expended in the worship and service of liberty. When quite a youth he had deserted from a ship trading to La Plata, to enlist in the navy of Montevideo, then under the command of Garibaldi. Afterwards, in the Italian Legion of the Republic struggling against the encroaching tyranny of Rosas, he had taken part, on great plains, on the banks of immense rivers. In the fiercest fighting perhaps the world had ever known. He had lived amongst men who had declaimed about liberty, suffered for liberty, died for liberty, with a desperate exaltation, and with their eyes turned towards an oppressed Italy. His own enthusiasm had been fed on scenes of carnage, on the examples of lofty devotion, on the din of armed struggle, on the inflamed language of proclamations. He had never parted from the chief of his choice, the fiery apostle of independence, keeping by his side in America and in Italy till after the fatal day of Aspremont, when the treachery of kings, emperors, and ministers had been revealed to the world in the wounding and imprisonment of his hero, a catastrophe that had instilled into him a gloomy doubt of ever being able to understand the ways of divine justice. He did not deny it, however. It required patience, he would say. Though he disliked priests, and would not put his foot inside a church for anything, he believed in God. Were not the proclamations against tyrants addressed to the peoples in the name of God and liberty? God for men, religions for women, he muttered sometimes. In Sicily, an Englishman who had turned up in Palermo after its evacuation by the army of the king, had given him a Bible in Italian, the publication of the British and Foreign Bible Society, bound in a dark leather cover. In periods of political adversity, in the pauses of silence when the revolutionists issued no proclamations, Giorgio earned his living with the first work that came to hand, as sailor. As dock laborer on the quays of Genoa, once as a hand on a farm in the hills above Spezia, and in his spare time he studied the thick volume. He carried it with him into battles. Now it was his only reading, and in order not to be deprived of it, the print was small, he had consented to accept the present of a pair of silver-mounted spectacles from Senora Emilia Gould, the wife of the Englishman who managed the silver mine in the mountains 3 leagues from the town. She was the only Englishwoman in Sulaco. Giorgio Viola had a great consideration for the English. This feeling, born on the battlefields of Uruguay, was 40 years old at the very least. Several of them had poured their blood for the cause of freedom in America, and the first he had ever known he remembered by the name of Samuel. He commanded a Negro company under Garibaldi, during the famous siege of Montevideo, and died heroically with his Negroes at the fording of the Boyana. He, Giorgio, had reached the rank of ensign, alferez, and cooked for the general. Later, in Italy, he, with the rank of lieutenant, rode with the staff and still cooked for the general. He had cooked for him in Lombardy through the whole campaign. On the march to Rome he had lassoed his beef in the Campagna after the American manner. He had been wounded in the defense of the Roman Republic. He was one of the 4 fugitives who, with the general, carried out of the woods the inanimate body of the general's wife into the farmhouse where she died. Exhausted by the hardships of that terrible retreat, he had survived that disastrous time to attend his general in Palermo when the Neapolitan shells from the castle crashed upon the town. He had cooked for him on the field of Volturno after fighting all day. And everywhere he had seen Englishmen in the front rank of the army of freedom. He respected their nation because they loved Garibaldi. Their very countesses and princesses had kissed the general's hands in London, it was said. He could well believe it. For the nation was noble, and the man was a saint. It was enough to look once at his face to see the divine force of faith in him and his great pity for all that was poor, suffering, and oppressed in this world. The spirit of self-forgetfulness, the simple devotion to a vast humanitarian idea which inspired the thought and stress of that revolutionary time, had left its mark upon Giorgio in a sort of austere contempt for all personal advantage. This man, whom the lowest class in Sulaco suspected of having a buried hoard in his kitchen, had all his life despised money. The leaders of his youth had lived poor, had died poor. It had been a habit of his mind to disregard tomorrow. It was engendered partly by an existence of excitement, adventure, and wild warfare. But mostly it was a matter of principle. It did not resemble the carelessness of a condottiere, it was a puritanism of conduct, born of stern enthusiasm like the puritanism of religion. This stern devotion to a cause had cast a gloom upon Giorgio's old age. It cast a gloom because the cause seemed lost. Too many kings and emperors flourished yet in the world which God had meant for the people. He was sad because of his simplicity. Though always ready to help his countrymen, and greatly respected by the Italian emigrants wherever he lived, in his exile he called it, he could not conceal from himself that they cared nothing for the wrongs of downtrodden nations. They listened to his tales of war readily, but seemed to ask themselves what he had got out of it after all. There was nothing that they could see. We wanted nothing, we suffered for the love of all humanity. He cried out furiously sometimes, and the powerful voice, the blazing eyes, the shaking of the white mane, the brown, sinewy hand pointing upwards as if to call heaven to witness, impressed his hearers. After the old man had broken off abruptly with a jerk of the head and a movement of the arm, meaning clearly, "But what's the good of talking to you?" they nudged each other. There was in old Giorgio an energy of feeling, a personal quality of conviction, something they called terribilita, an old lion, they used to say of him. Some slight incident, a chance word would set him off talking on the beach to the Italian fisherman of Maldonado, in the little shop he kept afterwards, in Valparaiso, to his countrymen customers. Of an evening, suddenly, in the café at one end of the Casa Viola, the other was reserved for the English engineers, to the select clientele of engine drivers and foremen of the railway shops. With their handsome, bronzed, lean faces, shiny black ringlets, glistening eyes, broad-chested, bearded, sometimes a tiny gold ring in the lobe of the ear. The aristocracy of the railway works listened to him, turning away from their cards or dominoes. Here and there a fair-haired Basque studied his hand meantime, waiting without protest. No native of Costaguana intruded there. This was the Italian stronghold. Even the Sulaco policemen on a night patrol let their horses pace softly by, bending low in the saddle to glance through the window at the heads in a fog of smoke. And the drone of old Giorgio's declamatory narrative seemed to sink behind them into the plain. Only now and then the assistant of the chief of police, some broad-faced, brown little gentleman, with a great deal of Indian in him, would put in an appearance. Leaving his man outside with the horses, he advanced with a confident, sly smile, and without a word up to the long trestle table. He pointed to one of the bottles on the shelf. Giorgio, thrusting his pipe into his mouth abruptly, served him in person. Nothing would be heard but the slight jingle of the spurs. His glass emptied, he would take a leisurely, scrutinizing look all round the room, go out, and ride away slowly, circling towards the town. Chapter 5. In this way only was the power of the local authorities vindicated amongst the great body of strong-limbed foreigners who dug the earth, blasted the rocks, drove the engines for the progressive and patriotic undertaking. In these very words 18 months before the Excellentissimo Señor Don Vincente Ribiera, the dictator of Costaguana, had described the National Central Railway in his great speech at the turning of the first sod. He had come on purpose to Sulaco, and there was a 1 o'clock dinner party, a convite offered by the OSN company on board the Juno after the function on shore. Captain Mitchell had himself steered the cargo lighter, all draped with flags, which, in tow of the Juno's steam launch, took the Excellentissimo from the jetty to the ship. Everybody of note in Sulaco had been invited, the 1 or 2 foreign merchants, all the representatives of the old Spanish families then in town, the great owners of estates on the plain, grave, courteous, simple men, caballeros of pure descent, with small hands and feet, conservative, hospitable, and kind. The Occidental province was their stronghold, their Blanco party had triumphed now. It was their president-dictator, a Blanco of the Blancos, who sat smiling urbanely between the representatives of 2 friendly foreign powers. They had come with him from Sta. Marta to countenance by their presence the enterprise in which the capital of their countries was engaged. The only lady of that company was Mrs. Gould, the wife of Don Carlos, the administrator of the San Tomes silver mine. The ladies of Sulaco were not advanced enough to take part in the public life to that extent. They had come out strongly at the great ball at the Intendencia the evening before, but Mrs. Gould alone had appeared, a bright spot in the group of black coats behind the president-dictator. On the crimson cloth-covered stage erected under a shady tree on the shore of the harbor, where the ceremony of turning the first sod had taken place, she had come off in the cargo lighter, full of notabilities, sitting under the flutter of gay flags, in the place of honor by the side of Captain Mitchell, who steered. And her clear dress gave the only truly festive note to the somber gathering in the long, gorgeous saloon of the Juno. The head of the chairman of the railway board, from London, handsome and pale in a silvery mist of white hair and clipped beard, hovered near her shoulder attentive, smiling, and fatigued. The journey from London to Sta. Marta in mail boats and the special carriages of the Sta. Marta coastline, the only railway so far, had been tolerable, even pleasant, quite tolerable. But the trip over the mountains to Sulaco was another sort of experience, in an old diligencia over impassable roads skirting awful precipices. "We have been upset twice in one day on the brink of very deep ravines," he was telling Mrs. Gould in an undertone. "And when we arrived here at last I don't know what we should have done without your hospitality. What an out-of-the-way place Sulaco is, and for a harbor, too. Astonishing. Ah, but we are very proud of it. It used to be historically important. The highest ecclesiastical court for 2 viceroyalties sat here in the olden time, she instructed him with animation. I am impressed. I didn't mean to be disparaging. You seem very patriotic. The place is lovable, if only by its situation. Perhaps you don't know what an old resident I am. How old, I wonder, he murmured, looking at her with a slight smile. Mrs. Gould's appearance was made youthful by the mobile intelligence of her face. We can't give you your ecclesiastical court back again. But you shall have more steamers, a railway, a telegraph cable, a future in the great world which is worth infinitely more than any amount of ecclesiastical past. You shall be brought in touch with something greater than 2 viceroyalties. But I had no notion that a place on a seacoast could remain so isolated from the world. If it had been 1,000 miles inland now, most remarkable. Has anything ever happened here for 100 years before today? While he talked in a slow, humorous tone, she kept her little smile. Agreeing ironically, she assured him that certainly not, nothing ever happened in Sulaco. Even the revolutions, of which there had been 2 in her time, had respected the repose of the place. Their course ran in the more populous southern parts of the Republic, and the great valley of Sta. Marta, which was like one great battlefield of the parties, with the possession of the capital for a prize and an outlet to another ocean. They were more advanced over there. Here in Sulaco they heard only the echoes of these great questions, and, of course, their official world changed each time. Coming to them over their rampart of mountains which he himself had traversed in an old diligencia, with such a risk to life and limb. The chairman of the railway had been enjoying her hospitality for several days, and he was really grateful for it. It was only since he had left Sta. Marta that he had utterly lost touch with the feeling of European life on the background of his exotic surroundings. In the capital he had been the guest of the legation, and had been kept busy negotiating with the members of Don Vincente's government, cultured men. Men to whom the conditions of civilized business were not unknown. What concerned him most at the time was the acquisition of land for the railway. In the Sta. Marta Valley, where there was already 1 line in existence, the people were tractable, and it was only a matter of price. A commission had been nominated to fix the values, and the difficulty resolved itself into the judicious influencing of the commissioners. But in Sulaco, the occidental province for whose very development the railway was intended, there had been trouble. It had been lying for ages ensconced behind its natural barriers, repelling modern enterprise by the precipices of its mountain range. By its shallow harbor opening into the everlasting calms of a gulf full of clouds, by the benighted state of mind of the owners of its fertile territory, all these aristocratic old Spanish families. All those Don Ambrosios this and Don Fernandos that, who seemed actually to dislike and distrust the coming of the railway over their lands. It had happened that some of the surveying parties scattered all over the province had been warned off with threats of violence. In other cases outrageous pretensions as to price had been raised. But the man of railways prided himself on being equal to every emergency. Since he was met by the inimical sentiment of blind conservatism in Sulaco, he would meet it by sentiment, too, before taking his stand on his right alone. The government was bound to carry out its part of the contract with the board of the new railway company, even if it had to use force for the purpose. But he desired nothing less than an armed disturbance in the smooth working of his plans. They were much too vast and far-reaching, and too promising to leave a stone unturned. And so he imagined to get the president-dictator over there on a tour of ceremonies and speeches, culminating in a great function at the turning of the first sod by the harbor shore. After all, he was their own creature, that Don Vincente. He was the embodied triumph of the best elements in the state. These were facts, and, unless facts meant nothing, Sir John argued to himself, such a man's influence must be real, and his personal action would produce the conciliatory effect he required. He had succeeded in arranging the trip with the help of a very clever advocate, who was known in Sta. Marta as the agent of the Gould silver mine, the biggest thing in Sulaco, and even in the whole Republic. It was indeed a fabulously rich mine. Its so-called agent, evidently a man of culture and ability, seemed, without official position, to possess an extraordinary influence in the highest government spheres. He was able to assure Sir John that the president-dictator would make the journey. He regretted, however, in the course of the same conversation, that General Montero insisted upon going, too. General Montero, whom the beginning of the struggle had found an obscure army captain employed on the wild eastern frontier of the state, had thrown in his lot with the Ribiera party at a moment when special circumstances had given that small adhesion a fortuitous importance. The fortunes of war served him marvelously, and the victory of Rio Seco, after a day of desperate fighting, put a seal to his success. At the end he emerged general, minister of war, and the military head of the Blanco party, although there was nothing aristocratic in his descent. Indeed, it was said that he and his brother, orphans, had been brought up by the munificence of a famous European traveler, in whose service their father had lost his life. Another story was that their father had been nothing but a charcoal burner in the woods, and their mother a baptized Indian woman from the far interior. However that might be, the Costaguana press was in the habit of styling Montero's forest march from his commandancia to join the Blanco forces at the beginning of the Troubles, the most heroic military exploit of modern times. About the same time, too, his brother had turned up from Europe, where he had gone apparently as secretary to a consul. Having, however, collected a small band of outlaws, he showed some talent as guerrilla chief and had been rewarded at the pacification by the post of military commandant of the capital. The Minister of War, then, accompanied the dictator. The board of the O.S.N. Company, working hand in hand with the railway people for the good of the Republic, had on this important occasion instructed Captain Mitchell to put the mailboat Juno at the disposal of the distinguished party. Don Vincente, journeying south from Sta Marta, had embarked at Cayta, the principal port of Costaguana, and came to Sulaco by sea. But the chairman of the railway company had courageously crossed the mountains in a ramshackle diligencia, mainly for the purpose of meeting his engineer-in-chief engaged in the final survey of the road. For all the indifference of a man of affairs to nature, whose hostility can always be overcome by the resources of finance, he could not help being impressed by his surroundings during his halt at the surveying camp established at the highest point his railway was to reach. He spent the night there, arriving just too late to see the last dying glow of sunlight upon the snowy flank of Higuerota. Pillared masses of black basalt framed like an open portal a portion of the white field lying aslant against the west. In the transparent air of the high altitudes everything seemed very near, steeped in a clear stillness as in an imponderable liquid. And with his ear ready to catch the first sound of the expected diligencia, the engineer-in-chief, at the door of a hut of rough stones, had contemplated the changing hues on the enormous side of the mountain, thinking that in this sight, as in a piece of inspired music, there could be found together the utmost delicacy of shaded expression and a stupendous magnificence of effect. Sir John arrived too late to hear the magnificent and inaudible strain sung by the sunset amongst the high peaks of the Sierra. It had sung itself out into the breathless pause of deep dusk before, climbing down the fore-wheel of the diligencia with stiff limbs, he shook hands with the engineer. They gave him his dinner in a stone hut like a cubical boulder, with no door or windows in its two openings. A bright fire of sticks, brought on muleback from the first valley below, burning outside, sent in a wavering glare. And 2 candles in tin candlesticks, lighted, it was explained to him, in his honor, stood on a sort of rough camp table, at which he sat on the right hand of the chief. He knew how to be amiable. And the young men of the engineering staff, for whom the surveying of the railway track had the glamour of the first steps on the path of life, sat there, too, listening modestly, with their smooth faces tanned by the weather, and very pleased to witness so much affability in so great a man. Afterwards, late at night, pacing to and fro outside, he had a long talk with his chief engineer. He knew him well of old. This was not the first undertaking in which their gifts, as elementally different as fire and water, had worked in conjunction. From the contact of these two personalities, who had not the same vision of the world, there was generated a power for the world service, a subtle force that could set in motion mighty machines. Men's muscles, and awaken also in human breasts an unbounded devotion to the task. Of the young fellows at the table, to whom the survey of the track was like the tracing of the path of life, more than one would be called to meet death before the work was done. But the work would be done, the force would be almost as strong as a faith. Not quite, however. In the silence of the sleeping camp upon the moonlit plateau forming the top of the pass like the floor of a vast arena surrounded by the basalt walls of precipices, two strolling figures in thick ulsters stood still, and the voice of the engineer pronounced distinctly the words, "We can't move mountains." Sir John, raising his head to follow the pointing gesture, felt the full force of the words. The white Higuerota soared out of the shadows of rock and earth like a frozen bubble under the moon. All was still, till nearby, behind the wall of a corral for the camp animals, built roughly of loose stones in the form of a circle, a pack mule stamped his forefoot and blew heavily twice. The engineering chief had used the phrase in answer to the chairman's tentative suggestion that the tracing of the line could, perhaps, be altered in deference to the prejudices of the Sulaco landowners. The chief engineer believed that the obstinacy of men was the lesser obstacle. Moreover, to combat that they had the great influence of Charles Gould, whereas tunneling under Higuerota would have been a colossal undertaking. Ah, yes. Gould. What sort of a man is he? Sir John had heard much of Charles Gould in Sta Marta, and wanted to know more. The engineering chief assured him that the administrator of the San Tome silver mine had an immense influence over all these Spanish dons. He had also one of the best houses in Sulaco, and the Gould hospitality was beyond all praise. They received me as if they had known me for years, he said. The little lady is kindness personified. I stayed with them for a month. He helped me to organize the surveying parties. His practical ownership of the San Tome silver mine gives him a special position. He seems to have the ear of every provincial authority apparently, and, as I said, he can wind all the hidalgos of the province round his little finger. If you follow his advice the difficulties will fall away, because he wants the railway. Of course, you must be careful in what you say. He's English, and besides he must be immensely wealthy. The Holroyd house is in with him in that mine, so you may imagine. He interrupted himself as, from before one of the little fires burning outside the low wall of the corral, arose the figure of a man wrapped in a poncho up to the neck. The saddle which he had been using for a pillow made a dark patch on the ground against the red glow of embers. I shall see Holroyd himself on my way back through the States, said Sir John. I've ascertained that he, too, wants the railway. The man who, perhaps disturbed by the proximity of the voices, had arisen from the ground, struck a match to light a cigarette. The flame showed a bronzed, black-whiskered face, a pair of eyes gazing straight, then, rearranging his wrappings, he sank full length and laid his head again on the saddle. That's our campmaster, whom I must send back to Sulaco now we are going to carry our survey into the Sta Marta Valley, said the engineer. A most useful fellow, lent me by Captain Mitchell of the OSN Company. It was very good of Mitchell. Charles Gould told me I couldn't do better than take advantage of the offer. He seems to know how to rule all these muleteers and peons. We had not the slightest trouble with our people. He shall escort your diligencia right into Sulaco with some of our railway peons. The road is bad. To have him at hand may save you an upset or two. He promised me to take care of your person all the way down as if you were his father. This campmaster was the Italian sailor whom all the Europeans in Sulaco, following Captain Mitchell's mispronunciation, were in the habit of calling Nostromo. And indeed, taciturn and ready, he did take excellent care of his charge at the bad parts of the road, as Sir John himself acknowledged to Mrs. Gould afterwards. Chapter 6. At that time Nostromo had been already long enough in the country to raise to the highest pitch Captain Mitchell's opinion of the extraordinary value of his discovery. Clearly he was one of those invaluable subordinates whom to possess is a legitimate cause of boasting. Captain Mitchell plumed himself upon his eye for men, but he was not selfish, and in the innocence of his pride was already developing that mania for lending you my capataz de cargadores, which was to bring Nostromo into personal contact. Sooner or later, with every European in Sulaco, as a sort of universal factotum, a prodigy of efficiency in his own sphere of life. The fellow is devoted to me, body and soul. Captain Mitchell was given to affirm. And though nobody, perhaps, could have explained why it should be so, it was impossible on a survey of their relation to throw doubt on that statement, unless, indeed, one were a bitter, eccentric character like Dr. Monaghan, for instance, whose short, hopeless laugh expressed somehow an immense mistrust of mankind. Not that Dr. Monaghan was a prodigal either of laughter or of words. He was bitterly taciturn when at his best. At his worst people feared the open scornfulness of his tongue. Only Mrs. Gould could keep his unbelief in men's motives within due bounds. But even to her, on an occasion not connected with Nostromo, and in a tone which for him was gentle, even to her, he had said once, "Really, it is most unreasonable to demand that a man should think of other people so much better than he is able to think of himself." And Mrs. Gould had hastened to drop the subject. There were strange rumors of the English doctor. Years ago, in the time of Guzman Bento, he had been mixed up, it was whispered, in a conspiracy which was betrayed and, as people expressed it, drowned in blood. His hair had turned grey, his hairless, seamed face was of a brick-dust color. The large check pattern of his flannel shirt and his old stained Panama hat were an established defiance to the conventionalities of Sulaco. Had it not been for the immaculate cleanliness of his apparel he might have been taken for one of those shiftless Europeans that are a moral eyesore to the respectability of a foreign colony in almost every exotic part of the world. The young ladies of Sulaco, adorning with clusters of pretty faces the balconies along the street of the Constitution, when they saw him pass, with his limping gait and bowed head, a short linen jacket drawn on carelessly over the flannel check shirt, would remark to each other, "Here is the Senor Doctor going to call on Dona Emilia. He has got his little coat on." The inference was true. Its deeper meaning was hidden from their simple intelligence. Moreover, they expended no store of thought on the doctor. He was old, ugly, learned, and a little loco, mad, if not a bit of a sorcerer, as the common people suspected him of being. The little white jacket was in reality a concession to Mrs. Gould's humanizing influence. The doctor, with his habit of skeptical, bitter speech, had no other means of showing his profound respect for the character of the woman who was known in the country as the English Senora. He presented this tribute very seriously indeed, it was no trifle for a man of his habits. Mrs. Gould felt that, too, perfectly. She would never have thought of imposing upon him this marked show of deference. She kept her old Spanish house, one of the finest specimens in Sulaco, open for the dispensation of the small graces of existence. She dispensed them with simplicity and charm because she was guided by an alert perception of values. She was highly gifted in the art of human intercourse which consists in delicate shades of self-forgetfulness and in the suggestion of universal comprehension. Charles Gould, the Gould family, established in Costaguana for 3 generations, always went to England for their education and for their wives, imagined that he had fallen in love with a girl sound common sense like any other man, but these were not exactly the reasons why. For instance, the whole surveying camp, from the youngest of the young men to their mature chief, should have found occasion to allude to Mrs. Gould's house so frequently amongst the high peaks of the Sierra. She would have protested that she had done nothing for them, with a low laugh and a surprised widening of her grey eyes. Had anybody told her how convincingly she was remembered on the edge of the snow line above Sulaco. But directly, with a little capable air of setting her wits to work, she would have found an explanation. Of course, it was such a surprise for these boys to find any sort of welcome here. And I suppose they are homesick. I suppose everybody must be always just a little homesick. She was always sorry for homesick people. Born in the country, as his father before him, spare and tall, with a flaming mustache, a neat chin, clear blue eyes, auburn hair, and a thin, fresh, red face. Charles Gould looked like a new arrival from over the sea. His grandfather had fought in the cause of independence under Bolivar. In that famous English legion which on the battlefield of Carabobo had been saluted by the great liberator as saviors of his country. One of Charles Gould's uncles had been the elected president of that very province of Sulaco, then called a state, in the days of Federation. And afterwards had been put up against the wall of a church and shot by the order of the barbarous Unionist general, Guzman Bento. It was the same Guzman Bento who, becoming later perpetual president, famed for his ruthless and cruel tyranny, readied his apotheosis in the popular legend of a sanguinary land-haunting spectre whose body had been carried off by the devil in person from the brick mausoleum in the nave of the Church of Assumption in Sta. Marta. Thus, at least, the priests explained its disappearance to the barefooted multitude that streamed in, awestruck, to gaze at the hole in the side of the ugly box of bricks before the great altar. Guzman Bento of cruel memory had put to death great numbers of people besides Charles Gould's uncle. But with a relative martyred in the cause of aristocracy, the Sulaco oligarchs, this was the phraseology of Guzman Bento's time. Now they were called Blancos, and had given up the federal idea, which meant the families of pure Spanish descent, considered Charles as one of themselves. With such a family record, no one could be more of a Costaguanero than Don Carlos Gould. But his aspect was so characteristic that in the talk of common people he was just the Ingles, the Englishman of Sulaco. He looked more English than a casual tourist, a sort of heretic pilgrim, however, quite unknown in Sulaco. He looked more English than the last arrived batch of young railway engineers. Than anybody out of the hunting field pictures in the numbers of Punch reaching his wife's drawing room 2 months or so after date. It astonished you to hear him talk Spanish, Castellan, as the natives say, or the Indian dialect of the country people so naturally. His accent had never been English. But there was something so indelible in all these ancestral Goulds, liberators, explorers, coffee planters, merchants, revolutionists, of Costaguana, that he, the only representative of the third generation in a continent possessing its own style of horsemanship, went on looking thoroughly English even on horseback. This is not said of him in the mocking spirit of the Llaneros, men of the Great Plains, who think that no one in the world knows how to sit a horse but themselves. Charles Gould, to use the suitably lofty phrase, rode like a centaur. Riding for him was not a special form of exercise. It was a natural faculty, as walking straight is to all men sound of mind and limb. But, all the same, when cantering beside the ruddy ox-cart track to the mine he looked in his English clothes and with his imported saddlery as though he had come this moment to Costaguana at his easy swift peso trot, straight out of some green meadow at the other side of the world. His way would lie along the old Spanish road, the Camino Real of popular speech, the only remaining vestige of a fact and name left by that royalty old Giorgio Viola hated, and whose very shadow had departed from the land. For the big equestrian statue of Charles IV at the entrance of the Alameda, towering white against the trees, was only known to the folk from the country and to the beggars of the town that slept on the steps around the pedestal, as the Horse of Stone. The other Carlos, turning off to the left with a rapid clatter of hoofs on the disjointed pavement, Don Carlos Gould, in his English clothes, looked as incongruous, but much more at home than the kingly cavalier reigning in his steed on the pedestal above the sleeping leperos, with his marble arm raised towards the marble rim of a plumed hat. The weather-stained effigy of the mounted king, with its vague suggestion of a saluting gesture, seemed to present an inscrutable breast to the political changes which had robbed it of its very name. But neither did the other horseman, well known to the people, keen and alive on his well-shaped, slate-colored beast with a white eye, wear his heart on the sleeve of his English coat. His mind preserved its steady poise as if sheltered in the passionless stability of private and public decencies at home in Europe. He accepted with a like calm the shocking manner in which the Sulaco ladies smothered their faces with pearl powder till they looked like white plaster casts with beautiful living eyes. The peculiar gossip of the town, and the continuous political changes, the constant saving of the country, which to his wife seemed a puerile and bloodthirsty game of murder and rapine played with terrible earnestness by depraved children. In the early days of her Costaguana life, the little lady used to clench her hands with exasperation at not being able to take the public affairs of the country as seriously as the incidental atrocity of methods deserved. She saw in them a comedy of naive pretenses, but hardly anything genuine except her own appalled indignation. Charles, very quiet and twisting his long mustaches, would decline to discuss them at all. Once, however, he observed to her gently, "My dear, you seem to forget that I was born here." These few words made her pause as if they had been a sudden revelation. Perhaps the mere fact of being born in the country did make a difference. She had a great confidence in her husband. It had always been very great. He had struck her imagination from the first by his unsentimentalism, by that very quietude of mind which she had erected in her thought for a sign of perfect competency in the business of living. Don José Avellanos, their neighbor across the street, a statesman, a poet, a man of culture, who had represented his country at several European courts, and had suffered untold indignities as a state prisoner in the time of the tyrant Guzman Bento, used to declare in Dona Emilia's drawing-room that Carlos had all the English qualities of character with a truly patriotic heart. Mrs. Gould, raising her eyes to her husband's thin, red and tan face, could not detect the slightest quiver of a feature at what he must have heard said of his patriotism. Perhaps he had just dismounted on his return from the mine. He was English enough to disregard the hottest hours of the day. Basilio, in a livery of white linen and a red sash, had squatted for a moment behind his heels to unstrap the heavy, blunt spurs in the patio. And then the Senor Administrator would go up the staircase into the gallery. Rows of plants in pots, ranged on the balustrade between the pilasters of the arches, screened the corridor with their leaves and flowers from the quadrangle below, whose paved space is the true hearthstone of a South American house, where the quiet hours of domestic life are marked by the shifting of light and shadow on the flagstones. Senor Avellanos was in the habit of crossing the patio at 5 o'clock almost every day. Don José chose to come over at tea-time because the English rite at Dona Emilia's house reminded him of the time he lived in London as minister plenipotentiary to the court of St. James. He did not like tea. And, usually, rocking his American chair, his neat little shiny boots crossed on the footrest, he would talk on and on with a sort of complacent virtuosity wonderful in a man of his age, while he held the cup in his hands for a long time. His close-cropped head was perfectly white, his eyes coal-black. On seeing Charles Gould step into the sala he would nod provisionally and go on to the end of the oratorial period. Only then he would say, "Carlos, my friend, you have ridden from San Tome in the heat of the day. Always the true English activity. No? What?" He drank up all the tea at once in one draught. This performance was invariably followed by a slight shudder and a low, involuntary brrrr, which was not covered by the hasty exclamation, "Excellent." Then giving up the empty cup into his young friend's hand, extended with a smile, he continued to expatiate upon the patriotic nature of the San Tome mine for the simple pleasure of talking fluently, it seemed, while his reclining body jerked backwards and forwards in a rocking chair of the sort exported from the United States. The ceiling of the largest drawing-room of the Casa Gould extended its white level far above his head. The loftiness dwarfed the mixture of heavy, straight-backed Spanish chairs of brown wood with leathern seats, and European furniture, low, and cushioned all over, like squat little monsters gorged to bursting with steel springs and horsehair. There were knickknacks on little tables, mirrors let into the wall above marble consoles, square spaces of carpet under the two groups of armchairs, each presided over by a deep sofa. Smaller rugs scattered all over the floor of red tiles, 3 windows from the ceiling down to the ground, opening on a balcony, and flanked by the perpendicular folds of the dark hangings. The stateliness of ancient days lingered between the four high, smooth walls, tinted a delicate primrose color. And Mrs. Gould, with her little head and shining coils of hair, sitting in a cloud of muslin and lace before a slender mahogany table, resembled a fairy posed lightly before dainty filters dispensed out of vessels of silver and porcelain. Mrs. Gould knew the history of the San Tome mine. Worked in the early days mostly by means of lashes on the backs of slaves, its yield had been paid for in its own weight of human bones. Whole tribes of Indians had perished in the exploitation. And then the mine was abandoned, since with this primitive method it had ceased to make a profitable return, no matter how many corpses were thrown into its maw. Then it became forgotten. It was rediscovered after the War of Independence. An English company obtained the right to work it, and found so rich a vein that neither the exactions of successive governments, nor the periodical raids of recruiting officers upon the population of paid miners they had created, could discourage their perseverance. But in the end, during the long turmoil of pronunciamientos that followed the death of the famous Guzman Bento, the native miners, incited to revolt by the emissaries sent out from the capital, had risen upon their English chiefs and murdered them to a man. The decree of confiscation, which appeared immediately afterwards in the Diario Official, published in Sta. Marta, began with the words, justly incensed at the grinding oppression of foreigners. Actuated by sordid motives of gain rather than by love for a country where they come impoverished to seek their fortunes, the mining population of San Tome, etc. And ended with the declaration, the chief of the state has resolved to exercise to the full his power of clemency. The mine, which by every law, international, human, and divine, reverts now to the government as national property, shall remain closed till the sword drawn for the sacred defense of liberal principles has accomplished its mission of securing the happiness of our beloved country. And for many years this was the last of the San Tome mine. What advantage that government had expected from the spoliation, it is impossible to tell now. Costaguana was made with difficulty to pay a beggarly money compensation to the families of the victims, and then the matter dropped out of diplomatic dispatches. But afterwards another government bethought itself of that valuable asset. It was an ordinary Costaguana government, the fourth in 6 years, but it judged of its opportunities sanely. It remembered the San Tome mine with a secret conviction of its worthlessness in their own hands, but with an ingenious insight into the various uses a silver mine can be put to, apart from the sordid process of extracting the metal from under the ground. The father of Charles Gould, for a long time one of the most wealthy merchants of Costaguana, had already lost a considerable part of his fortune in forced loans to the successive governments. He was a man of calm judgment, who never dreamed of pressing his claims. And when, suddenly, the perpetual concession of the San Tome mine was offered to him in full settlement, his alarm became extreme. He was versed in the ways of governments. Indeed, the intention of this affair, though no doubt deeply meditated in the closet, lay open on the surface of the document presented urgently for his signature. The third and most important clause stipulated that the concession holder should pay at once to the government 5 years' royalties on the estimated output of the mine. Mr. Gould, Sr., defended himself from this fatal favor with many arguments and entreaties, but without success. He knew nothing of mining. He had no means to put his concession on the European market, the mine as a working concern did not exist. The buildings had been burnt down, the mining plant had been destroyed, the mining population had disappeared from the neighborhood years and years ago. The very road had vanished under a flood of tropical vegetation as effectually as if swallowed by the sea, and the main gallery had fallen in within 100 yards from the entrance. It was no longer an abandoned mine. It was a wild, inaccessible, and rocky gorge of the Sierra, where vestiges of charred timber, some heaps of smashed bricks, and a few shapeless pieces of rusty iron could have been found under the matted mass of thorny creepers covering the ground. Mr. Gould, Sr., did not desire the perpetual possession of that desolate locality. In fact, The mere vision of it arising before his mind in the still watches of the night had the power to exasperate him into hours of hot and agitated insomnia. It so happened, however, that the finance minister of the time was a man to whom, in years gone by, Mr. Gould had, unfortunately, declined to grant some small pecuniary assistance. Basing his refusal on the ground that the applicant was a notorious gambler and cheat. Besides being more than half suspected of a robbery with violence on a wealthy ranchero in a remote country district, where he was actually exercising the function of a judge. Now, after reaching his exalted position, that politician had proclaimed his intention to repay evil with good to Senor Gould, the poor man. He affirmed and reaffirmed this resolution in the drawing rooms of Sta. Marta, in a soft and implacable voice, and with such malicious glances that Mr. Gould's best friends advised him earnestly to attempt no bribery to get the matter dropped. It would have been useless. Indeed, it would not have been a very safe proceeding. Such was also the opinion of a stout, loud-voiced lady of French extraction, the daughter, she said, of an officer of high rank, Officier Supérieur de l'Armée, who was accommodated with lodgings within the walls of a secularized convent next door to the Ministry of Finance. That florid person, when approached on behalf of Mr. Gould in a proper manner, and with a suitable present, shook her head despondently. She was good-natured, and her despondency was genuine. She imagined she could not take money in consideration of something she could not accomplish. The friend of Mr. Gould, charged with the delicate mission, used to say afterwards that she was the only honest person closely or remotely connected with the government he had ever met. "No go," she had said with a cavalier, husky intonation which was natural to her, and using turns of expression more suitable to a child of parents unknown than to the orphaned daughter of a general officer. "No, it's no go. Pas moyen, mon garçon. C'est dommage, tout de même. Ah. Zut. Je ne vole pas mon monde. Je ne suis pas ministre, moi. Vous pouvez importer votre petit sac." For a moment, biting her carmine lip, she deplored inwardly the tyranny of the rigid principles governing the sale of her influence in high places. Then, significantly, and with a touch of impatience, "Allez," she added, "il dites bien à votre bonhomme, entendez-vous? Il faut avaler la pilule." After such a warning there was nothing for it but to sign and pay. Mr. Gould had swallowed the pill, and it was as though it had been compounded of some subtle poison that acted directly on his brain. He became at once mind-ridden, and as he was well read in light literature it took to his mind the form of the old man of the sea fastened upon his shoulders. He also began to dream of vampires. Mr. Gould exaggerated to himself the disadvantages of his new position, because he viewed it emotionally. His position in Costaguana was no worse than before. But man is a desperately conservative creature, and the extravagant novelty of this outrage upon his purse distressed his sensibilities. Everybody around him was being robbed by the grotesque and murderous bands that played their game of governments and revolutions after the death of Guzman Bento. His experience had taught him that, however short the plunder might fall of their legitimate expectations, no gang in possession of the presidential palace would be so incompetent as to suffer itself to be baffled by the want of a pretext. The first casual colonel of the barefooted army of scarecrows that came along was able to expose with force and precision to any mere civilian his titles to a sum of $10,000. The while his hope would be immutably fixed upon a gratuity, at any rate, of no less than 1,000. Mr. Gould knew that very well, and, armed with resignation, had waited for better times. But to be robbed under the forms of legality and business was intolerable to his imagination. Mr. Gould, the father, had one fault in his sagacious and honorable character: he attached too much importance to form. It is a failing common to mankind, whose views are tinged by prejudices. There was for him in that affair a malignancy of perverted justice which, by means of a moral shock, attacked his vigorous physique. "It will end by killing me," he used to affirm many times a day. And, in fact, since that time he began to suffer from fever, from liver pains, and mostly from a worrying inability to think of anything else. The finance minister could have formed no conception of the profound subtlety of his revenge. Even Mr. Gould's letters to his 14-year-old boy Charles, then away in England for his education, came at last to talk of practically nothing but the mine. He groaned over the injustice, the persecution, the outrage of that mine. He occupied whole pages in the exposition of the fatal consequences attaching to the possession of that mine from every point of view, with every dismal inference. With words of horror at the apparently eternal character of that curse. For the concession had been granted to him and his descendants forever. He implored his son never to return to Costaguana, never to claim any part of his inheritance there, because it was tainted by the infamous concession. Never to touch it, never to approach it, to forget that America existed, and pursue a mercantile career in Europe. And each letter ended with bitter self-reproaches for having stayed too long in that cavern of thieves, intriguers, and brigands. To be told repeatedly that one's future is blighted because of the possession of a silver mine is not, at the age of 14, a matter of prime importance as to its main statement. But in its form it is calculated to excite a certain amount of wonder and attention. In course of time the boy, at first only puzzled by the angry Jeremiads, but rather sorry for his dad, began to turn the matter over in his mind in such moments as he could spare from play and study. In about a year he had evolved from the lecture of the letters a definite conviction that there was a silver mine in the Sulaco province of the Republic of Costaguana, where poor Uncle Harry had been shot by soldiers a great many years before. There was also connected closely with that mine a thing called the iniquitous Gould concession, apparently written on a paper which his father desired ardently to tear and fling into the faces of presidents, members of judicature, and ministers of state. And this desire persisted, though the names of these people, he noticed, seldom remained the same for a whole year together. This desire, since the thing was iniquitous, seemed quite natural to the boy, though why the affair was iniquitous he did not know. Afterwards, with advancing wisdom, he managed to clear the plain truth of the business from the fantastic intrusions of the old man of the sea, vampires, and ghouls, which had lent to his father's correspondence the flavor of a gruesome Arabian Nights tale. In the end, the growing youth attained to as close an intimacy with the San Tome mine as the old man who wrote these plaintive and enraged letters on the other side of the sea. He had been made several times already to pay heavy fines for neglecting to work the mine, he reported, besides other sums extracted from him on account of future royalties. On the ground that a man with such a valuable concession in his pocket could not refuse his financial assistance to the government of the Republic. The last of his fortune was passing away from him against worthless receipts, he wrote, in a rage. Whilst he was being pointed out as an individual who had known how to secure enormous advantages from the necessities of his country. And the young man in Europe grew more and more interested in that thing which could provoke such a tumult of words and passion. He thought of it every day, but he thought of it without bitterness. It might have been an unfortunate affair for his poor dad, and the whole story threw a queer light upon the social and political life of Costaguana. The view he took of it was sympathetic to his father, yet calm and reflective. His personal feelings had not been outraged, and it is difficult to resent with proper and durable indignation the physical or mental anguish of another organism, even if that other organism is one's own father. By the time he was 20 Charles Gould had, in his turn, fallen under the spell of the San Tome mine. But it was another form of enchantment, more suitable to his youth, into whose magic formula there entered hope, vigor, and self-confidence, instead of weary indignation and despair. Left after he was 20 to his own guidance, except for the severe injunction not to return to Costaguana. He had pursued his studies in Belgium and France with the idea of qualifying for a mining engineer. But this scientific aspect of his labors remained vague and imperfect in his mind. Mines had acquired for him a dramatic interest. He studied their peculiarities from a personal point of view, too, as one would study the varied characters of men. He visited them as one goes with curiosity to call upon remarkable persons. He visited mines in Germany, in Spain, in Cornwall. Abandoned workings had for him strong fascination. Their desolation appealed to him like the sight of human misery, whose causes are varied and profound. They might have been worthless, but also they might have been misunderstood. His future wife was the first, and perhaps the only person to detect this secret mood which governed the profoundly sensible, almost voiceless attitude of this man towards the world of material things. And at once her delight in him, lingering with half-open wings like those birds that cannot rise easily from a flat level, found a pinnacle from which to soar up into the skies. They had become acquainted in Italy, where the future Mrs. Gould was staying with an old and pale aunt who, years before, had married a middle-aged, impoverished Italian marquis. She now mourned that man, who had known how to give up his life to the independence and unity of his country, who had known how to be as enthusiastic in his generosity as the youngest of those who fell for that very cause of which old Giorgio Viola was a drifting relic. As a broken spar is suffered to float away disregarded after a naval victory, the Marchesa led a still, whispering existence, nun-like in her black robes and a white band over the forehead, in a corner of the first floor of an ancient and ruinous palace, whose big, empty halls downstairs sheltered under their painted ceilings the harvests, the fowls, and even the cattle, together with the whole family of the tenant farmer. The two young people had met in Lucca. After that meeting Charles Gould visited no mines, though they went together in a carriage, once, to see some marble quarries, where the work resembled mining in so far that it also was the tearing of the raw material of treasure from the earth. Charles Gould did not open his heart to her in any set speeches. He simply went on acting and thinking in her sight. This is the true method of sincerity. One of his frequent remarks was, "I think sometimes that poor father takes a wrong view of that Santome business." And they discussed that opinion long and earnestly, as if they could influence a mind across half the globe. But in reality they discussed it because the sentiment of love can enter into any subject and live ardently in remote phrases. For this natural reason these discussions were precious to Mrs. Gould in her engaged state. Charles feared that Mr. Gould, Sr., was wasting his strength and making himself ill by his efforts to get rid of the concession. "I fancy that this is not the kind of handling it requires," he mused aloud, as if to himself. And when she wondered frankly that a man of character should devote his energies to plotting and intrigues, Charles would remark, with a gentle concern that understood her wonder, "You must not forget that he was born there." She would set her quick mind to work upon that, and then make the inconsequent retort, which he accepted as perfectly sagacious, because, in fact, it was so. "Well, and you? You were born there, too." He knew his answer. "That's different. I've been away 10 years. Dad never had such a long spell, and it was more than 30 years ago." She was the first person to whom he opened his lips after receiving the news of his father's death. "It has killed him," he said. He had walked straight out of town with the news, straight out before him in the noonday sun on the white road, and his feet had brought him face to face with her in the hall of the ruined palazzo. A room magnificent and naked, with here and there a long strip of damask, black with damp and age, hanging down on a bare panel of the wall. It was furnished with exactly one gilt armchair, with a broken back, and an octagon columnar stand bearing a heavy marble vase ornamented with sculptured masks and garlands of flowers, and cracked from top to bottom. Charles Gould was dusty with the white dust of the road lying on his boots, on his shoulders, on his cap with 2 peaks. Water dripped from under it all over his face, and he grasped a thick oaken cudgel in his bare right hand. She went very pale under the roses of her big straw hat, gloved, swinging a clear sunshade, caught just as she was going out to meet him at the bottom of the hill, where 3 poplars stand near the wall of a vineyard. "It has killed him," he repeated. "He ought to have had many years yet. We are a long-lived family." She was too startled to say anything. He was contemplating with a penetrating and motionless stare the cracked marble urn as though he had resolved to fix its shape forever in his memory. It was only when, turning suddenly to her, he blurted out twice, "I've come to you, I've come straight to you," without being able to finish his phrase. That the great pitifulness of that lonely and tormented death in Costaguana came to her with the full force of its misery. He caught hold of her hand, raised it to his lips, and at that she dropped her parasol to pat him on the cheek, murmured, "Poor boy," and began to dry her eyes under the downward curve of her hat brim, very small in her simple, white frock, almost like a lost child crying in the degraded grandeur of the noble hall. While he stood by her, again perfectly motionless in the contemplation of the marble urn. Afterwards they went out for a long walk, which was silent till he exclaimed suddenly, "Yes. But if he had only grappled with it in a proper way." And then they stopped. Everywhere there were long shadows lying on the hills, on the roads, on the enclosed fields of olive trees, the shadows of poplars, of wide chestnuts, of farm buildings, of stone walls. And in midair the sound of a bell, thin and alert, was like the throbbing pulse of the sunset glow. Her lips were slightly parted as though in surprise that he should not be looking at her with his usual expression. His usual expression was unconditionally approving and attentive. He was in his talks with her the most anxious and deferential of dictators, an attitude that pleased her immensely. It affirmed her power without detracting from his dignity. That slight girl, with her little feet, little hands, little face attractively overweight by great coils of hair, with a rather large mouth, whose mere parting seemed to breathe upon you the fragrance of frankness and generosity, had the fastidious soul of an experienced woman. She was, before all things and all flatteries, careful of her pride in the object of her choice. But now he was actually not looking at her at all. And his expression was tense and irrational, as is natural in a man who elects to stare at nothing past a young girl's head. Well, yes. It was iniquitous. They corrupted him thoroughly, the poor old boy. Oh! Why wouldn't he let me go back to him? But now I shall know how to grapple with this. After pronouncing these words with immense assurance, he glanced down at her, and at once fell a prey to distress, incertitude, and fear. The only thing he wanted to know now, he said, was whether she did love him enough, whether she would have the courage to go with him so far away. He put these questions to her in a voice that trembled with anxiety, for he was a determined man. She did. She would. And immediately the future hostess of all the Europeans in Sulaco had the physical experience of the earth falling away from under her. It vanished completely, even to the very sound of the bell. When her feet touched the ground again, the bell was still ringing in the valley. She put her hands up to her hair, breathing quickly, and glanced up and down the stony lane. It was reassuringly empty. Meantime, Charles, stepping with one foot into a dry and dusty ditch, picked up the open parasol, which had bounded away from them with a martial sound of drum taps. He handed it to her soberly, a little crestfallen. They turned back, and after she had slipped her hand on his arm, the first words he pronounced were, "It's lucky that we shall be able to settle in a coast town. You've heard its name. It is Sulaco. I am so glad poor father did get that house. He bought a big house there years ago, in order that there should always be a Casa Gould in the principal town of what used to be called the Occidental Province. I lived there once, as a small boy, with my dear mother, for a whole year, while poor father was away in the United States on business. You shall be the new mistress of the Casa Gould." And later, in the inhabited corner of the palazzo above the vineyards, the marble hills, the pines and olives of Lucca, he also said, "The name of Gould has been always highly respected in Sulaco. My uncle Harry was chief of the state for some time, and has left a great name amongst the first families. By this I mean the pure Creole families, who take no part in the miserable farce of governments. Uncle Harry was no adventurer. In Costaguana we Goulds are no adventurers. He was of the country, and he loved it, but he remained essentially an Englishman in his ideas. He made use of the political cry of his time. It was federation. But he was no politician. He simply stood up for social order out of pure love for rational liberty and from his hate of oppression. There was no nonsense about him. He went to work in his own way because it seemed right, just as I feel I must lay hold of that mine. In such words he talked to her because his memory was very full of the country of his childhood, his heart of his life with that girl, and his mind of the San Tome concession. He added that he would have to leave her for a few days to find an American, a man from San Francisco, who was still somewhere in Europe. A few months before he had made his acquaintance in an old historic German town, situated in a mining district. The American had his womankind with him, but seemed lonely while they were sketching all day long the old doorways and the turreted corners of the medieval houses. Charles Gould had with him the inseparable companionship of the mine. The other man was interested in mining enterprises, knew something of Costaguana, and was no stranger to the name of Gould. They had talked together with some intimacy which was made possible by the difference of their ages. Charles wanted now to find that capitalist of shrewd mind and accessible character. His father's fortune in Costaguana, which he had supposed to be still considerable, seemed to have melted in the rascally crucible of revolutions. Apart from some £10,000 deposited in England, there appeared to be nothing left except the house in Sulaco, a vague right of forest exploitation in a remote and savage district. And the San Tome concession, which had attended his poor father to the very brink of the grave. He explained those things. It was late when they parted. She had never before given him such a fascinating vision of herself. All the eagerness of youth for a strange life, for great distances, for a future in which there was an air of adventure, of combat, a subtle thought of redress and conquest, had filled her with an intense excitement, which she returned to the giver with a more open and exquisite display of tenderness. He left her to walk down the hill, and directly he found himself alone he became sober. That irreparable change a death makes in the course of our daily thoughts can be felt in a vague and poignant discomfort of mind. It hurt Charles Gould to feel that never more, by no effort of will, would he be able to think of his father in the same way he used to think of him when the poor man was alive. His breathing image was no longer in his power. This consideration, closely affecting his own identity, filled his breast with a mournful and angry desire for action. In this his instinct was unerring. Action is consolatory. It is the enemy of thought and the friend of flattering illusions. Only in the conduct of our action can we find the sense of mastery over the fates. For his action, the mine was obviously the only field. It was imperative sometimes to know how to disobey the solemn wishes of the dead. He resolved firmly to make his disobedience as thorough, by way of atonement, as it well could be. The mine had been the cause of an absurd moral disaster, its working must be made a serious and moral success. He owed it to the dead man's memory. Such were the, properly speaking, emotions of Charles Gould. His thoughts ran upon the means of raising a large amount of capital in San Francisco or elsewhere. And incidentally there occurred to him also the general reflection that the counsel of the departed must be an unsound guide. Not one of them could be aware beforehand what enormous changes the death of any given individual may produce in the very aspect of the world. The latest phase in the history of the mine Mrs. Gould knew from personal experience. It was in essence the history of her married life. The mantle of the Goulds' hereditary position in Sulaco had descended amply upon her little person. But she would not allow the peculiarities of the strange garment to weigh down the vivacity of her character, which was the sign of no mere mechanical sprightliness, but of an eager intelligence. It must not be supposed that Mrs. Gould's mind was masculine. A woman with a masculine mind is not a being of superior efficiency. She is simply a phenomenon of imperfect differentiation, interestingly barren and without importance. Dona Amelia's intelligence being feminine led her to achieve the conquest of Sulaco, simply by lighting the way for her unselfishness and sympathy. She could converse charmingly, but she was not talkative. The wisdom of the heart having no concern with the erection or demolition of theories any more than with the defense of prejudices, has no random words at its command. The words it pronounces have the value of acts of integrity, tolerance, and compassion. A woman's true tenderness, like the true virility of man, is expressed in action of a conquering kind. The ladies of Sulaco adored Mrs. Gould. They still look upon me as something of a monster. Mrs. Gould had said pleasantly to one of the 3 gentlemen from San Francisco she had to entertain in her new Sulaco house just about a year after her marriage. They were her first visitors from abroad, and they had come to look at the San Tome mine. She jested most agreeably, they thought. And Charles Gould, besides knowing thoroughly what he was about, had shown himself a real hustler. These facts caused them to be well disposed towards his wife. An unmistakable enthusiasm, pointed by a slight flavor of irony, made her talk of the mine absolutely fascinating to her visitors, and provoked them to grave and indulgent smiles in which there was a good deal of deference. Perhaps had they known how much she was inspired by an idealistic view of success they would have been amazed at the state of her mind as the Spanish-American ladies had been amazed at the tireless activity of her body. She would, in her own words, have been for them something of a monster. However, the Goulds were in essentials a reticent couple, and their guests departed without the suspicion of any other purpose but simple profit in the working of a silver mine. Mrs. Gould had out her own carriage, with 2 white mules, to drive them down to the harbor, whence the Ceres was to carry them off into the Olympus of plutocrats. Captain Mitchell had snatched at the occasion of leave-taking to remark to Mrs. Gould, in a low, confidential mutter, "This marks an epoch." Mrs. Gould loved the patio of her Spanish house. A broad flight of stone steps was overlooked silently from a niche in the wall by a Madonna in blue robes with the crowned child sitting on her arm. Subdued voices ascended in the early mornings from the paved well of the quadrangle, with the stamping of horses and mules led out in pairs to drink at the cistern. A tangle of slender bamboo stems drooped its narrow, blade-like leaves over the square pool of water, and the fat coachman sat muffled up on the edge, holding lazily the ends of halters in his hand. Barefooted servants passed to and fro, issuing from dark, low doorways below, 2 laundry girls with baskets of washed linen, the baker with the tray of bread made for the day. Leonarda, her own camarista, bearing high up, swung from her hand raised above her raven-black head, a bunch of starched underskirts dazzlingly white in the slant of sunshine. Then the old porter would hobble in, sweeping the flagstones, and the house was ready for the day. All the lofty rooms on 3 sides of the quadrangle opened into each other and into the corridor, with its wrought iron railings and a border of flowers, whence, like the lady of the medieval castle, she could witness from above all the departures and arrivals of the casa, to which the sonorous arched gateway lent an air of stately importance. She had watched her carriage roll away with the 3 guests from the north. She smiled. Their 3 arms went up simultaneously to their 3 hats. Captain Mitchell, the 4th, in attendance, had already begun a pompous discourse. Then she lingered. She lingered, approaching her face to the clusters of flowers here and there as if to give time to her thoughts to catch up with her slow footsteps along the straight vista of the corridor. A fringed Indian hammock from Aroa, gay with colored featherwork, had been swung judiciously in a corner that caught the early sun, for the mornings are cool in Sulaco. The cluster of Flor de Noche Buena blazed in great masses before the open glass doors of the reception rooms. A big green parrot, brilliant like an emerald in a cage that flashed like gold, screamed out ferociously, "Viva Costaguana," then called twice mellifluously, "Leonarda! Leonarda!" in imitation of Mrs. Gould's voice, and suddenly took refuge in immobility and silence. Mrs. Gould reached the end of the gallery and put her head through the door of her husband's room. Charles Gould, with one foot on a low wooden stool, was already strapping his spurs. He wanted to hurry back to the mine. Mrs. Gould, without coming in, glanced about the room. One tall, broad bookcase, with glass doors, was full of books. But in the other, without shelves, and lined with red baize, were arranged firearms, Winchester carbines, revolvers, a couple of shotguns, and even 2 pairs of double-barreled holster pistols. Between them, by itself, upon a strip of scarlet velvet, hung an old cavalry saber, once the property of Don Enrique Gould, the hero of the Occidental province, presented by Don José Avellanos, the hereditary friend of the family. Otherwise, the plastered white walls were completely bare, except for a watercolor sketch of the Santome Mountain, the work of Dona Emilia herself. In the middle of the red-tiled floor stood 2 long tables littered with plans and papers, a few chairs, and a glass showcase containing specimens of ore from the mine. Mrs. Gould, looking at all these things in turn, wondered aloud why the talk of these wealthy and enterprising men discussing the prospects, the working, and the safety of the mine rendered her so impatient and uneasy, whereas she could talk of the mine by the hour with her husband with unwearied interest and satisfaction. And dropping her eyelids expressively, she added, "What do you feel about it, Charlie?" Then, surprised at her husband's silence, she raised her eyes, opened wide, as pretty as pale flowers. He had done with the spurs, and, twisting his mustache with both hands, horizontally, he contemplated her from the height of his long legs with a visible appreciation of her appearance. The consciousness of being thus contemplated pleased Mrs. Gould. "They are considerable men," he said. "I know. But have you listened to their conversation? They don't seem to have understood anything they have seen here. They have seen the mine. They have understood that to some purpose," Charles Gould interjected, in defense of the visitors. And then his wife mentioned the name of the most considerable of the 3. He was considerable in finance and in industry. His name was familiar to many millions of people. He was so considerable that he would never have traveled so far away from the center of his activity if the doctors had not insisted, with veiled menaces, on his taking a long holiday. Mr. Holroyd's sense of religion, Mrs. Gould pursued, was shocked and disgusted at the tawdriness of the dressed-up saints in the cathedral, the worship, he called it, of wood and tinsel. But it seemed to me that he looked upon his own God as a sort of influential partner, who gets his share of profits in the endowment of churches. That's a sort of idolatry. He told me he endowed churches every year, Charlie. "No end of them," said Mr. Gould, marveling inwardly at the mobility of her physiognomy. "All over the country. He's famous for that sort of munificence." "Oh, he didn't boast," Mrs. Gould declared, scrupulously. "I believe he's really a good man, but so stupid. A poor chulo who offers a little silver arm or leg to thank his God for a cure is as rational and more touching." "He's at the head of immense silver and iron interests," Charles Gould observed. "Ah, yes. The religion of silver and iron. He's a very civil man, though he looked awfully solemn when he first saw the Madonna on the staircase, who's only wood and paint. But he said nothing to me." "My dear Charlie, I heard those men talk among themselves. Can it be that they really wish to become, for an immense consideration, drawers of water and hewers of wood to all the countries and nations of the earth?" "A man must work to some end," Charles Gould said, vaguely. Mrs. Gould, frowning, surveyed him from head to foot. With his riding breeches, leather leggings, an article of apparel never before seen in Costaguana, a Norfolk coat of grey flannel, and those great flaming mustaches. He suggested an officer of cavalry turned gentleman farmer. This combination was gratifying to Mrs. Gould's tastes. "How thin the poor boy is," she thought. "He overworks himself." But there was no denying that his fine-drawn, keen red face, and his whole, long-limbed, lank person had an air of breeding and distinction. And Mrs. Gould relented. "I only wondered what you felt," she murmured, gently. During the last few days, as it happened, Charles Gould had been kept too busy thinking twice before he spoke to have paid much attention to the state of his feelings. But theirs was a successful match, and he had no difficulty in finding his answer. "The best of my feelings are in your keeping, my dear," he said, lightly. And there was so much truth in that obscure phrase that he experienced towards her at the moment a great increase of gratitude and tenderness. Mrs. Gould, however, did not seem to find this answer in the least obscure. She brightened up delicately, already he had changed his tone. But there are facts. The worth of the mine, as a mine, is beyond doubt. It shall make us very wealthy. The mere working of it is a matter of technical knowledge, which I have, which 10,000 other men in the world have. But its safety, its continued existence as an enterprise, giving a return to men, to strangers, comparative strangers, who invest money in it, is left altogether in my hands. I have inspired confidence in a man of wealth and position. You seem to think this perfectly natural, do you? Well, I don't know. I don't know why I have, but it is a fact. This fact makes everything possible, because without it I would never have thought of disregarding my father's wishes. I would never have disposed of the concession as a speculator disposes of a valuable right to a company, for cash and shares, to grow rich eventually if possible. But at any rate to put some money at once in his pocket. No. Even if it had been feasible, which I doubt, I would not have done so. Poor father did not understand. He was afraid I would hang on to the ruinous thing, waiting for just some such chance, and waste my life miserably. That was the true sense of his prohibition, which we have deliberately set aside. They were walking up and down the corridor. Her head just reached to his shoulder. His arm, extended downwards, was about her waist. His spurs jingled slightly. He had not seen me for 10 years. He did not know me. He parted from me for my sake, and he would never let me come back. He was always talking in his letters of leaving Costaguana, of abandoning everything and making his escape. But he was too valuable a prey. They would have thrown him into one of their prisons at the first suspicion. His spurred feet clinked slowly. He was bending over his wife as they walked. The big parrot, turning its head askew, followed their pacing figures with a round, unblinking eye. He was a lonely man. Ever since I was 10 years old he used to talk to me as if I had been grown up. When I was in Europe he wrote to me every month. 10, 12 pages every month of my life for 10 years. And, after all, he did not know me. Just think of it, 10 whole years away, the years I was growing up into a man. He could not know me. Do you think he could? Mrs. Gould shook her head negatively. Which was just what her husband had expected from the strength of the argument. But she shook her head negatively only because she thought that no one could know her Charles, really know him for what he was but herself. The thing was obvious. It could be felt. It required no argument. And poor Mr. Gould, Sr., who had died too soon to ever hear of their engagement, remained too shadowy a figure for her to be credited with knowledge of any sort whatever. No, he did not understand. In my view this mine could never have been a thing to sell. Never. After all his misery I simply could not have touched it for money alone, Charles Gould pursued, and she pressed her head to his shoulder approvingly. These two young people remembered the life which had ended wretchedly just when their own lives had come together in that splendor of hopeful love, which to the most sensible minds appears like a triumph of good over all the evils of the earth. A vague idea of rehabilitation had entered the plan of their life. That it was so vague as to elude the support of argument made it only the stronger. It had presented itself to them at the instant when the woman's instinct of devotion and the man's instinct of activity receive from the strongest of illusions their most powerful impulse. The very prohibition imposed the necessity of success. It was as if they had been morally bound to make good their vigorous view of life against the unnatural error of weariness and despair. If the idea of wealth was present to them it was only in so far as it was bound with that other success. Mrs. Gould, an orphan from early childhood and without fortune, brought up in an atmosphere of intellectual interests, had never considered the aspects of great wealth. They were too remote, and she had not learned that they were desirable. On the other hand, she had not known anything of absolute want. Even the very poverty of her aunt, the Marchesa, had nothing intolerable to a refined mind, it seemed in accord with a great grief, it had the austerity of a sacrifice offered to a noble ideal. Thus even the most legitimate touch of materialism was wanting in Mrs. Gould's character. The dead man of whom she thought with tenderness, because he was Charlie's father, and with some impatience, because he had been weak, must be put completely in the wrong. Nothing else would do to keep their prosperity without a stain on its only real, on its immaterial side. Charles Gould, on his part, had been obliged to keep the idea of wealth well to the fore. But he brought it forward as a means, not as an end. Unless the mine was good business it could not be touched. He had to insist on that aspect of the enterprise. It was his lever to move men who had capital. And Charles Gould believed in the mine. He knew everything that could be known of it. His faith in the mine was contagious, though it was not served by a great eloquence, but business men are frequently as sanguine and imaginative as lovers. They are affected by a personality much oftener than people would suppose, and Charles Gould, in his unshaken assurance, was absolutely convincing. Besides, it was a matter of common knowledge to the men to whom he addressed himself that mining in Costaguana was a game that could be made considerably more than worth the candle. The men of affairs knew that very well. The real difficulty in touching it was elsewhere. Against that there was an implication of calm and implacable resolution in Charles Gould's very voice. Men of affairs venture sometimes on acts that the common judgment of the world would pronounce absurd. They make their decisions on apparently impulsive and human grounds. Very well, had said the considerable personage to whom Charles Gould on his way out through San Francisco had lucidly exposed his point of view. Let us suppose that the mining affairs of Sulaco are taken in hand. There would then be in it, first, the house of Holroyd, which is all right. Then, Mr. Charles Gould, a citizen of Costaguana, who is also all right, and, lastly, the government of the Republic. So far this resembles the first start of the Atacama nitrate fields, where there was a financing house, a gentleman of the name of Edwards, and a government. Or, rather, two governments, two South American governments. And you know what came of it. War came of it, devastating and prolonged war came of it, Mr. Gould. However, here we possess the advantage of having only one South American government hanging around for plunder out of the deal. It is an advantage. But then there are degrees of badness, and that government is the Costaguana government. Thus spoke the considerable personage. The millionaire endower of churches on a scale befitting the greatness of his native land, the same to whom the doctors used the language of horrid and veiled menaces. He was a big-limbed, deliberate man, whose quiet burliness lent to an ample silk-faced frock-coat a superfine dignity. His hair was iron-gray, his eyebrows were still black, and his massive profile was the profile of a Caesar's head on an old Roman coin. But his parentage was German and Scotch and English, with remote strains of Danish and French blood, giving him the temperament of a Puritan and an insatiable imagination of conquest. He was completely unbending to his visitor, because of the warm introduction the visitor had brought from Europe, and because of an irrational liking for earnestness and determination wherever met. To whatever end directed. The Costaguana government shall play its hand for all it's worth, and don't you forget it, Mr. Gould. Now, what is Costaguana? It is the bottomless pit of 10% loans and other fool investments. European capital has been flung into it with both hands for years. Not ours, though. We in this country know just about enough to keep indoors when it rains. We can sit and watch. Of course, some day we shall step in. We are bound to. But there's no hurry. Time itself has got to wait on the greatest country in the whole of God's universe. We shall be giving the word for everything, industry, trade, law, journalism, art, politics, and religion, from Cape Horn clear over to Smith's Sound, and beyond, too. If anything worth taking hold of turns up at the North Pole. And then we shall have the leisure to take in hand the outlying islands and continents of the earth. We shall run the world's business whether the world likes it or not. The world can't help it, and neither can we, I guess. By this he meant to express his faith in destiny in words suitable to his intelligence, which was unskilled in the presentation of general ideas. His intelligence was nourished on facts. And Charles Gould, whose imagination had been permanently affected by the one great fact of a silver mine, had no objection to this theory of the world's future. If it had seemed distasteful for a moment, it was because the sudden statement of such vast eventualities dwarfed almost to nothingness the actual matter in hand. He and his plans and all the mineral wealth of the Occidental province appeared suddenly robbed of every vestige of magnitude. The sensation was disagreeable, but Charles Gould was not dull. Already he felt that he was producing a favorable impression. The consciousness of that flattering fact helped him to a vague smile, which his big interlocutor took for a smile of discreet and admiring assent. He smiled quietly, too. And immediately Charles Gould, with that mental agility mankind will display in defense of a cherished hope, reflected that the very apparent insignificance of his aim would help him to success. His personality and his mind would be taken up because it was a matter of no great consequence, one way or another, to a man who referred his action to such a prodigious destiny. And Charles Gould was not humiliated by this consideration, because the thing remained as big as ever for him. Nobody else's vast conceptions of destiny could diminish the aspect of his desire for the redemption of the Santome mine. In comparison to the correctness of his aim, definite in space and absolutely attainable within a limited time, the other man appeared for an instant as a dreamy idealist of no importance. The great man, massive and benignant, had been looking at him thoughtfully. When he broke the short silence, it was to remark that concessions flew about thick in the air of Costaguana. Any simple soul that just yearned to be taken in could bring down a concession at the first shot. Our consuls get their mouths stopped with them, he continued, with a twinkle of genial scorn in his eyes. But in a moment he became grave. A conscientious, upright man, that cares nothing for boodle, and keeps clear of their intrigues, conspiracies, and factions, soon gets his passports. See that, Mr. Gould? Persona non grata. That's the reason our government is never properly informed. On the other hand, Europe must be kept out of this continent, and for proper interference on our part the time is not yet ripe, I dare say. But we here, we are not this country's government, neither are we simple souls. Your affair is all right. The main question for us is whether the second partner, and that's you, is the right sort to hold his own against the third and unwelcome partner. Which is one or another of the high and mighty robber gangs that run the Costaguana government. What do you think, Mr. Gould, eh? He bent forward to look steadily into the unflinching eyes of Charles Gould, who, remembering the large box full of his father's letters, put the accumulated scorn and bitterness of many years into the tone of his answer. As far as the knowledge of these men and their methods and their politics is concerned, I can answer for myself. I have been fed on that sort of knowledge since I was a boy. I am not likely to fall into mistakes from excess of optimism. Not likely, eh? That's all right. Tact and a stiff upper lip is what you'll want, and you could bluff a little on the strength of your backing. Not too much, though. We will go with you as long as the thing runs straight. But we won't be drawn into any large trouble. This is the experiment which I am willing to make. There is some risk, and we will take it. But if you can't keep up your end, we will stand our loss, of course, and then, we'll let the thing go. This mine can wait, it has been shut up before, as you know. You must understand that under no circumstances will we consent to throw good money after bad. Thus the great personage had spoken then, in his own private office, in a great city where other men, very considerable in the eyes of a vain populace, waited with alacrity upon a wave of his hand. And rather more than a year later, during his unexpected appearance in Sulaco, he had emphasized his uncompromising attitude with a freedom of sincerity permitted to his wealth and influence. He did this with the less reserve, perhaps, because the inspection of what had been done, and more still the way in which successive steps had been taken, had impressed him with the conviction that Charles Gould was perfectly capable of keeping up his end. This young fellow, he thought to himself, may yet become a power in the land. This thought flattered him, for hitherto the only account of this young man he could give to his intimates was, "My brother-in-law met him in one of these one-horse old German towns, near some mines, and sent him on to me with a letter. He's one of the Costaguana Goulds, purebred Englishmen, but all born in the country. His uncle went into politics, was the last provincial president of Sulaco, and got shot after a battle. His father was a prominent businessman in Sta Marta, tried to keep clear of their politics, and died ruined after a lot of revolutions. And that's your Costaguana in a nutshell. Of course, he was too great a man to be questioned as to his motives, even by his intimates. The outside world was at liberty to wonder respectfully at the hidden meaning of his actions. He was so great a man that his lavish patronage of the purer forms of Christianity, which in its naive form of church-building amused Mrs. Gould, was looked upon by his fellow citizens as the manifestation of a pious and humble spirit. But in his own circles of the financial world the taking up of such a thing as the San Tome mine was regarded with respect, indeed, but rather as a subject for discreet jocularity. It was a great man's caprice. In the great Holroyd building, an enormous pile of iron, glass, and blocks of stone at the corner of two streets, cobwebbed aloft by the radiation of telegraph wires, the heads of principal departments exchanged humorous glances, which meant that they were not let into the secrets of the San Tome business. The Costaguana mail, it was never large, one fairly heavy envelope, was taken unopened straight into the great man's room, and no instructions dealing with it had ever been issued thence. The office whispered that he answered personally, and not by dictation either, but actually writing in his own hand, with pen and ink, and, it was to be supposed, taking a copy in his own private press copybook, inaccessible to profane eyes. Some scornful young men, insignificant pieces of minor machinery in that 11-story high workshop of great affairs, expressed frankly their private opinion that the great chief had done at last something silly, and was ashamed of his folly. Others, elderly and insignificant, but full of romantic reverence for the business that had devoured their best years, used to mutter darkly and knowingly that this was a portentous sign, that the Holroyd connection meant by and by to get hold of the whole Republic of Costaguana, lock, stock, and barrel. But, in fact, the hobby theory was the right one. It interested the great man to attend personally to the San Tome mine. It interested him so much that he allowed this hobby to give a direction to the first complete holiday he had taken for quite a startling number of years. He was not running a great enterprise there. No mere railway board or industrial corporation. He was running a man. A success would have pleased him very much on refreshingly novel grounds. But, on the other side of the same feeling, it was incumbent upon him to cast it off utterly at the first sign of failure. A man may be thrown off. The papers had unfortunately trumpeted all over the land his journey to Costaguana. If he was pleased at the way Charles Gould was going on, he infused an added grimness into his assurances of support. Even at the very last interview, half an hour or so before he rolled out of the patio, hat in hand, behind Mrs. Gould's white mules, he had said in Charles's room, "You go ahead in your own way. And I shall know how to help you as long as you hold your own. But you may rest assured that in a given case we shall know how to drop you in time." To this Charles Gould's only answer had been, "You may begin sending out the machinery as soon as you like." And the great man had liked this imperturbable assurance. The secret of it was that to Charles Gould's mind these uncompromising terms were agreeable. Like this the mine preserved its identity, with which he had endowed it as a boy, and it remained dependent on himself alone. It was a serious affair, and he, too, took it grimly. "Of course," he said to his wife, alluding to this last conversation with the departed guest, while they walked slowly up and down the corridor, followed by the irritated eye of the parrot, "of course, a man of that sort can take up a thing or drop it when he likes. He will suffer from no sense of defeat. He may have to give in, or he may have to die tomorrow, but the great silver and iron interests will survive, and some day will get hold of Costaguana along with the rest of the world." They had stopped near the cage. The parrot, catching the sound of a word belonging to his vocabulary, was moved to interfere. Parrots are very human. Viva Costaguana! He shrieked, with intense self-assertion, and, instantly ruffling up his feathers, assumed an air of puffed-up somnolence behind the glittering wires. "And do you believe that, Charlie?" Mrs. Gould asked. "This seems to me most awful materialism, Anne." "My dear, it's nothing to me," interrupted her husband, in a reasonable tone. "I make use of what I see. What's it to me whether his talk is the voice of destiny or simply a bit of claptrap eloquence? There's a good deal of eloquence of one sort or another produced in both Americas. The air of the New World seems favorable to the art of declamation. Have you forgotten how dear Avellanos can hold forth for hours here?" "Oh, but that's different," protested Mrs. Gould, almost shocked. The allusion was not to the point. Don Jose was a dear good man, who talked very well, and was enthusiastic about the greatness of the San Tome mine. "How can you compare them, Charles?" she exclaimed, reproachfully. "He has suffered, and yet he hopes." The working competence of men, which she never questioned, was very surprising to Mrs. Gould, because upon so many obvious issues they showed themselves strangely muddle-headed. Charles Gould, with a careworn calmness which secured for him at once his wife's anxious sympathy, assured her that he was not comparing. He was an American himself, after all, and perhaps he could understand both kinds of eloquence, if it were worthwhile to try, he added, grimly. But he had breathed the air of England longer than any of his people had done for 3 generations, and really he begged to be excused. His poor father could be eloquent too. And he asked his wife whether she remembered a passage in one of his father's last letters where Mr. Gould had expressed the conviction that God looked wrathfully at these countries. Or else he would let some ray of hope fall through a rift in the appalling darkness of intrigue, bloodshed, and crime that hung over the Queen of Continents. Mrs. Gould had not forgotten. "You read it to me, Charlie," she murmured. "It was a striking pronouncement. How deeply your father must have felt its terrible sadness. He did not like to be robbed." "It exasperated him," said Charles Gould. "But the image will serve well enough. What is wanted here is law, good faith, order, security. Anyone can declaim about these things, but I pin my faith to material interests. Only let the material interests once get a firm footing, and they are bound to impose the conditions on which alone they can continue to exist. That's how your money-making is justified here in the face of lawlessness and disorder. It is justified because the security which it demands must be shared with an oppressed people. A better justice will come afterwards. That's your ray of hope." His arm pressed her slight form closer to his side for a moment. "And who knows whether in that sense even the San Tome mine may not become that little rift in the darkness which poor father despaired of ever seeing?" She glanced up at him with admiration. He was competent, he had given a vast shape to the vagueness of her unselfish ambitions. "Charlie," she said, "you are splendidly disobedient." He left her suddenly in the corridor to go and get his hat, a soft, grey sombrero, an article of national costume which combined unexpectedly well with his English get-up. He came back, a riding-whip under his arm, buttoning up a dogskin glove. His face reflected the resolute nature of his thoughts. His wife had waited for him at the head of the stairs, and before he gave her the parting kiss he finished the conversation. "What should be perfectly clear to us," he said, "is the fact that there is no going back. Where could we begin life afresh? We are in now for all that there is in us." He bent over her upturned face very tenderly and a little remorsefully. Charles Gould was competent because he had no illusions. The Gould concession had to fight for life with such weapons as could be found at once in the mire of a corruption that was so universal as almost to lose its significance. He was prepared to stoop for his weapons. For a moment he felt as if the silver mine, which had killed his father, had decoyed him further than he meant to go. And with the roundabout logic of emotions, he felt that the worthiness of his life was bound up with success. There was no going back. Chapter 7. Mrs. Gould was too intelligently sympathetic not to share that feeling. It made life exciting, and she was too much of a woman not to like excitement. But it frightened her, too, a little, and when Don José Avellanos, rocking in the American chair, would go so far as to say, even, my dear Carlos, if you had failed. Even if some untoward event were yet to destroy your work, which God forbid. You would have deserved well of your country. Mrs. Gould would look up from the tea-table profoundly at her unmoved husband stirring the spoon in the cup as though he had not heard a word. Not that Don José anticipated anything of the sort. He could not praise enough dear Carlos's tact and courage. His English, rock-like quality of character was his best safeguard, Don José affirmed. And, turning to Mrs. Gould, as to you, Amelia, my soul, he would address her with the familiarity of his age and old friendship, you are as true a patriot as though you had been born in our midst. This might have been less or more than the truth. Mrs. Gould, accompanying her husband all over the province in the search for labor, had seen the land with a deeper glance than a true-born Costaguana could have done. In her travel-worn riding habit, her face powdered white like a plaster cast, with a further protection of a small silk mask during the heat of the day, she rode on a well-shaped, light-footed pony in the center of a little cavalcade. Two mozos de campo, picturesque in great hats, with spurred bare heels, in white embroidered calzoneras, leather jackets and striped ponchos, rode ahead with carbines across their shoulders, swaying in unison to the pace of the horses. A tropilla of pack mules brought up the rear in charge of a thin brown muleteer, sitting his long-eared beast very near the tail, legs thrust far forward, the wide brim of his hat set far back, making a sort of halo for his head. An old Costaguana officer, a retired senior major of humble origin, but patronized by the first families on account of his Blanco opinions, had been recommended by Don José for commissary and organizer of that expedition. The points of his grey mustache hung far below his chin, and, riding on Mrs. Gould's left hand, he looked about with kindly eyes, pointing out the features of the country, telling the names of the little pueblos and of the estates, of the smooth-walled haciendas like long fortresses crowning the knolls above the level of the Sulaco valley. It unrolled itself, with green young crops, plains, woodland, and gleams of water, park-like, from the blue vapor of the distant Sierra to an immense quivering horizon of grass and sky, where big white clouds seemed to fall slowly into the darkness of their own shadows. Men plowed with wooden plows and yoked oxen, small on a boundless expanse, as if attacking immensity itself. The mounted figures of vaqueros galloped in the distance, and the great herds fed with all their horned heads one way, in one single wavering line as far as I could reach across the broad potreros. A spreading cotton-wool tree shaded a thatched ranch by the road. The trudging files of burdened Indians taking off their hats, would lift sad, mute eyes to the cavalcade raising the dust of the crumbling Camino Real made by the hands of their enslaved forefathers. And Mrs. Gould, with each day's journey, seemed to come nearer to the soul of the land in the tremendous disclosure of this interior unaffected by the slight European veneer of the coast towns. A great land of plain and mountain and people, suffering and mute, waiting for the future in a pathetic immobility of patience. She knew its sights and its hospitality, dispensed with a sort of slumberous dignity in those great houses presenting long, blind walls and heavy portals to the windswept pastures. She was given the head of the tables, where masters and dependents sat in a simple and patriarchal state. The ladies of the house would talk softly in the moonlight under the orange trees of the courtyards, impressing upon her the sweetness of their voices and the something mysterious in the quietude of their lives. In the morning the gentlemen, well mounted in braided sombreros and embroidered riding suits, with much silver on the trappings of their horses, would ride forth to escort the departing guests before committing them, with grave goodbyes, to the care of God at the boundary pillars of their estates. In all these households she could hear stories of political outrage. Friends, relatives, ruined, imprisoned, killed in the battles of senseless civil wars, barbarously executed in ferocious proscriptions. As though the government of the country had been a struggle of lust between bands of absurd devils let loose upon the land with sabers and uniforms and grandiloquent phrases. And on all the lips she found a weary desire for peace, the dread of officialdom with its nightmarish parody of administration without law, without security, and without justice. She bore a whole 2 months of wandering very well. She had that power of resistance to fatigue which one discovers here and there in some quite frail-looking women with surprise, like a state of possession by a remarkably stubborn spirit. Don Pepe, the old Costaguana major, after much display of solicitude for the delicate lady, had ended by conferring upon her the name of the never-tired Senora. Mrs. Gould was indeed becoming a Costaguanera. Having acquired in southern Europe a knowledge of true peasantry, she was able to appreciate the great worth of the people. She saw the man under the silent, sad-eyed beast of burden. She saw them on the road carrying loads, lonely figures upon the plain, toiling under great straw hats, with their white clothing flapping about their limbs in the wind. She remembered the villages by some group of Indian women at the fountain impressed upon her memory, by the face of some young Indian girl with a melancholy and sensual profile, raising an earthenware vessel of cool water at the door of a dark hut with a wooden porch cumbered with great brown jars. The solid wooden wheels of an ox cart, halted with its shafts in the dust, showed the strokes of the axe. And a party of charcoal carriers, with each man's load resting above his head on the top of the low mud wall, slept stretched in a row within the strip of shade. The heavy stonework of bridges and churches left by the conquerors proclaimed the disregard of human labor, the tribute labor of vanished nations. The power of king and church was gone, but at the sight of some heavy ruinous pile overtopping from a knoll the low mud walls of a village, Don Pepe would interrupt the tale of his campaigns to exclaim, "Poor Costaguana! Before, it was everything for the padres, nothing for the people, and now it is everything for those great politicos in Sta Marta, for Negroes and thieves." Charles talked with the alcaldes, with the fiscals, with the principal people in towns, and with the caballeros on the estates. The commandants of the districts offered him escorts, for he could show an authorization from the Sulaco political chief of the day. How much the document had cost him in gold $20 pieces was a secret between himself, a great man in the United States, who condescended to answer the Sulaco mail with his own hand. And a great man of another sort, with a dark olive complexion and shifty eyes, inhabiting then the palace of the Intendencia in Sulaco, and who piqued himself on his culture and Europeanism generally in a rather French style because he had lived in Europe for some years, in exile, he said. However, it was pretty well known that just before this exile he had incautiously gambled away all the cash in the custom house of a small port where a friend in power had procured for him the post of sub-collector. That youthful indiscretion had, amongst other inconveniences, obliged him to earn his living for a time as a café waiter in Madrid. But his talents must have been great, after all, since they had enabled him to retrieve his political fortunes so splendidly. Charles Gould, exposing his business with an imperturbable steadiness, called him Excellency. The provincial Excellency assumed a weary superiority, tilting his chair far back near an open window in the true Costaguana manner. The military band happened to be braying operatic selections on the plaza just then, and twice he raised his hand imperatively for silence in order to listen to a favorite passage. "Exquisite, delicious," he murmured, while Charles Gould waited, standing by with inscrutable patience. "Lucia, Lucia de Lammermoor. I am passionate for music. It transports me. Ha! The divine, ha! Mozart. See. Divine. What is it you were saying?" Of course, rumors had reached him already of the newcomer's intentions. Besides, he had received an official warning from Sta Marta. His manner was intended simply to conceal his curiosity and impress his visitor. But after he had locked up something valuable in the drawer of a large writing desk in a distant part of the room, he became very affable, and walked back to his chair smartly. "If you intend to build villages and assemble a population near the mine, you shall require a decree of the Minister of the Interior for that," he suggested in a business-like manner. "I have already sent a memorial," said Charles Gould, steadily, "and I reckon now confidently upon your Excellency's favorable conclusions." The Excellency was a man of many moods. With the receipt of the money a great mellowness had descended upon his simple soul. Unexpectedly he fetched a deep sigh. "Ah, Don Carlos. What we want is advanced men like you in the province. The lethargy of these aristocrats. The want of public spirit. The absence of all enterprise. I, with my profound studies in Europe, you understand." With one hand thrust into his swelling bosom, he rose and fell on his toes, and for 10 minutes, almost without drawing breath, went on hurling himself intellectually to the assault of Charles Gould's polite silence. And when, stopping abruptly, he fell back into his chair, it was as though he had been beaten off from a fortress. To save his dignity he hastened to dismiss this silent man with a solemn inclination of the head and the words, pronounced with moody, fatigued condescension: "You may depend upon my enlightened goodwill as long as your conduct as a good citizen deserves it." He took up a paper fan and began to cool himself with a consequential air, while Charles Gould bowed and withdrew. Then he dropped the fan at once, and stared with an appearance of wonder and perplexity at the closed door for quite a long time. At last he shrugged his shoulders as if to assure himself of his disdain. Cold, dull. No intellectuality. Red hair. A true Englishman. He despised him. His face darkened. What meant this unimpressed and frigid behavior? He was the first of the successive politicians sent out from the capital to rule the Occidental province whom the manner of Charles Gould in official intercourse was to strike as offensively independent. Charles Gould assumed that if the appearance of listening to deplorable balderdash must form part of the price he had to pay for being left unmolested, the obligation of uttering balderdash personally was by no means included in the bargain. He drew the line there. To these provincial autocrats, before whom the peaceable population of all classes had been accustomed to tremble, the reserve of that English-looking engineer caused an uneasiness which swung to and fro between cringing and truculence. Gradually all of them discovered that, no matter what party was in power, that man remained in most effective touch with the higher authorities in Sta. Marta. This was a fact, and it accounted perfectly for the Goulds being by no means so wealthy as the engineer-in-chief on the new railway could legitimately suppose. Following the advice of Don José Avellanos, who was a man of good counsel, though rendered timid by his horrible experiences of Guzman Bento's time, Charles Gould had kept clear of the capital. But in the current gossip of the foreign residents there he was known, with a good deal of seriousness underlying the irony, by the nickname of King of Sulaco. An advocate of the Costaguana bar, a man of reputed ability and good character, member of the distinguished Moraga family possessing extensive estates in the Sulaco Valley, was pointed out to strangers, with a shade of mystery and respect, as the agent of the San Tome mine, political, you know. He was tall, black-whiskered, and discreet. It was known that he had easy access to ministers, and that the numerous Costaguana generals were always anxious to dine at his house. Presidents granted him audience with facility. He corresponded actively with his maternal uncle, Don José Avellanos. But his letters, unless those expressing formally his dutiful affection, were seldom entrusted to the Costaguana post office. There the envelopes are opened, indiscriminately, with the frankness of a brazen and childish impudence characteristic of some Spanish-American governments. But it must be noted that at about the time of the reopening of the San Tome mine the muleteer who had been employed by Charles Gould in his preliminary travels on the Campo added his small train of animals to the thin stream of traffic carried over the mountain passes between the Sta. Marta upland and the valley of Sulaco. There are no travelers by that arduous and unsafe route unless under very exceptional circumstances, and the state of inland trade did not visibly require additional transport facilities. But the man seemed to find his account in it. A few packages were always found for him whenever he took the road. Very brown and wooden, in goatskin breeches with the hair outside, he sat near the tail of his own smart mule, his great hat turned against the sun. An expression of blissful vacancy on his long face, humming day after day a love song in a plaintive key, or, without a change of expression, letting out a yell at his small tropilla in front. A round little guitar hung high up on his back. And there was a place scooped out artistically in the wood of one of his pack saddles where a tightly rolled piece of paper could be slipped in, the wooden plug replaced, and the coarse canvas nailed on again. When in Sulaco it was his practice to smoke and doze all day long, as though he had no care in the world, on a stone bench outside the doorway of the Casa Gould and facing the windows of the Avellano's house. Years and years ago his mother had been chief laundry woman in that family, very accomplished in the matter of clear starching. He himself had been born on one of their haciendas. His name was Bonifacio, and Don Jose, crossing the street about 5 o'clock to call on Dona Emilia, always acknowledged his humble salute by some movement of hand or head. The porters of both houses conversed lazily with him in tones of grave intimacy. His evenings he devoted to gambling and to calls in a spirit of generous festivity upon the Pain d'Oro girls in the more remote side streets of the town. But he, too, was a discreet man. Chapter 8. Those of us whom business or curiosity took to Sulaco in these years before the first advent of the railway can remember the steadying effect of the San Tome mine upon the life of that remote province. The outward appearances had not changed then as they have changed since, as I am told, with cable cars running along the streets of the Constitution and carriage roads far into the country. To Rincon and other villages, where the foreign merchants and the Ricost generally have their modern villas, and a vast railway goods yard by the harbor, which has a quayside, a long range of warehouses, and quite serious, organized labor troubles of its own. Nobody had ever heard of labor troubles then. The cargadores of the port formed, indeed, an unruly brotherhood of all sorts of scum, with a patron saint of their own. They went on strike regularly, every bullfight day, a form of trouble that even Nostromo at the height of his prestige could never cope with efficiently. But the morning after each fiesta, before the Indian market women had opened their mat parasols on the plaza, when the snows of Higuerota gleamed pale over the town on a yet black sky, the appearance of a phantom-like horseman mounted on a silver-gray mare solved the problem of labor without fail. His steed paced the lanes of the slums and the weed-grown enclosures within the old ramparts, between the black, lightless cluster of huts, like cow-byres, like dog kennels. The horseman hammered with the butt of a heavy revolver at the doors of low pulperias, of obscene lean-to sheds sloping against the tumble-down piece of a noble wall. At the wooden sides of dwellings so flimsy that the sound of snores and sleepy mutters within could be heard in the pauses of the thundering clatter of his blows. He called out men's names menacingly from the saddle, once, twice. The drowsy answers, grumpy, conciliating, savage, jocular, or deprecating, came out into the silent darkness in which the horseman sat still. And presently a dark figure would flit out coughing in the still air. Sometimes a low-toned woman cried through the window-hole softly, "He's coming directly, senor," and the horseman waited silent on a motionless horse. But if perchance he had to dismount, then, after a while, from the door of that hovel or of that pulperia, with a ferocious scuffle and stifled imprecations, a cargador would fly out head first and hands abroad, to sprawl under the forelegs of the silver-grey mare, who only pricked forward her sharp little ears. She was used to that work, and the man, picking himself up, would walk away hastily from Nostromo's revolver, reeling a little along the street and snarling low curses. At sunrise Captain Mitchell, coming out anxiously in his night attire onto the wooden balcony running the whole length of the OSN Company's lonely building by the shore, would see the lighters already underway, figures moving busily about the cargo cranes, perhaps hear the invaluable Nostromo, now dismounted and in the checked shirt and red sash of a Mediterranean sailor, bawling orders from the end of the jetty in a stentorian voice. A fellow in 1,000. The material apparatus of perfected civilization which obliterates the individuality of old towns under the stereotyped conveniences of modern life had not intruded as yet. But over the worn-out antiquity of Sulaco, so characteristic with its stuccoed houses and barred windows, with the great yellowy-white walls of abandoned convents behind the rows of somber green cypresses, that fact, very modern in its spirit, the San Tome mine had already thrown its subtle influence. It had altered, too, the outward character of the crowds on feast days on the plaza before the open portal of the cathedral. By the number of white ponchos with a green stripe affected as holiday wear by the San Tome miners. They had also adopted white hats with green cord and braid, articles of good quality, which could be obtained in the storehouse of the administration for very little money. A peaceable cholo wearing these colors, unusual in Costaguana, was somehow very seldom beaten to within an inch of his life on a charge of disrespect to the town police. Neither ran he much risk of being suddenly lassoed on the road by a recruiting party of lanceros, a method of voluntary enlistment looked upon as almost legal in the Republic. Whole villages were known to have volunteered for the army in that way, but, as Don Pepe would say with a hopeless shrug to Mrs. Gould, what would you? Poor people. Pobrecitos. Pobrecitos. But the state must have its soldiers. Thus professionally spoke Don Pepe, the fighter, with pendant mustaches, a nut-brown, lean face, and a clean run of a cast-iron jaw, suggesting the type of a cattle-herd horseman from the great llanos of the south. If you will listen to an old officer of Paz, senors, was the exordium of all his speeches in the aristocratic club of Sulaco, where he was admitted on account of his past services to the extinct cause of federation. The club, dating from the days of the proclamation of Costaguana's independence, boasted many names of liberators amongst its first founders. Suppressed arbitrarily innumerable times by various governments, with memories of proscriptions and of at least one wholesale massacre of its members. Sadly assembled for a banquet by the order of a zealous military commandante, their bodies were afterward stripped naked and flung into the plaza out of the windows by the lowest scum of the populace. It was again flourishing, at that period, peacefully. It extended to strangers the large hospitality of the cool, big rooms of its historic quarters in the front part of a house, once the residence of a high official of the Holy Office. The two wings, shut up, crumbled behind the nailed doors. And what may be described as a grove of young orange trees grown in the unpaved patio concealed the utter ruin of the back part facing the gate. You turned in from the street, as if entering a secluded orchard, where you came upon the foot of a disjointed staircase, guarded by a moss-stained effigy of some saintly bishop, mitred and staffed, and bearing the indignity of a broken nose meekly, with his fine stone hands crossed on his breast. The chocolate-colored faces of servants with mops of black hair peeped at you from above. The click of billiard balls came to your ears, and ascending the steps, you would perhaps see in the first sala, very stiff upon a straight-backed chair, in a good light, Don Pepe moving his long mustaches as he spelt his way, at arm's length, through an old Sta. Marta newspaper. His horse, a stony-hearted but persevering black brute with a hammer head, you would have seen in the street dozing motionless under an immense saddle, with its nose almost touching the curbstone of the sidewalk. Don Pepe, when down from the mountain, as the phrase, often heard in Sulaco, went, could also be seen in the drawing-room of the Casa Gould. He sat with modest assurance at some distance from the tea-table, with his knees close together, and a kindly twinkle of drollery in his deep-set eyes. He would throw his small and ironic pleasantries into the current of conversation. There was in that man a sort of sane, humorous shrewdness, and a vein of genuine humanity so often found in simple old soldiers of proved courage who have seen much desperate service. Of course he knew nothing whatever of mining, but his employment was of a special kind. He was in charge of the whole population in the territory of the mine, which extended from the head of the gorge to where the cart track from the foot of the mountain enters the plain, crossing a stream over a little wooden bridge painted green, the color of hope, being also the color of the mine. It was reported in Sulaco that up there, at the mountain, Don Pepe walked about precipitous paths, girt with a great sword and in a shabby uniform with tarnished bullion epaulets of a senior major. Most miners being Indians, with big wild eyes, addressed him as Tata, father, as these barefooted people of Costaguana will address anybody who wears shoes. But it was Basilio, Mr. Gould's own mozo and the head servant of the casa, who, in all good faith and from a sense of propriety, announced him once in the solemn words, "El Señor Gobernador has arrived." Don José Avellanos, then in the drawing-room, was delighted beyond measure at the aptness of the title, with which he greeted the old major banteringly as soon as the latter's soldierly figure appeared in the doorway. Don Pepe only smiled in his long mustaches, as much as to say, you might have found a worse name for an old soldier. And El Señor Gobernador he had remained, with his small jokes upon his function and upon his domain, where he affirmed with humorous exaggeration to Mrs. Gould, no two stones could come together anywhere without the Gobernador hearing the click, Señora. And he would tap his ear with the tip of his forefinger knowingly. Even when the number of the miners alone rose to over 600 he seemed to know each of them individually, all the innumerable Josés, Manuels, Ignacios. From the villages Primero, Segundo, or Tercero, there were 3 mining villages, under his government. He could distinguish them not only by their flat, joyless faces, which to Mrs. Gould looked all alike, as if run into the same ancestral mold of suffering and patience, but apparently also by the infinitely graduated shades of reddish-brown, of blackish-brown, of coppery-brown backs, as the 2 shifts, stripped to linen drawers and leather skullcaps, mingled together with a confusion of naked limbs, of shouldered picks, swinging lamps, in a great shuffle of sandalled feet on the open plateau before the entrance of the main tunnel. It was a time of pause. The Indian boys leaned idly against the long line of little cradle wagons standing empty, the screeners and oar-breakers squatted on their heels smoking long cigars. The great wooden chutes slanting over the edge of the tunnel plateau were silent, and only the ceaseless, violent rush of water in the open flumes could be heard, murmuring fiercely, with the splash and rumble of revolving turbine wheels, and the thudding march of the stamps pounding to powder the treasure rock on the plateau below. The heads of gangs, distinguished by brass medals hanging on their bare breasts, marshaled their squads. And at last the mountain would swallow one half of the silent crowd, while the other half would move off in long files down the zigzag paths leading to the bottom of the gorge. It was deep. And, far below, a thread of vegetation winding between the blazing rock faces resembled a slender green cord, in which 3 lumpy knots of banana patches, palm leaf roots, and shady trees marked the village 1, village 2, village 3, housing the miners of the Gould concession. Whole families had been moving from the first towards the spot in the Higuerota range, whence the rumor of work and safety had spread over the pastoral campo, forcing its way also, even as the waters of a high flood, into the nooks and crannies of the distant blue walls of the Sierras. Father first, in a pointed straw hat, then the mother with the bigger children, generally also a diminutive donkey, all under burdens, except the leader himself, or perhaps some grown girl. The pride of the family, stepping barefooted and straight as an arrow, with braids of raven hair, a thick, haughty profile, and no load to carry but the small guitar of the country and a pair of soft leather sandals tied together on her back. At the sight of such parties strung out on the cross trails between the pastures, or camped by the side of the royal road, travelers on horseback would remark to each other, "More people going to the Santome mine. We shall see others tomorrow." And spurring on in the dusk they would discuss the great news of the province, the news of the Santome mine. A rich Englishman was going to work it, and perhaps not an Englishman, quien sabe. A foreigner with much money. Oh, yes, it had begun. A party of men who had been to Sulaco with a herd of black bulls for the next corrida had reported that from the porch of the posada in Rincon, only a short league from the town, the lights on the mountain were visible, twinkling above the trees. And there was a woman seen riding a horse sideways, not in the chair seat, but upon a sort of saddle, and a man's hat on her head. She walked about, too, on foot up the mountain paths. A woman engineer, it seemed she was. What an absurdity! Impossible, senor. Sí. Una Americana del Norte. Ah, well. If your worship is informed. Una Americana. It need be something of that sort. And they would laugh a little with astonishment and scorn, keeping a wary eye on the shadows of the road, for one is liable to meet bad men when traveling late on the campo. And it was not only the men that Don Pepe knew so well, but he seemed able, with one attentive, thoughtful glance, to classify each woman, girl, or growing youth of his domain. It was only the small fry that puzzled him sometimes. He and the padre could be seen frequently side by side, meditative and gazing across the street of a village at a lot of sedate brown children, trying to sort them out, as it were, in low, consulting tones, or else they would together put searching questions as to the parentage of some small, staid urchin met wandering, naked and grave, along the road with a cigar in his baby mouth. And perhaps his mother's rosary, purloined for purposes of ornamentation, hanging in a loop of beads low down on his rotund little stomach. The spiritual and temporal pastors of the mine flock were very good friends with Dr. Monaghan, the medical pastor, who had accepted the charge from Mrs. Gould, and lived in the hospital building. They were on not so intimate terms. But no one could be on intimate terms with El Señor Doctor, who, with his twisted shoulders, drooping head, sardonic mouth, and sidelong bitter glance, was mysterious and uncanny. The other two authorities worked in harmony. Father Roman, dried up, small, alert, wrinkled, with big round eyes, a sharp chin, and a great snuff-taker, was an old campaigner, too. He had shriven many simple souls on the battlefields of the Republic, kneeling by the dying on hillsides, in the long grass, in the gloom of the forests. To hear the last confession with the smell of gunpowder smoke in his nostrils, the rattle of muskets, the hum and spatter of bullets in his ears. And where was the harm if, at the presbytery, they had a game with a pack of greasy cards in the early evening? Before Don Pepe went his last rounds to see that all the watchmen of the mine, a body organized by himself, were at their posts? For that last duty before he slept Don Pepe did actually gird his old sword on the veranda of an unmistakable American white frame house, which Father Roman called the presbytery. Nearby, a long, low, dark building, steeple-roofed, like a vast barn with a wooden cross over the gable, was the miners' chapel. There Father Roman said Mass every day before a somber altarpiece representing the resurrection, the grey slab of the tombstone balanced on one corner, a figure soaring upwards. Long-limbed and livid, in an oval of pallid light, and a helmeted brown legionary smitten down, right across the bituminous foreground. This picture, my children, muy linda y maravillosa, Father Roman would say to some of his flock, which you behold here through the munificence of the wife of our Senor Administrator, has been painted in Europe, a country of saints and miracles, and much greater than our Costaguana. And he would take a pinch of snuff with unction. But when once an inquisitive spirit desired to know in what direction this Europe was situated, whether up or down the coast, Father Roman, to conceal his perplexity, became very reserved and severe. No doubt it is extremely far away. But ignorant sinners like you of the San Tome mine should think earnestly of everlasting punishment instead of inquiring into the magnitude of the earth, with its countries and populations altogether beyond your understanding. With a "Good night, Padre, good night, Don Pepe," the gobernator would go off, holding up his saber against his side, his body bent forward, with a long, plodding stride in the dark. The jocularity proper to an innocent card game for a few cigars or a bundle of yerba was replaced at once by the stern duty mood of an officer setting out to visit the outposts of an encamped army. One loud blast of the whistle that hung from his neck provoked instantly a great shrilling of responding whistles, mingled with the barking of dogs, that would calm down slowly at last. Away up at the head of the gorge, and in the stillness two serenos, on guard by the bridge, would appear walking noiselessly towards him. On one side of the road a long frame building, the store, would be closed and barricaded from end to end. Facing it another white frame house, still longer, and with a veranda, the hospital, would have lights in the 2 windows of Dr. Monaghan's quarters. Even the delicate foliage of a clump of pepper trees did not stir, so breathless would be the darkness warmed by the radiation of the overheated rocks. Don Pepe would stand still for a moment with the 2 motionless serenos before him, and, abruptly, high up on the sheer face of the mountain, dotted with single torches, like drops of fire fallen from the 2 great blazing clusters of lights above, the ore chutes would begin to rattle. The great clattering, shuffling noise, gathering speed and weight, would be caught up by the walls of the gorge, and sent upon the plain in a growl of thunder. The pasadero in Rincon swore that on calm nights, by listening intently, he could catch the sound in his doorway as of a storm in the mountains. To Charles Gould's fancy it seemed that the sound must reach the uttermost limits of the province. Riding at night towards the mine, it would meet him at the edge of a little wood just beyond Rincon. There was no mistaking the growling mutter of the mountain pouring its stream of treasure under the stamps. And it came to his heart with the peculiar force of a proclamation thundered forth over the land and the marvelousness of an accomplished fact fulfilling an audacious desire. He had heard this very sound in his imagination on that far-off evening when his wife and himself, after a tortuous ride through a strip of forest, had reined in their horses near the stream, and had gazed for the first time upon the jungle-grown solitude of the gorge. The head of a palm rose here and there. In a high ravine round the corner of the Santome mountain, which is square like a blockhouse, the thread of a slender waterfall flashed bright and glassy through the dark green of the heavy fronds of tree ferns. Don Pepe, in attendance, rode up, and, stretching his arm up the gorge, had declared with mock solemnity, "Behold the very paradise of snakes, Señora." And then they had wheeled their horses and ridden back to sleep that night at Rincon. The alcalde, an old, skinny Moreno, a sergeant of Guzman Bento's time, had cleared respectfully out of his house with his 3 pretty daughters, to make room for the foreign señora and their worships the caballeros. All he asked Charles Gould, whom he took for a mysterious and official person, to do for him was to remind the supreme government, El Gobierno Supreme, of a pension, amounting to about $1 a month, to which he believed himself entitled. It had been promised to him, he affirmed, straightening his bent back martially, many years ago, for my valor in the wars with the wild Indios when a young man, señor. The waterfall existed no longer. The tree ferns that had luxuriated in its spray had died around the dried-up pool, and the high ravine was only a big trench half filled up with the refuse of excavations and tailings. The torrent, dammed up above, sent its water rushing along the open flumes of scooped tree trunks striding on trestle legs to the turbines working the stamps on the lower plateau, the Mesa Grande of the Santome mountain. Only the memory of the waterfall, with its amazing fernery, like a hanging garden above the rocks of the gorge, was preserved in Mrs. Gould's watercolor sketch. She had made it hastily one day from a cleared patch in the bushes, sitting in the shade of a roof of straw erected for her on 3 rough poles under Don Pepe's direction. Mrs. Gould had seen it all from the beginning, the clearing of the wilderness, the making of the road, the cutting of new paths up the cliff face of Santome. For weeks together she had lived on the spot with her husband. And she was so little in Sulaco during that year that the appearance of the Gould carriage on the Alameda would cause a social excitement. From the heavy family coaches full of stately señoras and black-eyed señoritas rolling solemnly in the shaded alley, white hands were waved towards her with animation in a flutter of greetings. Dona Emilia was down from the mountain. But not for long. Dona Emilia would be gone, up to the mountain, in a day or 2, and her sleek carriage mules would have an easy time of it for another long spell. She had watched the erection of the first frame house put up on the lower mesa for an office and Don Pepe's quarters. She heard with a thrill of thankful emotion the first wagon load of ore rattled down the then only chute. She had stood by her husband's side perfectly silent, and gone cold all over with excitement at the instant when the first battery of only 15 stamps was put in motion for the first time. On the occasion when the fires under the first set of retorts in their shed had glowed far into the night, she did not retire to rest on the rough cadre set up for her in the as yet bare frame house, till she had seen the first spongy lump of silver yielded to the hazards of the world by the dark depths of the Gould concession. She had laid her unmercenary hands, with an eagerness that made them tremble, upon the first silver ingot turned out still warm from the mold. And by her imaginative estimate of its power she endowed that lump of metal with a justificative conception, as though it were not a mere fact, but something far-reaching and impalpable, like the true expression of an emotion or the emergence of a principle. Don Pepe, extremely interested, too, looked over her shoulder with a smile that, making longitudinal folds on his face, caused it to resemble a leathern mask with a benignantly diabolic expression. Would not the muchachos of Hernandez like to get hold of this insignificant object, that looks, por Dios, very much like a piece of tin? He remarked, jocularly. Hernandez, the robber, had been an inoffensive, small ranchero, kidnapped with circumstances of peculiar atrocity from his home during one of the civil wars, and forced to serve in the army. There his conduct as soldier was exemplary, till, watching his chance, he killed his colonel, and managed to get clear away. With a band of deserters, who chose him for their chief, he had taken refuge beyond the wild and waterless Bolson de Tonoro. The haciendas paid him blackmail in cattle and horses. Extraordinary stories were told of his powers and of his wonderful escapes from capture. He used to ride, single-handed, into the villages and the little towns on the Campo, driving a pack mule before him, with 2 revolvers in his belt, go straight to the shop or store, select what he wanted, and ride away unopposed because of the terror his exploits and his audacity inspired. Poor country people he usually left alone, the upper class were often stopped on the roads and robbed, but any unlucky official that fell into his hands was sure to get a severe flogging. The army officers did not like his name to be mentioned in their presence. His followers, mounted on stolen horses, laughed at the pursuit of the regular cavalry sent to hunt them down, and whom they took pleasure to ambush most scientifically in the broken ground of their own fastness. Expeditions had been fitted out, a price had been put upon his head. Even attempts had been made, treacherously of course, to open negotiations with him, without in the slightest way affecting the even tenor of his career. At last, in true Costaguana fashion, the fiscal of Tonoro, who was ambitious of the glory of having reduced the famous Hernandez, offered him a sum of money and a safe conduct out of the country for the betrayal of his band. But Hernandez evidently was not of the stuff of which the distinguished military politicians and conspirators of Costaguana are made. This clever but common device, which frequently works like a charm in putting down revolutions, failed with the chief of vulgar salteadores. It promised well for the fiscal at first, but ended very badly for the squadron of lanceros posted, by the fiscal's directions, in a fold of the ground into which Hernandez had promised to lead his unsuspecting followers. They came, indeed, at the appointed time, but creeping on their hands and knees through the bush, and only let their presence be known by a general discharge of firearms, which emptied many saddles. The troopers who escaped came riding very hard into Tonoro. It is said that their commanding officer, who, being better mounted, rode far ahead of the rest, afterwards got into a state of despairing intoxication and beat the ambitious fiscal severely with the flat of his saber in the presence of his wife and daughters, for bringing this disgrace upon the national army. The highest civil official of Tonoro, falling to the ground in a swoon, was further kicked all over the body and rowelled with sharp spurs about the neck and face because of the great sensitiveness of his military colleague. This gossip of the inland Campo, so characteristic of the rulers of the country with its story of oppression, inefficiency, fatuous methods, treachery, and savage brutality, was perfectly known to Mrs. Gould. That it should be accepted with no indignant comment by people of intelligence, refinement, and character as something inherent in the nature of things was one of the symptoms of degradation that had the power to exasperate her almost to the verge of despair. Still looking at the ingot of silver, she shook her head at Don Pepe's remark. If it had not been for the lawless tyranny of your government, Don Pepe, many an outlaw now with Hernandez would be living peaceably and happy by the honest work of his hands. Señora, cried Don Pepe with enthusiasm, it is true. It is as if God had given you the power to look into the very breasts of people. You have seen them working round you, Dona Emilia, meek as lambs, patient like their own burros, brave like lions. I have led them to the very muzzles of guns, I, who stand here before you, Señora, in the time of Páez, who was full of generosity, and in courage only approached by the uncle of Don Carlos here. As far as I know. No wonder there are bandits in the Campo when there are none but thieves, swindlers, and sanguinary macaques to rule us in Sta Marta. However, all the same, a bandit is a bandit, and we shall have a dozen good straight Winchesters to ride with the silver down to Sulaco. Mrs. Gould's ride with the first silver escort to Sulaco was the closing episode of what she called my camp life, before she had settled in her townhouse permanently. As was proper and even necessary for the wife of the administrator of such an important institution as the San Tome mine. For the San Tome mine was to become an institution, a rallying point for everything in the province that needed order and stability to live. Security seemed to flow upon this land from the mountain gorge. The authorities of Sulaco had learned that the San Tome mine could make it worth their while to leave things and people alone. This was the nearest approach to the rule of common sense and justice Charles Gould felt it possible to secure at first. In fact, the mine, with its organization, its population growing fiercely attached to their position of privileged safety, with its armory, with its Don Pepe, with its armed body of serenos, where, it was said, many an outlaw and deserter, and even some members of Hernandez's band, had found a place, the mine was a power in the land. As a certain prominent man in Sta Marta had exclaimed with a hollow laugh, once, when discussing the line of action taken by the Sulaco authorities at a time of political crisis. You call these men government officials? They? Never. They are officials of the mine, officials of the concession, I tell you. The prominent man, who was then a person in power, with a lemon-colored face and a very short and curly, not to say woolly, head of hair, went so far in his temporary discontent as to shake his yellow fist under the nose of his interlocutor, and shriek. Yes. All. Silence. All. I tell you. The political geef, the chief of the police, the chief of the customs, the general, all, are the officials of that Gould. Thereupon an intrepid but low and argumentative murmur would flow on for a space in the ministerial cabinet, and the prominent man's passion would end in a cynical shrug of the shoulders. After all, he seemed to say, what did it matter as long as the minister himself was not forgotten during his brief day of authority? But all the same, the unofficial agent of the San Tome mine, working for a good cause, had his moments of anxiety, which were reflected in his letters to Don José Avellanos, his maternal uncle. No sanguinary macaque from Sta Marta shall set foot on that part of Costaguana which lies beyond the San Tome bridge, Don Pepe used to assure Mrs. Gould. Except, of course, as an honored guest, for our Señor Administrator is a deep politico. But to Charles Gould, in his own room, the old major would remark with a grim and soldierly cheeriness, we are all playing our heads at this game. Don José Avellanos would mutter, Imperium in imperio, Emilia, my soul, with an air of profound self-satisfaction which, somehow, in a curious way, seemed to contain a queer admixture of bodily discomfort. But that, perhaps, could only be visible to the initiated. And for the initiated it was a wonderful place, this drawing-room of the Casa Gould, with its momentary glimpses of the master, El Señor Administrator, older, harder, mysteriously silent. With the lines deepened on his English, ruddy, out-of-doors complexion. Flitting on his thin cavalryman's legs across the doorways, either just back from the mountain or with jingling spurs and riding whip under his arm, on the point of starting for the mountain. Then Don Pepe, modestly martial in his chair, the lanero who seemed somehow to have found his martial jocularity, his knowledge of the world, and his manner perfect for his station. In the midst of savage armed contests with his kind. Avellanos, polished and familiar, the diplomatist with his loquacity covering much caution and wisdom in delicate advice, with his manuscript of a historical work on Costaguana, entitled 50 Years of Misrule, which, at present, he thought it was not prudent, even if it were possible, to give to the world. These three, and also Dona Emilia amongst them, gracious, small, and fairy-like, before the glittering tea set, with one common master thought in their heads. With one common feeling of a tense situation, with one ever-present aim to preserve the inviolable character of the mine at every cost. And there was also to be seen Captain Mitchell, a little apart, near one of the long windows, with an air of old-fashioned neat old bachelorhood about him, slightly pompous, in a white waistcoat. A little disregarded and unconscious of it. Utterly in the dark, and imagining himself to be in the thick of things. The good man, having spent a clear 30 years of his life on the high seas before getting what he called a shore billet, was astonished at the importance of transactions, other than relating to shipping, which take place on dry land. Almost every event out of the usual daily course marked an epoch for him or else was history. Unless with his pomposity struggling with a discomfited droop of his rubicund, rather handsome face, set off by snow-white close hair and short whiskers, he would mutter, "Ah, that, sir, was a mistake." The reception of the first consignment of San Tome's silver for shipment to San Francisco in one of the OSN Company's mail boats had, of course, marked an epoch for Captain Mitchell. The ingots packed in boxes of stiff oxhide with plated handles, small enough to be carried easily by 2 men, were brought down by the serenos of the mine walking in careful couples along the half-mile or so of steep, zigzag paths to the foot of the mountain. There they would be loaded into a string of 2-wheeled carts, resembling roomy coffers with a door at the back, and harnessed tandem with 2 mules each, waiting under the guard of armed and mounted serenos. Don Pepe padlocked each door in succession, and at the signal of his whistle the string of carts would move off, closely surrounded by the clank of spur and carbine, with jolts and cracking of whips. With a sudden deep rumble over the boundary bridge, into the land of thieves and sanguinary macaques, Don Pepe defined that crossing. Hats bobbing in the first light of the dawn, on the heads of cloaked figures, Winchesters on hip, bridle hands protruding lean and brown from under the falling folds of the ponchos. The convoy skirting a little wood, along the mine trail, between the mud huts and low walls of Rincon, increased its pace on the Camino Real, mules urged to speed, escort galloping. Don Carlos riding alone ahead of a dust storm affording a vague vision of long ears of mules, of fluttering little green and white flags stuck upon each cart, of raised arms in a mob of sombreros with the white gleam of ranging eyes. And Don Pepe, hardly visible in the rear of that rattling dust trail, with a stiff seat and impassive face, rising and falling rhythmically on an eunuch silver-bitted black brute with a hammer head. The sleepy people in the little clusters of huts, in the small ranches near the road, recognized by the headlong sound the charge of the San Tome silver escort towards the crumbling wall of the city on the Campo side. They came to the doors to see it dash by over ruts and stones, with a clatter and clank and cracking of whips, with the reckless rush and precise driving of a field battery hurrying into action, and the solitary English figure of the Senor Administrator riding far ahead in the lead. In the fenced roadside paddocks loose horses galloped wildly for a while, the heavy cattle stood up breast-deep in the grass, lowing mutteringly at the flying noise. A meek Indian villager would glance back once and hasten to shove his loaded little donkey bodily against a wall, out of the way of the San Tome silver escort going to the sea. A small knot of chilly leperos under the stone horse of the Alameda would mutter, "Caramba," on seeing it take a wide curve at a gallop and dart into the empty street of the Constitution. For it was considered the correct thing, the only proper style by the mule drivers of the San Tome mine to go through the waking town from end to end without a check in the speed as if chased by a devil. The early sunshine glowed on the delicate primrose, pale pink, pale blue fronts of the big houses with all their gates shut yet, and no face behind the iron bars of the windows. In the whole sunlit range of empty balconies along the street only one white figure would be visible high up above the clear pavement, the wife of the senior administrator, leaning over to see the escort go by to the harbor. A mass of heavy, fair hair twisted up negligently on her little head, and a lot of lace about the neck of her muslin wrapper. With a smile to her husband's single, quick, upward glance, she would watch the whole thing stream past below her feet with an orderly uproar. Till she answered by a friendly sign the salute of the galloping Don Pepe, the stiff, deferential inclination with a sweep of the hat below the knee. The string of padlocked carts lengthened, the size of the escort grew bigger as the years went on. Every 3 months an increasing stream of treasure swept through the streets of Sulaco on its way to the strong room in the OSN Company's building by the harbor, there to await shipment for the north. Increasing in volume, and of immense value also. For, as Charles Gould told his wife once with some exultation, there had never been seen anything in the world to approach the vein of the Gould concession. For them both, each passing of the escort under the balconies of the Casa Gould was like another victory gained in the conquest of peace for Sulaco. No doubt the initial action of Charles Gould had been helped at the beginning by a period of comparative peace which occurred just about that time. And also by the general softening of manners as compared with the epoch of civil wars whence had emerged the iron tyranny of Guzman Bento of fearful memory. In the contests that broke out at the end of his rule, which had kept peace in the country for a whole 15 years, there was more fatuous imbecility, plenty of cruelty and suffering still. But much less of the old-time fierce and blindly ferocious political fanaticism. It was all more vile, more base, more contemptible, and infinitely more manageable in the very outspoken cynicism of motives. It was more clearly a brazen-faced scramble for a constantly diminishing quantity of booty, since all enterprise had been stupidly killed in the land. Thus it came to pass that the province of Sulaco, once the field of cruel party vengeances, had become in a way one of the considerable prizes of political career. The great of the earth, in Sta. Marta, reserved the posts in the old Occidental state to those nearest and dearest to them, nephews, brothers, husbands of favorite sisters, bosom friends. Trusty supporters, or prominent supporters of whom perhaps they were afraid. It was the blessed province of great opportunities and of largest salaries. For the San Tome mine had its own unofficial pay list, whose items and amounts, fixed in consultation by Charles Gould and Señor Avellanos, were known to a prominent businessman in the United States, who for 20 minutes or so in every month gave his undivided attention to Sulaco affairs. At the same time the material interests of all sorts, backed up by the influence of the San Tome mine, were quietly gathering substance in that part of the Republic. If, for instance, the Sulaco collectorship was generally understood, in the political world of the capital, to open the way to the Ministry of Finance, and so on for every official post, then. On the other hand, the despondent business circles of the Republic had come to consider the Occidental province as the promised land of safety. Especially if a man managed to get on good terms with the administration of the mine. Charles Gould, excellent fellow. Absolutely necessary to make sure of him before taking a single step. Get an introduction to him from Moraga if you can, the agent of the King of Sulaco, don't you know? No wonder, then, that Sir John, coming from Europe to smooth the path for his railway, had been meeting the name, and even the nickname, of Charles Gould at every turn in Costaguana. The agent of the San Tome administration in Sta. Marta, a polished, well-informed gentleman. Sir John thought him, had certainly helped so greatly in bringing about the presidential tour that he began to think that there was something in the faint whispers hinting at the immense occult influence of the Gould concession. What was currently whispered was this, that the San Tome administration had, in part, at least, financed the last revolution, which had brought into a 5-year dictatorship Don Vincente Ribiera. A man of culture and of unblemished character, invested with a mandate of reform by the best elements of the state. Serious, well-informed men seemed to believe the fact, to hope for better things, for the establishment of legality, of good faith and order in public life. So much the better, then, thought Sir John. He worked always on a great scale. There was a loan to the state, and a project for systematic colonization of the Occidental province, involved in one vast scheme with the construction of the National Central Railway. Good faith, order, honesty, peace, were badly wanted for this great development of material interests. Anybody on the side of these things, and especially if able to help, had an importance in Sir John's eyes. He had not been disappointed in the King of Sulaco. The local difficulties had fallen away, as the engineer-in-chief had foretold they would, before Charles Gould's mediation. Sir John had been extremely fêted in Sulaco, next to the president-dictator. A fact which might have accounted for the evident ill-humor General Montero displayed at lunch given on board the Juno just before she was to sail. Taking away from Sulaco the president-dictator and the distinguished foreign guests in his train. The Excellentissimo, the hope of honest men, as Don José had addressed him in a public speech delivered in the name of the Provincial Assembly of Sulaco, sat at the head of the long table. Captain Mitchell, positively stony-eyed and purple in the face with the solemnity of this historical event, occupied the foot as the representative of the OSN Company in Sulaco, the hosts of that informal function, with the captain of the ship and some minor officials from the shore around him. Those cheery, swarthy little gentlemen cast jovial side glances at the bottles of champagne beginning to pop behind the guests' backs in the hands of the ship's stewards. The amber wine creamed up to the rims of the glasses. Charles Gould had his place next to a foreign envoy, who, in a listless undertone, had been talking to him fitfully of hunting and shooting. The well-nourished, pale face, with an eyeglass and drooping yellow mustache, made the senior administrator appear by contrast twice as sunbaked, more flaming red. 100 times more intensely and silently alive. Don José Avellanos touched elbows with the other foreign diplomat, a dark man with a quiet, watchful, self-confident demeanor, and a touch of reserve. All etiquette being laid aside on the occasion, General Montero was the only one there in full uniform, so stiff with embroideries in front that his broad chest seemed protected by a cuirass of gold. Sir John at the beginning had got away from high places for the sake of sitting near Mrs. Gould. The great financier was trying to express to her his grateful sense of her hospitality and of his obligation to her husband's enormous influence in this part of the country. When she interrupted him by a low hush. The president was going to make an informal pronouncement. The Excellentissimo was on his legs. He said only a few words, evidently deeply felt. And meant perhaps mostly for Avellanos, his old friend, as to the necessity of unremitting effort to secure the lasting welfare of the country emerging after this last struggle, he hoped, into a period of peace and material prosperity. Mrs. Gould, listening to the mellow, slightly mournful voice, looking at this rotund, dark, spectacled face, at the short body, obese to the point of infirmity, thought that this man of delicate and melancholy mind, physically almost a cripple, coming out of his retirement into a dangerous strife at the call of his fellows, had the right to speak with the authority of his self-sacrifice. And yet she was made uneasy. He was more pathetic than promising, this first civilian chief of the state Costaguana had ever known, pronouncing, glass in hand, his simple watchwords of honesty, peace, respect for law, political good faith abroad and at home, the safeguards of national honor. He sat down. During the respectful, appreciative buzz of voices that followed the speech, General Montero raised a pair of heavy, drooping eyelids and rolled his eyes with a sort of uneasy dullness from face to face. The military backwoods hero of the party, though secretly impressed by the sudden novelties and splendors of his position, he had never been on board a ship before, and had hardly ever seen the sea except from a distance, understood by a sort of instinct the advantage his surly, unpolished attitude of a savage fighter gave him amongst all these refined Blanco aristocrats. But why was it that nobody was looking at him? He wondered to himself angrily. He was able to spell out the print of newspapers, and knew that he had performed the greatest military exploit of modern times. "My husband wanted the railway," Mrs. Gould said to Sir John in the general murmur of resumed conversations. "All this brings nearer the sort of future we desire for the country, which has waited for it in sorrow long enough, God knows. But I will confess that the other day, during my afternoon drive when I suddenly saw an Indian boy ride out of a wood with the red flag of a surveying party in his hand, I felt something of a shock. The future means change, an utter change. And yet even here there are simple and picturesque things that one would like to preserve." Sir John listened, smiling. But it was his turn now to hush Mrs. Gould. "General Montero is going to speak," he whispered, and almost immediately added, in comic alarm, "Heavens! He's going to propose my own health, I believe." General Montero had risen with a jingle of steel scabbard and a ripple of glitter on his gold-embroidered breast. A heavy sword hilt appeared at his side above the edge of the table. In this gorgeous uniform, with his bull neck, his hooked nose flattened on the tip upon a blue-black, dyed mustache, he looked like a disguised and sinister vaquero. The drone of his voice had a strangely rasping, soulless ring. He floundered, lowering, through a few vague sentences. Then suddenly raising his big head and his voice together, burst out harshly. "The honor of the country is in the hands of the army. I assure you I shall be faithful to it." He hesitated till his roaming eyes met Sir John's face upon which he fixed a lurid, sleepy glance, and the figure of the lately negotiated loan came into his mind. He lifted his glass. "I drink to the health of the man who brings us £1.5 million of pounds." He tossed off his champagne, and sat down heavily with a half-surprised, half-bullying look all round the faces in the profound, as if appalled, silence which succeeded the felicitous toast. Sir John did not move. "I don't think I am called upon to rise," he murmured to Mrs. Gould. "That sort of thing speaks for itself." But Don José Avellanos came to the rescue with a short oration, in which he alluded pointedly to England's goodwill towards Costaguana, a goodwill, he continued, significantly, of which I, having been in my time accredited to the court of St. James, am able to speak with some knowledge. Only then Sir John thought fit to respond, which he did gracefully in bad French, punctuated by bursts of applause and the here's of Captain Mitchell, who was able to understand a word now and then. Directly he had done, the financier of railways turned to Mrs. Gould. "You were good enough to say that you intended to ask me for something," he reminded her, gallantly. "What is it?" "Be assured that any request from you would be considered in the light of a favor to myself." She thanked him by a gracious smile. Everybody was rising from the table. "Let us go on deck," she proposed, "where I'll be able to point out to you the very object of my request." An enormous national flag of Costaguana, diagonal red and yellow, with 2 green palm trees in the middle, floated lazily at the mainmast head of the Juno. A multitude of fireworks being let off in their thousands at the water's edge in honor of the President kept up a mysterious crepitating noise half round the harbor. Now and then a lot of rockets, swishing upwards invisibly, detonated overhead with only a puff of smoke in the bright sky. Crowds of people could be seen between the town gate and the harbor, under the bunches of multicolored flags fluttering on tall poles. Faint bursts of military music would be heard suddenly, and the remote sound of shouting. A knot of ragged negroes at the end of the wharf kept on loading and firing a small iron cannon time after time. A grayish haze of dust hung thin and motionless against the sun. Don Vincente Ribiera made a few steps under the deck awning, leaning on the arm of Señor Avellanos. A wide circle was formed round him, where the mirthless smile of his dark lips and the sightless glitter of his spectacles could be seen turning amiably from side to side. The informal function arranged on purpose on board the Juno to give the President-Dictator an opportunity to meet intimately some of his most notable adherents in Sulaco was drawing to an end. On one side, General Montero, his bald head covered now by a plumed cocked hat, remained motionless on a skylight seat. A pair of big gauntlet hands folded on the hilt of the saber standing upright between his legs. The white plume, the coppery tint of his broad face, the blue-black of the mustaches under the curved beak, the mass of gold on sleeves and breast, the high shining boots with enormous spurs. The working nostrils, the imbecile and domineering stare of the glorious victor of Rio Seco had in them something ominous and incredible. The exaggeration of a cruel caricature, the fatuity of solemn masquerading, the atrocious grotesqueness of some military idol of Aztec conception and European bedecking. Awaiting the homage of worshippers. Don José approached diplomatically this weird and inscrutable portent, and Mrs. Gould turned her fascinated eyes away at last. Charles, coming up to take leave of Sir John, heard him say, as he bent over his wife's hand, "Certainly. Of course, my dear Mrs. Gould, for a protégé of yours. Not the slightest difficulty. Consider it done." Going ashore in the same boat with the Goulds, Don José Avellanos was very silent. Even in the Gould carriage he did not open his lips for a long time. The mules trotted slowly away from the wharf between the extended hands of the beggars, who for that day seemed to have abandoned in a body the portals of churches. Charles Gould sat on the back seat and looked away upon the plain. A multitude of booths made of green boughs, of rushes, of odd pieces of plank eked out with bits of canvas had been erected all over it for the sale of cana, of dulces, of fruit, of cigars. Over little heaps of glowing charcoal Indian women, squatting on mats, cooked food in black earthen pots, and boiled the water for the mate gourds, which they offered in soft, caressing voices to the country people. A racecourse had been staked out for the vaqueros. And away to the left, from where the crowd was massed thickly about a huge temporary erection, like a circus tent of wood with a conical grass roof, came the resonant twanging of harp strings. The sharp ping of guitars, with the grave drumming throb of an Indian gombo pulsating steadily through the shrill choruses of the dancers. Charles Gould said presently, "All this piece of land belongs now to the railway company. There will be no more popular feasts held here." Mrs. Gould was rather sorry to think so. She took this opportunity to mention how she had just obtained from Sir John the promise that the house occupied by Giorgio Viola should not be interfered with. She declared she could never understand why the survey engineers ever talked of demolishing that old building. It was not in the way of the projected harbour branch of the line in the least. She stopped the carriage before the door to reassure at once the old Genoese, who came out bareheaded and stood by the carriage step. She talked to him in Italian, of course, and he thanked her with calm dignity. An old Garibaldino was grateful to her from the bottom of his heart for keeping the roof over the heads of his wife and children. He was too old to wander any more. "And is it forever, signora?" he asked. "For as long as you like." "Bene. Then the place must be named. It was not worthwhile before." He smiled ruggedly, with a running together of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "I shall set about the painting of the name tomorrow." "And what is it going to be, Giorgio?" "Albergo d'Italia Una," said the old Garibaldino, looking away for a moment. "More in memory of those who have died," he added, "than for the country stolen from us soldiers of liberty by the craft of that accursed Piedmontese race of kings and ministers." Mrs. Gould smiled slightly, and, bending over a little, began to inquire about his wife and children. He had sent them into town on that day. The padrona was better in health. Many thanks to the signora for inquiring. People were passing in twos and threes, in whole parties of men and women attended by trotting children. A horseman mounted on a silver-grey mare drew rein quietly in the shade of the house after taking off his hat to the party in the carriage, who returned smiles and familiar nods. Old Viola, evidently very pleased with the news he had just heard, interrupted himself for a moment to tell him rapidly that the house was secured, by the kindness of the English signora, for as long as he liked to keep it. The other listened attentively, but made no response. When the carriage moved on he took off his hat again, a grey sombrero with a silver cord and tassels. The bright colors of a Mexican serape twisted on the cantle, the enormous silver buttons on the embroidered leather jacket, the row of tiny silver buttons down the seam of the trousers. The snowy linen, a silk sash with embroidered ends, the silver plates on headstall and saddle, proclaimed the unapproachable style of the famous Capataz de Cargadores, a Mediterranean sailor, got up with more finished splendor than any well-to-do young ranchero of the Campo had ever displayed on a high holiday. "It is a great thing for me," murmured old Giorgio, still thinking of the house, for now he had grown weary of change. "The Signora just said a word to the Englishman." "The old Englishman who has enough money to pay for a railway?" "He is going off in an hour," remarked Nostromo, carelessly. "Buon viaggio, then. I've guarded his bones all the way from the Entrada Pass down to the plain and into Sulaco, as though he had been my own father." Old Giorgio only moved his head sideways absently. Nostromo pointed after the Gould's carriage, nearing the grass-grown gate in the old town wall that was like a wall of matted jungle. "And I have sat alone at night with my revolver in the company's warehouse time and again by the side of that other Englishman's heap of silver, guarding it as though it had been my own." Viola seemed lost in thought. "It is a great thing for me," he repeated again, as if to himself. "It is," agreed the magnificent Capataz de Cargadores, calmly. "Listen, Vecchio, go in and bring me out a cigar, but don't look for it in my room. There's nothing there." Viola stepped into the café and came out directly, still absorbed in his idea, and tendered him a cigar, mumbling thoughtfully in his mustache, "Children growing up, and girls, too. Girls." He sighed and fell silent. "What, only one?" remarked Nostromo, looking down with a sort of comic inquisitiveness at the unconscious old man. "No matter," he added, with lofty negligence. "One is enough till another is wanted." He lit it and let the match drop from his passive fingers. Giorgio Viola looked up, and said abruptly, "My son would have been just such a fine young man as you, John Battista, if he had lived." "What? Your son? But you are right, Padrone. If he had been like me he would have been a man." He turned his horse slowly, and paced on between the booths, checking the mare almost to a standstill now and then for children, for the groups of people from the distant Campo, who stared after him with admiration. The company's lightermen saluted him from afar, and the greatly envied Capataz de Cargadores advanced, amongst murmurs of recognition and obsequious greetings, towards the huge circus-like erection. The throng thickened, the guitars tinkled louder, other horsemen sat motionless, smoking calmly above the heads of the crowd. It eddied and pushed before the doors of the high-roofed building, whence issued a shuffle and thumping of feet in time to the dance music vibrating and shrieking with a racking rhythm, overhung by the tremendous, sustained, hollow roar of the gombo. The barbarous and imposing noise of the big drum, that can madden a crowd, and that even Europeans cannot hear without a strange emotion, seemed to draw Nostromo on to its source, while a man, wrapped up in a faded, torn poncho, walked by his stirrup, and, buffeted right and left, begged his worship insistently for employment on the wharf. He whined, offering the Senor Capataz half his daily pay for the privilege of being admitted to the swaggering fraternity of Cargadores. The other half would be enough for him, he protested. But Captain Mitchell's right-hand man, invaluable for our work, a perfectly incorruptible fellow, after looking down critically at the ragged mozo, shook his head without a word in the uproar going on around. The man fell back, and a little further on Nostromo had to pull up. From the doors of the dance hall men and women emerged tottering, streaming with sweat, trembling in every limb, to lean, panting, with staring eyes and parted lips against the wall of the structure, where the harps and guitars played on with mad speed in an incessant roll of thunder. Hundreds of hands clapped in there, voices shrieked, and then all at once would sink low, chanting in unison the refrain of a love song, with a dying fall. A red flower, flung with a good aim from somewhere in the crowd, struck the resplendent Capataz on the cheek. He caught it as it fell, neatly, but for some time did not turn his head. When at last he condescended to look round, the throng near him had parted to make way for a pretty Morenita, her hair held up by a small golden comb, who was walking towards him in the open space. Her arms and neck emerged plump and bare from a snowy chemisette. The blue woolen skirt, with all the fullness gathered in front, scanty on the hips and tight across the back, disclosed the provoking action of her walk. She came straight on and laid her hand on the mare's neck with a timid, coquettish look upwards out of the corner of her eyes. "Querido," she murmured, caressingly, "why do you pretend not to see me when I pass?" "Because I don't love thee any more," said Nostromo, deliberately, after a moment of reflective silence. The hand on the mare's neck trembled suddenly. She dropped her head before all the eyes in the wide circle formed round the generous, the terrible, the inconstant Capataz de Cargadores, and his Morenita. Nostromo, looking down, saw tears beginning to fall down her face. "Has it come, then, ever beloved of my heart?" she whispered. "Is it true?" "No," said Nostromo, looking away carelessly. "It was a lie. I love thee as much as ever." "Is that true?" she cooed, joyously, her cheeks still wet with tears. "It is true." "True on the life?" "As true as that. But thou must not ask me to swear it on the Madonna that stands in thy room." And the Capataz laughed a little in response to the grins of the crowd. She pouted, very pretty, a little uneasy. "No, I will not ask for that. I can see love in your eyes." She laid her hand on his knee. "Why are you trembling like this? From love?" she continued, while the cavernous thundering of the gombo went on without a pause. "But if you love her as much as that, you must give your Paquita a gold-mounted rosary of beads for the neck of her Madonna." "No," said Nostromo, looking into her uplifted, begging eyes, which suddenly turned stony with surprise. "No? Then what else will your worship give me on the day of the fiesta?" she asked, angrily. "So as not to shame me before all these people. There is no shame for thee in getting nothing from thy lover for once." "True. The shame is your worship's, my poor lover's," she flared up, sarcastically. Laughs were heard at her anger, at her retort. What an audacious spitfire she was. The people aware of this scene were calling out urgently to others in the crowd. The circle round the silver-grey mare narrowed slowly. The girl went off a pace or two, confronting the mocking curiosity of the eyes, then flung back to the stirrup, tiptoeing, her enraged face turned up to Nostromo with a pair of blazing eyes. He bent low to her in the saddle. "Juan," she hissed, "I could stab thee to the heart." The dreaded Capataz de Cargadores, magnificent and carelessly public in his amours, flung his arm round her neck and kissed her spluttering lips. A murmur went round. "A knife!" he demanded at large, holding her firmly by the shoulder. 20 blades flashed out together in the circle. A young man in holiday attire, bounding in, thrust one in Nostromo's hand and bounded back into the ranks, very proud of himself. Nostromo had not even looked at him. "Stand on my foot," he commanded the girl, who, suddenly subdued, rose lightly, and when he had her up, encircling her waist, her face near to his, he pressed the knife into her little hand. "No, Morenita. You shall not put me to shame," he said. "You shall have your present, and so that everyone should know who is your lover today, you may cut all the silver buttons off my coat." There were shouts of laughter and applause at this witty freak, while the girl passed the keen blade, and the impassive rider jingled in his palm the increasing hoard of silver buttons. He eased her to the ground with both her hands full. After whispering for a while with a very strenuous face, she walked away, staring haughtily, and vanished into the crowd. The circle had broken up, and the lordly Capataz de Cargadores, the indispensable man, the tried and trusty Nostromo, the Mediterranean sailor come ashore casually to try his luck in Costaguana, rowed slowly towards the harbor. The Juno was just then swinging round. And even as Nostromo reined up again to look on, a flag ran up on the improvised flagstaff erected in an ancient and dismantled little fort at the harbor entrance. Half a battery of field guns had been hurried over there from the Sulaco barracks for the purpose of firing the regulation salutes for the president-dictator and the war minister. As the mailboat headed through the pass, the badly timed reports announced the end of Don Vincente Ribiera's first official visit to Sulaco. And for Captain Mitchell the end of another historic occasion. Next time when the hope of honest men was to come that way, a year and a half later, it was unofficially, over the mountain tracks, fleeing after a defeat on a lame mule. To be only just saved by Nostromo from an ignominious death at the hands of a mob. It was a very different event, of which Captain Mitchell used to say. It was history, sir. And that fellow of mine, Nostromo, you know, was right in it. Absolutely making history, sir. But this event, creditable to Nostromo, was to lead immediately to another, which could not be classed either as history or as mistake in Captain Mitchell's phraseology. He had another word for it. Sir, he used to say afterwards, that was no mistake. It was a fatality. A misfortune, pure and simple, sir. And that poor fellow of mine was right in it, right in the middle of it. A fatality, if ever there was one, and to my mind he has never been the same man since. Chapter 2. The Isabels. Chapter 1. Through good and evil report in the varying fortune of that struggle which Don José had characterized in the phrase, the fate of national honesty trembles in the balance, the Gould concession. Imperium in imperio, had gone on working. The square mountain had gone on pouring its treasure down the wooden chutes to the unresting batteries of stamps. The lights of San Tome had twinkled night after night upon the great, limitless shadow of the Campo. Every 3 months the silver escort had gone down to the sea as if neither the war nor its consequences could ever affect the ancient Occidental state secluded beyond its high barrier of the Cordillera. All the fighting took place on the other side of that mighty wall of serrated peaks lorded over by the white dome of Higuerota and as yet unbreached by the railway, of which only the first part, the easy Campo part from Sulaco to the Ivy Valley at the foot of the pass, had been laid. Neither did the telegraph line cross the mountains yet, its poles, like slender beacons on the plain, penetrated into the forest fringe of the foothills cut by the deep avenue of the track. And its wire ended abruptly in the construction camp at a white deal table supporting a Morse apparatus. In a long hut of planks with a corrugated iron roof overshadowed by gigantic cedar trees, the quarters of the engineer in charge of the advance section. The harbor was busy, too, with the traffic in railway material, and with the movements of troops along the coast. The OSN company found much occupation for its fleet. Costaguana had no navy, and, apart from a few Coast Guard cutters, there were no national ships except a couple of old merchant steamers used as transports. Captain Mitchell, feeling more and more in the thick of history, found time for an hour or so during an afternoon in the drawing-room of the Casa Gould, where, with a strange ignorance of the real forces at work around him, he professed himself delighted to get away from the strain of affairs. He did not know what he would have done without his invaluable Nostromo, he declared. Those confounded Costaguana politics gave him more work, he confided to Mrs. Gould, than he had bargained for. Don José Avellanos had displayed in the service of the endangered Ribiera government an organizing activity and an eloquence of which the echoes reached even Europe. For, after the new loan to the Ribiera government, Europe had become interested in Costaguana. The sala of the Provincial Assembly, in the municipal buildings of Sulaco, with its portraits of the liberators on the walls and an old flag of Cortés preserved in a glass case above the president's chair, had heard all these speeches, the early one containing the impassioned declaration "Militarism is the enemy." The famous one of the trembling balance delivered on the occasion of the vote for the raising of a second Sulaco regiment in the defense of the reforming government. And when the provinces again displayed their old flags, proscribed in Guzman Bento's time, there was another of those great orations. When Don José greeted these old emblems of the War of Independence, brought out again in the name of new ideals. The old idea of federalism had disappeared. For his part, he did not wish to revive old political doctrines. They were perishable. They died. But the doctrine of political rectitude was immortal. The 2nd Sulaco Regiment, to whom he was presenting this flag, was going to show its valor in a contest for order, peace, progress. For the establishment of national self-respect, without which, he declared with energy, we are a reproach and a byword amongst the powers of the world. Don José Avellanos loved his country. He had served it lavishly with his fortune during his diplomatic career, and the later story of his captivity and barbarous ill-usage under Guzmán Bento was well known to his listeners. It was a wonder that he had not been a victim of the ferocious and summary executions which marked the course of that tyranny. For Guzmán had ruled the country with the somber imbecility of political fanaticism. The power of supreme government had become in his dull mind an object of strange worship, as if it were some sort of cruel deity. It was incarnated in himself, and his adversaries, the Federalists, were the supreme sinners, objects of hate, abhorrence, and fear, as heretics would be to a convinced inquisitor. For years he had carried about at the tail of the army of pacification, all over the country, a captive band of such atrocious criminals, who considered themselves most unfortunate at not having been summarily executed. It was a diminishing company of nearly naked skeletons, loaded with irons, covered with dirt, with vermin, with raw wounds, all men of position, of education, of wealth, who had learned to fight amongst themselves for scraps of rotten beef thrown to them by soldiers, or to beg a Negro cook for a drink of muddy water in pitiful accents. Don José Avellanos, clanking his chains amongst the others, seemed only to exist in order to prove how much hunger, pain, degradation, and cruel torture a human body can stand without parting with the last spark of life. Sometimes interrogatories, backed by some primitive method of torture, were administered to them by a commission of officers hastily assembled in a hut of sticks and branches, and made pitiless by the fear for their own lives. A lucky one or two of that spectral company of prisoners would perhaps be led tottering behind a bush to be shot by a file of soldiers. Always an army chaplain, some unshaven, dirty man, girt with a sword and with a tiny cross embroidered in white cotton on the left breast of a lieutenant's uniform, would follow. Cigarette in the corner of the mouth, wooden stool in hand, to hear the confession and give absolution. For the citizen savior of the country, Guzmán Bento was called thus officially in petitions, was not averse from the exercise of rational clemency. The irregular report of the firing squad would be heard, followed sometimes by a single finishing shot. A little bluish cloud of smoke would float up above the green bushes, and the army of pacification would move on over the savannas, through the forests, crossing rivers, invading rural pueblos, devastating the haciendas of the horrid aristocrats, occupying the inland towns in the fulfillment of its patriotic mission, and leaving behind a united land wherein the evil taint of federalism could no longer be detected in the smoke of burning houses and the smell of spilt blood. Don José Avellanos had survived that time. Perhaps, when contemptuously signifying to him his release, the citizen savior of the country might have thought this benighted aristocrat too broken in health and spirit and fortune to be any longer dangerous. Or, perhaps, it may have been a simple caprice. Guzmán Bento, usually full of fanciful fears and brooding suspicions, had sudden accesses of unreasonable self-confidence when he perceived himself elevated on a pinnacle of power and safety beyond the reach of mere mortal plotters. At such times he would impulsively command the celebration of a solemn mass of thanksgiving, which would be sung in great pomp in the cathedral of St. Marta by the trembling, subservient archbishop of his creation. He heard it sitting in a gilt armchair placed before the high altar, surrounded by the civil and military heads of his government. The unofficial world of St. Marta would crowd into the cathedral, for it was not quite safe for anybody of mark to stay away from these manifestations of presidential piety. Having thus acknowledged the only power he was at all disposed to recognize as above himself, he would scatter acts of political grace in a sardonic wantonness of clemency. There was no other way left now to enjoy his power but by seeing his crushed adversaries crawl impotently into the light of day out of the dark, noisome cells of the Collegio. Their harmlessness fed his insatiable vanity, and they could always be got hold of again. It was the rule for all the women of their families to present thanks afterwards in a special audience. The incarnation of that strange god, El Gobierno Supremo, received them standing, cocked hat on head, and exhorted them in a menacing mutter to show their gratitude by bringing up their children in fidelity to the democratic form of government, which I have established for the happiness of our country. His front teeth having been knocked out in some accident of his former herdsman's life, his utterance was spluttering and indistinct. He had been working for Costaguana alone in the midst of treachery and opposition. Let it cease now lest he should become weary of forgiving. Don José Avellanos had known this forgiveness. He was broken in health and fortune deplorably enough to present a truly gratifying spectacle to the supreme chief of democratic institutions. He retired to Sulaco. His wife had an estate in that province, and she nursed him back to life out of the house of death and captivity. When she died, their daughter, an only child, was old enough to devote herself to poor papa. Miss Avellanos, born in Europe and educated partly in England, was a tall, grave girl, with a self-possessed manner, a wide, white forehead, a wealth of rich brown hair, and blue eyes. The other young ladies of Sulaco stood in awe of her character and accomplishments. She was reputed to be terribly learned and serious. As to pride, it was well known that all the Corbelans were proud, and her mother was a Corbelan. Don José Avellanos depended very much upon the devotion of his beloved Antonia. He accepted it in the benighted way of men, who, though made in God's image, are like stone idols without sense before the smoke of certain burnt offerings. He was ruined in every way, but a man possessed of passion is not a bankrupt in life. Don José Avellanos desired passionately for his country, peace, prosperity, and, as the end of the preface to 50 Years of Misrule has it, an honorable place in the comedy of civilized nations. In this last phrase the minister plenipotentiary, cruelly humiliated by the bad faith of his government towards the foreign bondholders, stands disclosed in the Patriot. The fatuous turmoil of greedy factions succeeding the tyranny of Guzman Bento seemed to bring his desire to the very door of opportunity. He was too old to descend personally into the center of the arena at Sta Marta. But the men who acted there sought his advice at every step. He himself thought that he could be most useful at a distance, in Sulaco. His name, his connections, his former position, his experience commanded the respect of his class. The discovery that this man, living in dignified poverty in the Corbelan town residence, opposite the Casa Gould, could dispose of material means towards the support of the cause increased his influence. It was his open letter of appeal that decided the candidature of Don Vincente Ribiera for the presidency. Another of these informal state papers drawn up by Don José, this time in the shape of an address from the province, induced that scrupulous constitutionalist to accept the extraordinary powers conferred upon him for 5 years by an overwhelming vote of Congress in Sta Marta. It was a specific mandate to establish the prosperity of the people on the basis of firm peace at home, and to redeem the national credit by the satisfaction of all just claims abroad. On the afternoon the news of that vote had reached Sulaco by the usual roundabout postal way through Queta, and up the coast by steamer. Don José, who had been waiting for the mail in the Gould's drawing room, got out of the rocking chair, letting his hat fall off his knees. He rubbed his silvery, short hair with both hands, speechless with the excess of joy. "Emilia, my soul," he had burst out, "let me embrace you. Let me." Captain Mitchell, had he been there, would no doubt have made an apt remark about the dawn of a new era. But if Don José thought something of the kind, his eloquence failed him on this occasion. The inspirer of that revival of the Blanco party tottered where he stood. Mrs. Gould moved forward quickly and, as she offered her cheek with a smile to her old friend, managed very cleverly to give him the support of her arm he really needed. Don José had recovered himself at once, but for a time he could do no more than murmur, "Oh, you two patriots! Oh, you two patriots!" looking from one to the other. Vague plans of another historical work, wherein all the devotions to the regeneration of the country he loved would be enshrined for the reverent worship of posterity, flitted through his mind. The historian who had enough elevation of soul to write of Guzman Bento, yet this monster, imbrued in the blood of his countrymen, must not be held unreservedly to the execration of future years. It appears to be true that he, too, loved his country. He had given it 12 years of peace, and, absolute master of lives and fortunes as he was, he died poor. His worst fault, perhaps, was not his ferocity, but his ignorance. The man who could write thus of a cruel persecutor, the passage occurs in his history of misrule, felt at the foreshadowing of success an almost boundless affection for his two helpers. For these two young people from over the sea. Just as years ago, calmly, from the conviction of practical necessity, stronger than any abstract political doctrine, Henry Gould had drawn the sword, so now, the times being changed, Charles Gould had flung the silver of the San Tome into the fray. The Ingalls of Sulaco, the Costaguana Englishman, of the third generation, was as far from being a political intriguer as his uncle from a revolutionary swashbuckler. Springing from the instinctive uprightness of their natures, their action was reasoned. They saw an opportunity and used the weapon to hand. Charles Gould's position, a commanding position in the background of that attempt to retrieve the peace and the credit of the Republic, was very clear. At the beginning he had had to accommodate himself to existing circumstances of corruption so naively brazen as to disarm the hate of a man courageous enough not to be afraid of its irresponsible potency to ruin everything it touched. It seemed to him too contemptible for hot anger even. He made use of it with a cold, fearless scorn, manifested rather than concealed by the forms of stony courtesy which did away with much of the ignominy of the situation. At bottom, perhaps, he suffered from it, for he was not a man of cowardly illusions, but he refused to discuss the ethical view with his wife. He trusted that, though a little disenchanted, she would be intelligent enough to understand that his character safeguarded the enterprise of their lives as much or more than his policy. The extraordinary development of the mine had put a great power into his hands. To feel that prosperity always at the mercy of unintelligent greed had grown irksome to him. To Mrs. Gould it was humiliating. At any rate, it was dangerous. In the confidential communications passing between Charles Gould, the King of Sulaco, and the head of the silver and steel interests far away in California, the conviction was growing that any attempt made by men of education and integrity ought to be discreetly supported. "You may tell your friend Avellanos that I think so," Mr. Holroyd had written at the proper moment from his inviolable sanctuary within the 11-story high factory of great affairs. And shortly afterwards, with a credit opened by the Third Southern Bank, located next door but one to the Holroyd building, the Ribierist party in Costaguana took a practical shape under the eye of the administrator of the San Tome mine. And Don Jose, the hereditary friend of the Gould family, could say, perhaps, "My dear Carlos, I shall not have believed in vain." Chapter 2. After another armed struggle, decided by Montero's victory of Rio Seco, had been added to the tale of civil wars, the honest men, as Don Jose called them, could breathe freely for the first time in half a century. The 5-year mandate law became the basis of that regeneration, the passionate desire and hope for which had been like the elixir of everlasting youth for Don Jose Avellanos. And when it was suddenly, and not quite unexpectedly, endangered by that brute Montero, it was a passionate indignation that gave him a new lease of life, as it were. Already, at the time of the President-Dictator's visit to Sulaco, Moraga had sounded a note of warning from Sta Marta about the war minister. Montero and his brother made the subject of an earnest talk between the dictator-president and the Nestor-inspirer of the party. But Don Vincente, a doctor of philosophy from the Cordova University, seemed to have an exaggerated respect for military ability, whose mysteriousness, since it appeared to be altogether independent of intellect, imposed upon his imagination. The victor of Rio Seco was a popular hero. His services were so recent that the president-dictator quailed before the obvious charge of political ingratitude. Great regenerating transactions were being initiated, the fresh loan, a new railway line, a vast colonization scheme. Anything that could unsettle the public opinion in the capital was to be avoided. Don José bowed to these arguments and tried to dismiss from his mind the gold-laced portent in boots, and with a saber, made meaningless now at last, he hoped, in the new order of things. Less than 6 months after the president-dictator's visit, Sulaco learned with stupefaction of the military revolt in the name of national honor. The Minister of War, in a Baroque square allocution to the officers of the artillery regiment he had been inspecting, had declared the national honor sold to foreigners. The dictator, by his weak compliance with the demands of the European powers, for the settlement of long outstanding money claims, had showed himself unfit to rule. A letter from Moraga explained afterwards that the initiative, and even the very text, of the incendiary allocution came, in reality, from the other Montero, the ex-guerrillero, the Comandante de Plaza. The energetic treatment of Dr. Monaghan, sent for in haste, to the mountain, who came galloping 3 leagues in the dark, saved Don José from a dangerous attack of jaundice. After getting over the shock, Don José refused to let himself be prostrated. Indeed, better news succeeded at first. The revolt in the capital had been suppressed after a night of fighting in the streets. Unfortunately, both the Monteros had been able to make their escape south, to their native province of Entre Montes. The hero of the Forest March, the victor of Rio Seco, had been received with frenzied acclamations in Nicoya, the provincial capital. The troops in garrison there had gone to him in a body. The brothers were organizing an army, gathering malcontents, sending emissaries primed with patriotic lies to the people, and with promises of plunder to the wild llaneros. Even a Monterist press had come into existence. Speaking oracularly of the secret promises of support given by our great sister Republic of the North against the sinister land-grabbing designs of European powers. Cursing in every issue the miserable Ribiera, who had plotted to deliver his country, bound hand and foot, for a prey to foreign speculators. Sulaco, pastoral and sleepy, with its opulent campo and the rich silver mine, heard the din of arms fitfully in its fortunate isolation. It was nevertheless in the very forefront of the defense with men and money. But the very rumors reached it circuitously, from abroad even, so much was it cut off from the rest of the Republic, not only by natural obstacles, but also by the vicissitudes of the war. The Monteristos were besieging Queta, an important postal link. The overland couriers ceased to come across the mountains, and no muleteer would consent to risk the journey at last. Even Bonifacio on one occasion failed to return from Sta. Marta, either not daring to start, or perhaps captured by the parties of the enemy raiding the country between the Cordillera and the capital. Monterist publications, however, found their way into the province, mysteriously enough, and also Monterist emissaries preaching death to aristocrats in the villages and towns of the Campo. Very early, at the beginning of the trouble, Hernandez, the bandit, had proposed, through the agency of an old priest of a village in the wilds, to deliver 2 of them to the Ribierist authorities in Tonoro. They had come to offer him a free pardon and the rank of colonel from General Montero in consideration of joining the rebel army with his mounted band. No notice was taken at the time of the proposal. It was joined, as an evidence of good faith, to a petition praying the Sulaco Assembly for permission to enlist, with all his followers, in the forces being then raised in Sulaco for the defense of the 5-year mandate of regeneration. The petition, like everything else, had found its way into Don José's hands. He had showed to Mrs. Gould these pages of dirty grayish rough paper, perhaps looted in some village store, covered with the crabbed, illiterate handwriting of the old padre, carried off from his hut by the side of a mud-walled church to be the secretary of the dreaded Saltator. They had both bent in the lamplight of the Gould drawing-room over the document containing the fierce and yet humble appeal of the man against the blind and stupid barbarity turning an honest ranchero into a bandit. A postscript of the priest stated that, but for being deprived of his liberty for 10 days, he had been treated with humanity and the respect due to his sacred calling. He had been, it appears, confessing and absolving the chief and most of the band, and he guaranteed the sincerity of their good disposition. He had distributed heavy penances, no doubt in the way of litanies and fasts. But he argued shrewdly that it would be difficult for them to make their peace with God durably till they had made peace with men. Never before, perhaps, had Hernandez's head been in less jeopardy than when he petitioned humbly for permission to buy a pardon for himself and his gang of deserters by armed service. He could range afar from the waste lands protecting his fastness, unchecked, because there were no troops left in the whole province. The usual garrison of Sulaco had gone south to the war, with its brass band playing the Bolivar March on the bridge of one of the OSN Company's steamers. The great family coaches drawn up along the shore of the harbor were made to rock on the high leathern springs by the enthusiasm of the senoras and the senoritas standing up to wave their lace handkerchiefs. As lighter after lighter packed full of troops left the end of the jetty, Nostromo directed the embarkation, under the superintendence of Captain Mitchell, red-faced in the sun, conspicuous in a white waistcoat, representing the allied and anxious goodwill of all the material interests of civilization. General Barrios, who commanded the troops, assured Don José on parting that in 3 weeks he would have Montero in a wooden cage drawn by 3 pair of oxen ready for a tour through all the towns of the Republic. And then, Señora, he continued, baring his curly iron-gray head to Mrs. Gould in her landau, and then, Señora, we shall convert our swords into plowshares and grow rich. Even I, myself, as soon as this little business is settled, shall open a foundation on some land I have on the Llanos and try to make a little money in peace and quietness. Señora, you know, all Costaguana knows, what do I say, this whole South American continent knows, that Pablo Barrios has had his fill of military glory. Charles Gould was not present at the anxious and patriotic send-off. It was not his part to see the soldiers embark. It was neither his part, nor his inclination, nor his policy. His part, his inclination, and his policy were united in one endeavor to keep unchecked the flow of treasure he had started single-handed from the reopened scar in the flank of the mountain. As the mine developed he had trained for himself some native help. There were foremen, artificers and clerks, with Don Pepe for the gobernator of the mining population. For the rest his shoulders alone sustained the whole weight of the Imperium in Imperio, the great Gould concession whose mere shadow had been enough to crush the life out of his father. Mrs. Gould had no silver mine to look after. In the general life of the Gould concession she was represented by her 2 lieutenants, the doctor and the priest. But she fed her woman's love of excitement on events whose significance was purified to her by the fire of her imaginative purpose. On that day she had brought the Avellanos, father and daughter, down to the harbor with her. Amongst his other activities of that stirring time, Don José had become the chairman of a patriotic committee which had armed a great proportion of troops in the Sulaco command with an improved model of a military rifle. It had been just discarded for something still more deadly by one of the great European powers. How much of the market price for second-hand weapons was covered by the voluntary contributions of the principal families, and how much came from those funds Don José was understood to command abroad, remained a secret which he alone could have disclosed. But the ricos, as the populace called them, had contributed under the pressure of their Nestor's eloquence. Some of the more enthusiastic ladies had been moved to bring offerings of jewels into the hands of the man who was the life and soul of the party. There were moments when both his life and his soul seemed overtaxed by so many years of undiscouraged belief in regeneration. He appeared almost inanimate, sitting rigidly by the side of Mrs. Gould in the landau, with his fine, old, clean-shaven face of a uniform tint as if modeled in yellow wax, shaded by a soft felt hat. The dark eyes looking out fixedly. Antonia, the beautiful Antonia, as Miss Avellanos was called in Sulaco, leaned back, facing them. And her full figure, the grave oval of her face with full red lips, made her look more mature than Mrs. Gould, with her mobile expression and small, erect person under a slightly swaying sunshade. Whenever possible Antonia attended her father, her recognized devotion weakened the shocking effect of her scorn for the rigid conventions regulating the life of Spanish-American girlhood. And, in truth, she was no longer girlish. It was said that she often wrote state papers from her father's dictation, and was allowed to read all the books in his library. At the receptions, where the situation was saved by the presence of a very decrepit old lady, a relation of the Corbolans. Quite deaf and motionless in an armchair, Antonia could hold her own in a discussion with 2 or 3 men at a time. Obviously she was not the girl to be content with peeping through a barred window at a cloaked figure of a lover ensconced in a doorway opposite, which is the correct form of Costaguana courtship. It was generally believed that with her foreign upbringing and foreign ideas the learned and proud Antonia would never marry, unless, indeed, she married a foreigner from Europe or North America. Now that Sulaco seemed on the point of being invaded by all the world. Chapter 3. When General Barrios stopped to address Mrs. Gould, Antonia raised negligently her hand holding an open fan, as if to shade from the sun her head, wrapped in a light lace shawl. The clear gleam of her blue eyes gliding behind the black fringe of eyelashes paused for a moment upon her father, then traveled further to the figure of a young man of 30 at most. Of medium height, rather thick-set, wearing a light overcoat. Bearing down with the open palm of his hand upon the knob of a flexible cane, he had been looking on from a distance. But directly he saw himself noticed, he approached quietly and put his elbow over the door of the landau. The shirt collar, cut low in the neck, the big bow of his cravat, the style of his clothing, from the round hat to the varnished shoes, suggested an idea of French elegance. But otherwise he was the very type of a fair Spanish Creole. The fluffy mustache and the short, curly, golden beard did not conceal his lips, rosy, fresh, almost pouting in expression. His full, round face was of that warm, healthy Creole white which is never tanned by its native sunshine. Martin de Caude was seldom exposed to the Costaguana sun under which he was born. His people had been long settled in Paris, where he had studied law, had dabbled in literature. Had hoped now and then in moments of exaltation to become a poet like that other foreigner of Spanish blood, José María Heredia. In other moments he had, to pass the time, condescended to write articles on European affairs for the Seminario, the principal newspaper in St. Marta, which printed them under the heading "From our special correspondent," though the authorship was an open secret. Everybody in Costaguana, where the tale of compatriots in Europe is jealously kept, knew that it was the son de Caude, a talented young man, supposed to be moving in the higher spheres of society. As a matter of fact, he was an idle boulevardier, in touch with some smart journalists, made free of a few newspaper offices, and welcomed in the pleasure haunts of pressmen. This life, whose dreary superficiality is covered by the glitter of universal blog, like the stupid clowning of a harlequin by the spangles of a motley costume, induced in him a Frenchified, but most un-French, cosmopolitanism, in reality a mere barren indifferentism posing as intellectual superiority. Of his own country he used to say to his French associates, "Imagine an atmosphere of opera bouffe in which all the comic business of stage statesmen, brigands, etc., etc. All their farcical stealing, intriguing, and stabbing is done in dead earnest. It is screamingly funny, the blood flows all the time, and the actors believe themselves to be influencing the fate of the universe." Of course, government in general, any government anywhere, is a thing of exquisite comicality to a discerning mind, but really we Spanish Americans do overstep the bounds. No man of ordinary intelligence can take part in the intrigues of un farce macabre. However, these Ribierists, of whom we hear so much just now, are really trying in their own comical way to make the country habitable, and even to pay some of its debts. My friends, you had better write up Señor Ribiera all you can in kindness to your own bondholders. Really, if what I am told in my letters is true, there is some chance for them at last. And he would explain with railing verve what Don Vincente Ribiera stood for, a mournful little man oppressed by his own good intentions, the significance of battles won. Who Montero was, un grotesque vanitu id feris, and the manner of the new loan connected with railway development, and the colonization of vast tracts of land in one great financial scheme. And his French friends would remark that evidently this little fellow decoude connaissait la question à fond. An important Parisian review asked him for an article on the situation. It was composed in a serious tone and in a spirit of levity. Afterwards he asked one of his intimates, "Have you read my thing about the regeneration of Costaguana, un bon blog, hein?" He imagined himself Parisian to the tips of his fingers. But far from being that, he was in danger of remaining a sort of nondescript dilettante all his life. He had pushed the habit of universal raillery to a point where it blinded him to the genuine impulses of his own nature. To be suddenly selected for the executive member of the patriotic Small Arms Committee of Sulaco seemed to him the height of the unexpected. One of those fantastic moves of which only his dear countrymen were capable. "It's like a tile falling on my head. I, executive member. It's the first I hear of it. What do I know of military rifles?" "C'est funambulesque," he had exclaimed to his favorite sister. For the Decaude family, except the old father and mother, used the French language amongst themselves. And you should see the explanatory and confidential letter. 8 pages of it, no less. This letter, in Antonia's handwriting, was signed by Don José, who appealed to the young and gifted Costaguanero on public grounds, and privately opened his heart to his talented godson. A man of wealth and leisure, with wide relations, and by his parentage and bringing up worthy of all confidence. Which means, Martin commented, cynically, to his sister, that I am not likely to misappropriate the funds, or go blabbing to our charge d'affaires here. The whole thing was being carried out behind the back of the war minister, Montero, a mistrusted member of the Ribiera government, but difficult to get rid of at once. He was not to know anything of it till the troops under Barrios's command had the new rifle in their hands. The president dictator, whose position was very difficult, was alone in the secret. "How funny," commented Martin's sister and confidant, to which the brother, with an air of best Parisian blog, had retorted, "It's immense. The idea of that chief of the state engaged, with the help of private citizens, in digging a mine under his own indispensable war minister. No. We are unapproachable." And he laughed immoderately. Afterwards his sister was surprised at the earnestness and ability he displayed in carrying out his mission, which circumstances made delicate, and his want of special knowledge rendered difficult. She had never seen Martin take so much trouble about anything in his whole life. "It amuses me," he had explained, briefly. "I am beset by a lot of swindlers trying to sell all sorts of gaspipe weapons. They are charming, they invite me to expensive luncheons, I keep up their hopes, it's extremely entertaining. Meanwhile, the Real affair is being carried through in quite another quarter." When the business was concluded he declared suddenly his intention of seeing the precious consignment delivered safely in Sulaco. The whole burlesque business, he thought, was worth following up to the end. He mumbled his excuses, tugging at his golden beard, before the acute young lady who, after the first wide stare of astonishment, looked at him with narrowed eyes. And pronounced slowly, "I believe you want to see Antonia." "What Antonia?" asked the Costaguana boulevardier, in a vexed and disdainful tone. He shrugged his shoulders, and spun round on his heel. His sister called out after him joyously, "The Antonia you used to know when she wore her hair in 2 plaits down her back." He had known her some 8 years since, shortly before the Avellanos had left Europe for good, as a tall girl of 16, youthfully austere. And of a character already so formed that she ventured to treat slightingly his pose of disabused wisdom. On one occasion, as though she had lost all patience, she flew out at him about the aimlessness of his life and the levity of his opinions. He was 20 then, an only son, spoiled by his adoring family. This attack disconcerted him so greatly that he had faltered in his affectation of amused superiority before that insignificant chit of a schoolgirl. But the impression left was so strong that ever since all the girl friends of his sisters recalled to him Antonia Avellanos by some faint resemblance, or by the great force of contrast. It was, he told himself, like a ridiculous fatality. And, of course, in the news the Decauds received regularly from Costaguana, the name of their friends, the Avellanos. Cropped up frequently, the arrest and the abominable treatment of the ex-minister, the dangers and hardships endured by the family, its withdrawal in poverty to Sulaco, the death of the mother. The Monterist pronunciamento had taken place before Martin Decaud reached Costaguana. He came out in a roundabout way, through Magellan Straits by the main line and the West Coast service of the OSN Company. His precious consignment arrived just in time to convert the first feelings of consternation into a mood of hope and resolution. Publicly he was made much of by the familias principales. Privately Don José, still shaken and weak, embraced him with tears in his eyes. "You have come out yourself. No less could be expected from a Decaud. Alas! Our worst fears have been realized," he moaned, affectionately. And again he hugged his godson. This was indeed the time for men of intellect and conscience to rally round the endangered cause. It was then that Martin Decaud, the adopted child of Western Europe, felt the absolute change of atmosphere. He submitted to being embraced and talked to without a word. He was moved in spite of himself by that note of passion and sorrow unknown on the more refined stage of European politics. But when the tall Antonia, advancing with her light step in the dimness of the big bare sala of the Avellanos house, offered him her hand, in her emancipated way, and murmured, "I am glad to see you here, Don Martin," he felt how impossible it would be to tell these two people that he had intended to go away by the next month's packet. Don José, meantime, continued his praises. Every accession added to public confidence, and, besides, what an example to the young men at home from the brilliant defender of the country's regeneration. The worthy expounder of the party's political faith before the world. Everybody had read the magnificent article in the famous Parisian Review. The world was now informed, and the author's appearance at this moment was like a public act of faith. Young Decaud felt overcome by a feeling of impatient confusion. His plan had been to return by way of the United States through California, visit Yellowstone Park, see Chicago, Niagara, have a look at Canada, perhaps make a short stay in New York. A longer one in Newport, use his letters of introduction. The pressure of Antonia's hand was so frank, the tone of her voice was so unexpectedly unchanged in its approving warmth, that all he found to say after his low bow was, "I am inexpressibly grateful for your welcome. But why need a man be thanked for returning to his native country? I am sure Dona Antonia does not think so." "Certainly not, Señor," she said, with that perfectly calm openness of manner which characterized all her utterances. "But when he returns, as you return, one may be glad, for the sake of both." Martin Decaud said nothing of his plans. He not only never breathed a word of them to anyone, but only a fortnight later asked the mistress of the Casa Gould, where he had of course obtained admission at once. Leaning forward in his chair with an air of well-bred familiarity, whether she could not detect in him that day a marked change, an air, he explained, of more excellent gravity. At this Mrs. Gould turned her face full towards him with the silent inquiry of slightly widened eyes and the merest ghost of a smile, an habitual movement with her, which was very fascinating to men by something subtly devoted, finely self-forgetful in its lively readiness of attention. Because, Decaud continued imperturbably, he felt no longer an idle cumberer of the earth. She was, he assured her, actually beholding at that moment the journalist of Sulaco. At once Mrs. Gould glanced towards Antonia, posed upright in the corner of a high, straight-backed Spanish sofa, a large black fan waving slowly against the curves of her fine figure, the tips of crossed feet peeping from under the hem of the black skirt. Decaud's eyes also remained fixed there, while in an undertone he added that Miss Avellanos was quite aware of his new and unexpected vocation, which in Costaguana was generally the speciality of half-educated Negroes and wholly penniless lawyers. Then, confronting with a sort of urbane effrontery Mrs. Gould's gaze, now turned sympathetically upon himself, he breathed out the words, pro patria. What had happened was that he had all at once yielded to Don José's pressing entreaties to take the direction of a newspaper that would voice the aspirations of the province. It had been Don José's old and cherished idea. The necessary plant, on a modest scale, and a large consignment of paper had been received from America some time before. The right man alone was wanted. Even Señor Moraga in Sta Marta had not been able to find one, and the matter was now becoming pressing. Some organ was absolutely needed to counteract the effect of the lies disseminated by the Monterist press, the atrocious calumnies. The appeals to the people calling upon them to rise with their knives in their hands and put an end once for all to the Blancos, to these Gothic remnants, to these sinister mummies. These impotent paralyticos, who plotted with foreigners for the surrender of the lands and the slavery of the people. The clamor of this Negro liberalism frightened Señor Avellanos. A newspaper was the only remedy. And now that the right man had been found in Decaude, great black letters appeared painted between the windows above the arcaded ground floor of a house on the plaza. It was next to Anzani's great emporium of boots, silks, ironware, muslins, wooden toys, tiny silver arms, legs, heads, hearts, for ex voto offerings, rosaries, champagne, women's hats, patent medicines, even a few dusty books in paper covers and mostly in the French language. The big black letters formed the words, Offices of the Porvenir. From these offices a single folded sheet of Martin's journalism issued 3 times a week. And the sleek yellow Anzani prowling in a suit of ample black and carpet slippers, before the many doors of his establishment, greeted by a deep, sidelong inclination of his body the journalist of Sulaco going to and fro on the business of his august calling. Chapter 4. Perhaps it was in the exercise of his calling that he had come to see the troops depart. The Porvenir of the day after next would no doubt relate the event, but its editor, leaning his side against the landau, seemed to look at nothing. The front rank of the company of infantry drawn up 3 deep across the shore end of the jetty when pressed too close would bring their bayonets to the charge ferociously, with an awful rattle. And then the crowd of spectators swayed back bodily, even under the noses of the big white mules. Notwithstanding the great multitude there was only a low, muttering noise. The dust hung in a brown haze, in which the horsemen, wedged in the throng here and there, towered from the hips upwards, gazing all one way over the heads. Almost every one of them had mounted a friend, who steadied himself with both hands grasping his shoulders from behind. And the rims of their hats touching, made like one disc sustaining the cones of 2 pointed crowns with a double face underneath. A hoarse mozo would bawl out something to an acquaintance in the ranks, or a woman would shriek suddenly the word adios, followed by the Christian name of a man. General Barrios, in a shabby blue tunic and white peg-top trousers falling upon strange red boots, kept his head uncovered and stooped slightly, propping himself up with a thick stick. No. He had earned enough military glory to satiate any man, he insisted to Mrs. Gould, trying at the same time to put an air of gallantry into his attitude. A few jetty hairs hung sparsely from his upper lip, he had a salient nose, a thin, long jaw, and a black silk patch over one eye. His other eye, small and deep-set, twinkled erratically in all directions, aimlessly affable. The few European spectators, all men, who had naturally drifted into the neighborhood of the Gould carriage, betrayed by the solemnity of their faces their impression that the general must have had too much punch, Swedish punch, imported in bottles by Anzani, at the Amarilla Club before he had started with his staff on a furious ride to the harbor. But Mrs. Gould bent forward, self-possessed, and declared her conviction that still more glory awaited the general in the near future. Señora, he remonstrated, with great feeling, in the name of God, reflect. How can there be any glory for a man like me in overcoming that bald-headed embustero with the dyed mustaches? Pablo Ignacio Barrios, son of a village alcalde, general of division, commanding-in-chief the Occidental Military District, did not frequent the higher society of the town. He preferred the unceremonious gatherings of men where he could tell jaguar hunt stories, boast of his powers with the lasso, with which he could perform extremely difficult feats of the sort no married man should attempt, as the saying goes amongst the llaneros. Relate tales of extraordinary night rides, encounters with wild bulls, struggles with crocodiles, adventures in the great forests, crossings of swollen rivers. And it was not mere boastfulness that prompted the general's reminiscences, but a genuine love of that wild life which he had led in his young days before he turned his back forever on the thatched roof of the parental talderia in the woods. Wandering away as far as Mexico, he had fought against the French by the side, as he said, of Juarez, and was the only military man of Costaguana who had ever encountered European troops in the field. That fact shed a great luster upon his name till it became eclipsed by the rising star of Montero. All his life he had been an inveterate gambler. He alluded himself quite openly to the current story how once, during some campaign, when in command of a brigade, he had gambled away his horses, pistols, and accoutrements, to the very epaulets, playing Monte with his colonels the night before the battle. Finally, he had sent under escort his sword, a presentation sword, with a gold hilt, to the town in the rear of his position to be immediately pledged for 500 pesetas with a sleepy and frightened shopkeeper. By daybreak he had lost the last of that money, too, when his only remark, as he rose calmly, was, "Now let us go and fight to the death." From that time he had become aware that a general could lead his troops into battle very well with a simple stick in his hand. "It has been my custom ever since," he would say. He was always overwhelmed with debts. Even during the periods of splendor in his varied fortunes of a Costaguana general, when he held high military commands, his gold-laced uniforms were almost always in pawn with some tradesman. And at last, to avoid the incessant difficulties of costume caused by the anxious lenders, he had assumed a disdain of military trappings, an eccentric fashion of shabby old tunics, which had become like a second nature. But the faction Barrios joined needed to fear no political betrayal. He was too much of a real soldier for the ignoble traffic of buying and selling victories. A member of the foreign diplomatic body in Sta Marta had once passed a judgment upon him: "Barrios is a man of perfect honesty and even of some talent for war, mais il manque de tenue." After the triumph of the Ribierists he had obtained the reputedly lucrative Occidental command, mainly through the exertions of his creditors, the Sta Marta shopkeepers, all great politicians, who moved heaven and earth in his interest publicly, and privately besieged Senor Moraga, the influential agent of the San Tome mine, with the exaggerated lamentations that if the general were passed over, we shall all be ruined. An incidental but favorable mention of his name in Mr. Gould Sr.'s long correspondence with his son had something to do with his appointment, too. But most of all undoubtedly his established political honesty. No one questioned the personal bravery of the Tiger Killer, as the populace called him. He was, however, said to be unlucky in the field, but this was to be the beginning of an era of peace. The soldiers liked him for his humane temper, which was like a strange and precious flower unexpectedly blooming on the hotbed of corrupt revolutions. And when he rode slowly through the streets during some military display, the contemptuous good humor of his solitary eye roaming over the crowds extorted the acclamations of the populace. The women of that class especially seemed positively fascinated by the long drooping nose, the peaked chin, the heavy lower lip, the black silk eye patch and band slanting rakishly over the forehead. His high rank always procured an audience of caballeros for his sporting stories, which he detailed very well with a simple, grave enjoyment. As to the society of ladies, it was irksome by the restraints it imposed without any equivalent, as far as he could see. He had not, perhaps, spoken 3 times on the whole to Mrs. Gould since he had taken up his high command. But he had observed her frequently riding with the Senor Administrator, and had pronounced that there was more sense in her little bridle hand than in all the female heads in Sulaco. His impulse had been to be very civil on parting to a woman who did not wobble in the saddle, and happened to be the wife of a personality very important to a man always short of money. He even pushed his attentions so far as to desire the aide-de-camp at his side, a thick-set, short captain with a Tartar physiognomy, to bring along a corporal with a file of men in front of the carriage, lest the crowd in its backward surges should incommode the mules of the senora. Then, turning to the small knot of silent Europeans looking on within earshot, he raised his voice protectingly. "Señors, have no apprehension. Go on quietly making your ferrocarril, your railways, your telegraphs. There's enough wealth in Costaguana to pay for everything, or else you would not be here. Ha! Ha! Don't mind this little picardia of my friend Montero. In a little while you shall behold his dyed mustaches through the bars of a strong wooden cage. See, señors. Fear nothing, develop the country, work, work." The little group of engineers received this exhortation without a word, and after waving his hand at them loftily, he addressed himself again to Mrs. Gould. "That is what Don José says we must do. Be enterprising. Work. Grow rich. To put Montero in a cage is my work. And when that insignificant piece of business is done, then, as Don José wishes us, we shall grow rich, one and all, like so many Englishmen, because it is money that saves a country." But a young officer in a very new uniform, hurrying up from the direction of the jetty, interrupted his interpretation of Señor Avellanos's ideals. The general made a movement of impatience, the other went on talking to him insistently, with an air of respect. The horses of the staff had been embarked, the steamer's gig was awaiting the general at the boat steps, and Barrios, after a fierce stare of his one eye, began to take leave. Don José roused himself for an appropriate phrase pronounced mechanically. The terrible strain of hope and fear was telling on him, and he seemed to husband the last sparks of his fire for those oratorical efforts of which even the distant Europe was to hear. Antonia, her red lips firmly closed, averted her head behind the raised fan. And young Decaud, though he felt the girl's eyes upon him, gazed away persistently, hooked on his elbow, with a scornful and complete detachment. Mrs. Gould heroically concealed her dismay at the appearance of men and events so remote from her racial conventions, dismay too deep to be uttered in words even to her husband. She understood his voiceless reserve better now. Their confidential intercourse fell, not in moments of privacy, but precisely in public, when the quick meeting of their glances would comment upon some fresh turn of events. She had gone to his school of uncompromising silence, the only one possible, since so much that seemed shocking, weird, and grotesque in the working out of their purposes had to be accepted as normal in this country. Decidedly, the stately Antonia looked more mature and infinitely calm, but she would never have known how to reconcile the sudden sinkings of her heart with an amiable mobility of expression. Mrs. Gould smiled a goodbye at Barrios, nodded round to the Europeans, who raised their hats simultaneously, with an engaging invitation, "I hope to see you all presently, at home." Then said nervously to Decaud, "Get in, Don Martin," and heard him mutter to himself in French, as he opened the carriage door, "Le sort en est jeté." She heard him with a sort of exasperation. Nobody ought to have known better than himself that the first cast of dice had been already thrown long ago in a most desperate game. Distant acclamations, words of command yelled out, and a roll of drums on the jetty greeted the departing general. Something like a slight faintness came over her, and she looked blankly at Antonia's still face, wondering what would happen to Charlie if that absurd man failed. "A la casa, Ignacio," she cried at the motionless broad back of the coachman, who gathered the reins without haste, mumbling to himself under his breath, "Si, la casa. Si, esa nina." The carriage rolled noiselessly on the soft track, the shadows fell long on the dusty little plain interspersed with dark bushes, mounds of turned-up earth. Low wooden buildings with iron roofs of the railway company. The sparse row of telegraph poles strode obliquely clear of the town, bearing a single, almost invisible wire far into the great campo, like a slender vibrating feeler of that progress waiting outside for a moment of peace to enter and twine itself about the weary heart of the land. The café window of the Albergo d'Italia Una was full of sunburnt, whiskered faces of railway men. But at the other end of the house, the end of the Signori Inglesi, old Giorgio, at the door with one of his girls on each side, bared his bushy head, as white as the snows of Higuerota. Mrs. Gould stopped the carriage. She seldom failed to speak to her protégé. Moreover, the excitement, the heat, and the dust had made her thirsty. She asked for a glass of water. Giorgio sent the children indoors for it, and approached with pleasure expressed in his whole rugged countenance. It was not often that he had occasion to see his benefactress, who was also an Englishwoman, another title to his regard. He offered some excuses for his wife. It was a bad day with her. Her oppressions, he tapped his own broad chest. She could not move from her chair that day. Decaud, ensconced in the corner of his seat, observed gloomily Mrs. Gould's old revolutionist, then, offhand. "Well, and what do you think of it all, Garibaldino?" Old Giorgio, looking at him with some curiosity, said civilly that the troops had marched very well. One-eyed Barrios and his officers had done wonders with the recruits in a short time. Those Indios, only caught the other day, had gone swinging past in double-quick time, like Bersaglieri. They looked well fed, too, and had whole uniforms. Uniforms, he repeated with a half-smile of pity. A look of grim retrospect stole over his piercing, steady eyes. It had been otherwise in his time when men fought against tyranny, in the forests of Brazil, or on the plains of Uruguay, starving on half-raw beef without salt, half-naked, with often only a knife tied to a stick for a weapon. And yet we used to prevail against the oppressor, he concluded, proudly. His animation fell, the slight gesture of his hand expressed discouragement. But he added that he had asked one of the sergeants to show him the new rifle. There was no such weapon in his fighting days. And if Barrios could not— "Yes, yes," broke in Don José, almost trembling with eagerness. "We are safe. The good Señor Viola is a man of experience. Extremely deadly, is it not so? You have accomplished your mission admirably, my dear Martin." Decaud, lolling back moodily, contemplated old Viola. "Ah. Yes. A man of experience. But who are you for, really, in your heart?" Mrs. Gould leaned over to the children. Linda had brought out a glass of water on a tray. With extreme care, Giselle presented her with a bunch of flowers gathered hastily. "For the people," declared old Viola, sternly. "We are all for the people, in the end." "Yes," muttered old Viola, savagely. "And meantime they fight for you. Blind esclavos." At that moment young Scarf of the railway staff emerged from the door of the part reserved for the Signori Inglesi. He had come down to headquarters from somewhere up the line on a light engine, and had had just time to get a bath and change his clothes. He was a nice boy, and Mrs. Gould welcomed him. "It's a delightful surprise to see you, Mrs. Gould. I've just come down. Usual luck. Missed everything, of course. This show is just over, and I hear there has been a great dance at Don Just Lopez's last night. Is it true?" The young patricians, Decaud began suddenly in his precise English, have indeed been dancing before they started off to the war with the great Pompey. Young Scarf stared, astounded. "You haven't met before," Mrs. Gould intervened. "Mr. Decaud, Mr. Scarf." "Ah. But we are not going to Pharsalia," protested Don José, with nervous haste, also in English. "You should not jest like this, Martin." Antonia's breast rose and fell with a deeper breath. The young engineer was utterly in the dark. "Great what?" he muttered, vaguely. "Luckily, Montero is not a Caesar," Decaud continued. "Not the two Monteros put together would make a decent parody of a Caesar." He crossed his arms on his breast, looking at Señor Avellanos, who had returned to his immobility. It is only you, Don Jose, who are a genuine old Roman, vir Romanus, eloquent and inflexible. Since he had heard the name of Montero pronounced, young Scarf had been eager to express his simple feelings. In a loud and youthful tone he hoped that this Montero was going to be licked once for all and done with. There was no saying what would happen to the railway if the revolution got the upper hand. Perhaps it would have to be abandoned. It would not be the first railway gone to pot in Costaguana. You know, it's one of their so-called national things, he ran on, wrinkling up his nose as if the word had a suspicious flavor to his profound experience of South American affairs. And, of course, he chatted with animation. It had been such an immense piece of luck for him at his age to get appointed on the staff of a big thing like that, don't you know? It would give him the pull over a lot of chaps all through life, he asserted. Therefore, down with Montero. Mrs. Gould. His artless grin disappeared slowly before the unanimous gravity of the faces turned upon him from the carriage. Only that old chap, Don Jose, presenting a motionless, waxy profile, stared straight on as if deaf. Scarf did not know the Avellanos very well. They did not give balls, and Antonia never appeared at a ground-floor window, as some other young ladies used to do attended by elder women, to chat with the caballeros on horseback in the calle. The stares of these Creoles did not matter much, but what on earth had come to Mrs. Gould? She said, "Go on, Ignacio," and gave him a slow inclination of the head. He heard a short laugh from that round-faced, Frenchified fellow. He colored up to the eyes, and stared at Giorgio Viola, who had fallen back with the children, hat in hand. "I shall want a horse presently," he said with some asperity to the old man. "Si, senor. There are plenty of horses," murmured the Garibaldino, smoothing absently, with his brown hands, the two heads, one dark with bronze glints, the other fair with a coppery ripple. Of the two girls by his side. The returning stream of sightseers raised a great dust on the road. Horseman noticed the group. "Go to your mother," he said. "They are growing up as I am growing older, and there is nobody." He looked at the young engineer and stopped, as if awakened from a dream. Then, folding his arms on his breast, took up his usual position, leaning back in the doorway with an upward glance fastened on the white shoulder of Higuerota far away. In the carriage Martin Decaud, shifting his position as though he could not make himself comfortable, muttered as he swayed towards Antonia, "I suppose you hate me." Then in a loud voice he began to congratulate Don Jose upon all the engineers being convinced Ribierists. The interest of all those foreigners was gratifying. "You have heard this one. He is an enlightened well-wisher. It is pleasant to think that the prosperity of Costaguana is of some use to the world." "He is very young," Mrs. Gould remarked, quietly. "And so very wise for his age," retorted Decaud. "But here we have the naked truth from the mouth of that child." "You are right, Don Jose. The natural treasures of Costaguana are of importance to the progressive Europe represented by this youth. Just as 300 years ago the wealth of our Spanish fathers was a serious object to the rest of Europe, as represented by the bold buccaneers. There is a curse of futility upon our character, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, chivalry and materialism, high-sounding sentiments and a supine morality. Violent efforts for an idea and a sullen acquiescence in every form of corruption. We convulsed a continent for our independence only to become the passive prey of a democratic parody, the helpless victims of scoundrels and cutthroats, our institutions a mockery. Our laws a farce, a Guzman Bento our master. And we have sunk so low that when a man like you has awakened our conscience, a stupid barbarian of a Montero, great heavens! A Montero becomes a deadly danger, and an ignorant, boastful Indio, like Barrios, is our defender." But Don Jose, disregarding the general indictment as though he had not heard a word of it, took up the defense of Barrios. The man was competent enough for his special task in the plan of campaign. It consisted in an offensive movement, with Queta as base, upon the flank of the revolutionist forces advancing from the south against Estier. Marta, which was covered by another army with the president-dictator in its midst. Don José became quite animated with a great flow of speech, bending forward anxiously under the steady eyes of his daughter. Decaud, as if silenced by so much ardor, did not make a sound. The bells of the city were striking the hour of oration when the carriage rolled under the old gateway facing the harbor like a shapeless monument of leaves and stones. The rumble of wheels under the sonorous arch was traversed by a strange, piercing shriek, and Decaud, from his back seat, had a view of the people behind the carriage trudging along the road outside. All turning their heads, in sombreros and rebozos, to look at a locomotive which rolled quickly out of sight behind Giorgio Viola's house. Under a white trail of steam that seemed to vanish in the breathless, hysterically prolonged scream of warlike triumph. And it was all like a fleeting vision, the shrieking ghost of a railway engine fleeing across the frame of the archway. Behind the startled movement of the people streaming back from a military spectacle with silent footsteps on the dust of the road. It was a material train returning from the Campo to the Palisade yards. The empty cars rolled lightly on the single track, there was no rumble of wheels, no tremor of the ground. The engine driver, running past the Casa Viola with the salute of an uplifted arm, checked his speed smartly before entering the yard. And when the ear-splitting screech of the steam whistle for the brakes had stopped, a series of hard, battering shocks, mingled with the clanking of chain couplings, made a tumult of blows and shaken fetters under the vault of the gate. Chapter 5. The Gould carriage was the first to return from the harbor to the empty town. On the ancient pavement, laid out in patterns, sunk into ruts and holes, the portly Ignacio, mindful of the springs of the Parisian-built landau, had pulled up to a walk. And Decaud in his corner contemplated moodily the inner aspect of the gate. The squat turreted sides held up between them a mass of masonry with bunches of grass growing at the top, and a grey, heavily scrolled armorial shield of stone above the apex of the arch with the arms of Spain nearly smoothed out as if in readiness for some new device typical of the impending progress. The explosive noise of the railway trucks seemed to augment Decaud's irritation. He muttered something to himself, then began to talk aloud in curt, angry phrases thrown at the silence of the two women. They did not look at him at all. While Don José, with his semi-translucent, waxy complexion, overshadowed by the soft grey hat, swayed a little to the jolts of the carriage by the side of Mrs. Gould. This sound puts a new edge on a very old truth. Decaud spoke in French, perhaps because of Ignacio on the box above him. The old coachman, with his broad back filling a short, silver-braided jacket, had a big pair of ears, whose thick rims stood well away from his cropped head. Yes, the noise outside the city wall is new, but the principle is old. He ruminated his discontent for a while, then began afresh with a sidelong glance at Antonia. No, but just imagine our forefathers in morions and corselets drawn up outside this gate. And a band of adventurers just landed from their ships in the harbor there. Thieves, of course. Speculators, too. Their expeditions, each one, were the speculations of grave and reverend persons in England. That is history, as that absurd sailor Mitchell is always saying. Mitchell's arrangements for the embarkation of the troops were excellent, exclaimed Don José. That. Oh, that's really the work of that Genoese seaman. But to return to my noises. There used to be in the old days the sound of trumpets outside that gate. War trumpets. I'm sure they were trumpets. I have read somewhere that Drake, who was the greatest of these men, used to dine alone in his cabin on board ship to the sound of trumpets. In those days this town was full of wealth. Those men came to take it. Now the whole land is like a treasure house, and all these people are breaking into it, whilst we are cutting each other's throats. The only thing that keeps them out is mutual jealousy. But they'll come to an agreement some day, and by the time we've settled our quarrels and become decent and honorable, there'll be nothing left for us. It has always been the same. We are a wonderful people, but it has always been our fate to be, he did not say robbed, but added, after a pause, exploited. Mrs. Gould said, "Oh, this is unjust." And Antonia interjected, "Don't answer him, Amelia. He is attacking me." "You surely do not think I was attacking Don Carlos?" Decaud answered. And then the carriage stopped before the door of the Casa Gould. The young man offered his hand to the ladies. They went in first together. Don José walked by the side of Decaud, and the gouty old porter tottered after them with some light raps on his arm. Don José slipped his hand under the arm of the journalist of Sulaco. The Porvenir must have a long and confident article upon Barrios and the irresistibleness of his army of Queta. The moral effect should be kept up in the country. We must cable encouraging extracts to Europe and the United States to maintain a favorable impression abroad. Decaud muttered, "Oh, yes, we must comfort our friends, the speculators." The long open gallery was in shadow, with its screen of plants in vases along the balustrade, holding out motionless blossoms, and all the glass doors of the reception rooms thrown open. A jingle of spurs died out at the further end. Basilio, standing aside against the wall, said in a soft tone to the passing ladies, "The Señor Administrator is just back from the mountain." In the great sala, with its groups of ancient Spanish and modern European furniture making as if different centers under the high white spread of the ceiling. The silver and porcelain of the tea service gleamed among a cluster of dwarf chairs, like a bit of a lady's boudoir, putting in a note of feminine and intimate delicacy. Don José in his rocking chair placed his hat on his lap, and Decaud walked up and down the whole length of the room, passing between tables loaded with knickknacks and almost disappearing behind the high backs of leathern sofas. He was thinking of the angry face of Antonia. He was confident that he would make his peace with her. He had not stayed in Sulaco to quarrel with Antonia. Martin Decaud was angry with himself. All he saw and heard going on around him exasperated the preconceived views of his European civilization. To contemplate revolutions from the distance of the Parisian boulevards was quite another matter. Here on the spot it was not possible to dismiss their tragic comedy with the expression, quelle farce. The reality of the political action, such as it was, seemed closer, and acquired poignancy by Antonia's belief in the cause. Its crudeness hurt his feelings. He was surprised at his own sensitiveness. "I suppose I am more of a Costaguanero than I would have believed possible," he thought to himself. His disdain grew like a reaction of his skepticism against the action into which he was forced by his infatuation for Antonia. He soothed himself by saying he was not a patriot, but a lover. The ladies came in bareheaded, and Mrs. Gould sank low before the little tea table. Antonia took up her usual place at the reception hour, the corner of a leathern couch, with a rigid grace in her pose and a fan in her hand. Decaud, swerving from the straight line of his march, came to lean over the high back of her seat. For a long time he talked into her ear from behind, softly, with a half-smile and an air of apologetic familiarity. Her fan lay half-grasped on her knees. She never looked at him. His rapid utterance grew more and more insistent and caressing. At last he ventured a slight laugh. "No, really. You must forgive me. One must be serious sometimes." He paused. She turned her head a little, her blue eyes glided slowly towards him, slightly upwards, mollified and questioning. "You can't think I am serious when I call Montero a gran bestia every second day in the Porvenir? That is not a serious occupation. No occupation is serious, not even when a bullet through the heart is the penalty of failure." Her hand closed firmly on her fan. "Some reason, you understand, I mean some sense, may creep into thinking, some glimpse of truth. I mean some effective truth, for which there is no room in politics or journalism. I happen to have said what I thought. And you are angry. If you do me the kindness to think a little you will see that I spoke like a patriot." She opened her red lips for the first time, not unkindly. "Yes, but you never see the aim. Men must be used as they are. I suppose nobody is really disinterested, unless, perhaps, you, Don Martin. God forbid. It's the last thing I should like you to believe of me. He spoke lightly, and paused. She began to fan herself with a slow movement without raising her hand. After a time he whispered passionately. Antonia. She smiled, and extended her hand after the English manner towards Charles Gould, who was bowing before her. While Decaud, with his elbows spread on the back of the sofa, dropped his eyes and murmured, Bonjour. The senior administrator of the San Tome mine bent over his wife for a moment. They exchanged a few words, of which only the phrase, the greatest enthusiasm, pronounced by Mrs. Gould, could be heard. Yes, Decaud began in a murmur. Even he. This is sheer calumny, said Antonia, not very severely. You just ask him to throw his mine into the melting pot for the great cause, Decaud whispered. Don José had raised his voice. He rubbed his hands cheerily. The excellent aspect of the troops and the great quantity of new deadly rifles on the shoulders of those brave men seemed to fill him with an ecstatic confidence. Charles Gould, very tall and thin before his chair, listened, but nothing could be discovered in his face except a kind and deferential attention. Meantime, Antonia had risen, and, crossing the room, stood looking out of one of the 3 long windows giving on the street. Decaud followed her. The window was thrown open, and he leaned against the thickness of the wall. The long folds of the damask curtain, falling straight from the broad brass cornice, hid him partly from the room. He folded his arms on his breast, and looked steadily at Antonia's profile. The people returning from the harbor filled the pavements. The shuffle of sandals and a low murmur of voices ascended to the window. Now and then a coach rolled slowly along the disjointed roadway of the Calle de la Constitution. There were not many private carriages in Sulaco. At the most crowded hour on the Alameda they could be counted with one glance of the eye. The great family arks swayed on high leathern springs, full of pretty powdered faces in which the eyes looked intensely alive and black. And first Don Just Lopez, the president of the Provincial Assembly, passed with his 3 lovely daughters, solemn in a black frock coat and stiff white tie. As when directing a debate from a high tribune. Though they all raised their eyes, Antonia did not make the usual greeting gesture of a fluttered hand, and they affected not to see the 2 young people, Costaguaneros with European manners, whose eccentricities were discussed behind the barred windows of the first families in Sulaco. And then the widowed Senora Gavaleso de Valdez rolled by, handsome and dignified, in a great machine in which she used to travel to and from her country house. Surrounded by an armed retinue in leather suits and big sombreros, with carbines at the bows of their saddles. She was a woman of most distinguished family, proud, rich, and kind-hearted. Her second son, Jamie, had just gone off on the staff of Barrios. The eldest, a worthless fellow of a moody disposition, filled Sulaco with the noise of his dissipations, and gambled heavily at the club. The 2 youngest boys, with yellow Ribierist cockades in their caps, sat on the front seat. She, too, affected not to see the Seigneur Decaud talking publicly with Antonia in defiance of every convention. And he not even her novio as far as the world knew. Though, even in that case, it would have been scandal enough. But the dignified old lady, respected and admired by the first families, would have been still more shocked if she could have heard the words they were exchanging. Did you say I lost sight of the aim? I have only one aim in the world. She made an almost imperceptible negative movement of her head, still staring across the street at the Avellanos' house, grey, marked with decay, and with iron bars like a prison. And it would be so easy of attainment, he continued, this aim which, whether knowingly or not, I have always had in my heart, ever since the day when you snubbed me so horribly once in Paris. You remember. A slight smile seemed to move the corner of the lip that was on his side. You know you were a very terrible person, a sort of Charlotte Corday in a schoolgirl's dress, a ferocious patriot. I suppose you would have stuck a knife into Guzman Bento? She interrupted him. You do me too much honor. At any rate, he said, changing suddenly to a tone of bitter levity, you would have sent me to stab him without compunction. Ah, par exemple, she murmured in a shocked tone. Well, he argued, mockingly, you do keep me here writing deadly nonsense. Deadly to me. It has already killed my self-respect. And you may imagine, he continued, his tone passing into light banter, that Montero, should he be successful, would get even with me in the only way such a brute can get even with a man of intelligence who condescends to call him a grand bestia 3 times a week. It's a sort of intellectual death, but there is the other one in the background for a journalist of my ability. If he is successful, said Antonia, thoughtfully. You seem satisfied to see my life hang on a thread, Decoud replied, with a broad smile. And the other Montero, my trusted brother of the proclamations. The guerrillero, haven't I written that he was taking the guests' overcoats and changing plates in Paris at our legation in the intervals of spying on our refugees there, in the time of Rojas? He will wash out that sacred truth in blood. In my blood. Why do you look annoyed? This is simply a bit of the biography of one of our great men. What do you think he will do to me? There is a certain convent wall round the corner of the plaza, opposite the door of the Bull Ring. You know? Opposite the door with the inscription, Entrada de la Sombra. Appropriate, perhaps. That's where the uncle of our host gave up his Anglo-South American soul. And, note, he might have run away. A man who has fought with weapons may run away. You might have let me go with Barrios if you had cared for me. I would have carried one of those rifles, in which Don José believes, with the greatest satisfaction, in the ranks of poor peons and indios, that know nothing either of reason or politics. The most forlorn hope in the most forlorn army on earth would have been safer than that for which you made me stay here. When you make war you may retreat, but not when you spend your time in inciting poor ignorant fools to kill and to die. His tone remained light, and as if unaware of his presence she stood motionless, her hands clasped lightly, the fan hanging down from her interlaced fingers. He waited for a while, and then, I shall go to the wall, he said, with a sort of jocular desperation. Even that declaration did not make her look at him. Her head remained still, her eyes fixed upon the house of the Avellanos, whose chipped pilasters, broken cornices, the whole degradation of dignity was hidden now by the gathering dusk of the street. In her whole figure her lips alone moved, forming the words. Martin, you will make me cry. He remained silent for a minute, startled, as if overwhelmed by a sort of awed happiness, with the lines of the mocking smile still stiffened about his mouth, and incredulous surprise in his eyes. The value of a sentence is in the personality which utters it, for nothing new can be said by man or woman. And those were the last words, it seemed to him, that could ever have been spoken by Antonia. He had never made it up with her so completely in all their intercourse of small encounters. But even before she had time to turn towards him, which she did slowly with a rigid grace, he had begun to plead. My sister is only waiting to embrace you. My father is transported with joy. I won't say anything of my mother. Our mothers were like sisters. There is the mail boat for the south next week, let us go. That Moraga is a fool. A man like Montero is bribed. It's the practice of the country. Its tradition, its politics. Read 50 Years of Misrule. Leave poor Papa alone, Don Martin. He believes. I have the greatest tenderness for your father, he began, hurriedly. But I love you, Antonia. And Moraga has miserably mismanaged this business. Perhaps your father did, too. I don't know. Montero was bribable. Why, I suppose he only wanted his share of this famous loan for national development. Why didn't the stupid Sta. Marta people give him a mission to Europe, or something? He would have taken 5 years' salary in advance, and gone on loafing in Paris, this stupid, ferocious Indio. The man, she said, thoughtfully, and very calm before this outburst, was intoxicated with vanity. We had all the information, not from Moraga only, from others, too. There was his brother intriguing, too. "Oh, yes," he said. "Of course you know. You know everything. You read all the correspondence, you write all the papers, all those state papers that are inspired here, in this room, in blind deference to a theory of political purity. Hadn't you Charles Gould before your eyes? Rey de Sulaco. He and his mine are the practical demonstration of what could have been done. Do you think he succeeded by his fidelity to a theory of virtue? And all those railway people, with their honest work. Of course, their work is honest. But what if you cannot work honestly till the thieves are satisfied? Could he not, a gentleman, have told this Sir John what's-his-name that Montero had to be bought off, he and all his Negro liberals hanging on to his gold-laced sleeve? He ought to have been bought off with his own stupid weight of gold, his weight of gold, I tell you, boots, sabre, spurs, cocked hat, and all. She shook her head slightly. It was impossible, she murmured. He wanted the whole lot? What? She was facing him now in the deep recess of the window, very close and motionless. Her lips moved rapidly. Decaud, leaning his back against the wall, listened with crossed arms and lowered eyelids. He drank the tones of her even voice, and watched the agitated life of her throat, as if waves of emotion had run from her heart to pass out into the air in her reasonable words. He also had his aspirations, he aspired to carry her away out of these deadly futilities of pronunciamientos and reforms. All this was wrong, utterly wrong. But she fascinated him, and sometimes the sheer sagacity of a phrase would break the charm, replace the fascination by a sudden unwilling thrill of interest. Some women hovered, as it were, on the threshold of genius, he reflected. They did not want to know, or think, or understand. Passion stood for all that, and he was ready to believe that some startlingly profound remark, some appreciation of character, or a judgment upon an event, bordered on the miraculous. In the mature Antonia he could see with an extraordinary vividness the austere schoolgirl of the earlier days. She seduced his attention. Sometimes he could not restrain a murmur of assent. Now and then he advanced an objection quite seriously. Gradually they began to argue, the curtain half hid them from the people in the sala. Outside it had grown dark. From the deep trench of shadow between the houses, lit up vaguely by the glimmer of street lamps, ascended the evening silence of Sulaco. The silence of a town with few carriages, of unshod horses, and a softly sandalled population. The windows of the Casa Gould flung their shining parallelograms upon the house of the Avellanos. Now and then a shuffle of feet passed below with the pulsating red glow of a cigarette at the foot of the walls, and the night air, as if cooled by the snows of Higuerota, refreshed their faces. "We Occidentals," said Martin Decaud, using the usual term the provincials of Sulaco applied to themselves, "have been always distinct and separated. As long as we hold Queta nothing can reach us. In all our troubles no army has marched over those mountains. A revolution in the central provinces isolates us at once. Look how complete it is now. The news of Barrio's movement will be cabled to the United States, and only in that way will it reach Sta Marta by the cable from the other seaboard. We have the greatest riches, the greatest fertility, the purest blood in our great families, the most laborious population. The Occidental province should stand alone. The early federalism was not bad for us. Then came this union which Don Enrique Gould resisted. It opened the road to tyranny. And, ever since, the rest of Costaguana hangs like a millstone round our necks. The Occidental territory is large enough to make any man's country. Look at the mountains. Nature itself seems to cry to us, separate. She made an energetic gesture of negation. A silence fell. Oh, yes, I know it's contrary to the doctrine laid down in the history of 50 years' misrule. I am only trying to be sensible. But my sense seems always to give you cause for offense. Have I startled you very much with this perfectly reasonable aspiration? She shook her head. No, she was not startled, but the idea shocked her early convictions. Her patriotism was larger. She had never considered that possibility. "It may yet be the means of saving some of your convictions," he said, prophetically. She did not answer. She seemed tired. They leaned side by side on the rail of the little balcony, very friendly, having exhausted politics, giving themselves up to the silent feeling of their nearness. In one of those profound pauses that fall upon the rhythm of passion. Towards the plaza end of the street the glowing coals in the braseros of the market women cooking their evening meal gleamed red along the edge of the pavement. A man appeared without a sound in the light of a street lamp, showing the colored inverted triangle of his bordered poncho, square on his shoulders, hanging to a point below his knees. From the harbor end of the calle a horseman walked his soft-stepping mount, gleaming silver-gray abreast each lamp under the dark shape of the rider. "Behold the illustrious Capataz de Cargadores," said Decaud, gently, coming in all his splendor after his work is done. "The next great man of Sulaco after Don Carlos Gould. But he is good-natured, and let me make friends with him." "Ah, indeed," said Antonia. "How did you make friends?" "A journalist ought to have his finger on the popular pulse, and this man is one of the leaders of the populace. A journalist ought to know remarkable men, and this man is remarkable in his way." "Ah, yes," said Antonia, thoughtfully. "It is known that this Italian has a great influence." The horseman had passed below them, with a gleam of dim light on the shining broad quarters of the grey mare, on a bright heavy stirrup, on a long silver spur. But the short flick of yellowish flame in the dusk was powerless against the muffled-up mysteriousness of the dark figure with an invisible face concealed by a great sombrero. Decaud and Antonia remained leaning over the balcony, side by side, touching elbows, with their heads overhanging the darkness of the street, and the brilliantly lighted sala at their backs. This was a tête-à-tête of extreme impropriety. Something of which in the whole extent of the Republic only the extraordinary Antonia could be capable, the poor, motherless girl, never accompanied, with a careless father, who had thought only of making her learned. Even Decaud himself seemed to feel that this was as much as he could expect of having her to himself till the revolution was over and he could carry her off to Europe. Away from the endlessness of civil strife, whose folly seemed even harder to bear than its ignominy. After one Montero there would be another, the lawlessness of a populace of all colors and races, barbarism, irremediable tyranny. As the great liberator Bolivar had said in the bitterness of his spirit, America is ungovernable. Those who worked for her independence have plowed the sea. He did not care, he declared boldly. He seized every opportunity to tell her that though she had managed to make a Blanco journalist of him, he was no patriot. First of all, the word had no sense for cultured minds, to whom the narrowness of every belief is odious. And secondly, in connection with the everlasting troubles of this unhappy country it was hopelessly besmirched. It had been the cry of dark barbarism, the cloak of lawlessness, of crimes, of rapacity, of simple thieving. He was surprised at the warmth of his own utterance. He had no need to drop his voice. It had been low all the time, a mere murmur in the silence of dark houses with their shutters closed early against the night air, as is the custom of Sulaco. Only the sala of the Casa Gould flung out defiantly the blaze of its 4 windows, the bright appeal of light in the whole dumb obscurity of the street. And the murmur on the little balcony went on after a short pause. "But we are laboring to change all that," Antonia protested. "It is exactly what we desire. It is our object. It is the great cause. And the word you despise has stood also for sacrifice, for courage, for constancy, for suffering." "Papa, who?" "Plowing the sea," interrupted Decaud, looking down. There was below the sound of hasty and ponderous footsteps. "Your uncle, the Grand Vicar of the Cathedral, has just turned under the gate," observed Decaud. "He said Mass for the troops in the plaza this morning. They had built for him an altar of drums, you know. And they brought outside all the painted blocks to take the air." All the wooden saints stood militarily in a row at the top of the great flight of steps. They looked like a gorgeous escort attending the vicar general. I saw the great function from the windows of the Porvenir. He is amazing, your uncle, the last of the Corbelans. He glittered exceedingly in his vestments with a great crimson velvet cross down his back. And all the time our Saviour Barrios sat in the Amarilla Club drinking punch at an open window. Esprit fort, our Barrios. I expected every moment your uncle to launch an excommunication there and then at the black eye patch in the window across the plaza. But not at all. Ultimately the troops marched off. Later Barrios came down with some of the officers, and stood with his uniform all unbuttoned, discoursing at the edge of the pavement. Suddenly your uncle appeared, no longer glittering, but all black, at the cathedral door with that threatening aspect he has, you know, like a sort of avenging spirit. He gives one look, strides over straight at the group of uniforms, and leads away the general by the elbow. He walked him for a quarter of an hour in the shade of a wall. Never let go his elbow for a moment, talking all the time with exaltation, and gesticulating with a long black arm. It was a curious scene. The officers seemed struck with astonishment. Remarkable man, your missionary uncle. He hates an infidel much less than a heretic, and prefers a heathen many times to an infidel. He condescends graciously to call me a heathen, sometimes, you know. Antonia listened with her hands over the balustrade, opening and shutting the fan gently. And Decaud talked a little nervously, as if afraid that she would leave him at the first pause. Their comparative isolation, the precious sense of intimacy, the slight contact of their arms, affected him softly, for now and then a tender inflection crept into the flow of his ironic murmurs. Any slight sign of favor from a relative of yours is welcome, Antonia. And perhaps he understands me, after all. But I know him, too, our Padre Corbelan. The idea of political honor, justice, and honesty for him consists in the restitution of the confiscated church property. Nothing else could have drawn that fierce converter of savage Indians out of the wilds to work for the Ribierist cause. Nothing else but that wild hope. He would make a pronunciamiento himself for such an object against any government if he could only get followers. What does Don Carlos Gould think of that? But, of course, with his English impenetrability, nobody can tell what he thinks. Probably he thinks of nothing apart from his mine, of his imperium in imperio. As to Mrs. Gould, she thinks of her schools, of her hospitals, of the mothers with the young babies, of every sick old man in the 3 villages. If you were to turn your head now you would see her extracting a report from that sinister doctor in a check shirt, what's his name? Monaghan, or else catechizing Don Pepe or perhaps listening to Padre Roman. They are all down here today, all her ministers of state. Well, she is a sensible woman, and perhaps Don Carlos is a sensible man. It's a part of solid English sense not to think too much, to see only what may be of practical use at the moment. These people are not like ourselves. We have no political reason, we have political passions, sometimes. What is a conviction? A particular view of our personal advantage, either practical or emotional. No one is a patriot for nothing. The word serves us well. But I am clear-sighted, and I shall not use that word to you, Antonia. I have no patriotic illusions. I have only the supreme illusion of a lover. He paused, then muttered almost inaudibly, that can lead one very far, though. Behind their backs the political tide that once in every 24 hours set with a strong flood through the Gould drawing-room could be heard, rising higher in a hum of voices. Men had been dropping in singly, or in 2s and 3s, the higher officials of the province, engineers of the railway, sunburnt and in tweeds, with the frosted head of their chief smiling with slow, humorous indulgence amongst the young eager faces. Scarf, the lover of fandangos, had already slipped out in search of some dance, no matter where, on the outskirts of the town. Don Just Lopez, after taking his daughters home, had entered solemnly, in a black creased coat buttoned up under his spreading brown beard. The few members of the provincial assembly present clustered at once around their president to discuss the news of the war and the last proclamation of the rebel Montero, the miserable Montero, calling in the name of a justly incensed democracy upon all the provincial assemblies of the republic to suspend their sittings till his sword had made peace and the will of the people could be consulted. It was practically an invitation to dissolve, an unheard-of audacity of that evil madman. The indignation ran high in the knot of deputies behind José Avellanos. Don José, lifting up his voice, cried out to them over the high back of his chair, "Sulaco has answered by sending today an army upon his flank. If all the other provinces show only half as much patriotism as we Occidentals." A great outburst of acclamations covered the vibrating treble of the life and soul of the party. Yes. Yes. This was true. A great truth. Sulaco was in the forefront, as ever. It was a boastful tumult, the hopefulness inspired by the event of the day breaking out amongst those caballeros of the Campo thinking of their herds, of their lands, of the safety of their families. Everything was at stake. No. It was impossible that Montero should succeed. This criminal, this shameless Indio. The clamor continued for some time. Everybody else in the room looking towards the group where Don just had put on his air of impartial solemnity as if presiding at a sitting of the provincial assembly. Decaud had turned round at the noise, and, leaning his back on the balustrade, shouted into the room with all the strength of his lungs, "Gran bestia." This unexpected cry had the effect of stilling the noise. All the eyes were directed to the window with an approving expectation. But Decaud had already turned his back upon the room, and was again leaning out over the quiet street. "This is the quintessence of my journalism, that is the supreme argument," he said to Antonia. "I have invented this definition, this last word on a great question. But I am no patriot. I am no more of a patriot than the capataz of the Sulaco cargadores, this Genoese who has done such great things for this harbor, this active usher-in of the material implements for our progress. You have heard Captain Mitchell confess over and over again that till he got this man he could never tell how long it would take to unload a ship. That is bad for progress. You have seen him pass by after his labors on his famous horse to dazzle the girls in some ballroom with an earthen floor. He is a fortunate fellow. His work is an exercise of personal powers. His leisure is spent in receiving the marks of extraordinary adulation. And he likes it, too. Can anybody be more fortunate? To be feared and admired is. And are these your highest aspirations, Don Martin? Interrupted Antonia. I was speaking of a man of that sort, said Decaud, curtly. The heroes of the world have been feared and admired. What more could he want? Decaud had often felt his familiar habit of ironic thought fall shattered against Antonia's gravity. She irritated him as if she, too, had suffered from that inexplicable feminine obtuseness which stands so often between a man and a woman of the more ordinary sort. But he overcame his vexation at once. He was very far from thinking Antonia ordinary, whatever verdict his skepticism might have pronounced upon himself. With a touch of penetrating tenderness in his voice he assured her that his only aspiration was to a felicity so high that it seemed almost unrealizable on this earth. She colored invisibly, with a warmth against which the breeze from the Sierra seemed to have lost its cooling power in the sudden melting of the snows. His whisper could not have carried so far, though there was enough ardor in his tone to melt a heart of ice. Antonia turned away abruptly, as if to carry his whispered assurance into the room behind, full of light, noisy with voices. The tide of political speculation was beating high within the four walls of the great sala, as if driven beyond the marks by a great gust of hope. Don Just's fan-shaped beard was still the center of loud and animated discussions. There was a self-confident ring in all the voices. Even the few Europeans around Charles Gould, a Dane, a couple of Frenchmen, a discreet fat German, smiling, with downcast eyes. The representatives of those material interests that had got a footing in Sulaco under the protecting might of the San Tome mine, had infused a lot of good humor into their deference. Charles Gould, to whom they were paying their court, was the visible sign of the stability that could be achieved on the shifting ground of revolutions. They felt hopeful about their various undertakings. One of the two Frenchmen, small, black, with glittering eyes lost in an immense growth of bushy beard, waved his tiny brown hands and delicate wrists. He had been traveling in the interior of the province for a syndicate of European capitalists. His forcible, Monsieur l'Administrateur, returning every minute, shrilled above the steady hum of conversations. He was relating his discoveries. He was ecstatic. Charles Gould glanced down at him courteously. At a given moment of these necessary receptions it was Mrs. Gould's habit to withdraw quietly into a little drawing-room, especially her own, next to the great sala. She had risen, and, waiting for Antonia, listened with a slightly worried graciousness to the engineer-in-chief of the railway, who stooped over her, relating slowly, without the slightest gesture. Something apparently amusing, for his eyes had a humorous twinkle. Antonia, before she advanced into the room to join Mrs. Gould, turned her head over her shoulder towards Decoud, only for a moment. "Why should any one of us think his aspirations unrealizable?" she said, rapidly. "I am going to cling to mine to the end, Antonia," he answered, through clenched teeth, then bowed very low, a little distantly. The engineer-in-chief had not finished telling his amusing story. The humors of railway building in South America appealed to his keen appreciation of the absurd, and he told his instances of ignorant prejudice and as ignorant cunning very well. Now, Mrs. Gould gave him all her attention as he walked by her side escorting the ladies out of the room. Finally all three passed unnoticed through the glass doors in the gallery. Only a tall priest stalking silently in the noise of the sala checked himself to look after them. Father Corbelan, whom Decoud had seen from the balcony turning into the gateway of the Casa Gould, had addressed no one since coming in. The long, skimpy soutane accentuated the tallness of his stature, he carried his powerful torso thrown forward. And the straight, black bar of his joined eyebrows, the pugnacious outline of the bony face. The white spot of a scar on the bluish-shaven cheeks, a testimonial to his apostolic zeal from a party of unconverted Indians, suggested something unlawful behind his priesthood. The idea of a chaplain of bandits. He separated his bony, knotted hands clasped behind his back, to shake his finger at Martin. Decoud had stepped into the room after Antonia. But he did not go far. He had remained just within, against the curtain, with an expression of not quite genuine gravity, like a grown-up person taking part in a game of children. He gazed quietly at the threatening finger. "I have watched your reverence converting General Barrios by a special sermon on the plaza," he said, without making the slightest movement. "What miserable nonsense!" Father Corbelan's deep voice resounded all over the room, making all the heads turn on the shoulders. "The man is a drunkard. Señors, the god of your general is a bottle." His contemptuous, arbitrary voice caused an uneasy suspension of every sound, as if the self-confidence of the gathering had been staggered by a blow. But nobody took up Father Corbelan's declaration. It was known that Father Corbelan had come out of the wilds to advocate the sacred rights of the Church with the same fanatical fearlessness with which he had gone preaching to bloodthirsty savages. Devoid of human compassion or worship of any kind. Rumors of legendary proportions told of his successes as a missionary beyond the eye of Christian men. He had baptized whole nations of Indians, living with them like a savage himself. It was related that the padre used to ride with his Indians for days, half naked, carrying a bullock-hide shield, and, no doubt, a long lance, too, who knows? That he had wandered clothed in skins, seeking for proselytes somewhere near the snow line of the Cordillera. Of these exploits Padre Corbelan himself was never known to talk. But he made no secret of his opinion that the politicians of Sta Marta had harder hearts and more corrupt minds than the heathen to whom he had carried the word of God. His injudicious zeal for the temporal welfare of the Church was damaging the Ribierist cause. It was common knowledge that he had refused to be made titular bishop of the Occidental Diocese till justice was done to a despoiled Church. The political Gief of Sulaco, the same dignitary whom Captain Mitchell saved from the mob afterwards, hinted with naive cynicism that doubtless their excellencies the ministers sent the padre over the mountains to Sulaco in the worst season of the year in the hope that he would be frozen to death by the icy blasts of the high paramos. Every year a few hardy muleteers, men inured to exposure, were known to perish in that way. But what would you have? Their excellencies possibly had not realized what a tough priest he was. Meantime, the ignorant were beginning to murmur that the Ribierist reforms meant simply the taking away of the land from the people. Some of it was to be given to foreigners who made the railway. The greater part was to go to the padres. These were the results of the Grand Vicar's zeal. Even from the short allocution to the troops on the plaza, which only the first ranks could have heard, he had not been able to keep out his fixed idea of an outraged church waiting for reparation from a penitent country. The political Gief had been exasperated. But he could not very well throw the brother-in-law of Don José into the prison of the Cabildo. The chief magistrate, an easygoing and popular official, visited the Casa Gould, walking over after sunset from the Intendencia, unattended, acknowledging with dignified courtesy the salutations of high and low alike. That evening he had walked up straight to Charles Gould and had hissed out to him that he would have liked to deport the Grand Vicar out of Sulaco, anywhere, to some desert island, to the Isabels. For instance. The one without water preferably, Don Carlos, he had added in a tone between jest and earnest. This uncontrollable priest, who had rejected his offer of the episcopal palace for a residence and preferred to hang his shabby hammock amongst the rubble and spiders of the sequestrated Dominican convent, had taken into his head to advocate an unconditional pardon for Hernandez the robber. And this was not enough, he seemed to have entered into communication with the most audacious criminal the country had known for years. The Sulaco police knew, of course, what was going on. Padre Corbelan had got hold of that reckless Italian, the Capataz de Cargadores, the only man fit for such an errand, and had sent a message through him. Father Corbelan had studied in Rome, and could speak Italian. The Capataz was known to visit the old Dominican convent at night. An old woman who served the Grand Vicar had heard the name of Hernandez pronounced, and only last Saturday afternoon the Capataz had been observed galloping out of town. He did not return for 2 days. The police would have laid the Italian by the heels if it had not been for fear of the Cargadores, a turbulent body of men, quite apt to raise a tumult. Nowadays it was not so easy to govern Sulaco. Bad characters flocked into it, attracted by the money in the pockets of the railway workmen. The populace was made restless by Father Corbelan's discourses. And the first magistrate explained to Charles Gould that now the province was stripped of troops any outbreak of lawlessness would find the authorities with their boots off, as it were. Then he went away moodily to sit in an armchair, smoking a long, thin cigar, not very far from Don José, with whom, bending over sideways, he exchanged a few words from time to time. He ignored the entrance of the priest, and whenever Father Corbelan's voice was raised behind him, he shrugged his shoulders impatiently. Father Corbelan had remained quite motionless for a time with that something vengeful in his immobility which seemed to characterize all his attitudes. A lurid glow of strong convictions gave its peculiar aspect to the black figure. But its fierceness became softened as the padre, fixing his eyes upon Decaud, raised his long, black arms slowly, impressively. "And you are a perfect heathen," he said, in a subdued, deep voice. He made a step nearer, pointing a forefinger at the young man's breast. Decaud, very calm, felt the wall behind the curtain with the back of his head. Then, with his chin tilted well up, he smiled. Very well, he agreed with the slightly weary nonchalance of a man well used to these passages. But is it perhaps that you have not discovered yet what is the God of my worship? It was an easier task with our barrios. The priest suppressed a gesture of discouragement. You believe neither in stick nor stone, he said. Nor bottle, added Decaud without stirring. Neither does the other of your reverence's confidants. I mean the capataz of the cargadores. He does not drink. Your reading of my character does honor to your perspicacity. But why call me a heathen? True, retorted the priest. You are 10 times worse. A miracle could not convert you. I certainly do not believe in miracles, said Decaud, quietly. Father Corbelan shrugged his high, broad shoulders doubtfully. A sort of Frenchman, godless, a materialist, he pronounced slowly, as if weighing the terms of a careful analysis. Neither the son of his own country nor of any other, he continued, thoughtfully. Scarcely human, in fact, Decaud commented under his breath, his head at rest against the wall, his eyes gazing up at the ceiling. The victim of this faithless age, Father Corbelan resumed in a deep but subdued voice. But of some use as a journalist. Decaud changed his pose and spoke in a more animated tone. Has your worship neglected to read the last number of the Porvenir? I assure you it is just like the others. On the general policy it continues to call Montero a gran bestia, and stigmatize his brother, the guerrillero, for a combination of lackey and spy. What could be more effective? In local affairs it urges the provincial government to enlist bodily into the national army the band of Hernandez the robber, who is apparently the protégé of the church, or at least of the Grand Vicar. Nothing could be more sound. The priest nodded and turned on the heels of his square-toed shoes with big steel buckles. Again, with his hands clasped behind his back, he paced to and fro, planting his feet firmly. When he swung about, the skirt of his soutane was inflated slightly by the brusqueness of his movements. The great sala had been emptying itself slowly. When the Gief Politico rose to go, most of those still remaining stood up suddenly in sign of respect, and Don José Avellanos stopped the rocking of his chair. But the good-natured first official made a deprecatory gesture, waved his hand to Charles Gould, and went out discreetly. In the comparative peace of the room the screaming Monsieur l'Administrateur of the frail, hairy Frenchman seemed to acquire a preternatural shrillness. The explorer of the capitalist syndicate was still enthusiastic. $10 million worth of copper practically in sight, Monsieur l'Administrateur. 10 millions in sight. And a railway coming, a railway. They will never believe my report. C'est trop beau. He fell a prey to a screaming ecstasy, in the midst of sagely nodding heads, before Charles Gould's imperturbable calm. And only the priest continued his pacing, flinging round the skirt of his soutane at each end of his beat. Decaud murmured to him ironically, "Those gentlemen talk about their gods." Father Corbelan stopped short, looked at the journalist of Sulaco fixedly for a moment, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and resumed his plodding walk of an obstinate traveler. And now the Europeans were dropping off from the group around Charles Gould till the administrator of the great silver mine could be seen in his whole length, from head to foot. Left stranded by the ebbing tide of his guests on the great square of carpet, as it were a multicolored shoal of flowers and arabesques under his brown boots. Father Corbelan approached the rocking chair of Don José Avellanos. "Come, brother," he said, with kindly brusqueness and a touch of relieved impatience a man may feel at the end of a perfectly useless ceremony. "A la casa. A la casa. This has been all talk. Let us now go and think and pray for guidance from heaven." He rolled his black eyes upwards. By the side of the frail diplomatist, the life and soul of the party, he seemed gigantic, with a gleam of fanaticism in the glance. But the voice of the party, or, rather, its mouthpiece, the son Decaud, from Paris, turned journalist for the sake of Antonia's eyes, knew very well that it was not so. That he was only a strenuous priest with one idea, feared by the women and execrated by the men of the people. Martin Decaud, the dilettante in life, imagined himself to derive an artistic pleasure from watching the picturesque extreme of wrong-headedness into which an honest, almost sacred, conviction may drive a man. It is like madness. It must be, because it's self-destructive, Decaud had said to himself often. It seemed to him that every conviction, as soon as it became effective, turned into that form of dementia the gods send upon those they wish to destroy. But he enjoyed the bitter flavor of that example with the zest of a connoisseur in the art of his choice. Those two men got on well together, as if each had felt respectively that a masterful conviction, as well as utter skepticism, may lead a man very far on the bypaths of political action. Don José obeyed the touch of the big hairy hand. Decaud followed out the brothers-in-law. And there remained only one visitor in the vast empty sala, bluishly hazy with tobacco smoke, a heavy-eyed, round-cheeked man, with a drooping mustache, a hide merchant from Esmeralda, who had come overland to Sulaco, riding with a few peons across the coast range. He was very full of his journey, undertaken mostly for the purpose of seeing the Senor Administrator of San Tome in relation to some assistance he required in his hide exporting business. He hoped to enlarge it greatly now that the country was going to be settled. It was going to be settled, he repeated several times, degrading by a strange, anxious whine the sonority of the Spanish language, which he pattered rapidly, like some sort of cringing jargon. A plain man could carry on his little business now in the country, and even think of enlarging it, with safety. Was it not so? He seemed to beg Charles Gould for a confirmatory word, a grunt of assent, a simple nod even. He could get nothing. His alarm increased, and in the pauses he would dart his eyes here and there. Then, loath to give up, he would branch off into feeling allusion to the dangers of his journey. The audacious Hernandez, leaving his usual haunts, had crossed the Campo of Sulaco, and was known to be lurking in the ravines of the coast range. Yesterday, when distant only a few hours from Sulaco, the hide merchant and his servants had seen 3 men on the road arrested suspiciously, with their horses' heads together. 2 of these rode off at once and disappeared in a shallow quebrada to the left. We stopped, continued the man from Esmeralda, and I tried to hide behind a small bush. But none of my mozos would go forward to find out what it meant, and the 3rd horseman seemed to be waiting for us to come up. It was no use. We had been seen. So we rode slowly on, trembling. He let us pass, a man on a grey horse with his hat down on his eyes, without a word of greeting, but by and by we heard him galloping after us. We faced about, but that did not seem to intimidate him. He rode up at speed, and touching my foot with the toe of his boot, asked me for a cigar, with a blood-curdling laugh. He did not seem armed, but when he put his hand back to reach for the matches I saw an enormous revolver strapped to his waist. I shuddered. He had very fierce whiskers, Don Carlos, and as he did not offer to go on we dared not move. At last, blowing the smoke of my cigar into the air through his nostrils, he said, "Senor, it would be perhaps better for you if I rode behind your party. You are not very far from Sulaco now. Go you with God." What would you? We went on. There was no resisting him. He might have been Hernandez himself. Though my servant, who has been many times to Sulaco by sea, assured me that he had recognized him very well for the capataz of the steamship company's cargadores. Later, that same evening, I saw that very man at the corner of the plaza talking to a girl, a Morenita, who stood by the stirrup with her hand on the grey horse's mane. "I assure you, Senor Hirsch," murmured Charles Gould, "that you ran no risk on this occasion." "That may be, Senor, though I tremble yet. A most fierce man, to look at. And what does it mean? A person employed by the steamship company talking with salteadores, no less, Senor, the other horsemen were salteadores, in a lonely place, and behaving like a robber himself. A cigar is nothing, but what was there to prevent him asking me for my purse?" "No, no, Senor Hirsch," Charles Gould murmured, letting his glance stray away a little vacantly from the round face, with its hooked beak upturned towards him in an almost childlike appeal. "If it was the capataz de cargadores you met, and there is no doubt, is there, you were perfectly safe." "Thank you. You are very good. A very fierce-looking man, Don Carlos." He asked me for a cigar in a most familiar manner. What would have happened if I had not had a cigar? I shudder yet. What business had he to be talking with robbers in a lonely place? But Charles Gould, openly preoccupied now, gave not a sign, made no sound. The impenetrability of the embodied Gould concession had its surface shades. To be dumb is merely a fatal affliction. But the King of Sulaco had words enough to give him all the mysterious weight of a taciturn force. His silences, backed by the power of speech, had as many shades of significance as uttered words in the way of assent, of doubt, of negation, even of simple comment. Some seemed to say plainly, think it over, others meant clearly, go ahead. A simple, low "I see," with an affirmative nod, at the end of a patient listening half-hour was the equivalent of a verbal contract, which men had learned to trust implicitly. Since behind it all there was the great Santome mine, the head and front of the material interests. So strong that it depended on no man's goodwill in the whole length and breadth of the Occidental province, that is, on no goodwill which it could not buy 10 times over. But to the little hook-nosed man from Esmeralda, anxious about the export of hides, the silence of Charles Gould portended a failure. Evidently this was no time for extending a modest man's business. He enveloped in a swift mental malediction the whole country, with all its inhabitants, partisans of Ribiera and Montero alike. And there were incipient tears in his mute anger at the thought of the innumerable ox hides going to waste upon the dreamy expanse of the Campo. With its single palms rising like ships at sea within the perfect circle of the horizon, its clumps of heavy timber motionless like solid islands of leaves above the running waves of grass. There were hides there, rotting, with no profit to anybody, rotting where they had been dropped by men called away to attend the urgent necessities of political revolutions. The practical, mercantile soul of Senor Hirsch rebelled against all that foolishness. While he was taking a respectful but disconcerted leave of the might and majesty of the Santome mine in the person of Charles Gould, he could not restrain a heartbroken murmur, wrung out of his very aching heart, as it were. It is a great, great foolishness, Don Carlos, all this. The price of hides in Hamburg is gone up, up. Of course the Ribierist government will do away with all that, when it gets established firmly. Meantime. He sighed. Yes, meantime, repeated Charles Gould, inscrutably. The other shrugged his shoulders. But he was not ready to go yet. There was a little matter he would like to mention very much if permitted. It appeared he had some good friends in Hamburg, he murmured the name of the firm, who were very anxious to do business, in dynamite, he explained. A contract for dynamite with the Santome mine, and then, perhaps, later on, other mines, which were sure to, the little man from Esmeralda was ready to enlarge, but Charles interrupted him. It seemed as though the patience of the Senor Administrator was giving way at last. Senor Hirsch, he said, I have enough dynamite stored up at the mountain to send it down crashing into the valley, his voice rose a little, to send half Sulaco into the air if I liked. Charles Gould smiled at the round, startled eyes of the dealer in hides, who was murmuring hastily, just so. Just so. And now he was going. It was impossible to do business in explosives with an administrator so well provided and so discouraging. He had suffered agonies in the saddle and had exposed himself to the atrocities of the bandit Hernandez for nothing at all. Neither hides nor dynamite, and the very shoulders of the enterprising Israelite expressed dejection. At the door he bowed low to the engineer-in-chief. But at the bottom of the stairs in the patio he stopped short, with his podgy hand over his lips in an attitude of meditative astonishment. What does he want to keep so much dynamite for? He muttered. And why does he talk like this to me? The engineer-in-chief, looking in at the door of the empty sala, whence the political tide had ebbed out to the last insignificant drop, nodded familiarly to the master of the house. Standing motionless like a tall beacon amongst the deserted shoals of furniture. Good night, I am going. Got my bike downstairs. The railway will know where to go for dynamite should we get short at any time. We have done cutting and chopping for a while now. We shall begin soon to blast our way through. Don't come to me, said Charles Gould, with perfect serenity. I shan't have an ounce to spare for anybody. Not an ounce. Not for my own brother, if I had a brother, and he were the engineer-in-chief of the most promising railway in the world. What's that? Asked the engineer-in-chief, with equanimity. Unkindness? No, said Charles Gould, stolidly. Policy. Radical, I should think, the engineer-in-chief observed from the doorway. Is that the right name? Charles Gould said, from the middle of the room. I mean, going to the roots, you know, the engineer explained, with an air of enjoyment. Why, yes, Charles pronounced, slowly. The Gould concession has struck such deep roots in this country, in this province, in that gorge of the mountains, that nothing but dynamite shall be allowed to dislodge it from there. It's my choice. It's my last card to play. The engineer-in-chief whistled low. A pretty game, he said, with a shade of discretion. And have you told Holroyd of that extraordinary trump card you hold in your hand? Card only when it's played, when it falls at the end of the game. Till then you may call it a weapon, suggested the railway man. No. You may call it rather an argument, corrected Charles Gould, gently. And that's how I've presented it to Mr. Holroyd. And what did he say to it? Asked the engineer, with undisguised interest. Charles Gould spoke after a slight pause. He said something about holding on like grim death and putting our trust in God. I should imagine he must have been rather startled. But then, pursued the administrator of the San Tome mine, but then, he is very far away, you know, and, as they say in this country, God is very high above. The engineer's appreciative laugh died away down the stairs, where the Madonna with the child on her arm seemed to look after his shaking broad back from her shallow niche. Chapter 6. A profound stillness reigned in the Casa Gould. The master of the house, walking along the corridor, opened the door of his room, and saw his wife sitting in a big armchair, his own smoking armchair, thoughtful, contemplating her little shoes. And she did not raise her eyes when he walked in. Tired? Asked Charles Gould. A little, said Mrs. Gould. Still without looking up, she added with feeling, there is an awful sense of unreality about all this. Charles Gould, before the long table strewn with papers, on which lay a hunting crop and a pair of spurs, stood looking at his wife. The heat and dust must have been awful this afternoon by the waterside, he murmured, sympathetically. The glare on the water must have been simply terrible. One could close one's eyes to the glare, said Mrs. Gould. But, my dear Charlie, it is impossible for me to close my eyes to our position. To this awful. She raised her eyes and looked at her husband's face, from which all sign of sympathy or any other feeling had disappeared. Why don't you tell me something? She almost wailed. I thought you had understood me perfectly from the first, Charles Gould said, slowly. I thought we had said all there was to say a long time ago. There is nothing to say now. There were things to be done. We have done them, we have gone on doing them. There is no going back now. I don't suppose that, even from the first, there was really any possible way back. And, what's more, we can't even afford to stand still. Ah, if one only knew how far you mean to go, said his wife inwardly trembling, but in an almost playful tone. Any distance, any length, of course, was the answer, in a matter-of-fact tone, which caused Mrs. Gould to make another effort to repress a shudder. She stood up, smiling graciously, and her little figure seemed to be diminished still more by the heavy mass of her hair and the long train of her gown. But always to success, she said, persuasively. Charles Gould, enveloping her in the steely blue glance of his attentive eyes, answered without hesitation. Oh, there is no alternative. He put an immense assurance into his tone. As to the words, this was all that his conscience would allow him to say. Mrs. Gould's smile remained a shade too long upon her lips. She murmured. I will leave you, I've a slight headache. The heat, the dust, were indeed, I suppose you are going back to the mine before the morning? At midnight, said Charles Gould. We are bringing down the silver tomorrow. Then I shall take 3 whole days off in town with you. Ah, you are going to meet the escort. I shall be on the balcony at 5 o'clock to see you pass. Till then, goodbye. Charles Gould walked rapidly round the table, and, seizing her hands, bent down, pressing them both to his lips. Before he straightened himself up again to his full height, she had disengaged one to smooth his cheek with a light touch, as if he were a little boy. Try to get some rest for a couple of hours, she murmured, with a glance at a hammock stretched in a distant part of the room. Her long train swished softly after her on the red tiles. At the door she looked back. 2 big lamps with unpolished glass globes bathed in a soft and abundant light the 4 white walls of the room, with a glass case of arms. The brass hilt of Henry Gould's cavalry saber on its square of velvet, and the watercolor sketch of the Santome Gorge. And Mrs. Gould, gazing at the last in its black wooden frame, sighed out. Ah, if we had left it alone, Charlie. No, Charles Gould said, moodily, it was impossible to leave it alone. Perhaps it was impossible, Mrs. Gould admitted, slowly. Her lips quivered a little, but she smiled with an air of dainty bravado. We have disturbed a good many snakes in that paradise, Charlie, haven't we? Yes, I remember, said Charles Gould, it was Don Pepe who called the gorge the paradise of snakes. No doubt we have disturbed a great many. But remember, my dear, that it is not now as it was when you made that sketch. He waved his hand towards the small watercolor hanging alone upon the great bare wall. It is no longer a paradise of snakes. We have brought mankind into it, and we cannot turn our backs upon them to go and begin a new life elsewhere. He confronted his wife with a firm, concentrated gaze, which Mrs. Gould returned with a brave assumption of fearlessness before she went out, closing the door gently after her. In contrast with the white glaring room, the dimly lit corridor had a restful mysteriousness of a forest glade, suggested by the stems and the leaves of the plants ranged along the balustrade of the open side. In the streaks of light falling through the open doors of the reception rooms, the blossoms, white and red and pale lilac, came out vivid with the brilliance of flowers in a stream of sunshine. And Mrs. Gould, passing on, had the vividness of a figure seen in the clear patches of sun that checker the gloom of open glades in the woods. The stones and the rings upon her hand pressed to her forehead glittered in the lamplight abreast of the door of the sala. "Who's there?" she asked, in a startled voice. "Is that you, Basilio?" She looked in, and saw Martin Decaud walking about, with an air of having lost something, amongst the chairs and tables. "Antonia has forgotten her fan in here," said Decaud, with a strange air of distraction, so I entered to see. But, even as he said this, he had obviously given up his search, and walked straight towards Mrs. Gould, who looked at him with doubtful surprise. "Señora," he began, in a low voice. "What is it, Don Martin?" asked Mrs. Gould. And then she added, with a slight laugh, "I am so nervous today," as if to explain the eagerness of the question. "Nothing immediately dangerous," said Decaud, who now could not conceal his agitation. "Pray don't distress yourself." "No, really, you must not distress yourself." Mrs. Gould, with her candid eyes very wide open, her lips composed into a smile, was steadying herself with a little bejeweled hand against the side of the door. "Perhaps you don't know how alarming you are, appearing like this unexpectedly." "Alarming," he protested, sincerely vexed and surprised. "I assure you that I am not in the least alarmed myself. A fan is lost, well, it will be found again. But I don't think it is here. It is a fan I am looking for. I cannot understand how Antonia could, well. Have you found it, amigo?" "No, señor," said behind Mrs. Gould the soft voice of Basilio, the head servant of the casa. "I don't think the señorita could have left it in this house at all. Go and look for it in the patio again. Go now, my friend, look for it on the steps, under the gate, examine every flagstone. Search for it till I come down again. That fellow, he addressed himself in English to Mrs. Gould, is always stealing up behind one's back on his bare feet. I set him to look for that fan directly I came in to justify my reappearance, my sudden return. He paused and Mrs. Gould said, amiably, "You are always welcome." She paused for a second, too. "But I am waiting to learn the cause of your return." Decoud affected suddenly the utmost nonchalance. "I can't bear to be spied upon." "Oh, the cause?" "Yes, there is a cause. There is something else that is lost besides Antonia's favorite fan." As I was walking home after seeing Don Jose and Antonia to their house, the Capataz de Cargadores, riding down the street, spoke to me. "Has anything happened to the Villas?" inquired Mrs. Gould. "The Villas? You mean the old Garibaldino who keeps the hotel where the engineers live?" "Nothing happened there. The Capataz said nothing of them. He only told me that the telegraphist of the cable company was walking on the plaza, bareheaded, looking out for me." "There is news from the interior, Mrs. Gould." "I should rather say rumors of news." "Good news," said Mrs. Gould in a low voice. "Worthless, I should think. But if I must define them, I would say bad. They are to the effect that a 2 days battle had been fought near Sta. Marta, and that the Ribierists are defeated. It must have happened a few days ago, perhaps a week. The rumor has just reached Queta, and the man in charge of the cable station there has telegraphed the news to his colleague here. We might just as well have kept Barrios in Sulaco." "What's to be done now?" murmured Mrs. Gould. "Nothing. He's at sea with the troops. He will get to Queta in a couple of days' time and learn the news there. What he will do then, who can say? Hold Queta? Offer his submission to Montero? Disband his army, this last most likely, and go himself in one of the OSN Company's steamers, north or south, to Valparaiso or to San Francisco, no matter where. Our Barrios has a great practice in exiles and repatriations, which mark the points in the political game." Decoud, exchanging a steady stare with Mrs. Gould, added, tentatively, as it were, "And yet, if we had Barrios with his 2,000 improved rifles here, something could have been done. Montero victorious, completely victorious." Mrs. Gould breathed out in a tone of unbelief. "A canard, probably. That sort of bird is hatched in great numbers in such times as these. And even if it were true? Well, let us put things at their worst, let us say it is true. Then everything is lost," said Mrs. Gould, with the calmness of despair. Suddenly she seemed to divine, she seemed to see Decoud's tremendous excitement under its cloak of studied carelessness. It was, indeed, becoming visible in his audacious and watchful stare, in the curve, half reckless, half contemptuous, of his lips. And a French phrase came upon them as if, for this Costaguanero of the boulevard, that had been the only forcible language. "Non, madame. Rien n'est perdu." It electrified Mrs. Gould out of her benumbed attitude, and she said, vivaciously, "What would you think of doing?" But already there was something of mockery in Decoud's suppressed excitement. "What would you expect a true Costaguanero to do? Another revolution, of course. On my word of honor, Mrs. Gould, I believe I am a true hijo del país, a true son of the country, whatever Father Corbelan may say. And I'm not so much of an unbeliever as not to have faith in my own ideas, in my own remedies, in my own desires." "Yes," said Mrs. Gould, doubtfully. "You don't seem convinced," Decoud went on again in French. "Say, then, in my passions." Mrs. Gould received this addition unflinchingly. To understand it thoroughly she did not require to hear his muttered assurance. "There is nothing I would not do for the sake of Antonia. There is nothing I am not prepared to undertake. There is no risk I am not ready to run." Decoud seemed to find a fresh audacity in this voicing of his thoughts. "You would not believe me if I were to say that it is the love of the country which—" She made a sort of discouraged protest with her arm. As if to express that she had given up expecting that motive from anyone. A Sulaco revolution, Decoud pursued in a forcible undertone. The great cause may be served here, on the very spot of its inception, in the place of its birth, Mrs. Gould. Frowning, and biting her lower lip thoughtfully, she made a step away from the door. You are not going to speak to your husband? Decoud arrested her anxiously. But you will need his help? No doubt, Decoud admitted without hesitation. Everything turns upon the Santome mine, but I would rather he didn't know anything as yet of my hopes. A puzzled look came upon Mrs. Gould's face, and Decoud, approaching, explained confidentially. Don't you see, he's such an idealist. Mrs. Gould flushed pink, and her eyes grew darker at the same time. Charlie an idealist, she said, as if to herself, wonderingly. What on earth do you mean? Yes, conceded Decoud, it's a wonderful thing to say with the sight of the Santome mine, the greatest fact in the whole of South America, perhaps, before our very eyes. But look, even at that, he has idealized this fact to a point. He paused. Mrs. Gould, are you aware to what point he has idealized the existence, the worth, the meaning of the Santome mine? Are you aware of it? He must have known what he was talking about. The effect he expected was produced. Mrs. Gould, ready to take fire, gave it up suddenly with a low little sound that resembled a moan. What do you know? She asked in a feeble voice. Nothing, answered Decoud, firmly. But, then, don't you see, he's an Englishman? Well, what of that? Asked Mrs. Gould. Simply that he cannot act or exist without idealizing every simple feeling, desire, or achievement. He could not believe his own motives if he did not make them first a part of some fairy tale. The earth is not quite good enough for him, I fear. Do you excuse my frankness? Besides, whether you excuse it or not, it is part of the truth of things which hurts the, what do you call them? The Anglo-Saxon susceptibilities, and at the present moment I don't feel as if I could treat seriously either his conception of things or, if you allow me to say so, or yet yours. Mrs. Gould gave no sign of being offended. I suppose Antonia understands you thoroughly? Understands? Well, yes. But I am not sure that she approves. That, however, makes no difference. I am honest enough to tell you that, Mrs. Gould. Your idea, of course, is separation, she said. Separation, of course, declared Martin. Yes. Separation of the whole Occidental province from the rest of the unquiet body. But my true idea, the only one I care for, is not to be separated from Antonia. And that is all? Asked Mrs. Gould, without severity. Absolutely. I am not deceiving myself about my motives. She won't leave Sulaco for my sake, therefore Sulaco must leave the rest of the Republic to its fate. Nothing could be clearer than that. I like a clearly defined situation. I cannot part with Antonia, therefore the one and indivisible Republic of Costaguana must be made to part with its western province. Fortunately it happens to be also a sound policy. The richest, the most fertile part of this land may be saved from anarchy. Personally, I care little, very little, but it's a fact that the establishment of Montero in power would mean death to me. In all the proclamations of general pardon which I have seen, my name, with a few others, is specially accepted. The brothers hate me, as you know very well, Mrs. Gould. And behold, here is the rumor of them having won a battle. You say that supposing it is true, I have plenty of time to run away. The slight, protesting murmur on the part of Mrs. Gould made him pause for a moment, while he looked at her with a somber and resolute glance. Ah, but I would, Mrs. Gould. I would run away if it served that which at present is my only desire. I am courageous enough to say that, and to do it, too. But women, even our women, are idealists. It is Antonia that won't run away. A novel sort of vanity. You call it vanity, said Mrs. Gould, in a shocked voice. Say pride, then, which Father Corbelan would tell you, is a mortal sin. But I am not proud. I am simply too much in love to run away. At the same time I want to live. There is no love for a dead man. Therefore it is necessary that Sulaco should not recognize the victorious Montero. And you think my husband will give you his support? I think he can be drawn into it, like all idealists, when he once sees a sentimental basis for his action. But I wouldn't talk to him. Mere clear facts won't appeal to his sentiment. It is much better for him to convince himself in his own way. And, frankly, I could not, perhaps, just now pay sufficient respect to either his motives or even, perhaps, to yours, Mrs. Gould. It was evident that Mrs. Gould was very determined not to be offended. She smiled vaguely, while she seemed to think the matter over. As far as she could judge from the girl's half-confidences, Antonia understood that young man. Obviously there was promise of safety in his plan, or rather in his idea. Moreover, right or wrong, the idea could do no harm. And it was quite possible, also, that the rumor was false. You have some sort of a plan, she said. Simplicity itself. Barrios has started, let him go on then, he will hold Queta, which is the door of the sea route to Sulaco. They cannot send a sufficient force over the mountains. No. Not even to cope with the band of Hernandez. Meantime we shall organize our resistance here. And for that, this very Hernandez will be useful. He has defeated troops as a bandit. He will no doubt accomplish the same thing if he is made a colonel or even a general. You know the country well enough not to be shocked by what I say, Mrs. Gould. I have heard you assert that this poor bandit was the living, breathing example of cruelty, injustice, stupidity, and oppression, that ruin men's souls as well as their fortunes in this country. Well, there would be some poetical retribution in that man arising to crush the evils which had driven an honest ranchero into a life of crime. A fine idea of retribution in that, isn't there? Decaud had dropped easily into English, which he spoke with precision, very correctly, but with too many Z sounds. Think also of your hospitals, of your schools, of your ailing mothers and feeble old men, of all that population which you and your husband have brought into the rocky gorge of San Tome. Are you not responsible to your conscience for all these people? Is it not worthwhile to make another effort, which is not at all so desperate as it looks, rather than? Decaud finished his thought with an upward toss of the arm, suggesting annihilation. And Mrs. Gould turned away her head with a look of horror. Why don't you say all this to my husband, she asked, without looking at Decaud, who stood watching the effect of his words. Ah! But Don Carlos is so English, he began. Mrs. Gould interrupted. Leave that alone, Don Martin. He's as much a Costaguanero, no. He's more of a Costaguanero than yourself. Sentimentalist, Decaud almost cooed, in a tone of gentle and soothing deference. Sentimentalist, after the amazing manner of your people. I have been watching El Rey de Sulaco since I came here on a fool's errand, and perhaps impelled by some treason of fate lurking behind the unaccountable turns of a man's life. But I don't matter, I am not a sentimentalist, I cannot endow my personal desires with a shining robe of silk and jewels. Life is not for me a moral romance derived from the tradition of a pretty fairy tale. No, Mrs. Gould, I am practical. I am not afraid of my motives. But, pardon me, I have been rather carried away. What I wish to say is that I have been observing. I won't tell you what I have discovered. No. That is unnecessary, whispered Mrs. Gould, once more averting her head. It is. Except one little fact, that your husband does not like me. It's a small matter, which, in the circumstances, seems to acquire a perfectly ridiculous importance. Ridiculous and immense. For, clearly, money is required for my plan, he reflected, then added, meaningly, and we have two sentimentalists to deal with. I don't know that I understand you, Don Martin, said Mrs. Gould, coldly, preserving the low key of their conversation. But, speaking as if I did, who is the other? The great Holroyd in San Francisco, of course, Decaud whispered, lightly. I think you understand me very well. Women are idealists, but then they are so perspicacious. But whatever was the reason of that remark, disparaging and complimentary at the same time, Mrs. Gould seemed not to pay attention to it. The name of Holroyd had given a new tone to her anxiety. The silver escort is coming down to the harbor tomorrow, a whole 6 months working, Don Martin, she cried in dismay. Let it come down, then, breathed out Decaud, earnestly, almost into her ear. But if the rumor should get about, and especially if it turned out true, troubles might break out in the town, objected Mrs. Gould. Decaud admitted that it was possible. He knew well the town children of the Sulaco Campo, sullen, thievish, vindictive, and bloodthirsty, whatever great qualities their brothers of the plain might have had. But then there was that other sentimentalist, who attached a strangely idealistic meaning to concrete facts. This stream of silver must be kept flowing north to return in the form of financial backing from the great house of Holroyd. Up at the mountain in the strong room of the mine the silver bars were worth less for his purpose than so much lead, from which at least bullets may be run. Let it come down to the harbor, ready for shipment. The next north-going steamer would carry it off for the very salvation of the Santome mine, which had produced so much treasure. And, moreover, the rumor was probably false, he remarked, with much conviction in his hurried tone. Besides, Senora, concluded Decaud, we may suppress it for many days. I have been talking with the telegraphist in the middle of the Plaza Mayor, thus I am certain that we could not have been overheard. There was not even a bird in the air near us. And also let me tell you something more. I have been making friends with this man called Nostromo, the capataz. We had a conversation this very evening, I walking by the side of his horse as he rode slowly out of the town just now. He promised me that if a riot took place for any reason, even for the most political of reasons, you understand, his cargadores, an important part of the populace, you will admit, should be found on the side of the Europeans. He has promised you that? Mrs. Gould inquired, with interest. What made him make that promise to you? Upon my word, I don't know, declared Decaud, in a slightly surprised tone. He certainly promised me that, but now you ask me why, I could not tell you his reasons. He talked with his usual carelessness, which, if he had been anything else but a common sailor, I would call a pose or an affectation. Decaud, interrupting himself, looked at Mrs. Gould curiously. Upon the whole, he continued, I suppose he expects something to his advantage from it. You mustn't forget that he does not exercise his extraordinary power over the lower classes without a certain amount of personal risk and without a great profusion in spending his money. One must pay in some way or other for such a solid thing as individual prestige. He told me after we made friends at a dance, in a posada kept by a Mexican just outside the walls, that he had come here to make his fortune. I suppose he looks upon his prestige as a sort of investment. Perhaps he prizes it for its own sake, Mrs. Gould said in a tone as if she were repelling an undeserved aspersion. Viola, the Garibaldino, with whom he has lived for some years, calls him the incorruptible. Ah! He belongs to the group of your protégés out there towards the harbor, Mrs. Gould. Muy bien. And Captain Mitchell calls him wonderful. I have heard no end of tales of his strength, his audacity, his fidelity. No end of fine things. Incorruptible. It is indeed a name of honor for the capataz of the cargadores of Sulaco. Incorruptible. Fine, but vague. However, I suppose he's sensible, too. And I talked to him upon that sane and practical assumption. I prefer to think him disinterested, and therefore trustworthy, Mrs. Gould said, with the nearest approach to curtness it was in her nature to assume. Well, if so, then the silver will be still more safe. Let it come down, Senora. Let it come down, so that it may go north and return to us in the shape of credit. Mrs. Gould glanced along the corridor towards the door of her husband's room. Decaud, watching her as if she had his fate in her hands, detected an almost imperceptible nod of assent. He bowed with a smile, and, putting his hand into the breast pocket of his coat, pulled out a fan of light feathers set upon painted leaves of sandalwood. "I had it in my pocket," he murmured, triumphantly, for a plausible pretext. He bowed again. "Good night, Senora." Mrs. Gould continued along the corridor away from her husband's room. The fate of the Santome mine was lying heavy upon her heart. It was a long time now since she had begun to fear it. It had been an idea. She had watched it with misgivings turning into a fetish, and now the fetish had grown into a monstrous and crushing weight. It was as if the inspiration of their early years had left her heart to turn into a wall of silver bricks, erected by the silent work of evil spirits, between her and her husband. He seemed to dwell alone within a circumvallation of precious metal, leaving her outside with her school, her hospital, the sick mothers and the feeble old men. Mere insignificant vestiges of the initial inspiration. "Those poor people," she murmured to herself. Below she heard the voice of Martin Decaud in the patio speaking loudly. "I have found Dona Antonia's fan, Basilio. Look, here it is." Chapter 7. It was part of what Decaud would have called his sane materialism that he did not believe in the possibility of friendship between man and woman. The one exception he allowed confirmed, he maintained, that absolute rule. Friendship was possible between brother and sister, meaning by friendship the frank unreserve, as before another human being, of thoughts and sensations. All the objectless and necessary sincerity of one's innermost life trying to react upon the profound sympathies of another existence. His favorite sister, the handsome, slightly arbitrary and resolute angel, ruling the father and mother Decaud in the first-floor apartments of a very fine Parisian house, was the recipient of Martin Decaud's confidences as to his thoughts, actions, purposes, doubts, and even failures. Prepare our little circle in Paris for the birth of another South American republic. One more or less, what does it matter? They may come into the world like evil flowers on a hotbed of rotten institutions. But the seed of this one has germinated in your brother's brain, and that will be enough for your devoted assent. I am writing this to you by the light of a single candle, in a sort of inn, near the harbor, kept by an Italian called Viola, a protégé of Mrs. Gould. The whole building, which, for all I know, may have been contrived by a conquistador farmer of the pearl fishery 300 years ago, is perfectly silent. So is the plain between the town and the harbor, silent, but not so dark as the house, because the pickets of Italian workmen guarding the railway have lighted little fires all along the line. It was not so quiet around here yesterday. We had an awful riot, a sudden outbreak of the populace, which was not suppressed till late today. Its object, no doubt, was loot, and that was defeated, as you may have learned already from the cablegram sent via San Francisco and New York last night, when the cables were still open. You have read already there that the energetic action of the Europeans of the railway has saved the town from destruction, and you may believe that. I wrote out the cable myself. We have no Reuters agency man here. I have also fired at the mob from the windows of the club, in company with some other young men of position. Our object was to keep the Calle de la Constitution clear for the exodus of the ladies and children, who have taken refuge on board a couple of cargo ships now in the harbor here. That was yesterday. You should also have learned from the cable that the missing president, Ribiera, who had disappeared after the Battle of St. Marta, has turned up here in Sulaco by one of those strange coincidences that are almost incredible, riding on a lame mule into the very midst of the street fighting. It appears that he had fled, in company of a muleteer called Bonifacio, across the mountains from the threats of Montero into the arms of an enraged mob. The capataz of cargadores, that Italian sailor of whom I have written to you before, has saved him from an ignoble death. That man seems to have a particular talent for being on the spot whenever there is something picturesque to be done. He was with me at 4 o'clock in the morning at the offices of the Porvenir, where he had turned up so early in order to warn me of the coming trouble. And also to assure me that he would keep his cargadores on the side of order. When the full daylight came, we were looking together at the crowd on foot and on horseback, demonstrating on the plaza and shying stones at the windows of the Intendencia. Nostromo, that is the name they call him by here, was pointing out to me his cargadores interspersed in the mob. The sun shines late upon Sulaco, for it has first to climb above the mountains. In that clear morning light, brighter than twilight, Nostromo saw right across the vast plaza, at the end of the street beyond the cathedral, a mounted man apparently in difficulties with a yelling knot of leperos. At once he said to me, "That's a stranger. What is it they are doing to him?" Then he took out the silver whistle he is in the habit of using on the wharf. This man seems to disdain the use of any metal less precious than silver, and blew into it twice. Evidently a preconcerted signal for his cargadores. He ran out immediately, and they rallied round him. I ran out, too, but was too late to follow them and help in the rescue of the stranger, whose animal had fallen. I was set upon at once as a hated aristocrat, and was only too glad to get into the club. Where Don Jaime Burgess, you may remember him visiting at our house in Paris some 3 years ago, thrust a sporting gun into my hands. They were already firing from the windows. There were little heaps of cartridges lying about on the open card tables. I remember a couple of overturned chairs, some bottles rolling on the floor amongst the packs of cards scattered suddenly as the caballeros rose from their game to open fire upon the mob. Most of the young men had spent the night at the club in the expectation of some such disturbance. In 2 of the candelabra, on the consoles, the candles were burning down in their sockets. A large iron nut, probably stolen from the railway workshops, flew in from the street as I entered, and broke one of the large mirrors set in the wall. I noticed also one of the club servants tied up hand and foot with the cords of the curtain and flung in a corner. I have a vague recollection of Don Jaime assuring me hastily that the fellow had been detected putting poison into the dishes at supper. But I remember distinctly he was shrieking for mercy, without stopping at all, continuously, and so absolutely disregarded that nobody even took the trouble to gag him. The noise he made was so disagreeable that I had half a mind to do it myself. But there was no time to waste on such trifles. I took my place at one of the windows and began firing. I didn't learn till later in the afternoon whom it was that Nostromo, with his cargadores and some Italian workmen as well, had managed to save from those drunken rascals. That man has a peculiar talent when anything striking to the imagination has to be done. I made that remark to him afterwards when we met after some sort of order had been restored in the town, and the answer he made rather surprised me. He said quite moodily, "And how much do I get for that, senor?" Then it dawned upon me that perhaps this man's vanity has been satiated by the adulation of the common people and the confidence of his superiors. Decaud paused to light a cigarette, then, with his head still over his writing, he blew a cloud of smoke, which seemed to rebound from the paper. He took up the pencil again. That was yesterday evening on the plaza, while he sat on the steps of the cathedral, his hands between his knees, holding the bridle of his famous silver-grey mare. He had led his body of cargadores splendidly all day long. He looked fatigued. I don't know how I looked. Very dirty, I suppose. But I suppose I also looked pleased. From the time the fugitive president had been got off to the SS Minerva, the tide of success had turned against the mob. They had been driven off the harbor, and out of the better streets of the town, into their own maze of ruins and tolderias. You must understand that this riot, whose primary object was undoubtedly the getting hold of the San Tome silver stored in the lower rooms of the custom house, besides the general looting of the ricos, had acquired a political coloring from the fact of 2 deputies to the provincial assembly, Senors Gamacho and Fuentes, both from Bolson, putting themselves at the head of it, late in the afternoon, it is true, when the mob, disappointed in their hopes of loot, made a stand in the narrow streets to the cries of "Viva la Libertad! Down with feudalism!" I wonder what they imagine feudalism to be? Down with the Goths and paralytics. I suppose the Señors Gamacho and Fuentes knew what they were doing. They are prudent gentlemen. In the assembly they called themselves moderates, and opposed every energetic measure with philanthropic pensiveness. At the first rumors of Montero's victory, they showed a subtle change of the pensive temper, and began to defy poor Don Just Lopez in his presidential tribune with an effrontery to which the poor man could only respond by a dazed smoothing of his beard and the ringing of the presidential bell. Then, when the downfall of the Ribierist cause became confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt, they have blossomed into convinced liberals, acting together as if they were Siamese twins, and ultimately taking charge, as it were, of the riot in the name of Monterist principles. Their last move of 8 o'clock last night was to organize themselves into a Monterist committee which sits, as far as I know, in a posada kept by a retired Mexican bullfighter. A great politician, too, whose name I have forgotten. Thence they have issued a communication to us, the Goths and Paralytics of the Amarilla Club, who have our own committee, inviting us to come to some provisional understanding for a truce, in order. They have the impudence to say, that the noble cause of liberty should not be stained by the criminal excesses of conservative selfishness. As I came out to sit with Nostromo on the cathedral steps, the club was busy considering a proper reply in the principal room, littered with exploded cartridges, with a lot of broken glass, blood smears, candlesticks, and all sorts of wreckage on the floor. But all this is nonsense. Nobody in the town has any real power except the railway engineers, whose men occupy the dismantled houses acquired by the company for their town station on one side of the plaza, and Nostromo, whose cargadores were sleeping under the arcades along the front of Anzani's shops. A fire of broken furniture out of the Intendencia saloons, mostly gilt, was burning on the plaza, in a high flame swaying right upon the statue of Charles IV. The dead body of a man was lying on the steps of the pedestal, his arms thrown wide open, and his sombrero covering his face, the attention of some friend, perhaps. The light of the flames touched the foliage of the first trees on the Alameda, and played on the end of a side street nearby, blocked up by a jumble of ox-carts and dead bullocks. Sitting on one of the carcasses, a lepero, muffled up, smoked a cigarette. It was a truce, you understand. The only other living being on the plaza besides ourselves was a cargador walking to and fro, with a long, bare knife in his hand, like a sentry before the arcades, where his friends were sleeping. And the only other spot of light in the dark town were the lighted windows of the club, at the corner of the calle. After having ridden so far, Don Martin de Caude, the exotic dandy of the Parisian boulevard, got up and walked across the sanded floor of the café at one end of the albergo of United Italy, kept by Giorgio Viola, the old companion of Garibaldi. The highly colored lithograph of the faithful hero seemed to look dimly, in the light of one candle, at the man with no faith in anything except the truth of his own sensations. Looking out of the window, de Caude was met by a darkness so impenetrable that he could see neither the mountains nor the town, nor yet the buildings near the harbor. And there was not a sound, as if the tremendous obscurity of the placid gulf, spreading from the waters over the land, had made it dumb as well as blind. Presently de Caude felt a light tremor of the floor and a distant clank of iron. A bright white light appeared, deep in the darkness, growing bigger with a thundering noise. The rolling stock usually kept on the sidings in Rincon was being run back to the yards for safe keeping. Like a mysterious stirring of the darkness behind the headlight of the engine, the train passed in a gust of hollow uproar, by the end of the house, which seemed to vibrate all over in response. And nothing was clearly visible but, on the end of the last flat car, a negro, in white trousers and naked to the waist, swinging a blazing torch basket incessantly with a circular movement of his bare arm. De Caude did not stir. Behind him, on the back of the chair from which he had risen, hung his elegant Parisian overcoat, with a pearl-grey silk lining. But when he turned back to come to the table, the candlelight fell upon a face that was grimy and scratched. His rosy lips were blackened with heat, the smoke of gunpowder. Dirt and rust tarnished the luster of his short beard. His shirt collar and cuffs were crumpled, the blue silken tie hung down his breast like a rag, a greasy smudge crossed his white brow. He had not taken off his clothing nor used water, except to snatch a hasty drink greedily, for some 40 hours. An awful restlessness had made him its own, had marked him with all the signs of desperate strife, and put a dry, sleepless stare into his eyes. He murmured to himself in a hoarse voice, "I wonder if there's any bread here," looked vaguely about him, then dropped into the chair and took the pencil up again. He became aware he had not eaten anything for many hours. It occurred to him that no one could understand him so well as his sister. In the most skeptical heart there lurks at such moments, when the chances of existence are involved, a desire to leave a correct impression of the feelings. Like a light by which the action may be seen when personality is gone where no light of investigation can ever reach the truth which every death takes out of the world. Therefore, instead of looking for something to eat, or trying to snatch an hour or so of sleep, Decoud was filling the pages of a large pocketbook with a letter to his sister. In the intimacy of that intercourse he could not keep out his weariness, his great fatigue, the close touch of his bodily sensations. He began again as if he were talking to her. With almost an illusion of her presence, he wrote the phrase, "I am very hungry. I have the feeling of a great solitude around me," he continued. "Is it, perhaps, because I am the only man with a definite idea in his head, in the complete collapse of every resolve, intention, and hope about me? But the solitude is also very real. All the engineers are out, and have been for 2 days, looking after the property of the National Central Railway. Of that great Costaguana undertaking which is to put money into the pockets of Englishmen, Frenchmen, Americans, Germans, and God knows who else. The silence about me is ominous. There is above the middle part of this house a sort of first floor, with narrow openings like loopholes for windows, probably used in old times for the better defense against the savages. When the persistent barbarism of our native continent did not wear the black coats of politicians, but went about yelling, half-naked, with bows and arrows in its hands. The woman of the house is dying up there, I believe, all alone with her old husband. There is a narrow staircase, the sort of staircase one man could easily defend against a mob, leading up there, and I have just heard, through the thickness of the wall, the old fellow going down into their kitchen for something or other. It was a sort of noise a mouse might make behind the plaster of a wall. All the servants they had ran away yesterday and have not returned yet, if ever they do. For the rest, there are only 2 children here, 2 girls. The father has sent them downstairs, and they have crept into this café, perhaps because I am here. They huddle together in a corner, in each other's arms. I just noticed them a few minutes ago, and I feel more lonely than ever." Decoud turned half round in his chair, and asked, "Is there any bread here?" Linda's dark head was shaken negatively in response, above the fair head of her sister nestling on her breast. "You couldn't get me some bread?" insisted Decoud. The child did not move. He saw her large eyes stare at him very dark from the corner. "You're not afraid of me?" he said. "No," said Linda, "we are not afraid of you. You came here with John Baptista." "You mean Nostromo?" said Decoud. "The English call him so, but that is no name either for man or beast," said the girl, passing her hand gently over her sister's hair. "But he lets people call him so," remarked Decoud. "Not in this house," retorted the child. "Ah. Well, I shall call him the Capataz then." Decoud gave up the point, and after writing steadily for a while turned round again. "When do you expect him back?" he asked. "After he brought you here he rode off to fetch the senior doctor from the town for mother. He will be back soon. He stands a good chance of getting shot somewhere on the road," Decoud murmured to himself audibly. And Linda declared in her high-pitched voice, "Nobody would dare to fire a shot at John Baptista." "You believe that?" asked Decoud, "do you?" "I know it," said the child, with conviction. "There is no one in this place brave enough to attack John Baptista. It doesn't require much bravery to pull a trigger behind a bush," muttered Decoud to himself. Fortunately, the night is dark, or there would be but little chance of saving the silver of the mine. He turned again to his pocketbook, glanced back through the pages, and again started his pencil. That was the position yesterday, after the Minerva with the fugitive president had gone out of harbor, and the rioters had been driven back into the side lanes of the town. I sat on the steps of the cathedral with Nostromo, after sending out the cable message for the information of a more or less attentive world. Strangely enough, though the offices of the cable company are in the same building as the Porvenir, the mob, which has thrown my presses out of the window and scattered the type all over the plaza, has been kept from interfering with the instruments on the other side of the courtyard. As I sat talking with Nostromo, Bernhard, the telegraphist, came out from under the arcades with a piece of paper in his hand. The little man had tied himself up to an enormous sword and was hung all over with revolvers. He is ridiculous, but the bravest German of his size that ever tapped the key of a Morse transmitter. He had received the message from Cater reporting the transports with Barrios's army just entering the port, and ending with the words, "The greatest enthusiasm prevails." I walked off to drink some water at the fountain, and I was shot at from the Alameda by somebody hiding behind a tree. But I drank, and didn't care. With Barrios in Cata and the great Cordillera between us and Montero's victorious army, I seemed, notwithstanding Messrs. Gamacho and Fuentes, to hold my new state in the hollow of my hand. I was ready to sleep, but when I got as far as the Casa Gould I found the patio full of wounded laid out on straw. Lights were burning, and in that enclosed courtyard on that hot night a faint odor of chloroform and blood hung about. At one end Dr. Monaghan, the doctor of the mine, was dressing the wounds. At the other, near the stairs, Father Corbelan, kneeling, listened to the confession of a dying cargador. Mrs. Gould was walking about through these shambles with a large bottle in one hand and a lot of cotton wool in the other. She just looked at me and never even winked. Her camarista was following her, also holding a bottle, and sobbing gently to herself. I busied myself for some time in fetching water from the cistern for the wounded. Afterwards I wandered upstairs, meeting some of the first ladies of Sulaco, paler than I had ever seen them before, with bandages over their arms. Not all of them had fled to the ships. A good many had taken refuge for the day in the Casa Gould. On the landing a girl, with her hair half down, was kneeling against the wall under the niche where stands a Madonna in blue robes and a gilt crown on her head. I think it was the eldest Miss Lopez. I couldn't see her face, but I remember looking at the high French heel of her little shoe. She did not make a sound, she did not stir, she was not sobbing. She remained there, perfectly still, all black against the white wall, a silent figure of passionate piety. I am sure she was no more frightened than the other white-faced ladies I met carrying bandages. One was sitting on the top step tearing a piece of linen hastily into strips, the young wife of an elderly man of fortune here. She interrupted herself to wave her hand to my bow, as though she were in her carriage on the Alameda. The women of our country are worth looking at during a revolution. The rouge and pearl powder fall off, together with that passive attitude towards the outer world which education, tradition, custom impose upon them from the earliest infancy. I thought of your face, which from your infancy had the stamp of intelligence instead of that patient and resigned cast which appears when some political commotion tears down the veil of cosmetics and usage. In the great sala upstairs a sort of junta of notables was sitting, the remnant of the vanished provincial assembly. Don Just Lopez had had half his beard singed off at the muzzle of a trabuco loaded with slugs, of which every one missed him, providentially. And as he turned his head from side to side it was exactly as if there had been two men inside his frock coat, one nobly whiskered and solemn, the other untidy and scared. They raised a cry of "Decowed!" Don Martin, at my entrance. I asked them, "What are you deliberating upon, gentlemen?" There did not seem to be any president, though Don Jose Avellanos sat at the head of the table. They all answered together, "On the preservation of life and property." Till the new officials arrive, Don just explained to me, with the solemn side of his face offered to my view. It was as if a stream of water had been poured upon my glowing idea of a new state. There was a hissing sound in my ears, and the room grew dim, as if suddenly filled with vapor. I walked up to the table blindly, as though I had been drunk. "You are deliberating upon surrender," I said. They all sat still, with their noses over the sheet of paper each had before him, God only knows why. Only Don José hid his face in his hands, muttering, "Never, never." But as I looked at him, it seemed to me that I could have blown him away with my breath. He looked so frail, so weak, so worn out. Whatever happens, he will not survive. The deception is too great for a man of his age. And hasn't he seen the sheets of 50 years of misrule, which we have begun printing on the presses of the Porvenir, littering the plaza, floating in the gutters? Fired out as wads for trabucos loaded with handfuls of type, blown in the wind, trampled in the mud? I have seen pages floating upon the very waters of the harbor. It would be unreasonable to expect him to survive. It would be cruel. "Do you know," I cried, "what surrender means to you, to your women, to your children, to your property?" I declaimed for 5 minutes without drawing breath, it seems to me, harping on our best chances, on the ferocity of Montero, whom I made out to be as great a beast as I have no doubt he would like to be if he had intelligence enough to conceive a systematic reign of terror. And then for another 5 minutes or more I poured out an impassioned appeal to their courage and manliness, with all the passion of my love for Antonia. For if ever man spoke well, it would be from a personal feeling, denouncing an enemy, defending himself, or pleading for what really may be dearer than life. "My dear girl," I absolutely thundered at them. It seemed as if my voice would burst the walls asunder, and when I stopped I saw all their scared eyes looking at me dubiously. And that was all the effect I had produced. Only Don José's head had sunk lower and lower on his breast. I bent my ear to his withered lips, and made out his whisper, something like, "In God's name, then, Martin, my son." I don't know exactly. There was the name of God in it, I am certain. It seems to me I have caught his last breath, the breath of his departing soul on his lips. He lives yet, it is true. I have seen him since. But it was only a senile body, lying on its back, covered to the chin, with open eyes, and so still that you might have said it was breathing no longer. I left him thus, with Antonia kneeling by the side of the bed, just before I came to this Italian's posada, where the ubiquitous death is also waiting. But I know that Don José has really died there, in the Casa Gould, with that whisper urging me to attempt what no doubt his soul, wrapped up in the sanctity of diplomatic treaties and solemn declarations, must have abhorred. I had exclaimed very loud, "There is never any God in a country where men will not help themselves." Meanwhile, Don just had begun a pondered oration whose solemn effect was spoiled by the ridiculous disaster to his beard. I did not wait to make it out. He seemed to argue that Montero's, he called him the general, intentions were probably not evil, though, he went on. That distinguished man, only a week ago we used to call him a grand bestia, was perhaps mistaken as to the true means. As you may imagine, I didn't stay to hear the rest. I know the intentions of Montero's brother, Pedrito, the guerrillero, whom I exposed in Paris, some years ago, in a café frequented by South American students, where he tried to pass himself off for a secretary of legation. He used to come in and talk for hours, twisting his felt hat in his hairy paws, and his ambition seemed to become a sort of Duc de Morny to a sort of Napoleon. Already, then, he used to talk of his brother in inflated terms. He seemed fairly safe from being found out, because the students, all of the Blanco families, did not, as you may imagine, frequent the legation. It was only Decaud, a man without faith and principles, as they used to say, that went in there sometimes for the sake of the fun, as it were to an assembly of trained monkeys. I know his intentions. I have seen him change the plates at table. Whoever is allowed to live on in terror, I must die the death. No, I didn't stay to the end to hear Don Just Lopez trying to persuade himself in a grave oration of the clemency and justice, and honesty, and purity of the brothers Montero. I went out abruptly to seek Antonia. I saw her in the gallery. As I opened the door, she extended to me her clasped hands. "What are they doing in there?" she asked. "Talking," I said, with my eyes looking into hers. Yes, but—" "Empty speeches," I interrupted her. "Hiding their fears behind imbecile hopes. They are all great parliamentarians there, on the English model, as you know." I was so furious that I could hardly speak. She made a gesture of despair. Through the door I held a little ajar behind me, we heard Don Just's measured mouthing monotone go on from phrase to phrase, like a sort of awful and solemn madness. After all, the democratic aspirations have, perhaps, their legitimacy. The ways of human progress are inscrutable, and if the fate of the country is in the hand of Montero, we ought. I crashed the door to on that. It was enough, it was too much. There was never a beautiful face expressing more horror and despair than the face of Antonia. I couldn't bear it, I seized her wrists. "Have they killed my father in there?" she asked. Her eyes blazed with indignation, but as I looked on, fascinated, the light in them went out. "It is a surrender," I said. And I remember I was shaking her wrists I held apart in my hands. "But it's more than talk. Your father told me to go on in God's name. My dear girl, there is that in Antonia which would make me believe in the feasibility of anything. One look at her face is enough to set my brain on fire. And yet I love her as any other man would, with the heart, and with that alone. She is more to me than his church to Father Corbelan. The Grand Vicar disappeared last night from the town, perhaps gone to join the band of Hernandez. She is more to me than his precious mind to that sentimental Englishman. I won't speak of his wife. She may have been sentimental once. The San Tome mine stands now between those two people. Your father himself, Antonia," I repeated, "your father, do you understand? Has told me to go on." She averted her face, and in a pained voice. "He has," she cried. "Then, indeed, I fear he will never speak again." She freed her wrists from my clutch and began to cry in her handkerchief. I disregarded her sorrow. I would rather see her miserable than not see her at all, never any more, for whether I escaped or stayed to die, there was for us no coming together, no future. And that being so, I had no pity to waste upon the passing moments of her sorrow. I sent her off in tears to fetch Dona Emilia and Don Carlos, too. Their sentiment was necessary to the very life of my plan. The sentimentalism of the people that will never do anything for the sake of their passionate desire, unless it comes to them clothed in the fair robes of an idea. Late at night we formed a small junta of 4, the 2 women, Don Carlos, and myself, in Mrs. Gould's blue and white boudoir. El Rey de Sulaco thinks himself, no doubt, a very honest man. And so he is, if one could look behind his taciturnity. Perhaps he thinks that this alone makes his honesty unstained. Those Englishmen live on illusions which somehow or other help them to get a firm hold of the substance. When he speaks it is by a rare yes or a no that seems as impersonal as the words of an oracle. But he could not impose on me by his dumb reserve. I knew what he had in his head. He has his mind in his head, and his wife had nothing in her head but his precious person, which he has bound up with the Gould concession and tied up to that little woman's neck. No matter. The thing was to make him present the affair to Holroyd, the steel and silver king, in such a manner as to secure his financial support. At that time last night, just 24 hours ago, we thought the silver of the mine safe in the custom house vaults till the northbound steamer came to take it away. And as long as the treasure flowed north, without a break, that utter sentimentalist, Holroyd, would not drop his idea of introducing, not only justice, industry, peace, to the benighted continents, but also that pet dream of his of a purer form of Christianity. Later on, the principal European really in Sulaco, the engineer-in-chief of the railway, came riding up the Calle, from the harbor, and was admitted to our conclave. Meantime, the junta of the notables in the great sala was still deliberating, only, one of them had run out in the corridor to ask the servant whether something to eat couldn't be sent in. The first words the engineer-in-chief said as he came into the boudoir were, "What is your house, dear Mrs. Gould?" A war hospital below, and apparently a restaurant above. I saw them carrying trays full of good things into the sala. "And here, in this boudoir," I said, "you behold the inner cabinet of the Occidental Republic that is to be." He was so preoccupied that he didn't smile at that, he didn't even look surprised. He told us that he was attending to the general dispositions for the defense of the railway property at the railway yards when he was sent for to go into the railway telegraph office. The engineer of the railhead, at the foot of the mountains, wanted to talk to him from his end of the wire. There was nobody in the office but himself and the operator of the railway telegraph, who read off the clicks aloud as the tape coiled its length upon the floor. And the purport of that talk, clicked nervously from a wooden shed in the depths of the forests, had informed the chief that President Ribiera had been, or was being, pursued. This was news, indeed, to all of us in Sulaco. Ribiera himself, when rescued, revived, and soothed by us, had been inclined to think that he had not been pursued. Ribiera had yielded to the urgent solicitations of his friends, and had left the headquarters of his discomfited army alone, under the guidance of Bonifacio, the muleteer, who had been willing to take the responsibility with the risk. He had departed at daybreak of the third day. His remaining forces had melted away during the night. Bonifacio and he rode hard on horses towards the Cordillera. Then they obtained mules, entered the passes, and crossed the Paramo of IV just before a freezing blast swept over that stony plateau, burying in a drift of snow the little shelter hut of stones in which they had spent the night. Afterwards poor Ribiera had many adventures, got separated from his guide, lost his mount, struggled down to the Campo on foot. And if he had not thrown himself on the mercy of a ranchero would have perished a long way from Sulaco. That man, who, as a matter of fact, recognized him at once, let him have a fresh mule, which the fugitive, heavy and unskilful, had ridden to death. And it was true he had been pursued by a party commanded by no less a person than Pedro Montero, the brother of the general. The cold wind of the Paramo luckily caught the pursuers on the top of the pass. Some few men, and all the animals, perished in the icy blast. The stragglers died, but the main body kept on. They found poor Bonifacio lying half dead at the foot of a snow slope, and bayonet him promptly in the true Civil War style. They would have had Ribiera, too, if they had not, for some reason or other, turned off the track of the old Camino Real, only to lose their way in the forests at the foot of the lower slopes. And there they were at last, having stumbled in unexpectedly upon the construction camp. The engineer at the railhead told his chief by wire that he had Pedro Montero absolutely there, in the very office, listening to the clicks. He was going to take possession of Sulaco in the name of the democracy. He was very overbearing. His men slaughtered some of the railway company's cattle without asking leave, and went to work broiling the meat on the embers. Pedrito made many pointed inquiries as to the silver mine, and what had become of the product of the last 6 months' working. He had said peremptorily, "Ask your chief up there by wire, he ought to know. Tell him that Don Pedro Montero, chief of the Campo and minister of the interior of the new government, desires to be correctly informed." He had his feet wrapped up in blood-stained rags, a lean, haggard face, ragged beard and hair, and had walked in limping, with a crooked branch of a tree for a staff. His followers were perhaps in a worse plight, but apparently they had not thrown away their arms, and, at any rate, not all their ammunition. Their lean faces filled the door and the windows of the telegraph hut. As it was at the same time the bedroom of the engineer in charge there. Montero had thrown himself on his clean blankets and lay there shivering and dictating requisitions to be transmitted by wire to Sulaco. He demanded a train of cars to be sent down at once to transport his men up. To this I answered from my end, the engineer-in-chief related to us, that I dared not risk the rolling stock in the interior, as there had been attempts to wreck trains all along the line several times. I did that for your sake, Gould, said the chief engineer. The answer to this was, in the words of my subordinate, the filthy brute on my bed said, suppose I were to have you shot? To which my subordinate, who, it appears, was himself operating, remarked that it would not bring the cars up. Upon that, the other, yawning, said, never mind, there is no lack of horses on the Campo. And, turning over, went to sleep on Harris's bed. This is why, my dear girl, I am a fugitive tonight. The last wire from Railhead says that Pedro Montero and his men left at daybreak, after feeding on asado beef all night. They took all the horses, they will find more on the road. They'll be here in less than 30 hours, and thus Sulaco is no place either for me or the great store of silver belonging to the Gould concession. But that is not the worst. The garrison of Esmeralda has gone over to the victorious party. We have heard this by means of the telegraphist of the cable company, who came to the Casa Gould in the early morning with the news. In fact, it was so early that the day had not yet quite broken over Sulaco. His colleague in Esmeralda had called him up to say that the garrison, after shooting some of their officers, had taken possession of a government steamer laid up in the harbor. It is really a heavy blow for me. I thought I could depend on every man in this province. It was a mistake. It was a Monterist revolution in Esmeralda, just such as was attempted in Sulaco, only that one came off. The telegraphist was signaling to Bernhard all the time, and his last transmitted words were, "They are bursting in the door, and taking possession of the cable office. You are cut off. Can do no more." But, as a matter of fact, he managed somehow to escape the vigilance of his captors, who had tried to stop the communication with the outer world. He did manage it. How it was done I don't know, but a few hours afterwards he called up Sulaco again, and what he said was, "The insurgent army has taken possession of the government transport in the bay and are filling her with troops, with the intention of going round the coast to Sulaco. Therefore look out for yourselves. They will be ready to start in a few hours, and may be upon you before daybreak." This is all he could say. They drove him away from his instrument this time for good, because Bernhard has been calling up Esmeralda ever since without getting an answer. After setting these words down in the pocketbook which he was filling up for the benefit of his sister, Decoud lifted his head to listen. But there were no sounds, neither in the room nor in the house, except the drip of the water from the filter into the vast earthenware jar under the wooden stand. And outside the house there was a great silence. Decoud lowered his head again over the pocketbook. "I am not running away, you understand," he wrote on. "I am simply going away with that great treasure of silver which must be saved at all costs. Pedro Montero from the Campo and the revolted garrison of Esmeralda from the sea are converging upon it. That it is there lying ready for them is only an accident. The real objective is the San Tome mine itself, as you may well imagine. Otherwise the Occidental province would have been, no doubt, left alone for many weeks, to be gathered at leisure into the arms of the victorious party. Don Carlos Gould will have enough to do to save his mine, with its organization and its people. This imperium in imperio, this wealth-producing thing, to which his sentimentalism attaches a strange idea of justice. He holds to it as some men hold to the idea of love or revenge. Unless I am much mistaken in the man, it must remain inviolate or perish by an act of his will alone. A passion has crept into his cold and idealistic life. A passion which I can only comprehend intellectually. A passion that is not like the passions we know, we men of another blood. But it is as dangerous as any of ours. His wife has understood it, too. That is why she is such a good ally of mine. She seizes upon all my suggestions with a sure instinct that in the end they make for the safety of the Gould concession. And he defers to her because he trusts her perhaps, but I fancy rather as if he wished to make up for some subtle wrong, for that sentimental unfaithfulness which surrenders her happiness, her life, to the seduction of an idea. The little woman has discovered that he lives for the mine rather than for her. But let them be. To each his fate, shaped by passion or sentiment. The principal thing is that she has backed up my advice to get the silver out of the town, out of the country, at once, at any cost, at any risk. Don Carlos' mission is to preserve unstained the fair fame of his mine. Mrs. Gould's mission is to save him from the effects of that cold and overmastering passion, which she dreads more than if it were an infatuation for another woman. Nostromo's mission is to save the silver. The plan is to load it into the largest of the company's lighters, and send it across the Gulf to a small port out of Costaguana territory just on the other side the Azuera, where the first northbound steamer will get orders to pick it up. The waters here are calm. We shall slip away into the darkness of the Gulf before the Esmeralda rebels arrive. And by the time the day breaks over the ocean we shall be out of sight, invisible, hidden by Azuera, which itself looks from the Sulaco shore like a faint blue cloud on the horizon. The incorruptible Capataz de Cargadores is the man for that work. And I, the man with a passion, but without a mission, I go with him to return, to play my part in the farce to the end, and, if successful, to receive my reward, which no one but Antonia can give me. I shall not see her again now before I depart. I left her, as I have said, by Don José's bedside. The street was dark, the houses shut up, and I walked out of the town in the night. Not a single street lamp had been lit for 2 days, and the archway of the gate was only a mass of darkness in the vague form of a tower, in which I heard low, dismal groans. That seemed to answer the murmurs of a man's voice. I recognized something impassive and careless in its tone, characteristic of that Genoese sailor who, like me, has come casually here to be drawn into the events for which his skepticism as well as mine seems to entertain a sort of passive contempt. The only thing he seems to care for, as far as I have been able to discover, is to be well spoken of. An ambition fit for noble souls, but also a profitable one for an exceptionally intelligent scoundrel. Yes. His very words, to be well spoken of. See, Señor. He does not seem to make any difference between speaking and thinking. Is it sheer naiveness or the practical point of view, I wonder? Exceptional individualities always interest me, because they are true to the general formula expressing the moral state of humanity. He joined me on the harbor road after I had passed them under the dark archway without stopping. It was a woman in trouble he had been talking to. Through discretion I kept silent while he walked by my side. After a time he began to talk himself. It was not what I expected. It was only an old woman, an old lace-maker, in search of her son, one of the street sweepers employed by the municipality. Friends had come the day before at daybreak to the door of their hovel calling him out. He had gone with them, and she had not seen him since. So she had left the food she had been preparing half-cooked on the extinct embers and had crawled out as far as the harbor, where she had heard that some town mozos had been killed on the morning of the riot. One of the cargadores guarding the custom house had brought out a lantern, and had helped her to look at the few dead left lying about there. Now she was creeping back, having failed in her search. So she sat down on the stone seat under the arch, moaning, because she was very tired. The Capataz had questioned her, and after hearing her broken and groaning tale had advised her to go and look amongst the wounded in the patio of the Casa Gould. He had also given her $25, he mentioned carelessly. "Why did you do that?" I asked. "Do you know her?" "No, Señor. I don't suppose I have ever seen her before." "How should I? She has not probably been out in the streets for years. She is one of those old women that you find in this country at the back of huts, crouching over fireplaces, with a stick on the ground by their side, and almost too feeble to drive away the stray dogs from their cooking pots. Caramba! I could tell by her voice that death had forgotten her. But, old or young, they like money, and will speak well of the man who gives it to them." He laughed a little. "Señor, you should have felt the clutch of her paw as I put the piece in her palm." He paused. "My last, too," he added. I made no comment. He's known for his liberality and his bad luck at the game of Monte, which keeps him as poor as when he first came here. "I suppose, Don Martin," he began, in a thoughtful, speculative tone, "that the Senor Administrator of Santome will reward me some day if I save his silver?" I said that it could not be otherwise, surely. He walked on, muttering to himself. "Si, without doubt, and, look you, Senor Martin, what it is to be well spoken of. There is not another man that could have been even thought of for such a thing. I shall get something great for it some day. And let it come soon," he mumbled. "Time passes in this country as quick as anywhere else. This, Sir Sherry, is my companion in the great escape for the sake of the great cause. He is more naive than shrewd, more masterful than crafty, more generous with his personality than the people who make use of him are with their money. At least, that is what he thinks himself with more pride than sentiment. I am glad I have made friends with him. As a companion he acquires more importance than he ever had as a sort of minor genius in his way, as an original Italian sailor whom I allowed to come in the small hours and talk familiarly to the editor of the Porvenir while the paper was going through the press. And it is curious to have met a man for whom the value of life seems to consist in personal prestige. I am waiting for him here now." On arriving at the posada kept by Viola we found the children alone down below, and the old Genoese shouted to his countrymen to go and fetch the doctor. Otherwise we would have gone on to the wharf, where it appears Captain Mitchell with some volunteer Europeans and a few picked cargadores are loading the lighter with the silver that must be saved from Montero's clutches in order to be used for Montero's defeat. Nostromo galloped furiously back towards the town. He has been long gone already. This delay gives me time to talk to you. By the time this pocketbook reaches your hands much will have happened. But now it is a pause under the hovering wing of death in this silent house buried in the black night, with this dying woman, the two children crouching without a sound. And that old man whom I can hear through the thickness of the wall passing up and down with a light rubbing noise no louder than a mouse. And I, the only other with them, don't really know whether to count myself with the living or with the dead. Quien sabe, as the people here are prone to say in answer to every question. But no. Feeling for you is certainly not dead, and the whole thing, the house, the dark night, the silent children in this dim room, my very presence here, all this is life, must be life. Since it is so much like a dream. With the writing of the last line there came upon Decaud a moment of sudden and complete oblivion. He swayed over the table as if struck by a bullet. The next moment he sat up, confused, with the idea that he had heard his pencil roll on the floor. The low door of the café, wide open, was filled with the glare of a torch in which was visible half of a horse, switching its tail against the leg of a rider with a long iron spur strapped to the naked heel. The two girls were gone, and Nostromo, standing in the middle of the room, looked at him from under the round brim of the sombrero low down over his brow. "I have brought that sour-faced English doctor in Senora Gould's carriage," said Nostromo. "I doubt if, with all his wisdom, he can save the padrona this time. They have sent for the children. A bad sign that." He sat down on the end of a bench. "She wants to give them her blessing, I suppose." Dazedly Decaud observed that he must have fallen sound asleep, and Nostromo said, with a vague smile, that he had looked in at the window and had seen him lying still across the table with his head on his arms. The English senora had also come in the carriage, and went upstairs at once with the doctor. She had told him not to wake up Don Martin yet. But when they sent for the children he had come into the café. The half of the horse with its half of the rider swung round outside the door. The torch of tow and resin in the iron basket which was carried on a stick at the saddlebow flared right into the room for a moment, and Mrs. Gould entered hastily with a very white, tired face. The hood of her dark, blue cloak had fallen back. Both men rose. "Teresa wants to see you, Nostromo," she said. The capataz did not move. Decaud, with his back to the table, began to button up his coat. "The silver, Mrs. Gould, the silver," he murmured in English. "Don't forget that the Esmeralda garrison have got a steamer. They may appear at any moment at the harbor entrance. The doctor says there is no hope." Mrs. Gould spoke rapidly, also in English. "I shall take you down to the wharf in my carriage and then come back to fetch away the girls." She changed swiftly into Spanish to address Nostromo. "Why are you wasting time? Old Giorgio's wife wishes to see you." "I am going to her, Senora," muttered the capataz. Dr. Monaghan now showed himself, bringing back the children. To Mrs. Gould's inquiring glance he only shook his head and went outside at once, followed by Nostromo. The horse of the torchbearer, motionless, hung his head low, and the rider had dropped the reins to light a cigarette. The glare of the torch played on the front of the house crossed by the big black letters of its inscription in which only the word Italia was lighted fully. The patch of wavering glare reached as far as Mrs. Gould's carriage waiting on the road, with the yellow-faced, portly Ignacio apparently dozing on the box. By his side Basilio, dark and skinny, held a Winchester carbine in front of him, with both hands, and peered fearfully into the darkness. Nostromo touched lightly the doctor's shoulder. "Is she really dying, Senor Doctor?" "Yes," said the doctor, with a strange twitch of his scarred cheek. "And why she wants to see you I cannot imagine." "She has been like that before," suggested Nostromo, looking away. "Well, capataz, I can assure you she will never be like that again," snarled Dr. Monaghan. "You may go to her or stay away. There is very little to be got from talking to the dying. But she told Dona Emilia in my hearing that she has been like a mother to you ever since you first set foot ashore here. See? And she never had a good word to say for me to anybody. It is more as if she could not forgive me for being alive, and such a man, too, as she would have liked her son to be." "Maybe," exclaimed a mournful deep voice near them. "Women have their own ways of tormenting themselves." Giorgio Viola had come out of the house. He threw a heavy black shadow in the torchlight, and the glare fell on his big face, on the great bushy head of white hair. He motioned the capataz indoors with his extended arm. "Dar." Monaghan, after busying himself with a little medicament box of polished wood on the seat of the landau, turned to old Giorgio and thrust into his big, trembling hand one of the glass-stoppered bottles out of the case. "Give her a spoonful of this now and then, in water," he said. "It will make her easier." "And there is nothing more for her?" asked the old man, patiently. "No. Not on earth," said the doctor, with his back to him, clicking the lock of the medicine case. Nostromo slowly crossed the large kitchen, all dark but for the glow of a heap of charcoal under the heavy mantel of the cooking range, where water was boiling in an iron pot with a loud bubbling sound. Between the two walls of a narrow staircase a bright light streamed from the sickroom above. And the magnificent capataz de cargadores stepping noiselessly in soft leather sandals, bushy-whiskered, his muscular neck and bronzed chest bare in the open check shirt, resembled a Mediterranean sailor just come ashore from some wine or fruit-laden felucca. At the top he paused, broad-shouldered, narrow-hipped and supple, looking at the large bed, like a white couch of state, with a profusion of snowy linen, amongst which the padrona sat unpropped and bowed, her handsome, black-browed face bent over her chest. A mass of raven hair with only a few white threads in it covered her shoulders, one thick strand fallen forward half-veiled her cheek. Perfectly motionless in that pose, expressing physical anxiety and unrest, she turned her eyes alone towards Nostromo. The capataz had a red sash wound many times round his waist, and a heavy silver ring on the forefinger of the hand he raised to give a twist to his mustache. Their revolutions," gasped Senora Teresa. "Look, John Baptista, it has killed me at last." Nostromo said nothing, and the sick woman with an upward glance insisted. Look, this one has killed me, while you were away fighting for what did not concern you, foolish man. Why talk like this? Mumbled the capataz between his teeth. Will you never believe in my good sense? It concerns me to keep on being what I am, every day alike. You never change, indeed, she said, bitterly. Always thinking of yourself and taking your pay out in fine words from those who care nothing for you. There was between them an intimacy of antagonism as close in its way as the intimacy of accord and affection. He had not walked along the way of Teresa's expectations. It was she who had encouraged him to leave his ship, in the hope of securing a friend and defender for the girls. The wife of old Giorgio was aware of her precarious health, and was haunted by the fear of her aged husband's loneliness and the unprotected state of the children. She had wanted to annex that apparently quiet and steady young man, affectionate and pliable, an orphan from his tenderest age, as he had told her, with no ties in Italy except an uncle. Owner and master of a felucca, from whose ill usage he had run away before he was 14. He had seemed to her courageous, a hard worker, determined to make his way in the world. From gratitude and the ties of habit he would become like a son to herself and Giorgio. And then, who knows, when Linda had grown up. 10 years' difference between husband and wife was not so much. Her own great man was nearly 20 years older than herself. John Battista was an attractive young fellow, besides. Attractive to men, women, and children, just by that profound quietness of personality which, like a serene twilight, rendered more seductive the promise of his vigorous form and the resolution of his conduct. Old Giorgio, in profound ignorance of his wife's views and hopes, had a great regard for his young countryman. A man ought not to be tame, he used to tell her, quoting the Spanish proverb in defense of the splendid capataz. She was growing jealous of his success. He was escaping from her, she feared. She was practical, and he seemed to her to be an absurd spendthrift of these qualities which made him so valuable. He got too little for them. He scattered them with both hands amongst too many people, she thought. He laid no money by. She railed at his poverty, his exploits, his adventures, his loves and his reputation. But in her heart she had never given him up, as though, indeed, he had been her son. Even now, ill as she was, ill enough to feel the chill, black breath of the approaching end, she had wished to see him. It was like putting out her benumbed hand to regain her hold. But she had presumed too much on her strength. She could not command her thoughts, they had become dim, like her vision. The words faltered on her lips, and only the paramount anxiety and desire of her life seemed to be too strong for death. The capataz said, I have heard these things many times. You are unjust, but it does not hurt me. Only now you do not seem to have much strength to talk, and I have but little time to listen. I am engaged in a work of very great moment. She made an effort to ask him whether it was true that he had found time to go and fetch a doctor for her. Nostromo nodded affirmatively. She was pleased, it relieved her sufferings to know that the man had condescended to do so much for those who really wanted his help. It was a proof of his friendship. Her voice became stronger. I want a priest more than a doctor, she said, pathetically. She did not move her head, only her eyes ran into the corners to watch the capataz standing by the side of her bed. Would you go to fetch a priest for me now? Think. A dying woman asks you. Nostromo shook his head resolutely. He did not believe in priests in their sacerdotal character. A doctor was an efficacious person, but a priest, as priest, was nothing, incapable of doing either good or harm. Nostromo did not even dislike the sight of them as old Giorgio did. The utter uselessness of the errand was what struck him most. Padrona, he said, you have been like this before, and got better after a few days. I have given you already the very last moments I can spare. Ask Senora Gould to send you one. He was feeling uneasy at the impiety of this refusal. The padrona believed in priests, and confessed herself to them. But all women did that. It could not be of much consequence. And yet his heart felt oppressed for a moment, at the thought what absolution would mean to her if she believed in it only ever so little. No matter. It was quite true that he had given her already the very last moment he could spare. "You refuse to go?" she gasped. "Ah. You are always yourself, indeed." "Listen to reason, Padrona," he said. "I am needed to save the silver of the mine. Do you hear? A greater treasure than the one which they say is guarded by ghosts and devils on Azuera. It is true. I am resolved to make this the most desperate affair I was ever engaged on in my whole life." She felt a despairing indignation. The supreme test had failed. Standing above her, Nostromo did not see the distorted features of her face, distorted by a paroxysm of pain and anger. Only she began to tremble all over. Her bowed head shook. The broad shoulders quivered. "Then God, perhaps, will have mercy upon me. But do you look to it, man, that you get something for yourself out of it, besides the remorse that shall overtake you some day." She laughed feebly. "Get riches at least for once, you indispensable," admired John Baptista. "To whom the peace of a dying woman is less than the praise of people who have given you a silly name, and nothing besides, in exchange for your soul and body." The Capataz de Cargadores swore to himself under his breath. "Leave my soul alone, Padrona, and I shall know how to take care of my body. Where is the harm of people having need of me? What are you envying me that I have robbed you and the children of? Those very people you are throwing in my teeth have done more for old Giorgio than they ever thought of doing for me." He struck his breast with his open palm. His voice had remained low though he had spoken in a forcible tone. He twisted his mustaches one after another, and his eyes wandered a little about the room. "Is it my fault that I am the only man for their purposes? What angry nonsense are you talking, mother? Would you rather have me timid and foolish, selling watermelons on the marketplace or rowing a boat for passengers along the harbor, like a soft Neapolitan without courage or reputation? Would you have a young man live like a monk? I do not believe it. Would you want a monk for your eldest girl? Let her grow. What are you afraid of? You have been angry with me for everything I did for years, ever since you first spoke to me, in secret from old Giorgio, about your Linda. Husband to one and brother to the other, did you say? Well, why not? I like the little ones, and a man must marry some time. But ever since that time you have been making little of me to everyone. Why? Did you think you could put a collar and chain on me as if I were one of the watchdogs they keep over there in the railway yards? Look here, Padrona, I am the same man who came ashore one evening and sat down in the thatched ranch you lived in at that time on the other side of the town and told you all about himself. You were not unjust to me then. What has happened since? I am no longer an insignificant youth. A good name, Giorgio says, is a treasure, Padrona. They have turned your head with their praises, gasped the sick woman. They have been paying you with words. Your folly shall betray you into poverty, misery, starvation. The very leperos shall laugh at you, the great Capataz. Nostromo stood for a time as if struck dumb. She never looked at him. A self-confident, mirthless smile passed quickly from his lips, and then he backed away. His disregarded figure sank down beyond the doorway. He descended the stairs backwards, with the usual sense of having been somehow baffled by this woman's disparagement of this reputation he had obtained and desired to keep. Downstairs in the big kitchen a candle was burning, surrounded by the shadows of the walls, of the ceiling, but no ruddy glare filled the open square of the outer door. The carriage with Mrs. Gould and Don Martin, preceded by the horseman bearing the torch, had gone on to the jetty. Dar. Monaghan, who had remained, sat on the corner of a hardwood table near the candlestick, his seamed, shaven face inclined sideways, his arms crossed on his breast, his lips pursed up, and his prominent eyes glaring stonily upon the floor of black earth. Near the overhanging mantel of the fireplace, where the pot of water was still boiling violently, old Giorgio held his chin in his hand, one foot advanced, as if arrested by a sudden thought. "Adios, viejo," said Nostromo, feeling the handle of his revolver in the belt and loosening his knife in its sheath. He picked up a blue poncho lined with red from the table, and put it over his head. "Adios, look after the things in my sleeping room, and if you hear from me no more, give up the box to Paquita. There is not much of value there, except my new serape from Mexico, and a few silver buttons on my best jacket. No matter. The things will look well enough on the next lover she gets, and the man need not be afraid I shall linger on earth after I am dead, like those gringos that haunt the Azuera." Dar. Monaghan twisted his lips into a bitter smile. After old Giorgio, with an almost imperceptible nod and without a word, had gone up the narrow stairs, he said, "Why, Capataz? I thought you could never fail in anything." Nostromo, glancing contemptuously at the doctor, lingered in the doorway rolling a cigarette, then struck a match, and, after lighting it, held the burning piece of wood above his head till the flame nearly touched his fingers. "No wind," he muttered to himself. "Look here, senor, do you know the nature of my undertaking?" Dr. Monaghan nodded sourly. "It is as if I were taking up a curse upon me, senor doctor. A man with a treasure on this coast will have every knife raised against him in every place upon the shore. You see that, senor doctor? I shall float along with a spell upon my life till I meet somewhere the northbound steamer of the company. And then indeed they will talk about the capataz of the Sulaco cargadores from one end of America to another." Dr. Monaghan laughed his short, throaty laugh. Nostromo turned round in the doorway. "But if your worship can find any other man ready and fit for such business I will stand back. I am not exactly tired of my life, though I am so poor that I can carry all I have with myself on my horse's back." "You gamble too much, and never say no to a pretty face, Capataz," said Dr. Monaghan, with sly simplicity. "That's not the way to make a fortune. But nobody that I know ever suspected you of being poor. I hope you have made a good bargain in case you come back safe from this adventure." "What bargain would your worship have made?" asked Nostromo, blowing the smoke out of his lips through the doorway. Dr. Monaghan listened up the staircase for a moment before he answered, with another of his short, abrupt laughs. "Illustrious Capataz, for taking the curse of death upon my back, as you call it. Nothing else but the whole treasure would do." Nostromo vanished out of the doorway with a grunt of discontent at this jeering answer. Dr. Monaghan heard him gallop away. Nostromo rode furiously in the dark. There were lights in the buildings of the OSN company near the wharf, but before he got there he met the Gould carriage. The horseman preceded it with the torch, whose light showed the white mules trotting, the portly Ignacio driving, and Basilio with the carbine on the box. From the dark body of the landau Mrs. Gould's voice cried, "They are waiting for you, Capataz." She was returning, chilly and excited, with Decaud's pocketbook still held in her hand. He had confided it to her to send to his sister. "Perhaps my last words to her," he had said, pressing Mrs. Gould's hand. The Capataz never checked his speed. At the head of the wharf vague figures with rifles leapt to the head of his horse, others closed upon him, cargadores of the company posted by Captain Mitchell on the watch. At a word from him they fell back with subservient murmurs, recognizing his voice. At the other end of the jetty, near a cargo crane, in a dark group with glowing cigars, his name was pronounced in a tone of relief. Most of the Europeans in Sulaco were there, rallied round Charles Gould, as if the silver of the mine had been the emblem of a common cause. The symbol of the supreme importance of material interests. They had loaded it into the lighter with their own hands. Nostromo recognized Don Carlos Gould, a thin, tall shape standing a little apart and silent, to whom another tall shape, the engineer-in-chief, said aloud, "If it must be lost, it is 1,000,000 times better that it should go to the bottom of the sea." Martin Decaud called out from the lighter, au revoir, messers, till we clasp hands again over the newborn Occidental Republic. Only a subdued murmur responded to his clear, ringing tones. And then it seemed to him that the wharf was floating away into the night, but it was Nostromo, who was already pushing against a pile with one of the heavy sweeps. Decaud did not move. The effect was that of being launched into space. After a splash or two there was not a sound but the thud of Nostromo's feet leaping about the boat. He hoisted the big sail. A breath of wind fanned Decaud's cheek. Everything had vanished but the light of the lantern Captain Mitchell had hoisted upon the post at the end of the jetty to guide Nostromo out of the harbor. The two men, unable to see each other, kept silent till the lighter, slipping before the fitful breeze, passed out between almost invisible headlands into the still deeper darkness of the Gulf. For a time the lantern on the jetty shone after them. The wind failed, then fanned up again, but so faintly that the big, half-decked boat slipped along with no more noise than if she had been suspended in the air. "We are out in the Gulf now," said the calm voice of Nostromo. A moment after he added, "Senor Mitchell has lowered the light." "Yes," said Decaud, "nobody can find us now." A great recrudescence of obscurity embraced the boat. The sea in the Gulf was as black as the clouds above. Nostromo, after striking a couple of matches to get a glimpse of the boat compass he had with him in the lighter, steered by the feel of the wind on his cheek. It was a new experience for Decaud, this mysteriousness of the great waters spread out strangely smooth, as if their restlessness had been crushed by the weight of that dense night. The Placido was sleeping profoundly under its black poncho. The main thing now for success was to get away from the coast and gain the middle of the Gulf before day broke. The Isabels were somewhere at hand. "On your left as you look forward, senor," said Nostromo, suddenly. When his voice ceased, the enormous stillness, without light or sound, seemed to affect Decaud's senses like a powerful drug. He didn't even know at times whether he were asleep or awake. Like a man lost in slumber, he heard nothing, he saw nothing. Even his hand held before his face did not exist for his eyes. The change from the agitation, the passions and the dangers, from the sights and sounds of the shore, was so complete that it would have resembled death had it not been for the survival of his thoughts. In this foretaste of eternal peace they floated vivid and light, like unearthly clear dreams of earthly things that may haunt the souls freed by death from the misty atmosphere of regrets and hopes. Decaud shook himself, shuddered a bit, though the air that drifted past him was warm. He had the strangest sensation of his soul having just returned into his body from the circumambient darkness in which land, sea, sky, the mountains, and the rocks were as if they had not been. Nostromo's voice was speaking, though he, at the tiller, was also as if he were not. "Have you been asleep, Don Martin? Caramba! If it were possible I would think that I, too, have dozed off. I have a strange notion somehow of having dreamt that there was a sound of blubbering, a sound a sorrowing man could make, somewhere near this boat. Something between a sigh and a sob. Strange," muttered Decaud, stretched upon the pile of treasure boxes covered by many tarpaulins. "Could it be that there is another boat near us in the Gulf? We could not see it, you know." Nostromo laughed a little at the absurdity of the idea. They dismissed it from their minds. The solitude could almost be felt. And when the breeze ceased, the blackness seemed to weigh upon Decaud like a stone. "This is overpowering," he muttered. "Do we move at all, Capataz?" "Not so fast as a crawling beetle tangled in the grass," answered Nostromo, and his voice seemed deadened by the thick veil of obscurity that felt warm and hopeless all about them. There were long periods when he made no sound, invisible and inaudible as if he had mysteriously stepped out of the lighter. In the featureless night Nostromo was not even certain which way the lighter headed after the wind had completely died out. He peered for the islands. There was not a hint of them to be seen, as if they had sunk to the bottom of the Gulf. He threw himself down by the side of Decaud at last, and whispered into his ear that if daylight caught them near the Sulaco shore through want of wind, It would be possible to sweep the lighter behind the cliff at the high end of the Great Isabel, where she would lie concealed. Decoud was surprised at the grimness of his anxiety. To him the removal of the treasure was a political move. It was necessary for several reasons that it should not fall into the hands of Montero, but here was a man who took another view of this enterprise. The caballeros over there did not seem to have the slightest idea of what they had given him to do. Nostromo, as if affected by the gloom around, seemed nervously resentful. Decoud was surprised. The capataz, indifferent to those dangers that seemed obvious to his companion, allowed himself to become scornfully exasperated by the deadly nature of the trust put, as a matter of course, into his hands. It was more dangerous, Nostromo said, with a laugh and a curse, than sending a man to get the treasure that people said was guarded by devils and ghosts in the deep ravines of Azuera. "Senor," he said, "we must catch the steamer at sea. We must keep out in the open looking for her till we have eaten and drunk all that has been put on board here. And if we miss her by some mischance, we must keep away from the land till we grow weak, and perhaps mad, and die, and drift dead. Until one or another of the steamers of the Compania comes upon the boat with the 2 dead men who have saved the treasure. That, senor, is the only way to save it, for, don't you see? For us to come to the land anywhere in 100 miles along this coast with this silver in our possession is to run the naked breast against the point of a knife. This thing has been given to me like a deadly disease. If men discover it I am dead, and you, too, senor, since you would come with me. There is enough silver to make a whole province rich, let alone a seaboard pueblo inhabited by thieves and vagabonds. Senor, they would think that heaven itself sent these riches into their hands, and would cut our throats without hesitation. I would trust no fair words from the best man around the shores of this wild gulf. Reflect that, even by giving up the treasure at the first demand, we would not be able to save our lives. Do you understand this, or must I explain?" "No, you needn't explain," said Decoud, a little listlessly. "I can see it well enough myself, that the possession of this treasure is very much like a deadly disease for men situated as we are. But it had to be removed from Sulaco, and you were the man for the task." "I was, but I cannot believe," said Nostromo, "that its loss would have impoverished Don Carlos Gould very much. There is more wealth in the mountain. I have heard it rolling down the chutes on quiet nights when I used to ride to Rincon to see a certain girl, after my work at the harbor was done. For years the rich rocks have been pouring down with a noise like thunder, and the miners say that there is enough at the heart of the mountain to thunder on for years and years to come. And yet, the day before yesterday, we have been fighting to save it from the mob, and tonight I am sent out with it into this darkness, where there is no wind to get away with. As if it were the last lot of silver on earth to get bread for the hungry with. Ha! Ha! Well, I am going to make it the most famous and desperate affair of my life, wind or no wind. It shall be talked about when the little children are grown up and the grown men are old. Aha! The Monterists must not get hold of it, I am told, whatever happens to Nostromo the capataz. And they shall not have it, I tell you, since it has been tied for safety round Nostromo's neck." "I see it," murmured Decoud. He saw, indeed, that his companion had his own peculiar view of this enterprise. Nostromo interrupted his reflections upon the way men's qualities are made use of, without any fundamental knowledge of their nature. By the proposal they should slip the long oars out and sweep the lighter in the direction of the Isabels. It wouldn't do for daylight to reveal the treasure floating within a mile or so of the harbor entrance. The denser the darkness generally, the smarter were the puffs of wind on which he had reckoned to make his way. But tonight the gulf, under its poncho of clouds, remained breathless, as if dead rather than asleep. Don Martin's soft hands suffered cruelly, tugging at the thick handle of the enormous oar. He stuck to it manfully, setting his teeth. He, too, was in the toils of an imaginative existence, and that strange work of pulling a lighter seemed to belong naturally to the inception of a new state. Acquired an ideal meaning from his love for Antonia. For all their efforts, the heavily laden lighter hardly moved. Nostromo could be heard swearing to himself between the regular splashes of the sweeps. "We are making a crooked path," he muttered to himself. "I wish I could see the islands." In his unskillfulness Don Martin overexerted himself. Now and then a sort of muscular faintness would run from the tips of his aching fingers through every fiber of his body, and pass off in a flush of heat. He had fought, talked, suffered mentally and physically, exerting his mind and body for the last 48 hours without intermission. He had had no rest, very little food, no pause in the stress of his thoughts and his feelings. Even his love for Antonia, whence he drew his strength and his inspiration, had reached the point of tragic tension during their hurried interview by Don José's bedside. And now, suddenly, he was thrown out of all this into a dark gulf, whose very gloom, silence, and breathless peace added a torment to the necessity for physical exertion. He imagined the lighter sinking to the bottom with an extraordinary shudder of delight. "I am on the verge of delirium," he thought. He mastered the trembling of all his limbs, of his breast, the inward trembling of all his body exhausted of its nervous force. "Shall we rest, Capataz?" he proposed in a careless tone. "There are many hours of night yet before us." "True. It is but a mile or so, I suppose." "Rest your arms, senor, if that is what you mean. You will find no other sort of rest, I can promise you, since you let yourself be bound to this treasure whose loss would make no poor man poorer." "No, senor. There is no rest till we find a northbound steamer, or else some ship finds us drifting about stretched out dead upon the Englishman's silver. Or rather, no, por Dios. I shall cut down the gunwale with the axe right to the water's edge before thirst and hunger rob me of my strength. By all the saints and devils I shall let the sea have the treasure rather than give it up to any stranger. Since it was the good pleasure of the caballeros to send me off on such an errand, they shall learn I am just the man they take me for." Decoud lay on the silver boxes panting. All his active sensations and feelings from as far back as he could remember seemed to him the maddest of dreams. Even his passionate devotion to Antonia, into which he had worked himself up out of the depths of his skepticism, had lost all appearance of reality. For a moment he was the prey of an extremely languid but not unpleasant indifference. "I am sure they didn't mean you to take such a desperate view of this affair," he said. "What was it, then?" "A joke," snarled the man, who on the pay sheets of the O.S.N. Company's establishment in Sulaco was described as foreman of the wharf against the figure of his wages. Was it for a joke they woke me up from my sleep after 2 days of street fighting to make me stake my life upon a bad card? Everybody knows, too, that I am not a lucky gambler." "Yes, everybody knows of your good luck with women, Capataz," Decoud propitiated his companion in a weary drawl. "Look here, senor," Nostromo went on. "I never even remonstrated about this affair. Directly I heard what was wanted I saw what a desperate affair it must be, and I made up my mind to see it out. Every minute was of importance. I had to wait for you first. Then, when we arrived at the Italia Una, old Giorgio shouted to me to go for the English doctor. Later on, that poor dying woman wanted to see me, as you know. Senor, I was reluctant to go. I felt already this cursed silver growing heavy upon my back, and I was afraid that, knowing herself to be dying, she would ask me to ride off again for a priest. Father Corbelan, who is fearless, would have come at a word. But Father Corbelan is far away, safe with the band of Hernandez, and the populace, that would have liked to tear him to pieces, are much incensed against the priests. Not a single fat padre would have consented to put his head out of his hiding place tonight to save a Christian soul, except, perhaps, under my protection. That was in her mind. I pretended I did not believe she was going to die. Senor, I refused to fetch a priest for a dying woman. Decoud was heard to stir. You did, Capataz, he exclaimed. His tone changed. Well, you know, it was rather fine. You do not believe in priests, Don Martin? Neither do I. What was the use of wasting time? But she believes in them. The thing sticks in my throat. She may be dead already, and here we are floating helpless with no wind at all. Curse on all superstition. She died thinking I deprived her of paradise, I suppose. It shall be the most desperate affair of my life. Decoud remained lost in reflection. He tried to analyze the sensations awaked by what he had been told. The voice of the capataz was heard again. Now, Don Martin, let us take up the sweeps and try to find the Isabels. It is either that or sinking the lighter if the day overtakes us. We must not forget that the steamer from Esmeralda with the soldiers may be coming along. We will pull straight on now. I have discovered a bit of a candle here, and we must take the risk of a small light to make a course by the boat compass. There is not enough wind to blow it out, may the curse of heaven fall upon this blind gulf. A small flame appeared burning quite straight. It showed fragmentarily the stout ribs and planking in the hollow, empty part of the lighter. Decoud could see Nostromo standing up to pull. He saw him as high as the red sash on his waist, with a gleam of a white-handled revolver and the wooden haft of a long knife protruding on his left side. Decoud nerved himself for the effort of rowing. Certainly there was not enough wind to blow the candle out, but its flame swayed a little to the slow movement of the heavy boat. It was so big that with their utmost efforts they could not move it quicker than about a mile an hour. This was sufficient, however, to sweep them amongst the Isabels long before daylight came. There was a good 6 hours of darkness before them, and the distance from the harbor to the Great Isabel did not exceed 2 miles. Decoud put this heavy toil to the account of the capataz's impatience. Sometimes they paused, and then strained their ears to hear the boat from Esmeralda. In this perfect quietness a steamer moving would have been heard from far off. As to seeing anything, it was out of the question. They could not see each other. Even the lighter sail, which remained set, was invisible. Very often they rested. "Caramba!" said Nostromo, suddenly, during one of those intervals when they lolled idly against the heavy handles of the sweeps. "What is it? Are you distressed, Don Martin?" Decoud assured him that he was not distressed in the least. Nostromo for a time kept perfectly still, and then in a whisper invited Martin to come aft. With his lips touching Decoud's ear he declared his belief that there was somebody else besides themselves upon the lighter. Twice now he had heard the sound of stifled sobbing. "Senor," he whispered with odd wonder, "I am certain that there is somebody weeping in this lighter." Decoud had heard nothing. He expressed his incredulity. However, it was easy to ascertain the truth of the matter. "It is most amazing," muttered Nostromo. "Could anybody have concealed himself on board while the lighter was lying alongside the wharf?" "And you say it was like sobbing?" asked Decoud, lowering his voice, too. "If he is weeping, whoever he is, he cannot be very dangerous." Clambering over the precious pile in the middle, they crouched low on the foreside of the mast and groped under the half-deck. Right forward, in the narrowest part, their hands came upon the limbs of a man, who remained as silent as death. Too startled themselves to make a sound, they dragged him aft by one arm and the collar of his coat. He was limp, lifeless. The light of the bit of candle fell upon a round, hook-nosed face with black mustaches and little side whiskers. He was extremely dirty. A greasy growth of beard was sprouting on the shaven parts of the cheeks. The thick lips were slightly parted, but the eyes remained closed. Decoud, to his immense astonishment, recognized Senor Hirsch, the hide merchant from Esmeralda. Nostromo, too, had recognized him. And they gazed at each other across the body, lying with its naked feet higher than its head, in an absurd pretense of sleep, faintness, or death. Chapter 8. For a moment, before this extraordinary find, they forgot their own concerns and sensations. Senor Hirsch's sensations as he lay there must have been those of extreme terror. For a long time he refused to give a sign of life, till at last Decoud's objurgations, and, perhaps more, Nostromo's impatient suggestion that he should be thrown overboard, as he seemed to be dead, induced him to raise one eyelid first, and then the other. It appeared that he had never found a safe opportunity to leave Sulaco. He lodged with Anzani, the universal storekeeper, on the Plaza Mayor. But when the riot broke out he had made his escape from his host's house before daylight, and in such a hurry that he had forgotten to put on his shoes. He had run out impulsively in his socks, and with his hat in his hand, into the garden of Anzani's house. Fear gave him the necessary agility to climb over several low walls, and afterwards he blundered into the overgrown cloisters of the ruined Franciscan convent in one of the by-streets. He forced himself into the midst of matted bushes with the recklessness of desperation, and this accounted for his scratched body and his torn clothing. He lay hidden there all day, his tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth with all the intensity of thirst engendered by heat and fear. 3 times different bands of men invaded the place with shouts and imprecations, looking for Father Corbelan. But towards the evening, still lying on his face in the bushes, he thought he would die from the fear of silence. He was not very clear as to what had induced him to leave the place, but evidently he had got out and slunk successfully out of town along the deserted back lanes. He wandered in the darkness near the railway, so maddened by apprehension that he dared not even approach the fires of the pickets of Italian workmen guarding the line. He had a vague idea evidently of finding refuge in the railway yards, but the dogs rushed upon him, barking, men began to shout, a shot was fired at random. He fled away from the gates. By the merest accident, as it happened, he took the direction of the OSN Company's offices. Twice he stumbled upon the bodies of men killed during the day. But everything living frightened him much more. He crouched, crept, crawled, made dashes, guided by a sort of animal instinct, keeping away from every light and from every sound of voices. His idea was to throw himself at the feet of Captain Mitchell and beg for shelter in the company's offices. It was all dark there as he approached on his hands and knees, but suddenly someone on guard challenged loudly, "Qui en vive?" There were more dead men lying about, and he flattened himself down at once by the side of a cold corpse. He heard a voice saying, "Here is one of those wounded rascals crawling about. Shall I go and finish him?" And another voice objected that it was not safe to go out without a lantern upon such an errand. Perhaps it was only some Negro liberal looking for a chance to stick a knife into the stomach of an honest man. Hirsch didn't stay to hear any more, but crawling away to the end of the wharf, hid himself amongst a lot of empty casks. After a while some people came along, talking, and with glowing cigarettes. He did not stop to ask himself whether they would be likely to do him any harm, but bolted incontinently along the jetty, saw a lighter lying moored at the end, and threw himself into it. In his desire to find cover he crept right forward under the half-deck, and he had remained there more dead than alive, suffering agonies of hunger and thirst, and almost fainting with terror. When he heard numerous footsteps and the voices of the Europeans who came in a body escorting the wagon-load of treasure, pushed along the rails by a squad of cargadores. He understood perfectly what was being done from the talk, but did not disclose his presence from the fear that he would not be allowed to remain. His only idea at the time, overpowering and masterful, was to get away from this terrible Sulaco. And now he regretted it very much. He had heard Nostromo talk to Decaud, and wished himself back on shore. He did not desire to be involved in any desperate affair, in a situation where one could not run away. The involuntary groans of his anguished spirit had betrayed him to the sharp ears of the capataz. They had propped him up in a sitting posture against the side of the lighter, and he went on with the moaning account of his adventures till his voice broke, his head fell forward. "Water," he whispered, with difficulty. Decaud held one of the cans to his lips. He revived after an extraordinarily short time, and scrambled up to his feet wildly. Nostromo, in an angry and threatening voice, ordered him forward. Hirsch was one of those men whom fear lashes like a whip, and he must have had an appalling idea of the capataz's ferocity. He displayed an extraordinary agility in disappearing forward into the darkness. They heard him getting over the tarpaulin, then there was the sound of a heavy fall, followed by a weary sigh. Afterwards all was still in the forepart of the lighter, as though he had killed himself in his headlong tumble. Nostromo shouted in a menacing voice. "Lie still there. Do not move a limb. If I hear as much as a loud breath from you I shall come over there and put a bullet through your head." The mere presence of a coward, however passive, brings an element of treachery into a dangerous situation. Nostromo's nervous impatience passed into gloomy thoughtfulness. Decaud, in an undertone, as if speaking to himself, remarked that, after all, this bizarre event made no great difference. He could not conceive what harm the man could do. At most he would be in the way, like an inanimate and useless object, like a block of wood, for instance. "I would think twice before getting rid of a piece of wood," said Nostromo, calmly. "Something may happen unexpectedly where you could make use of it. But in an affair like ours a man like this ought to be thrown overboard. Even if he were as brave as a lion we would not want him here. We are not running away for our lives. Señor, there is no harm in a brave man trying to save himself with ingenuity and courage. But you have heard his tale, Don Martin. His being here is a miracle of fear." Nostromo paused. "There is no room for fear in this lighter," he added through his teeth. Decaud had no answer to make. It was not a position for argument, for a display of scruples or feelings. There were 1,000 ways in which a panic-stricken man could make himself dangerous. It was evident that Hirsch could not be spoken to, reasoned with, or persuaded into a rational line of conduct. The story of his own escape demonstrated that clearly enough. Decaud thought that it was 1,000 pities the wretch had not died of fright. Nature, who had made him what he was, seemed to have calculated cruelly how much he could bear in the way of atrocious anguish without actually expiring. Some compassion was due to so much terror. Decaud, though imaginative enough for sympathy, resolved not to interfere with any action that Nostromo would take. But Nostromo did nothing. And the fate of Señor Hirsch remained suspended in the darkness of the gulf at the mercy of events which could not be foreseen. The capataz, extending his hand, put out the candle suddenly. It was to Decaud as if his companion had destroyed, by a single touch, the world of affairs, of loves, of revolution. Where his complacent superiority analyzed fearlessly all motives and all passions, including his own. He gasped a little. Decaud was affected by the novelty of his position. Intellectually self-confident, he suffered from being deprived of the only weapon he could use with effect. No intelligence could penetrate the darkness of the placid gulf. There remained only one thing he was certain of, and that was the overweening vanity of his companion. It was direct, uncomplicated, naive, and effectual. Decaud, who had been making use of him, had tried to understand his man thoroughly. He had discovered a complete singleness of motive behind the varied manifestations of a consistent character. This was why the man remained so astonishingly simple in the jealous greatness of his conceit. And now there was a complication. It was evident that he resented having been given a task in which there were so many chances of failure. "I wonder," thought Decaud, "how he would behave if I were not here." He heard Nostromo mutter again, "No. There is no room for fear on this lighter. Courage itself does not seem good enough. I have a good eye and a steady hand. No man can say he ever saw me tired or uncertain what to do. But por Dios, Don Martin, I have been sent out into this black calm on a business where neither a good eye, nor a steady hand, nor judgment are any use." He swore a string of oaths in Spanish and Italian under his breath. "Nothing but sheer desperation will do for this affair." These words were in strange contrast to the prevailing peace, to this almost solid stillness of the gulf. A shower fell with an abrupt whispering sound all round the boat, and Decaud took off his hat, and, letting his head get wet, felt greatly refreshed. Presently a steady little draught of air caressed his cheek. The lighter began to move, but the shower distanced it. The drops ceased to fall upon his head and hands, the whispering died out in the distance. Nostromo emitted a grunt of satisfaction, and grasping the tiller, chirruped softly, as sailors do, to encourage the wind. Never for the last 3 days had Decaud felt less the need for what the capataz would call desperation. "I fancy I hear another shower on the water," he observed in a tone of quiet content. "I hope it will catch us up." Nostromo ceased chirruping at once. "You hear another shower?" he said, doubtfully. A sort of thinning of the darkness seemed to have taken place, and Decaud could see now the outline of his companion's figure. And even the sail came out of the night like a square block of dense snow. The sound which Decaud had detected came along the water harshly. Nostromo recognized that noise partaking of a hiss and a rustle which spreads out on all sides of a steamer making her way through a smooth water on a quiet night. It could be nothing else but the captured transport with troops from Esmeralda. She carried no lights. The noise of her steaming, growing louder every minute, would stop at times altogether, and then begin again abruptly, and sound startlingly nearer. As if that invisible vessel, whose position could not be precisely guessed, were making straight for the lighter. Meantime, that last kept on sailing slowly and noiselessly before a breeze so faint that it was only by leaning over the side and feeling the water slip through his fingers that Decaud convinced himself they were moving at all. His drowsy feeling had departed. He was glad to know that the lighter was moving. After so much stillness the noise of the steamer seemed uproarious and distracting. There was a weirdness in not being able to see her. Suddenly all was still. She had stopped, but so close to them that the steam, blowing off, sent its rumbling vibration right over their heads. "They are trying to make out where they are," said Decaud in a whisper. Again he leaned over and put his fingers into the water. "We are moving quite smartly," he informed Nostromo. "We seem to be crossing her bows," said the capataz in a cautious tone. "But this is a blind game with death. Moving on is of no use. We mustn't be seen or heard." His whisper was hoarse with excitement. Of all his face there was nothing visible but a gleam of white eyeballs. His fingers gripped Decaud's shoulder. "That is the only way to save this treasure from this steamer full of soldiers. Any other would have carried lights. But you observe there is not a gleam to show us where she is." Decaud stood as if paralyzed, only his thoughts were wildly active. In the space of a second he remembered the desolate glance of Antonia as he left her at the bedside of her father in the gloomy house of Avellanos, with shuttered windows. But all the doors standing open, and deserted by all the servants except an old negro at the gate. He remembered the Casa Gould on his last visit, the arguments, the tones of his voice, the impenetrable attitude of Charles. Mrs. Gould's face so blanched with anxiety and fatigue that her eyes seemed to have changed color, appearing nearly black by contrast. Even whole sentences of the proclamation which he meant to make Barrios issue from his headquarters at Queta as soon as he got there passed through his mind. The very germ of the new state, the separationist proclamation which he had tried before he left to read hurriedly to Don José, stretched out on his bed under the fixed gaze of his daughter. God knows whether the old statesman had understood it. He was unable to speak, but he had certainly lifted his arm off the coverlet. His hand had moved as if to make the sign of the cross in the air, a gesture of blessing, of consent. Decaud had that very draft in his pocket, written in pencil on several loose sheets of paper, with the heavily printed heading, Administration of the Santome Silver Mine. Sulaco. Republic of Costaguana. He had written it furiously, snatching page after page on Charles Gould's table. Mrs. Gould had looked several times over his shoulder as he wrote. But the Señor Administrator, standing straddle-legged, would not even glance at it when it was finished. He had waved it away firmly. It must have been scorn, and not caution, since he never made a remark about the use of the administration's paper for such a compromising document. And that showed his disdain, the true English disdain of common prudence, as if everything outside the range of their own thoughts and feelings were unworthy of serious recognition. Decaud had the time in a second or two to become furiously angry with Charles Gould, and even resentful against Mrs. Gould, in whose care, tacitly it is true, he had left the safety of Antonia. "Better perish 1,000 times than owe your preservation to such people," he exclaimed mentally. The grip of Nostromo's fingers never removed from his shoulder, tightening fiercely, recalled him to himself. "The darkness is our friend," the Capataz murmured into his ear. "I am going to lower the sail, and trust our escape to this black gulf. No eyes could make us out lying silent with a naked mast. I will do it now, before this steamer closes still more upon us. The faint creak of a block would betray us and the Santome treasure into the hands of those thieves." He moved about as warily as a cat. Decaud heard no sound. And it was only by the disappearance of the square blotch of darkness that he knew the yard had come down, lowered as carefully as if it had been made of glass. Next moment he heard Nostromo's quiet breathing by his side. "You had better not move at all from where you are, Don Martin," advised the Capataz, earnestly. "You might stumble or display something which would make a noise. The sweeps and the punting poles are lying about. Move not for your life. Por Dios, Don Martin," he went on in a keen but friendly whisper, "I am so desperate that if I didn't know your worship to be a man of courage, capable of standing stock still whatever happens, I would drive my knife into your heart." A death-like stillness surrounded the lighter. It was difficult to believe that there was near a steamer full of men with many pairs of eyes peering from her bridge for some hint of land in the night. Her steam had ceased blowing off, and she remained stopped too far off apparently for any other sound to reach the lighter. "Perhaps you would, Capataz," Decaud began in a whisper. "However, you need not trouble. There are other things than the fear of your knife to keep my heart steady. It shall not betray you. Only, have you forgotten? I spoke to you openly as to a man as desperate as myself," explained the Capataz. "The silver must be saved from the Monterists. I told Captain Mitchell 3 times that I preferred to go alone. I told Don Carlos Gould, too. It was in the Casa Gould. They had sent for me. The ladies were there. And when I tried to explain why I did not wish to have you with me, they promised me, both of them, great rewards for your safety. A strange way to talk to a man you are sending out to an almost certain death. Those gentlefolk do not seem to have sense enough to understand what they are giving one to do. I told them I could do nothing for you. You would have been safer with the bandit Hernandez. It would have been possible to ride out of the town with no greater risk than a chance shot sent after you in the dark. But it was as if they had been deaf. I had to promise I would wait for you under the harbor gate. I did wait. And now because you are a brave man you are as safe as the silver. Neither more nor less." At that moment, as if by way of comment upon Nostromo's words, the invisible steamer went ahead at half speed only, as could be judged by the leisurely beat of her propeller. The sound shifted its place markedly, but without coming nearer. It even grew a little more distant right abeam of the lighter, and then ceased again. "They are trying for a sight of the Isabels," muttered Nostromo, "in order to make for the harbor in a straight line and seize the custom house with the treasure in it. Have you ever seen the commandant of Esmeralda, Sotillo? A handsome fellow, with a soft voice. When I first came here I used to see him in the calle talking to the señoritas at the windows of the houses, and showing his white teeth all the time. But one of my cargadores, who had been a soldier, told me that he had once ordered a man to be flayed alive in the remote campo, where he was sent recruiting amongst the people of the estancias. It has never entered his head that the Compañía had a man capable of baffling his game." The murmuring loquacity of the Capataz disturbed Decaud like a hint of weakness. And yet, talkative resolution may be as genuine as grim silence. "Sotillo is not baffled so far," he said. "Have you forgotten that crazy man forward?" Nostromo had not forgotten Señor Hirsch. He reproached himself bitterly for not having visited the lighter carefully before leaving the wharf. He reproached himself for not having stabbed and flung Hirsch overboard at the very moment of discovery without even looking at his face. That would have been consistent with the desperate character of the affair. Whatever happened, Sotillo was already baffled. Even if that wretch, now as silent as death, did anything to betray the nearness of the lighter, Sotillo, if Sotillo it was in command of the troops on board, would be still baffled of his plunder. "I have an axe in my hand," Nostromo whispered, wrathfully, "that in 3 strokes would cut through the side down to the water's edge. Moreover, each lighter has a plug in the stern, and I know exactly where it is. I feel it under the sole of my foot." Decoud recognized the ring of genuine determination in the nervous murmurs, the vindictive excitement of the famous capataz. Before the steamer, guided by a shriek or two, for there could be no more than that, Nostromo said, gnashing his teeth audibly, could find the lighter, there would be plenty of time to sink this treasure tied up round his neck. The last words he hissed into Decoud's ear. Decoud said nothing. He was perfectly convinced. The usual characteristic quietness of the man was gone. It was not equal to the situation as he conceived it. Something deeper, something unsuspected by everyone, had come to the surface. Decoud, with careful movements, slipped off his overcoat and divested himself of his boots. He did not consider himself bound in honor to sink with the treasure. His object was to get down to Barrios, in Cayta, as the capataz knew very well, and he, too, meant, in his own way, to put into that attempt all the desperation of which he was capable. Nostromo muttered, "True, true. You are a politician, senor. Rejoin the army, and start another revolution." He pointed out, however, that there was a little boat belonging to every lighter fit to carry 2 men, if not more. Theirs was towing behind. Of that Decoud had not been aware. Of course, it was too dark to see, and it was only when Nostromo put his hand upon its painter fastened to a cleat in the stern that he experienced a full measure of relief. The prospect of finding himself in the water and swimming, overwhelmed by ignorance and darkness, probably in a circle, till he sank from exhaustion, was revolting. The barren and cruel futility of such an end intimidated his affectation of careless pessimism. In comparison to it, the chance of being left floating in a boat, exposed to thirst, hunger, discovery, imprisonment, execution, presented itself with an aspect of amenity worth securing even at the cost of some self-contempt. He did not accept Nostromo's proposal that he should get into the boat at once. "Something sudden may overwhelm us, senor," the capataz remarked, promising faithfully, at the same time, to let go the painter at the moment when the necessity became manifest. But Decoud assured him lightly that he did not mean to take to the boat till the very last moment, and that then he meant the capataz to come along, too. The darkness of the gulf was no longer for him the end of all things. It was part of a living world since, pervading it, failure and death could be felt at your elbow. And at the same time it was a shelter. He exulted in its impenetrable obscurity. Like a wall," he muttered to himself. The only thing which checked his confidence was the thought of Senor Hirsch. Not to have bound and gagged him seemed to Decoud now the height of improvident folly. As long as the miserable creature had the power to raise a yell he was a constant danger. His abject terror was mute now, but there was no saying from what cause it might suddenly find vent in shrieks. This very madness of fear which both Decoud and Nostromo had seen in the wild and irrational glances, and in the continuous twitchings of his mouth, protected Senor Hirsch from the cruel necessities of this desperate affair. The moment of silencing him forever had passed. As Nostromo remarked, in answer to Decoud's regrets, it was too late. It could not be done without noise, especially in the ignorance of the man's exact position. Wherever he had elected to crouch and tremble, it was too hazardous to go near him. He would begin probably to yell for mercy. It was much better to leave him quite alone since he was keeping so still. But to trust to his silence became every moment a greater strain upon Decoud's composure. "I wish, capataz, you had not let the right moment pass," he murmured. What? To silence him forever? I thought it good to hear first how he came to be here. It was too strange. Who could imagine that it was all an accident? Afterwards, Senor, when I saw you giving him water to drink, I could not do it. Not after I had seen you holding up the can to his lips as though he were your brother. Senor, that sort of necessity must not be thought of too long. And yet it would have been no cruelty to take away from him his wretched life. It is nothing but fear. Your compassion saved him then, Don Martin, and now it is too late. It couldn't be done without noise. In the steamer they were keeping a perfect silence. And the stillness was so profound that Decoud felt as if the slightest sound conceivable must travel unchecked and audible to the end of the world. What if Hirsch coughed or sneezed? To feel himself at the mercy of such an idiotic contingency was too exasperating to be looked upon with irony. Nostromo, too, seemed to be getting restless. Was it possible, he asked himself, that the steamer, finding the night too dark altogether, intended to remain stopped where she was till daylight? He began to think that this, after all, was the real danger. He was afraid that the darkness, which was his protection, would, in the end, cause his undoing. Sotillo, as Nostromo had surmised, was in command on board the transport. The events of the last 48 hours in Sulaco were not known to him. Neither was he aware that the telegraphist in Esmeralda had managed to warn his colleague in Sulaco. Like a good many officers of the troops garrisoning the province, Sotillo had been influenced in his adoption of the Ribierist cause by the belief that it had the enormous wealth of the Gould concession on its side. He had been one of the frequenters of the Casa Gould, where he had aired his Blanco convictions and his ardor for reform before Don José Avellanos, casting frank, honest glances towards Mrs. Gould and Antonia the while. He was known to belong to a good family persecuted and impoverished during the tyranny of Guzman Bento. The opinions he expressed appeared eminently natural and proper in a man of his parentage and antecedents. And he was not a deceiver. It was perfectly natural for him to express elevated sentiments while his whole faculties were taken up with what seemed then a solid and practical notion, the notion that the husband of Antonia Avellanos would be, naturally, the intimate friend of the Gould concession. He even pointed this out to Anzani once, when negotiating the 6th or 7th small loan in the gloomy, damp apartment with enormous iron bars behind the principal shop in the whole row under the arcades. He hinted to the universal shopkeeper at the excellent terms he was on with the emancipated señorita, who was like a sister to the Englishwoman. He would advance one leg and put his arms akimbo, posing for Anzani's inspection, and fixing him with a haughty stare. "Look, miserable shopkeeper. How can a man like me fail with any woman, let alone an emancipated girl living in scandalous freedom?" he seemed to say. His manner in the Casa Gould was, of course, very different, devoid of all truculence, and even slightly mournful. Like most of his countrymen, he was carried away by the sound of fine words, especially if uttered by himself. He had no convictions of any sort upon anything except as to the irresistible power of his personal advantages. But that was so firm that even Decoud's appearance in Sulaco, and his intimacy with the Goulds and the Avellanos, did not disquiet him. On the contrary, he tried to make friends with that rich Costaguanero from Europe in the hope of borrowing a large sum by and by. The only guiding motive of his life was to get money for the satisfaction of his expensive tastes, which he indulged recklessly, having no self-control. He imagined himself a master of intrigue, but his corruption was as simple as an animal instinct. At times, in solitude, he had his moments of ferocity, and also on such occasions as, for instance, when alone in a room with Anzani trying to get a loan. He had talked himself into the command of the Esmeralda garrison. That small seaport had its importance as the station of the main submarine cable connecting the Occidental provinces with the outer world, and the junction with it of the Sulaco branch. Don José Avellanos proposed him, and Barrios, with a rude and jeering guffaw, had said, "Oh, let Sotillo go. He is a very good man to keep guard over the cable, and the ladies of Esmeralda ought to have their turn. Barrios, an indubitably brave man, had no great opinion of Sotillo. It was through the Esmeralda cable alone that the San Tome mine could be kept in constant touch with the great financier, whose tacit approval made the strength of the Ribierist movement. This movement had its adversaries even there. Sotillo governed Esmeralda with repressive severity till the adverse course of events upon the distant theatre of civil war forced upon him the reflection that, after all, the great silver mine was fated to become the spoil of the victors. But caution was necessary. He began by assuming a dark and mysterious attitude towards the faithful Ribierist municipality of Esmeralda. Later on, the information that the commandant was holding assemblies of officers in the dead of night, which had leaked out somehow, caused those gentlemen to neglect their civil duties altogether, and remain shut up in their houses. Suddenly one day all the letters from Sulaco by the overland courier were carried off by a file of soldiers from the post office to the commandantia, without disguise, concealment, or apology. Sotillo had heard through Queta of the final defeat of Ribiera. This was the first open sign of the change in his convictions. Presently notorious Democrats, who had been living till then in constant fear of arrest, leg irons, and even floggings, could be observed going in and out at the great door of the commandantia, where the horses of the orderlies doze under their heavy saddles, while the men, in ragged uniforms and pointed straw hats, lounge on a bench, with their naked feet stuck out beyond the strip of shade. And a sentry, in a red baize coat with holes at the elbows, stands at the top of the steps glaring haughtily at the common people, who uncover their heads to him as they pass. Sotillo's ideas did not soar above the care for his personal safety and the chance of plundering the town in his charge. But he feared that such a late adhesion would earn but scant gratitude from the victors. He had believed just a little too long in the power of the San Tome mine. The seized correspondence had confirmed his previous information of a large amount of silver ingots lying in the Sulaco custom house. To gain possession of it would be a clear Monterist move, a sort of service that would have to be rewarded. With the silver in his hands he could make terms for himself and his soldiers. He was aware neither of the riots, nor of the president's escape to Sulaco and the close pursuit led by Montero's brother, the guerrillero. The game seemed in his own hands. The initial moves were the seizure of the cable telegraph office and the securing of the government steamer lying in the narrow creek which is the harbor of Esmeralda. The last was effected without difficulty by a company of soldiers swarming with a rush over the gangways as she lay alongside the quay. But the lieutenant charged with the duty of arresting the telegraphist halted on the way before the only café in Esmeralda, where he distributed some brandy to his men, and refreshed himself at the expense of the owner, a known Ribierist. The whole party became intoxicated, and proceeded on their mission up the street yelling and firing random shots at the windows. This little festivity, which might have turned out dangerous to the telegraphist's life, enabled him in the end to send his warning to Sulaco. The lieutenant, staggering upstairs with a drawn saber, was before long kissing him on both cheeks in one of those swift changes of mood peculiar to a state of drunkenness. He clasped the telegraphist close round the neck, assuring him that all the officers of the Esmeralda garrison were going to be made colonels, while tears of happiness streamed down his sodden face. Thus it came about that the town major, coming along later, found the whole party sleeping on the stairs and in passages, and the telegraphist, who scorned this chance of escape, very busy clicking the key of the transmitter. The major led him away bareheaded, with his hands tied behind his back, but concealed the truth from Sotillo, who remained in ignorance of the warning dispatched to Sulaco. The colonel was not the man to let any sort of darkness stand in the way of the planned surprise. It appeared to him a dead certainty. His heart was set upon his object with an ungovernable, childlike impatience. Ever since the steamer had rounded Punta Mala, to enter the deeper shadow of the Gulf, he had remained on the bridge in a group of officers as excited as himself. Distracted between the coaxings and menaces of Sotillo and his staff, the miserable commander of the steamer kept her moving with as much prudence as they would let him exercise. Some of them had been drinking heavily, no doubt, but the prospect of laying hands on so much wealth made them absurdly foolhardy, and, at the same time, extremely anxious. The old major of the battalion, a stupid, suspicious man, who had never been afloat in his life, distinguished himself by putting out suddenly the binnacle light. The only one allowed on board for the necessities of navigation. He could not understand of what use it could be for finding the way. To the vehement protestations of the ship's captain, he stamped his foot and tapped the handle of his sword. "Aha! I have unmasked you," he cried, triumphantly. "You are tearing your hair from despair at my acuteness. Am I a child to believe that a light in that brass box can show you where the harbor is? I am an old soldier, I am. I can smell a traitor a league off. You wanted that gleam to betray our approach to your friend the Englishman. A thing like that show you the way. What a miserable lie. Que picardia. You Sulaco people are all in the pay of those foreigners. You deserve to be run through the body with my sword." Other officers, crowding round, tried to calm his indignation, repeating persuasively, "No, no. This is an appliance of the mariners, Major. This is no treachery." The captain of the transport flung himself face downwards on the bridge, and refused to rise. "Put an end to me at once," he repeated in a stifled voice. Sotillo had to interfere. The uproar and confusion on the bridge became so great that the helmsman fled from the wheel. He took refuge in the engine room, and alarmed the engineers, who, disregarding the threats of the soldiers set on guard over them, stopped the engines, protesting that they would rather be shot than run the risk of being drowned down below. This was the first time Nostromo and Decaud heard the steamer stop. After order had been restored, and the binnacle lamp relight, she went ahead again, passing wide of the lighter in her search for the Isabels. The group could not be made out, and, at the pitiful entreaties of the captain, Sotillo allowed the engines to be stopped again to wait for one of those periodical lightnings of darkness caused by the shifting of the cloud canopy spread above the waters of the Gulf. Sotillo, on the bridge, muttered from time to time angrily to the captain. The other, in an apologetic and cringing tone, begged Su Merced the colonel to take into consideration the limitations put upon human faculties by the darkness of the night. Sotillo swelled with rage and impatience. It was the chance of a lifetime. "If your eyes are of no more use to you than this, I shall have them put out," he yelled. The captain of the steamer made no answer, for just then the mass of the great Isabel loomed up darkly after a passing shower, then vanished, as if swept away by a wave of greater obscurity preceding another downpour. This was enough for him. In the voice of a man come back to life again, he informed Sotillo that in an hour he would be alongside the Sulaco wharf. The ship was put then full speed on the course, and a great bustle of preparation for landing arose among the soldiers on her deck. It was heard distinctly by Decaud and Nostromo. The capataz understood its meaning. They had made out the Isabels, and were going on now in a straight line for Sulaco. He judged that they would pass close, but believed that lying still like this, with the sail lowered, the lighter could not be seen. "No, not even if they rubbed sides with us," he muttered. The rain began to fall again. First like a wet mist, then with a heavier touch, thickening into a smart, perpendicular downpour, and the hiss and thump of the approaching steamer was coming extremely near. Decaud, with his eyes full of water, and lowered head, asked himself how long it would be before she drew past, when unexpectedly he felt a lurch. An inrush of foam broke swishing over the stern, simultaneously with a crack of timbers and a staggering shock. He had the impression of an angry hand laying hold of the lighter and dragging it along to destruction. The shock, of course, had knocked him down, and he found himself rolling in a lot of water at the bottom of the lighter. A violent churning went on alongside. A strange and amazed voice cried out something above him in the night. He heard a piercing shriek for help from Senor Hirsch. He kept his teeth hard set all the time. It was a collision. The steamer had struck the lighter obliquely, heeling her over till she was half swamped, starting some of her timbers, and swinging her head parallel to her own course with the force of the blow. The shock of it on board of her was hardly perceptible. All the violence of that collision was, as usual, felt only on board the smaller craft. Even Nostromo himself thought that this was perhaps the end of his desperate adventure. He, too, had been flung away from the long tiller, which took charge in the lurch. Next moment the steamer would have passed on, leaving the lighter to sink or swim after having shouldered her thus out of her way, and without even getting a glimpse of her form. Had it not been that, being deeply laden with stores and the great number of people on board, her anchor was low enough to hook itself into one of the wire shrouds of the lighter's mast. For the space of 2 or 3 gasping breaths that new rope held against the sudden strain. It was this that gave Decaud the sensation of the snatching pull, dragging the lighter away to destruction. The cause of it, of course, was inexplicable to him. The whole thing was so sudden that he had no time to think. But all his sensations were perfectly clear. He had kept complete possession of himself. In fact, he was even pleasantly aware of that calmness at the very moment of being pitched head first over the transom, to struggle on his back in a lot of water. Senor Hirsch's shriek he had heard and recognized while he was regaining his feet, always with that mysterious sensation of being dragged headlong through the darkness. Not a word, not a cry escaped him, he had no time to see anything. And following upon the despairing screams for help, the dragging motion ceased so suddenly that he staggered forward with open arms and fell against the pile of the treasure boxes. He clung to them instinctively, in the vague apprehension of being flung about again. And immediately he heard another lot of shrieks for help, prolonged and despairing, not near him at all, but unaccountably in the distance, away from the lighter altogether. As if some spirit in the night were mocking at Senor Hirsch's terror and despair. Then all was still as when you wake up in your bed in a dark room from a bizarre and agitated dream. The lighter rocked slightly, the rain was still falling. 2 groping hands took hold of his bruised sides from behind, and the capataz's voice whispered, in his ear, "Silence, for your life. Silence. The steamer has stopped." Decaud listened. The gulf was dumb. He felt the water nearly up to his knees. "Are we sinking?" he asked in a faint breath. "I don't know," Nostromo breathed back to him. "Senor, make not the slightest sound." Hirsch, when ordered forward by Nostromo, had not returned into his first hiding place. He had fallen near the mast, and had no strength to rise, moreover, he feared to move. He had given himself up for dead, but not on any rational grounds. It was simply a cruel and terrifying feeling. Whenever he tried to think what would become of him, his teeth would start chattering violently. He was too absorbed in the utter misery of his fear to take notice of anything. Though he was stifling under the lighter sail which Nostromo had unwittingly lowered on top of him, he did not even dare to put out his head till the very moment of the steamer striking. Then, indeed, he leaped right out, spurred on to new miracles of bodily vigor by this new shape of danger. The inrush of water when the lighter heeled over unsealed his lips. His shriek, "Save me!" was the first distinct warning of the collision for the people on board the steamer. Next moment the wire shroud parted, and the released anchor swept over the lighter's forecastle. It came against the breast of Senor Hirsch, who simply seized hold of it, without in the least knowing what it was, but curling his arms and legs upon the part above the fluke with an invincible, unreasonable tenacity. The lighter yawed off wide, and the steamer, moving on, carried him away, clinging hard, and shouting for help. It was some time, however, after the steamer had stopped that his position was discovered. His sustained yelping for help seemed to come from somebody swimming in the water. At last a couple of men went over the bows and hauled him on board. He was carried straight off to Sotillo on the bridge. His examination confirmed the impression that some craft had been run over and sunk, but it was impracticable on such a dark night to look for the positive proof of floating wreckage. Sotillo was more anxious than ever now to enter the harbor without loss of time, the idea that he had destroyed the principal object of his expedition was too intolerable to be accepted. This feeling made the story he had heard appear the more incredible. Senor Hirsch, after being beaten a little for telling lies, was thrust into the chart room. But he was beaten only a little. His tale had taken the heart out of Sotillo's staff, though they all repeated round their chief, "Impossible. Impossible," with the exception of the old major, who triumphed gloomily. "I told you. I told you," he mumbled. "I could smell some treachery, some diableria a league off." Meantime, the steamer had kept on her way towards Sulaco, where only the truth of that matter could be ascertained. Decaud and Nostromo heard the loud churning of her propeller diminish and die out. And then, with no useless words, busied themselves in making for the Isabels. The last shower had brought with it a gentle but steady breeze. The danger was not over yet, and there was no time for talk. The lighter was leaking like a sieve. They splashed in the water at every step. The capataz put into Decaud's hands the handle of the pump which was fitted at the side aft, and at once, without question or remark, Decaud began to pump in utter forgetfulness of every desire but that of keeping the treasure afloat. Nostromo hoisted the sail, flew back to the tiller, pulled at the sheet like mad. The short flare of a match, they had been kept dry in a tight tin box, though the man himself was completely wet, disclosed to the toiling Decaud the eagerness of his face. Bent low over the box of the compass, and the attentive stare of his eyes. He knew now where he was, and he hoped to run the sinking lighter ashore in the shallow cove where the high, cliff-like end of the great Isabel is divided in two equal parts by a deep and overgrown ravine. Decaud pumped without intermission. Nostromo steered without relaxing for a second the intense, peering effort of his stare. Each of them was as if utterly alone with his task. It did not occur to them to speak. There was nothing in common between them but the knowledge that the damaged lighter must be slowly but surely sinking. In that knowledge, which was like the crucial test of their desires, they seemed to have become completely estranged. As if they had discovered in the very shock of the collision that the loss of the lighter would not mean the same thing to them both. This common danger brought their differences in aim, in view, in character, and in position, into absolute prominence in the private vision of each. There was no bond of conviction, of common idea. They were merely two adventurers pursuing each his own adventure, involved in the same imminence of deadly peril. Therefore they had nothing to say to each other. But this peril, this only incontrovertible truth in which they shared, seemed to act as an inspiration to their mental and bodily powers. There was certainly something almost miraculous in the way the capataz made the cove with nothing but the shadowy hint of the island's shape and the vague gleam of a small sandy strip for a guide. Where the ravine opens between the cliffs, and a slender, shallow rivulet meanders out of the bushes to lose itself in the sea, the lighter was run ashore. And the two men, with a taciturn, undaunted energy, began to discharge her precious freight. Carrying each oxhide box up the bed of the rivulet beyond the bushes to a hollow place which the caving in of the soil had made below the roots of a large tree. Its big smooth trunk leaned like a falling column far over the trickle of water running amongst the loose stones. A couple of years before Nostromo had spent a whole Sunday, all alone, exploring the island. He explained this to Decaud after their task was done, and they sat, weary in every limb, with their legs hanging down the low bank, and their backs against the tree. Like a pair of blind men aware of each other and their surroundings by some indefinable sixth sense. "Yes," Nostromo repeated, "I never forget a place I have carefully looked at once." He spoke slowly, almost lazily, as if there had been a whole leisurely life before him, instead of the scanty 2 hours before daylight. The existence of the treasure, barely concealed in this improbable spot, laid a burden of secrecy upon every contemplated step, upon every intention and plan of future conduct. He felt the partial failure of this desperate affair entrusted to the great reputation he had known how to make for himself. However, it was also a partial success. His vanity was half appeased. His nervous irritation had subsided. You never know what may be of use, he pursued with his usual quietness of tone and manner. I spent a whole miserable Sunday in exploring this crumb of land. A misanthropic sort of occupation, muttered Decaud, viciously. You had no money, I suppose, to gamble with, and to fling about amongst the girls in your usual haunts, Capataz. "Eh vero!" exclaimed the Capataz, surprised into the use of his native tongue by so much perspicacity. "I had not. Therefore I did not want to go amongst those beggarly people accustomed to my generosity. It is looked for from the Capataz of the Cargadores, who are the rich men, and, as it were, the caballeros amongst the common people. I don't care for cards but as a pastime. And as to those girls that boast of having opened their doors to my knock, you know I wouldn't look at any one of them twice except for what the people would say. They are queer, the good people of Sulaco, and I have got much useful information simply by listening patiently to the talk of the women that everybody believed I was in love with. Poor Teresa could never understand that. On that particular Sunday, Señor, she scolded so that I went out of the house swearing that I would never darken their door again unless to fetch away my hammock and my chest of clothes. Señor, there is nothing more exasperating than to hear a woman you respect rail against your good reputation when you have not a single brass coin in your pocket. I untied one of the small boats and pulled myself out of the harbor with nothing but 3 cigars in my pocket to help me spend the day on this island. But the water of this rivulet you hear under your feet is cool and sweet and good, Señor, both before and after a smoke." He was silent for a while, then added reflectively. "That was the first Sunday after I brought down the white-whiskered English Rico all the way down the mountains from the Paramo on the top of the Entrada Pass, and in the coach, too. No coach had gone up or down that mountain road within the memory of man, Señor, till I brought this one down in charge of 50 peons working like one man with ropes, pickaxes, and poles under my direction. That was the rich Englishman who, as people say, pays for the making of this railway. He was very pleased with me. But my wages were not due till the end of the month." He slid down the bank suddenly. Decaud heard the splash of his feet in the brook and followed his footsteps down the ravine. His form was lost among the bushes till he had reached the strip of sand under the cliff. As often happens in the Gulf when the showers during the first part of the night had been frequent and heavy. The darkness had thinned considerably towards the morning, though there were no signs of daylight as yet. The cargo lighter, relieved of its precious burden, rocked feebly, half afloat, with her forefoot on the sand. A long rope stretched away like a black cotton thread across the strip of white beach to the grapnel Nostromo had carried ashore and hooked to the stem of a tree-like shrub in the very opening of the ravine. There was nothing for Decaud but to remain on the island. He received from Nostromo's hands whatever food the foresight of Captain Mitchell had put on board the lighter and deposited it temporarily in the little dinghy which on their arrival they had hauled up out of sight amongst the bushes. It was to be left with him. The island was to be a hiding place, not a prison. He could pull out to a passing ship. The O.S.N. Company's mail boats passed close to the islands when going into Sulaco from the north. But the Minerva, carrying off the ex-president, had taken the news up north of the disturbances in Sulaco. It was possible that the next steamer down would get instructions to miss the port altogether, since the town, as far as the Minerva's officers knew, was for the time being in the hands of the rabble. This would mean that there would be no steamer for a month, as far as the mail service went, but Decaud had to take his chance of that. The island was his only shelter from the proscription hanging over his head. The Capataz was, of course, going back. The unloaded lighter leaked much less, and he thought that she would keep afloat as far as the harbor. He passed to Decaud, standing knee-deep alongside, one of the 2 spades which belonged to the equipment of each lighter for use when ballasting ships. By working with it carefully as soon as there was daylight enough to see, Decaud could loosen a mass of earth and stones overhanging the cavity in which they had deposited the treasure, so that it would look as if it had fallen naturally. It would cover up not only the cavity, but even all traces of their work, the footsteps, the displaced stones, and even the broken bushes. Besides, who would think of looking either for you or the treasure here? Nostromo continued, as if he could not tear himself away from the spot. Nobody is ever likely to come here. What could any man want with this piece of earth as long as there is room for his feet on the mainland? The people in this country are not curious. There are even no fishermen here to intrude upon your worship. All the fishing that is done in the Gulf goes on near Zapaga, over there. Senor, if you are forced to leave this island before anything can be arranged for you, do not try to make for Zapaga. It is a settlement of thieves and matreros, where they would cut your throat promptly for the sake of your gold watch and chain. And, senor, think twice before confiding in anyone whatever. Even in the officers of the company's steamers, if you ever get on board one. Honesty alone is not enough for security. You must look to discretion and prudence in a man. And always remember, senor, before you open your lips for a confidence, that this treasure may be left safely here for hundreds of years. Time is on its side, senor. And silver is an incorruptible metal that can be trusted to keep its value forever. An incorruptible metal, he repeated, as if the idea had given him a profound pleasure. As some men are said to be, Decaud pronounced, inscrutably, while the capataz, who busied himself in bailing out the lighter with a wooden bucket, went on throwing the water over the side with a regular splash. Decaud, incorrigible in his skepticism, reflected, not cynically, but with general satisfaction, that this man was made incorruptible by his enormous vanity. That finest form of egoism which can take on the aspect of every virtue. Nostromo ceased bailing, and, as if struck with a sudden thought, dropped the bucket with a clatter into the lighter. "Have you any message?" he asked in a lowered voice. "Remember, I shall be asked questions. You must find the hopeful words that ought to be spoken to the people in town. I trust for that your intelligence and your experience, capataz. You understand? Si, senor. For the ladies." "Yes, yes," said Decaud, hastily. "Your wonderful reputation will make them attach great value to your words, therefore be careful what you say. I am looking forward," he continued, feeling the fatal touch of contempt for himself to which his complex nature was subject, "I am looking forward to a glorious and successful ending to my mission. Do you hear, capataz? Use the words glorious and successful when you speak to the señorita. Your own mission is accomplished gloriously and successfully. You have indubitably saved the silver of the mine. Not only this silver, but probably all the silver that shall ever come out of it." Nostromo detected the ironic tone. "I dare say, Señor Don Martin," he said, moodily. "There are very few things that I am not equal to. Ask the foreign signori. I, a man of the people, who cannot always understand what you mean. But as to this lot which I must leave here, let me tell you that I would believe it in greater safety if you had not been with me at all." An exclamation escaped Decaud, and a short pause followed. "Shall I go back with you to Sulaco?" he asked in an angry tone. "Shall I strike you dead with my knife where you stand?" retorted Nostromo, contemptuously. "It would be the same thing as taking you to Sulaco. Come, senor. Your reputation is in your politics, and mine is bound up with the fate of this silver. Do you wonder I wish there had been no other man to share my knowledge? I wanted no one with me, senor. You could not have kept the lighter afloat without me," Decaud almost shouted. "You would have gone to the bottom with her." "Yes," uttered Nostromo, slowly, "alone." Here was a man, Decaud reflected, that seemed as though he would have preferred to die rather than deface the perfect form of his egoism. Such a man was safe. In silence he helped the capataz to get the grapnel on board. Nostromo cleared the shelving shore with one push of the heavy oar, and Decaud found himself solitary on the beach like a man in a dream. A sudden desire to hear a human voice once more seized upon his heart. The lighter was hardly distinguishable from the black water upon which she floated. "What do you think has become of Hirsch?" he shouted. Knocked overboard and drowned, cried Nostromo's voice confidently out of the black wastes of sky and sea around the islet. Keep close in the ravine, senor. I shall try to come out to you in a night or two. A slight swishing rustle showed that Nostromo was setting the sail. It filled all at once with a sound as of a single loud drum tap. Decaud went back to the ravine. Nostromo, at the tiller, looked back from time to time at the vanishing mass of the great Isabel, which, little by little, merged into the uniform texture of the night. At last, when he turned his head again, he saw nothing but a smooth darkness, like a solid wall. Then he, too, experienced that feeling of solitude which had weighed heavily on Decaud after the lighter had slipped off the shore. But while the man on the island was oppressed by a bizarre sense of unreality affecting the very ground upon which he walked, the mind of the capataz of the cargadores turned alertly to the problem of future conduct. Nostromo's faculties, working on parallel lines, enabled him to steer straight, to keep a lookout for Hermosa, near which he had to pass, and to try to imagine what would happen tomorrow in Sulaco. Tomorrow, or, as a matter of fact, today, since the dawn was not very far, Sotillo would find out in what way the treasure had gone. A gang of cargadores had been employed in loading it into a railway truck from the custom house storerooms, and running the truck on to the wharf. There would be arrests made, and certainly before noon Sotillo would know in what manner the silver had left Sulaco, and who it was that took it out. Nostromo's intention had been to sail right into the harbor, but at this thought by a sudden touch of the tiller he threw the lighter into the wind and checked her rapid way. His reappearance with the very boat would raise suspicions, would cause surmises, would absolutely put Sotillo on the track. He himself would be arrested. And once in the calabozo there was no saying what they would do to him to make him speak. He trusted himself, but he stood up to look round. Nearby, Hermosa showed low its white surface as flat as a table, with the slight run of the sea raised by the breeze washing over its edges noisily. The lighter must be sunk at once. He allowed her to drift with her sail aback. There was already a good deal of water in her. He allowed her to drift towards the harbor entrance, and, letting the tiller swing about, squatted down and busied himself in loosening the plug. With that out she would fill very quickly, and every lighter carried a little iron ballast, enough to make her go down when full of water. When he stood up again the noisy wash about the Hermosa sounded far away, almost inaudible, and already he could make out the shape of land about the harbor entrance. This was a desperate affair, and he was a good swimmer. A mile was nothing to him, and he knew of an easy place for landing just below the earthworks of the old abandoned fort. It occurred to him with a peculiar fascination that this fort was a good place in which to sleep the day through after so many sleepless nights. With one blow of the tiller he unshipped for the purpose, he knocked the plug out, but did not take the trouble to lower the sail. He felt the water welling up heavily about his legs before he leaped on to the taffrail. There, upright and motionless, in his shirt and trousers only, he stood waiting. When he had felt her settle he sprang far away with a mighty splash. At once he turned his head. The gloomy, clouded dawn from behind the mountains showed him on the smooth waters the upper corner of the sail, a dark wet triangle of canvas waving slightly to and fro. He saw it vanish, as if jerked under, and then struck out for the shore. Chapter 3. The Lighthouse. Chapter 1. Directly the cargo boat had slipped away from the wharf and got lost in the darkness of the harbor, the Europeans of Sulaco separated, to prepare for the coming of the Monterist regime, which was approaching Sulaco from the mountains, as well as from the sea. This bit of manual work in loading the silver was their last concerted action. It ended the 3 days of danger, during which, according to the newspaper press of Europe, their energy had preserved the town from the calamities of popular disorder. At the shore end of the jetty, Captain Mitchell said good night and turned back. His intention was to walk the planks of the wharf till the steamer from Esmeralda turned up. The engineers of the railway staff, collecting their Basque and Italian workmen, marched them away to the railway yards, leaving the custom house, so well defended on the first day of the riot. standing open to the four winds of heaven. Their men had conducted themselves bravely and faithfully during the famous 3 days of Sulaco. In a great part this faithfulness and that courage had been exercised in self-defense rather than in the cause of those material interests to which Charles Gould had pinned his faith. Amongst the cries of the mob not the least loud had been the cry of death to foreigners. It was, indeed, a lucky circumstance for Sulaco that the relations of those imported workmen with the people of the country had been uniformly bad from the first. Dr. Monaghan, going to the door of Viola's kitchen, observed this retreat marking the end of the foreign interference. This withdrawal of the army of material progress from the field of Costaguana revolutions. Algarobe torches carried on the outskirts of the moving body sent their penetrating aroma into his nostrils. Their light, sweeping along the front of the house, made the letters of the inscription, Albergo d'Italia Una, leap out black from end to end of the long wall. His eyes blinked in the clear blaze. Several young men, mostly fair and tall, shepherding this mob of dark bronzed heads, surmounted by the glint of slanting rifle barrels, nodded to him familiarly as they went by. The doctor was a well-known character. Some of them wondered what he was doing there. Then, on the flank of their workmen they tramped on, following the line of rails. "Withdrawing your people from the harbor?" said the doctor, addressing himself to the chief engineer of the railway, who had accompanied Charles Gould so far on his way to the town, walking by the side of the horse, with his hand on the saddlebow. They had stopped just outside the open door to let the workmen cross the road. "As quick as I can." "We are not a political faction," answered the engineer, meaningly. "And we are not going to give our new rulers a handle against the railway." "You approve me, Gould?" "Absolutely," said Charles Gould's impassive voice, high up and outside the dim parallelogram of light falling on the road through the open door. With Sotillo expected from one side, and Pedro Montero from the other, the engineer-in-chief's only anxiety now was to avoid a collision with either. Sulaco, for him, was a railway station, a terminus, workshops, a great accumulation of stores. As against the mob the railway defended its property, but politically the railway was neutral. He was a brave man, and in that spirit of neutrality he had carried proposals of truce to the self-appointed chiefs of the popular party, the deputies Fuentes and Gamacho. Bullets were still flying about when he had crossed the plaza on that mission, waving above his head a white napkin belonging to the table linen of the Amarilla Club. He was rather proud of this exploit, and reflecting that the doctor, busy all day with the wounded in the patio of the Casa Gould, had not had time to hear the news, he began a succinct narrative. He had communicated to them the intelligence from the construction camp as to Pedro Montero. The brother of the victorious general, he had assured them, could be expected at Sulaco at any time now. This news, as he anticipated, when shouted out of the window by Señor Gamacho, induced a rush of the mob along the Campo road towards Rincon. The two deputies also, after shaking hands with him effusively, mounted and galloped off to meet the great man. "I have misled them a little as to the time," the chief engineer confessed. "However hard he rides, he can scarcely get here before the morning. But my object is attained. I've secured several hours' peace for the losing party. But I did not tell them anything about Sotillo, for fear they would take it into their heads to try to get hold of the harbor again, either to oppose him or welcome him, there's no saying which. There was Gould's silver, on which rests the remnant of our hopes. Decaud's retreat had to be thought of, too. I think the railway has done pretty well by its friends without compromising itself hopelessly. Now the parties must be left to themselves." "Costaguana for the Costaguaneros," interjected the doctor, sardonically. "It is a fine country, and they have raised a fine crop of hates, vengeance, murder, and rapine, those sons of the country." "Well, I am one of them," Charles Gould's voice sounded, calmly, "and I must be going on to see to my own crop of trouble." "My wife has driven straight on, doctor?" "Yes." All was quiet on this side. "Mrs. Gould has taken the two girls with her." Charles Gould rode on, and the engineer-in-chief followed the doctor indoors. "That man is calmness personified," he said, appreciatively, dropping on a bench, and stretching his well-shaped legs in cycling stockings nearly across the doorway. "He must be extremely sure of himself." "If that's all he is sure of, then he is sure of nothing," said the doctor. He had perched himself again on the end of the table. He nursed his cheek in the palm of one hand, while the other sustained the elbow. "It is the last thing a man ought to be sure of." The candle, half consumed and burning dimly with a long wick, lighted up from below his inclined face, whose expression affected by the drawn-in cicatrices in the cheeks had something vaguely unnatural, an exaggerated remorseful bitterness. As he sat there he had the air of meditating upon sinister things. The engineer-in-chief gazed at him for a time before he protested. "I really don't see that. For me there seems to be nothing else." However, he was a wise man, but he could not quite conceal his contempt for that sort of paradox. In fact, Dr. Monaghan was not liked by the Europeans of Sulaco. His outward aspect of an outcast, which he preserved even in Mrs. Gould's drawing-room, provoked unfavorable criticism. There could be no doubt of his intelligence. And as he had lived for over 20 years in the country, the pessimism of his outlook could not be altogether ignored. But instinctively, in self-defense of their activities and hopes, his hearers put it to the account of some hidden imperfection in the man's character. It was known that many years before, when quite young, he had been made by Guzman Bento chief medical officer of the army. Not one of the Europeans then in the service of Costaguana had been so much liked and trusted by the fierce old dictator. Afterwards his story was not so clear. It lost itself amongst the innumerable tales of conspiracies and plots against the tyrant as a stream is lost in an arid belt of sandy country before it emerges, diminished and troubled, perhaps. On the other side, the doctor made no secret of it that he had lived for years in the wildest parts of the Republic, wandering with almost unknown Indian tribes in the great forests of the far interior where the great rivers have their sources. But it was mere aimless wandering. He had written nothing, collected nothing, brought nothing for science out of the twilight of the forests, which seemed to cling to his battered personality limping about Sulaco, where it had drifted in casually, only to get stranded on the shores of the sea. It was also known that he had lived in a state of destitution till the arrival of the Goulds from Europe. Don Carlos and Dona Emilia had taken up the mad English doctor, when it became apparent that for all his savage independence he could be tamed by kindness. Perhaps it was only hunger that had tamed him. In years gone by he had certainly been acquainted with Charles Gould's father in Sta Marta. And now, no matter what were the dark passages of his history, as the medical officer of the Santome mine he became a recognized personality. He was recognized, but not unreservedly accepted. So much defiant eccentricity and such an outspoken scorn for mankind seemed to point to mere recklessness of judgment, the bravado of guilt. Besides, since he had become again of some account, vague whispers had been heard that years ago, when fallen into disgrace and thrown into prison by Guzman Bento at the time of the so-called Great Conspiracy, he had betrayed some of his best friends amongst the conspirators. Nobody pretended to believe that whisper. The whole story of the Great Conspiracy was hopelessly involved and obscure. It is admitted in Costaguana that there never had been a conspiracy except in the diseased imagination of the tyrant, and, therefore, nothing and no one to betray. Though the most distinguished Costaguaneros had been imprisoned and executed upon that accusation, the procedure had dragged on for years, decimating the better class like a pestilence. The mere expression of sorrow for the fate of executed kinsmen had been punished with death. Don José Avellanos was perhaps the only one living who knew the whole story of those unspeakable cruelties. He had suffered from them himself, and he, with a shrug of the shoulders and a nervous, jerky gesture of the arm, was wont to put away from him, as it were, every allusion to it. But whatever the reason, Dr. Monaghan, a personage in the administration of the Gould concession, treated with reverent awe by the miners, and indulged in his peculiarities by Mrs. Gould, remained somehow outside the pale. It was not from any liking for the doctor that the engineer-in-chief had lingered in the inn upon the plain. He liked old Viola much better. He had come to look upon the Albergo d'Italia Una as a dependence of the railway. Many of his subordinates had their quarters there. Mrs. Gould's interest in the family conferred upon it a sort of distinction. The engineer-in-chief, with an army of workers under his orders, appreciated the moral influence of the old Garibaldino upon his countrymen. His austere, old-world republicanism had a severe, soldier-like standard of faithfulness and duty. As if the world were a battlefield where men had to fight for the sake of universal love and brotherhood, instead of a more or less large share of booty. "Poor old chap," he said, after he had heard the doctor's account of Teresa. "He'll never be able to keep the place going by himself. I shall be sorry." "He's quite alone up there," grunted Dr. Monaghan, with a toss of his heavy head towards the narrow staircase. "Every living soul has cleared out, and Mrs. Gould took the girls away just now. It might not be over safe for them out here before very long. Of course, as a doctor I can do nothing more here. But she has asked me to stay with old Viola, and as I have no horse to get back to the mine, where I ought to be, I made no difficulty to stay. They can do without me in the town. I have a good mind to remain with you, doctor, till we see whether anything happens tonight at the harbor," declared the engineer-in-chief. "He must not be molested by Sotillo's soldiery, who may push on as far as this at once. Sotillo used to be very cordial to me at the Goulds and at the club. How that man'll ever dare to look any of his friends here in the face I can't imagine. He'll no doubt begin by shooting some of them to get over the first awkwardness," said the doctor. "Nothing in this country serves better your military man who has changed sides than a few summary executions." He spoke with a gloomy positiveness that left no room for protest. The engineer-in-chief did not attempt any. He simply nodded several times regretfully, then said, "I think we shall be able to mount you in the morning, doctor. Our peons have recovered some of our stampeded horses. By riding hard and taking a wide circuit by Los Hatos and along the edge of the forest, clear of Rincon altogether, you may hope to reach the Santome Bridge without being interfered with. The mine is just now, to my mind, the safest place for anybody at all compromised. I only wish the railway was as difficult to touch." "Am I compromised?" Dr. Monaghan brought out slowly after a short silence. "The whole Gould concession is compromised. It could not have remained forever outside the political life of the country, if those convulsions may be called life. The thing is, can it be touched? The moment was bound to come when neutrality would become impossible, and Charles Gould understood this well. I believe he is prepared for every extremity. A man of his sort has never contemplated remaining indefinitely at the mercy of ignorance and corruption. It was like being a prisoner in a cavern of banditti with the price of your ransom in your pocket, and buying your life from day to day. Your mere safety, not your liberty, mind, doctor. I know what I am talking about. The image at which you shrug your shoulders is perfectly correct. Especially if you conceive such a prisoner endowed with the power of replenishing his pocket by means as remote from the faculties of his captors as if they were magic. You must have understood that as well as I do, doctor. He was in the position of the goose with the golden eggs. I broached this matter to him as far back as Sir John's visit here. The prisoner of stupid and greedy banditti is always at the mercy of the first imbecile ruffian, who may blow out his brains in a fit of temper or for some prospect of an immediate big haul. The tale of killing the goose with the golden eggs has not been evolved for nothing out of the wisdom of mankind. It is a story that will never grow old. That is why Charles Gould in his deep, dumb way has countenanced the Ribierist mandate, the first public act that promised him safety on other than venal grounds. Ribierism has failed, as everything merely rational fails in this country. But Gould remains logical in wishing to save this big lot of silver. Decoud's plan of a counter-revolution may be practicable or not, it may have a chance, or it may not have a chance. With all my experience of this revolutionary continent, I can hardly yet look at their methods seriously. Decaud has been reading to us his draft of a proclamation, and talking very well for 2 hours about his plan of action. He had arguments which should have appeared solid enough if we, members of old, stable political and national organizations, were not startled by the mere idea of a new state evolved like this out of the head of a scoffing young man fleeing for his life, with a proclamation in his pocket, to a rough, jeering, half-bred swashbuckler, who in this part of the world is called a general. It sounds like a comic fairy tale, and behold, it may come off, because it is true to the very spirit of the country. "Is the silver gone off, then?" asked the doctor, moodily. The chief engineer pulled out his watch. "By Captain Mitchell's reckoning, and he ought to know, it has been gone long enough now to be some 3 or 4 miles outside the harbor. And, as Mitchell says, Nostromo is the sort of seaman to make the best of his opportunities." Here the doctor grunted so heavily that the other changed his tone. "You have a poor opinion of that move, doctor? But why? Charles Gould has got to play his game out, though he is not the man to formulate his conduct even to himself, perhaps, let alone to others. It may be that the game has been partly suggested to him by Holroyd, but it accords with his character, too, and that is why it has been so successful. Haven't they come to calling him El Rey de Sulaco in Sta Marta? A nickname may be the best record of a success. That's what I call putting the face of a joke upon the body of a truth. My dear sir, when I first arrived in Sta Marta I was struck by the way all those journalists, demagogues, members of Congress, and all those generals and judges cringed before a sleepy-eyed advocate without practice simply because he was the plenipotentiary of the Gould concession. Sir John when he came out was impressed, too. A new state, with that plump dandy, Decaud, for the first president, mused Dr. Monaghan, nursing his cheek and swinging his legs all the time. Upon my word, and why not, the chief engineer retorted in an unexpectedly earnest and confidential voice. It was as if something subtle in the air of Costaguana had inoculated him with the local faith in pronunciamientos. All at once he began to talk, like an expert revolutionist, of the instrument ready to hand in the intact army at Cayta, which could be brought back in a few days to Sulaco if only Decaud managed to make his way at once down the coast. For the military chief there was Barrios, who had nothing but a bullet to expect from Montero, his former professional rival and bitter enemy. Barrios's concurrence was assured. As to his army, it had nothing to expect from Montero either, not even a month's pay. From that point of view the existence of the treasure was of enormous importance. The mere knowledge that it had been saved from the Monterists would be a strong inducement for the Cayta troops to embrace the cause of the new state. The doctor turned round and contemplated his companion for some time. "This Decaud, I see, is a persuasive young beggar," he remarked at last. "And pray is it for this, then, that Charles Gould has let the whole lot of ingots go out to sea in charge of that Nostromo?" "Charles Gould," said the engineer-in-chief, "has said no more about his motive than usual. You know, he doesn't talk. But we all here know his motive, and he has only one, the safety of the Santome mine with the preservation of the Gould concession in the spirit of his compact with Holroyd. Holroyd is another uncommon man. They understand each other's imaginative side. One is 30, the other nearly 60, and they have been made for each other. To be a millionaire, and such a millionaire as Holroyd, is like being eternally young. The audacity of youth reckons upon what it fancies an unlimited time at its disposal. But a millionaire has unlimited means in his hand, which is better. One's time on earth is an uncertain quantity, but about the long reach of millions there is no doubt. The introduction of a pure form of Christianity into this continent is a dream for a youthful enthusiast. And I have been trying to explain to you why Holroyd at 58 is like a man on the threshold of life, and better, too. He's not a missionary, but the Santome mine holds just that for him. I assure you, in sober truth, that he could not manage to keep this out of a strictly business conference upon the finances of Costaguana he had with Sir John a couple of years ago. Sir John mentioned it with amazement in a letter he wrote to me here, from San Francisco, when on his way home. Upon my word, doctor, things seem to be worth nothing by what they are in themselves. I begin to believe that the only solid thing about them is the spiritual value which everyone discovers in his own form of activity. Bah! Interrupted the doctor, without stopping for an instant the idle swinging movement of his legs. Self-flattery. Food for that vanity which makes the world go round. Meantime, what do you think is going to happen to the treasure floating about the gulf with the great capataz and the great politician? Why are you uneasy about it, doctor? I uneasy. And what the devil is it to me? I put no spiritual value into my desires, or my opinions, or my actions. They have not enough vastness to give me room for self-flattery. Look, for instance, I should certainly have liked to ease the last moments of that poor woman. And I can't. It's impossible. Have you met the impossible face to face, or have you, the Napoleon of railways, no such word in your dictionary? Is she bound to have a very bad time of it? Asked the chief engineer, with humane concern. Slow, heavy footsteps moved across the planks above the heavy hardwood beams of the kitchen. Then down the narrow opening of the staircase made in the thickness of the wall, and narrow enough to be defended by one man against 20 enemies, came the murmur of two voices. One faint and broken, the other deep and gentle answering it, and in its graver tone covering the weaker sound. The two men remained still and silent till the murmur ceased, then the doctor shrugged his shoulders and muttered. Yes, she's bound to. And I could do nothing if I went up now. A long period of silence above and below ensued. I fancy, began the engineer, in a subdued voice, that you mistrust Captain Mitchell's capataz. Mistrust him? Muttered the doctor through his teeth. I believe him capable of anything, even of the most absurd fidelity. I am the last person he spoke to before he left the wharf, you know. The poor woman up there wanted to see him, and I let him go up to her. The dying must not be contradicted, you know. She seemed then fairly calm and resigned, but the scoundrel in those 10 minutes or so has done or said something which seems to have driven her into despair. You know, went on the doctor, hesitatingly, women are so very unaccountable in every position, and at all times of life, that I thought sometimes she was in a way, don't you see? In love with him, the capataz. The rascal has his own charm indubitably, or he would not have made the conquest of all the populace of the town. No, no, I am not absurd. I may have given a wrong name to some strong sentiment for him on her part, to an unreasonable and simple attitude a woman is apt to take up emotionally towards a man. She used to abuse him to me frequently, which, of course, is not inconsistent with my idea. Not at all. It looked to me as if she were always thinking of him. He was something important in her life. You know, I have seen a lot of those people. Whenever I came down from the mine Mrs. Gould used to ask me to keep my eye on them. She likes Italians. She has lived a long time in Italy, I believe, and she took a special fancy to that old Garibaldino. A remarkable chap enough. A rugged and dreamy character, living in the republicanism of his young days as if in a cloud. He has encouraged much of the capataz confounded nonsense, the high-strung, exalted old beggar. What sort of nonsense, wondered the chief engineer. I found the capataz always a very shrewd and sensible fellow, absolutely fearless, and remarkably useful. A perfect handy man. Sir John was greatly impressed by his resourcefulness and attention when he made that overland journey from Sta Marta. Later on, as you might have heard, he rendered us a service by disclosing to the then chief of police the presence in the town of some professional thieves, who came from a distance to wreck and rob our monthly pay train. He has certainly organized the lighterage service of the harbor for the OSN company with great ability. He knows how to make himself obeyed, foreigner though he is. It is true that the cargadores are strangers here, too, for the most part, immigrants, Aslinos. His prestige is his fortune, muttered the doctor, sourly. The man has proved his trustworthiness up to the hilt on innumerable occasions and in all sorts of ways, argued the engineer. When this question of the silver arose, Captain Mitchell naturally was very warmly of the opinion that his capataz was the only man fit for the trust. As a sailor, of course, I suppose so. But as a man, don't you know, Gould, Decaud, and myself judged that it didn't matter in the least who went. Any boatman would have done just as well. Pray, what could a thief do with such a lot of ingots? If he ran off with them he would have in the end to land somewhere, and how could he conceal his cargo from the knowledge of the people ashore? We dismissed that consideration from our minds. Moreover, Decaud was going. There have been occasions when the capataz has been more implicitly trusted. He took a slightly different view, the doctor said. I heard him declare in this very room that it would be the most desperate affair of his life. He made a sort of verbal will here in my hearing, appointing old Viola his executor, and, by Jove! Do you know, he's not grown rich by his fidelity to you good people of the railway and the harbor. I suppose he obtained some, how do you say that? Some spiritual value for his labors, or else I don't know why the devil he should be faithful to you, Gould, Mitchell, or anybody else. He knows this country well. He knows, for instance, that Gamacho, the deputy from Javira, has been nothing else but a tramposo of the commonest sort, a petty peddler of the Campo. Till he managed to get enough goods on credit from Anzani to open a little store in the wilds. And got himself elected by the drunken mozos that hang about the estancias and the poorest sort of rancheros who were in his debt. And Gamacho, who tomorrow will be probably one of our high officials, is a stranger, too, an Isleno. He might have been a cargador on the OSN. Wharf had he not, the posadero of Rincon is ready to swear it, murdered a peddler in the woods and stolen his pack to begin life on. And do you think that Gamacho, then, would have ever become a hero with the democracy of this place, like our capataz? Of course not. He isn't half the man. No. Decidedly, I think that Nostromo is a fool. The doctor's talk was distasteful to the builder of railways. It is impossible to argue that point, he said, philosophically. Each man has his gifts. You should have heard Gamacho haranguing his friends in the street. He has a howling voice, and he shouted like mad, lifting his clenched fist right above his head, and throwing his body half out of the window. At every pause the rabble below yelled, "Down with the oligarchs! Viva la libertad!" Fuentes inside looked extremely miserable. You know, he is the brother of Jorge Fuentes, who has been Minister of the Interior for 6 months or so, some few years back. Of course, he has no conscience. But he is a man of birth and education, at one time the director of the customs of Queta. That idiot brute Gamacho fastened himself upon him with his following of the lowest rabble. His sickly fear of that ruffian was the most rejoicing sight imaginable. He got up and went to the door to look out towards the harbor. All quiet, he said. I wonder if Sotillo really means to turn up here. Chapter 2. Captain Mitchell, pacing the wharf, was asking himself the same question. There was always the doubt whether the warning of the Esmeralda telegraphist, a fragmentary and interrupted message, had been properly understood. However, the good man had made up his mind not to go to bed till daylight, if even then. He imagined himself to have rendered an enormous service to Charles Gould. When he thought of the saved silver he rubbed his hands together with satisfaction. In his simple way he was proud at being a party to this extremely clever expedient. It was he who had given it a practical shape by suggesting the possibility of intercepting at sea the northbound steamer. And it was advantageous to his company, too, which would have lost a valuable freight if the treasure had been left ashore to be confiscated. The pleasure of disappointing the Monterists was also very great. Authoritative by temperament and the long habit of command, Captain Mitchell was no democrat. He even went so far as to profess a contempt for parliamentarism itself. His Excellency Don Vincente Ribiera, he used to say, whom I and that fellow of mine, Nostromo, had the honor, sir, and the pleasure of saving from a cruel death. Deferred too much to his Congress. It was a mistake, a distinct mistake, sir. The guileless old seaman superintending the OSN service imagined at the last 3 days had exhausted every startling surprise the political life of Costaguana could offer. He used to confess afterwards that the events which followed surpassed his imagination. To begin with, Sulaco, because of the seizure of the cables and the disorganization of the steam service, remained for a whole fortnight cut off from the rest of the world like a besieged city. One would not have believed it possible, but so it was, sir. A full fortnight. The account of the extraordinary things that happened during that time, and the powerful emotions he experienced, acquired a comic impressiveness from the pompous manner of his personal narrative. He opened it always by assuring his hearer that he was, in the thick of things from first to last. Then he would begin by describing the getting away of the silver, and his natural anxiety lest his fellow in charge of the lighter should make some mistake. Apart from the loss of so much precious metal, the life of Seigneur Martin de Caude, an agreeable, wealthy, and well-informed young gentleman, would have been jeopardized through his falling into the hands of his political enemies. Captain Mitchell also admitted that in his solitary vigil on the wharf he had felt a certain measure of concern for the future of the whole country. A feeling, sir, he explained, perfectly comprehensible in a man properly grateful for the many kindnesses received from the best families of merchants and other native gentlemen of independent means, who, barely saved by us from the excesses of the mob, seemed, to my mind's eye, destined to become the prey in person and fortune of the native soldiery, which, as is well known, behave with regrettable barbarity to the inhabitants during their civil commotions. And then, sir, there were the Goulds, for both of whom, man and wife, I could not but entertain the warmest feelings deserved by their hospitality and kindness. I felt, too, the dangers of the gentlemen of the Amarilla Club, who had made me honorary member, and had treated me with uniform regard and civility, both in my capacity of consular agent and as superintendent of an important steam service. Miss Antonia Avellanos, the most beautiful and accomplished young lady whom it had ever been my privilege to speak to, was not a little in my mind, I confess. How the interests of my company would be affected by the impending change of officials claimed a large share of my attention, too. In short, sir, I was extremely anxious and very tired, as you may suppose, by the exciting and memorable events in which I had taken my little part. The company's building containing my residence was within 5 minutes' walk. With the attraction of some supper and of my hammock, I always take my nightly rest in a hammock, as the most suitable to the climate. But somehow, sir, though evidently I could do nothing for anyone by remaining about, I could not tear myself away from that wharf, where the fatigue made me stumble painfully at times. The night was excessively dark, the darkest I remember in my life. So that I began to think that the arrival of the transport from Esmeralda could not possibly take place before daylight, owing to the difficulty of navigating the Gulf. The mosquitoes bit like fury. We have been infested here with mosquitoes before the late improvements, a peculiar harbor brand, sir, renowned for its ferocity. They were like a cloud about my head, and I shouldn't wonder that but for their attacks I would have dozed off as I walked up and down, and got a heavy fall. I kept on smoking cigar after cigar, more to protect myself from being eaten up alive than from any real relish for the weed. Then, sir, when perhaps for the 20th time I was approaching my watch to the lighted end in order to see the time, and observing with surprise that it wanted yet 10 minutes to midnight, I heard the splash of a ship's propeller, an unmistakable sound to a sailor's ear on such a calm night. It was faint indeed, because they were advancing with precaution and dead slow, both on account of the darkness and from their desire of not revealing too soon their presence, a very unnecessary care, because, I verily believe, in all the enormous extent of this harbor I was the only living soul about. Even the usual staff of watchmen and others had been absent from their posts for several nights owing to the disturbances. I stood stock still, after dropping and stamping out my cigar, a circumstance highly agreeable, I should think, to the mosquitoes, if I may judge from the state of my face next morning. But that was a trifling inconvenience in comparison with the brutal proceedings I became victim of on the part of Sotillo. Something utterly inconceivable, sir. More like the proceedings of a maniac than the action of a sane man, however lost to all sense of honor and decency. But Sotillo was furious at the failure of his thievish scheme. In this Captain Mitchell was right. Sotillo was indeed infuriated. Captain Mitchell, however, had not been arrested at once. A vivid curiosity induced him to remain on the wharf, which is nearly 400 feet long, to see, or rather hear, the whole process of disembarkation. Concealed by the railway truck used for the silver, which had been run back afterwards to the shore end of the jetty, Captain Mitchell saw the small detachment thrown forward, pass by, taking different directions upon the plain. Meantime, the troops were being landed and formed into a column, whose head crept up gradually so close to him that he made it out, barring nearly the whole width of the wharf. Only a very few yards from him. Then the low, shuffling, murmuring, clinking sound ceased, and the whole mass remained for about an hour motionless and silent, awaiting the return of the scouts. On land nothing was to be heard except the deep baying of the mastiffs at the railway yards, answered by the faint barking of the curs infesting the outer limits of the town. A detached knot of dark shapes stood in front of the head of the column. Presently the picket at the end of the wharf began to challenge in undertones single figures approaching from the plain. Those messengers sent back from the scouting parties flung to their comrades brief sentences and passed on rapidly, becoming lost in the great motionless mass, to make their report to the staff. It occurred to Captain Mitchell that his position could become disagreeable and perhaps dangerous, when suddenly, at the head of the jetty, there was a shout of command, a bugle call, followed by a stir and a rattling of arms, and a murmuring noise that ran right up the column. Nearby a loud voice directed hurriedly, "Push that railway car out of the way." At the rush of bare feet to execute the order Captain Mitchell skipped back a pace or two. The car, suddenly impelled by many hands, flew away from him along the rails, and before he knew what had happened he found himself surrounded and seized by his arms and the collar of his coat. "We have caught a man hiding here, me tenient," cried one of his captors. "Hold him on one side till the rear guard comes along," answered the voice. The whole column streamed past Captain Mitchell at a run, the thundering noise of their feet dying away suddenly on the shore. His captors held him tightly, disregarding his declaration that he was an Englishman and his loud demands to be taken at once before their commanding officer. Finally he lapsed into dignified silence. With a hollow rumble of wheels on the planks, a couple of field guns, dragged by hand, rolled by. Then, after a small body of men had marched past escorting 4 or 5 figures which walked in advance, with a jingle of steel scabbards, he felt a tug at his arms, and was ordered to come along. During the passage from the wharf to the custom house it is to be feared that Captain Mitchell was subjected to certain indignities at the hands of the soldiers, such as jerks, thumps on the neck, forcible application of the butt of a rifle to the small of his back. Their ideas of speed were not in accord with his notion of his dignity. He became flustered, flushed, and helpless. It was as if the world were coming to an end. The long building was surrounded by troops, which were already piling arms by companies and preparing to pass the night lying on the ground in their ponchos with their sacks under their heads. Corporals moved with swinging lanterns posting sentries all round the walls wherever there was a door or an opening. Sotillo was taking his measures to protect his conquest as if it had indeed contained the treasure. His desire to make his fortune at one audacious stroke of genius had overmastered his reasoning faculties. He would not believe in the possibility of failure. The mere hint of such a thing made his brain reel with rage. Every circumstance pointing to it appeared incredible. The statement of Hirsch, which was so absolutely fatal to his hopes, could by no means be admitted. It is true, too, that Hirsch's story had been told so incoherently, with such excessive signs of distraction, that it really looked improbable. It was extremely difficult, as the saying is, to make head or tail of it. On the bridge of the steamer, directly after his rescue, Sotillo and his officers, in their impatience and excitement, would not give the wretched man time to collect such few wits as remained to him. He ought to have been quieted, soothed, and reassured, whereas he had been roughly handled, cuffed, shaken, and addressed in menacing tones. His struggles, his wriggles, his attempts to get down on his knees, followed by the most violent efforts to break away, as if he meant incontinently to jump overboard. His shrieks and shrinkings and cowering wild glances had filled them first with amazement, then with a doubt of his genuineness, as men are wont to suspect the sincerity of every great passion. His Spanish, too, became so mixed up with German that the better half of his statements remained incomprehensible. He tried to propitiate them by calling them Hochwohlgeboren Herren, which in itself sounded suspicious. When admonished sternly not to trifle, he repeated his entreaties and protestations of loyalty and innocence again in German, obstinately, because he was not aware in what language he was speaking. His identity, of course, was perfectly known as an inhabitant of Esmeralda, but this made the matter no clearer. As he kept on forgetting Decaud's name, mixing him up with several other people he had seen in the Casa Gould, it looked as if they all had been in the lighter together. And for a moment Sotillo thought that he had drowned every prominent Ribierist of Sulaco. The improbability of such a thing threw a doubt upon the whole statement. Hirsch was either mad or playing a part, pretending fear and distraction on the spur of the moment to cover the truth. Sotillo's rapacity, excited to the highest pitch by the prospect of an immense booty, could believe in nothing adverse. This Jew might have been very much frightened by the accident, but he knew where the silver was concealed, and had invented this story, with his Jewish cunning, to put him entirely off the track as to what had been done. Sotillo had taken up his quarters on the upper floor in a vast apartment with heavy black beams. But there was no ceiling, and the eye lost itself in the darkness under the high pitch of the roof. The thick shutters stood open. On a long table could be seen a large inkstand, some stumpy, inky quill pens, and 2 square wooden boxes, each holding half a hundredweight of sand. Sheets of grey coarse official paper bestrewed the floor. It must have been a room occupied by some higher official of the customs, because a large leathern armchair stood behind the table, with other high-backed chairs scattered about. A net hammock was swung under one of the beams, for the official's afternoon siesta, no doubt. A couple of candles stuck into tall iron candlesticks gave a dim reddish light. The colonel's hat, sword, and revolver lay between them, and a couple of his more trusty officers lounged gloomily against the table. The colonel threw himself into the armchair, and a big negro with a sergeant's stripes on his ragged sleeve, kneeling down, pulled off his boots. Sotillo's ebony mustache contrasted violently with the livid coloring of his cheeks. His eyes were somber and as if sunk very far into his head. He seemed exhausted by his perplexities, languid with disappointment, but when the sentry on the landing thrust his head in to announce the arrival of a prisoner, he revived at once. "Let him be brought in," he shouted, fiercely. The door flew open, and Captain Mitchell, bareheaded, his waistcoat open, the bow of his tie under his ear, was hustled into the room. Sotillo recognized him at once. He could not have hoped for a more precious capture. Here was a man who could tell him, if he chose, everything he wished to know, and directly the problem of how best to make him talk to the point presented itself to his mind. The resentment of a foreign nation had no terrors for Sotillo. The might of the whole armed Europe would not have protected Captain Mitchell from insults and ill usage. So well as the quick reflection of Sotillo that this was an Englishman who would most likely turn obstinate under bad treatment, and become quite unmanageable. At all events, the colonel smoothed the scowl on his brow. "What? The excellent Senor Mitchell," he cried, in affected dismay. The pretended anger of his swift advance and of his shout, "Release the caballero at once," was so effective that the astounded soldiers positively sprang away from their prisoner. Thus suddenly deprived of forcible support, Captain Mitchell reeled as though about to fall. Sotillo took him familiarly under the arm, led him to a chair, waved his hand at the room. "Go out, all of you," he commanded. When they had been left alone he stood looking down, irresolute and silent, watching till Captain Mitchell had recovered his power of speech. Here in his very grasp was one of the men concerned in the removal of the silver. Sotillo's temperament was of that sort that he experienced an ardent desire to beat him. Just as formerly when negotiating with difficulty a loan from the cautious Anzani, his fingers always itched to take the shopkeeper by the throat. As to Captain Mitchell, the suddenness, unexpectedness, and general inconceivableness of this experience had confused his thoughts. Moreover, he was physically out of breath. "I've been knocked down 3 times between this and the wharf," he gasped out at last. "Somebody shall be made to pay for this." He had certainly stumbled more than once, and had been dragged along for some distance before he could regain his stride. With his recovered breath his indignation seemed to madden him. He jumped up, crimson, all his white hair bristling, his eyes glaring vengefully, and shook violently the flaps of his ruined waistcoat before the disconcerted Sotillo. "Look! Those uniformed thieves of yours downstairs have robbed me of my watch." The old sailor's aspect was very threatening. Sotillo saw himself cut off from the table on which his saber and revolver were lying. "I demand restitution and apologies," Mitchell thundered at him, quite beside himself. "From you?" "Yes, from you." For the space of a second or so the colonel stood with a perfectly stony expression of face. Then, as Captain Mitchell flung out an arm towards the table as if to snatch up the revolver, Sotillo, with a yell of alarm, bounded to the door and was gone in a flash, slamming it after him. Surprise calmed Captain Mitchell's fury. Behind the closed door Sotillo shouted on the landing, and there was a great tumult of feet on the wooden staircase. "Disarm him! Bind him!" The colonel could be heard vociferating. Captain Mitchell had just the time to glance once at the windows, with 3 perpendicular bars of iron each and some 20 feet from the ground, as he well knew, before the door flew open and the rush upon him took place. In an incredibly short time he found himself bound with many turns of a hide rope to a high-backed chair, so that his head alone remained free. Not till then did Sotillo, who had been leaning in the doorway trembling visibly, venture again within. The soldiers, picking up from the floor the rifles they had dropped to grapple with the prisoner, filed out of the room. The officers remained leaning on their swords and looking on. "The watch! The watch!" raved the colonel, pacing to and fro like a tiger in a cage. "Give me that man's watch." It was true, that when searched for arms in the hall downstairs, before being taken into Sotillo's presence, Captain Mitchell had been relieved of his watch and chain. But at the colonel's clamor it was produced quickly enough, a corporal bringing it up, carried carefully in the palms of his joined hands. Sotillo snatched it, and pushed the clenched fist from which it dangled close to Captain Mitchell's face. "Now then! You arrogant Englishman! You dare to call the soldiers of the army thieves! Behold your watch!" He flourished his fist as if aiming blows at the prisoner's nose. Captain Mitchell, helpless as a swathed infant, looked anxiously at the 60-guinea gold half-chronometer. Presented to him years ago by a committee of underwriters for saving a ship from total loss by fire. Sotillo, too, seemed to perceive its valuable appearance. He became silent suddenly, stepped aside to the table, and began a careful examination in the light of the candles. He had never seen anything so fine. His officers closed in and craned their necks behind his back. He became so interested that for an instant he forgot his precious prisoner. There is always something childish in the rapacity of the passionate, clear-minded, southern races, wanting in the misty idealism of the northerners, who at the smallest encouragement dream of nothing less than the conquest of the earth. Sotillo was fond of jewels, gold trinkets, of personal adornment. After a moment he turned about, and with a commanding gesture made all his officers fall back. He laid down the watch on the table, then, negligently, pushed his hat over it. "Ha," he began, going up very close to the chair. "You dare call my valiant soldiers of the Esmeralda regiment, thieves? You dare? What impudence! You foreigners come here to rob our country of its wealth. You never have enough. Your audacity knows no bounds. He looked towards the officers, amongst whom there was an approving murmur. The older major was moved to declare. "See, me colonel. They are all traitors." "I shall say nothing," continued Sotillo, fixing the motionless and powerless Mitchell with an angry but uneasy stare. "I shall say nothing of your treacherous attempt to get possession of my revolver to shoot me while I was trying to treat you with consideration you did not deserve. You have forfeited your life. Your only hope is in my clemency." He watched for the effect of his words, but there was no obvious sign of fear on Captain Mitchell's face. His white hair was full of dust, which covered also the rest of his helpless person. As if he had heard nothing, he twitched an eyebrow to get rid of a bit of straw which hung amongst the hairs. Sotillo advanced one leg and put his arms akimbo. "It is you, Mitchell," he said, emphatically, "who are the thief, not my soldiers." He pointed at his prisoner a forefinger with a long, almond-shaped nail. "Where is the silver of the Santome mine? I ask you, Mitchell, where is the silver that was deposited in this custom house? Answer me that. You stole it. You were a party to stealing it. It was stolen from the government. Aha! You think I do not know what I say, but I am up to your foreign tricks. It is gone, the silver. No? Gone in one of your lanches, you miserable man. How dared you?" This time he produced his effect. How on earth could Sotillo know that, thought Mitchell. His head, the only part of his body that could move, betrayed his surprise by a sudden jerk. "Ha! You tremble," Sotillo shouted, suddenly. "It is a conspiracy. It is a crime against the state. Did you not know that the silver belongs to the Republic till the government claims are satisfied? Where is it? Where have you hidden it, you miserable thief?" At this question Captain Mitchell's sinking spirits revived. In whatever incomprehensible manner Sotillo had already got his information about the lighter, he had not captured it. That was clear. In his outraged heart, Captain Mitchell had resolved that nothing would induce him to say a word while he remained so disgracefully bound. But his desire to help the escape of the silver made him depart from this resolution. His wits were very much at work. He detected in Sotillo a certain air of doubt, of irresolution. That man, he said to himself, is not certain of what he advances. For all his pomposity in social intercourse, Captain Mitchell could meet the realities of life in a resolute and ready spirit. Now he had got over the first shock of the abominable treatment, he was cool and collected enough. The immense contempt he felt for Sotillo steadied him, and he said oracularly, "No doubt it is well concealed by this time." Sotillo, too, had time to cool down. "Muy bien, Mitchell," he said in a cold and threatening manner. "But can you produce the government receipt for the royalty and the custom house permit of embarkation, hey? Can you? No. Then the silver has been removed illegally, and the guilty shall be made to suffer, unless it is produced within 5 days from this." He gave orders for the prisoner to be unbound and locked up in one of the smaller rooms downstairs. He walked about the room, moody and silent, till Captain Mitchell, with each of his arms held by a couple of men, stood up, shook himself, and stamped his feet. "How did you like to be tied up, Mitchell?" he asked, derisively. "It is the most incredible, abominable use of power," Captain Mitchell declared in a loud voice. "And whatever your purpose, you shall gain nothing from it, I can promise you." The tall colonel, livid, with his coal-black ringlets and mustache, crouched, as it were, to look into the eyes of the short, thick-set, red-faced prisoner with rumpled white hair. "That we shall see. You shall know my power a little better when I tie you up to a podolin outside in the sun for a whole day." He drew himself up haughtily, and made a sign for Captain Mitchell to be led away. "What about my watch?" cried Captain Mitchell, hanging back from the efforts of the men pulling him towards the door. Sotillo turned to his officers. No. But only listen to this picaro, caballeros, he pronounced with affected scorn, and was answered by a chorus of derisive laughter. He demands his watch. He ran up again to Captain Mitchell, for the desire to relieve his feelings by inflicting blows and pain upon this Englishman was very strong within him. Your watch. You are a prisoner in wartime, Mitchell. In wartime. You have no rights and no property. Caramba. The very breath in your body belongs to me. Remember that. Bosh. Said Captain Mitchell, concealing a disagreeable impression. Down below, in a great hall, with the earthen floor and with a tall mound thrown up by white ants in a corner. The soldiers had kindled a small fire with broken chairs and tables near the arched gateway, through which the faint murmur of the harbor waters on the beach could be heard. While Captain Mitchell was being led down the staircase, an officer passed him, running up to report to Sotillo the capture of more prisoners. A lot of smoke hung about in the vast gloomy place, the fire crackled, and, as if through a haze, Captain Mitchell made out, surrounded by short soldiers with fixed bayonets. The heads of 3 tall prisoners, the doctor, the engineer-in-chief, and the white leonine mane of old Viola, who stood half-turned away from the others with his chin on his breast and his arms crossed. Mitchell's astonishment knew no bounds. He cried out, the other 2 exclaimed also. But he hurried on, diagonally, across the big cavern-like hall. Lots of thoughts, surmises, hints of caution, and so on, crowded his head to distraction. Is he actually keeping you? Shouted the chief engineer, whose single eyeglass glittered in the firelight. An officer from the top of the stairs was shouting urgently, bring them all up, all 3. In the clamor of voices and the rattle of arms, Captain Mitchell made himself heard imperfectly. By heavens! The fellow has stolen my watch. The engineer-in-chief on the staircase resisted the pressure long enough to shout, What? What did you say? My chronometer. Captain Mitchell yelled violently at the very moment of being thrust head foremost through a small door into a sort of cell, perfectly black, and so narrow that he fetched up against the opposite wall. The door had been instantly slammed. He knew where they had put him. This was the strong room of the custom house, whence the silver had been removed only a few hours earlier. It was almost as narrow as a corridor, with a small square aperture, barred by a heavy grating, at the distant end. Captain Mitchell staggered for a few steps, then sat down on the earthen floor with his back to the wall. Nothing, not even a gleam of light from anywhere, interfered with Captain Mitchell's meditation. He did some hard but not very extensive thinking. It was not of a gloomy cast. The old sailor, with all his small weaknesses and absurdities, was constitutionally incapable of entertaining for any length of time a fear of his personal safety. It was not so much firmness of soul as the lack of a certain kind of imagination, the kind whose undue development caused intense suffering to Senor Hirsch. That sort of imagination which adds the blind terror of bodily suffering and of death, envisaged as an accident to the body alone. Strictly, to all the other apprehensions on which the sense of one's existence is based. Unfortunately, Captain Mitchell had not much penetration of any kind, characteristic, illuminating trifles of expression, action, or movement, escaped him completely. He was too pompously and innocently aware of his own existence to observe that of others. For instance, he could not believe that Sotillo had been really afraid of him. And this simply because it would never have entered into his head to shoot anyone except in the most pressing case of self-defense. Anybody could see he was not a murdering kind of man, he reflected quite gravely. Then why this preposterous and insulting charge? He asked himself. But his thoughts mainly clung around the astounding and unanswerable question, how the devil the fellow got to know that the silver had gone off in the lighter. It was obvious that he had not captured it. And, obviously, he could not have captured it. In this last conclusion Captain Mitchell was misled by the assumption drawn from his observation of the weather during his long vigil on the wharf. He thought that there had been much more wind than usual that night in the Gulf, whereas, as a matter of fact, the reverse was the case. How in the name of all that's marvelous did that confounded fellow get wind of the affair? Was the first question he asked directly after the bang, clatter, and flash of the open door, which was closed again almost before he could lift his dropped head, informed him that he had a companion of captivity. Dr. Monaghan's voice stopped muttering curses in English and Spanish. "Is that you, Mitchell?" he made answer, surlily. I struck my forehead against this confounded wall with enough force to fell an ox. "Where are you?" Captain Mitchell, accustomed to the darkness, could make out the doctor stretching out his hands blindly. "I am sitting here on the floor." "Don't fall over my legs," Captain Mitchell's voice announced with great dignity of tone. The doctor, entreated not to walk about in the dark, sank down to the ground, too. The two prisoners of Sotillo, with their heads nearly touching, began to exchange confidences. "Yes," the doctor related in a low tone to Captain Mitchell's vehement curiosity, "we have been nabbed in old Viola's place. It seems that one of their pickets, commanded by an officer, pushed as far as the town gate. They had orders not to enter, but to bring along every soul they could find on the plain. We had been talking in there with the door open, and no doubt they saw the glimmer of our light. They must have been making their approaches for some time." The engineer laid himself on a bench in a recess by the fireplace, and I went upstairs to have a look. I hadn't heard any sound from there for a long time. Old Viola, as soon as he saw me come up, lifted his arm for silence. I stole in on tiptoe. By Jove, his wife was lying down and had gone to sleep. The woman had actually dropped off to sleep. "Senor Doctor," Viola whispers to me, "it looks as if her oppression was going to get better." "Yes," I said, very much surprised, "your wife is a wonderful woman, Giorgio." Just then a shot was fired in the kitchen, which made us jump and cower as if at a thunderclap. It seems that the party of soldiers had stolen quite close up, and one of them had crept up to the door. He looked in, thought there was no one there, and, holding his rifle ready, entered quietly. The chief told me that he had just closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he saw the man already in the middle of the room peering into the dark corners. The chief was so startled that, without thinking, he made one leap from the recess right out in front of the fireplace. The soldier, no less startled, up with his rifle and pulls the trigger, deafening and singeing the engineer, but in his flurry missing him completely. But, look what happens. At the noise of the report the sleeping woman sat up, as if moved by a spring, with a shriek, "The children, John Battista. Save the children." I have it in my ears now. It was the truest cry of distress I ever heard. I stood as if paralyzed, but the old husband ran across to the bedside, stretching out his hands. She clung to them. I could see her eyes go glazed. The old fellow lowered her down on the pillows and then looked round at me. She was dead. All this took less than 5 minutes, and then I ran down to see what was the matter. It was no use thinking of any resistance. Nothing we two could say availed with the officer, so I volunteered to go up with a couple of soldiers and fetch down old Viola. He was sitting at the foot of the bed, looking at his wife's face, and did not seem to hear what I said. But after I had pulled the sheet over her head, he got up and followed us downstairs quietly, in a sort of thoughtful way. They marched us off along the road, leaving the door open and the candle burning. The chief engineer strode on without a word, but I looked back once or twice at the feeble gleam. After we had gone some considerable distance, the Garibaldino, who was walking by my side, suddenly said, "I have buried many men on battlefields on this continent. The priests talk of consecrated ground. Bah! All the earth made by God is holy, but the sea, which knows nothing of kings and priests and tyrants, is the holiest of all. Doctor, I should like to bury her in the sea. No mummeries, candles, incense, no holy water mumbled over by priests. The spirit of liberty is upon the waters." Amazing old man. He was saying all this in an undertone as if talking to himself. Yes, yes, interrupted Captain Mitchell, impatiently. Poor old chap. But have you any idea how that ruffian Sotillo obtained his information? He did not get hold of any of our cargadores who helped with the truck, did he? But no, it is impossible. These were picked men we've had in our boats for these 5 years, and I paid them myself specially for the job, with instructions to keep out of the way for 24 hours at least. I saw them with my own eyes march on with the Italians to the railway yards. The chief promised to give them rations as long as they wanted to remain there. Well, said the doctor, slowly, I can tell you that you may say goodbye forever to your best lighter, and to the capataz of cargadores. At this, Captain Mitchell scrambled up to his feet in the excess of his excitement. The doctor, without giving him time to exclaim, stated briefly the part played by Hirsch during the night. Captain Mitchell was overcome. Drowned, he muttered, in a bewildered and appalled whisper. Drowned. Afterwards he kept still, apparently listening, but too absorbed in the news of the catastrophe to follow the doctor's narrative with attention. The doctor had taken up an attitude of perfect ignorance, till at last Sotillo was induced to have Hirsch brought in to repeat the whole story. Which was got out of him again with the greatest difficulty, because every moment he would break out into lamentations. At last, Hirsch was led away, looking more dead than alive, and shut up in one of the upstairs rooms to be close at hand. Then the doctor, keeping up his character of a man not admitted to the inner councils of the San Tome administration, remarked that the story sounded incredible. Of course, he said, he couldn't tell what had been the action of the Europeans, as he had been exclusively occupied with his own work in looking after the wounded. And also in attending Don José Avellanos. He had succeeded in assuming so well a tone of impartial indifference, that Sotillo seemed to be completely deceived. Till then a show of regular inquiry had been kept up. One of the officers sitting at the table wrote down the questions and the answers, the others, lounging about the room, listened attentively, puffing at their long cigars and keeping their eyes on the doctor. But at that point Sotillo ordered everybody out. Chapter 3. Directly they were alone, the colonel's severe official manner changed. He rose and approached the doctor. His eyes shone with rapacity and hope. He became confidential. The silver might have been indeed put on board the lighter, but it was not conceivable that it should have been taken out to sea. The doctor, watching every word, nodded slightly, smoking with apparent relish the cigar which Sotillo had offered him as a sign of his friendly intentions. The doctor's manner of cold detachment from the rest of the Europeans led Sotillo on, till, from conjecture to conjecture, he arrived at hinting that in his opinion this was a put-up job on the part of Charles Gould, in order to get hold of that immense treasure all to himself. The doctor, observant and self-possessed, muttered, "He is very capable of that." Here Captain Mitchell exclaimed with amazement, amusement, and indignation, "You said that of Charles Gould." Disgust, and even some suspicion, crept into his tone, for to him, too, as to other Europeans, there appeared to be something dubious about the doctor's personality. "What on earth made you say that to this watch-stealing scoundrel?" he asked. "What's the object of an infernal lie of that sort? That confounded pickpocket was quite capable of believing you." He snorted. For a time the doctor remained silent in the dark. "Yes, that is exactly what I did say," he uttered at last, in a tone which would have made it clear enough to a third party that the pause was not of a reluctant but of a reflective character. Captain Mitchell thought that he had never heard anything so brazenly impudent in his life. "Well, well," he muttered to himself, but he had not the heart to voice his thoughts. They were swept away by others full of astonishment and regret. A heavy sense of discomfiture crushed him, the loss of the silver, the death of Nostromo, which was really quite a blow to his sensibilities. Because he had become attached to his capataz as people get attached to their inferiors from love of ease and almost unconscious gratitude. And when he thought of Decaud being drowned, too, his sensibility was almost overcome by this miserable end. What a heavy blow for that poor young woman! Captain Mitchell did not belong to the species of crabbed old bachelors. On the contrary, he liked to see young men paying attentions to young women. It seemed to him a natural and proper thing. Proper especially. As to sailors, it was different. It was not their place to marry, he maintained, but it was on moral grounds as a matter of self-denial, for, he explained, life on board ship is not fit for a woman even at best. And if you leave her on shore, first of all it is not fair, and next she either suffers from it or doesn't care a bit, which, in both cases, is bad. He couldn't have told what upset him most: Charles Gould's immense material loss, the death of Nostromo, which was a heavy loss to himself. Or the idea of that beautiful and accomplished young woman being plunged into mourning. Yes, the doctor, who had been apparently reflecting, began again. He believed me right enough. I thought he would have hugged me. "C.S.I., he said, he will write to that partner of his, the rich Americano in San Francisco, that it is all lost." Why not? There is enough to share with many people. But this is perfectly imbecile, cried Captain Mitchell. The doctor remarked that Sotillo was imbecile, and that his imbecility was ingenious enough to lead him completely astray. He had helped him only but a little way. I mentioned, the doctor said, in a sort of casual way, that treasure is generally buried in the earth rather than set afloat upon the sea. At this my Sotillo slapped his forehead. Por Dios, yes, he said, they must have buried it on the shores of this harbor somewhere before they sailed out. Heavens and earth! Muttered Captain Mitchell, I should not have believed that anybody could be ass enough. He paused, then went on mournfully, but what's the good of all this? It would have been a clever enough lie if the lighter had been still afloat. It would have kept that inconceivable idiot perhaps from sending out the steamer to cruise in the Gulf. That was the danger that worried me no end. Captain Mitchell sighed profoundly. I had an object, the doctor pronounced, slowly. Had you? Muttered Captain Mitchell. Well, that's lucky, or else I would have thought that you went on fooling him for the fun of the thing. And perhaps that was your object. Well, I must say I personally wouldn't condescend to that sort of thing. It is not to my taste. No, no. Blackening a friend's character is not my idea of fun, if it were to fool the greatest blackguard on earth. Had it not been for Captain Mitchell's depression, caused by the fatal news, his disgust of Dr. Monaghan would have taken a more outspoken shape. But he thought to himself that now it really did not matter what that man, whom he had never liked, would say and do. I wonder, he grumbled, why they have shut us up together, or why Sotillo should have shut you up at all, since it seems to me you have been fairly chummy up there. Yes, I wonder, said the doctor grimly. Captain Mitchell's heart was so heavy that he would have preferred for the time being a complete solitude to the best of company. But any company would have been preferable to the doctor's, at whom he had always looked askance as a sort of beachcomber of superior intelligence partly reclaimed from his abased state. That feeling led him to ask. What has that ruffian done with the other two? The chief engineer he would have let go in any case, said the doctor. He wouldn't like to have a quarrel with the railway upon his hands. Not just yet, at any rate. I don't think, Captain Mitchell, that you understand exactly what Sotillo's position is. I don't see why I should bother my head about it, snarled Captain Mitchell. No, assented the doctor, with the same grim composure. I don't see why you should. It wouldn't help a single human being in the world if you thought ever so hard upon any subject whatever. No, said Captain Mitchell, simply, and with evident depression. A man locked up in a confounded dark hole is not much use to anybody. As to old Viola, the doctor continued, as though he had not heard, Sotillo released him for the same reason he is presently going to release you. What? Exclaimed Captain Mitchell, staring like an owl in the darkness. What is there in common between me and old Viola? More likely because the old chap has no watch and chain for the pickpocket to steal. And I tell you what, Dr. Monaghan, he went on with rising choler, he will find it more difficult than he thinks to get rid of me. He will burn his fingers over that job yet, I can tell you. To begin with, I won't go without my watch, and as to the rest, we shall see. I dare say it is no great matter for you to be locked up. But Joe Mitchell is a different kind of man, sir. I don't mean to submit tamely to insult and robbery. I am a public character, sir. And then Captain Mitchell became aware that the bars of the opening had become visible, a black grating upon a square of grey. The coming of the day silenced Captain Mitchell as if by the reflection that now in all the future days he would be deprived of the invaluable services of his capataz. He leaned against the wall with his arms folded on his breast, and the doctor walked up and down the whole length of the place with his peculiar hobbling gait, as if slinking about on damaged feet. At the end furthest from the grating he would be lost altogether in the darkness. Only the slight limping shuffle could be heard. There was an air of moody detachment in that painful prowl kept up without a pause. When the door of the prison was suddenly flung open and his name shouted out, he showed no surprise. He swerved sharply in his walk, and passed out at once, as though much depended upon his speed. But Captain Mitchell remained for some time with his shoulders against the wall, quite undecided in the bitterness of his spirit whether it wouldn't be better to refuse to stir a limb in the way of protest. He had half a mind to get himself carried out, but after the officer at the door had shouted 3 or 4 times in tones of remonstrance and surprise he condescended to walk out. Sotillo's manner had changed. The colonel's offhand civility was slightly irresolute, as though he were in doubt if civility were the proper course in this case. He observed Captain Mitchell attentively before he spoke from the big armchair behind the table in a condescending voice. "I have concluded not to detain you, Senor Mitchell. I am of a forgiving disposition. I make allowances. Let this be a lesson to you, however. The peculiar dawn of Sulaco, which seems to break far away to the westward and creep back into the shade of the mountains, mingled with the reddish light of the candles." Captain Mitchell, in sign of contempt and indifference, let his eyes roam all over the room, and he gave a hard stare to the doctor, perched already on the casement of one of the windows. With his eyelids lowered, careless and thoughtful, or perhaps ashamed. Sotillo, ensconced in the vast armchair, remarked, "I should have thought that the feelings of a caballero would have dictated to you an appropriate reply." He waited for it, but Captain Mitchell remaining mute, more from extreme resentment than from reasoned intention, Sotillo hesitated, glanced towards the doctor, who looked up and nodded. Then went on with a slight effort. "Here, Senor Mitchell, is your watch. Learn how hasty and unjust has been your judgment of my patriotic soldiers." Lying back in his seat, he extended his arm over the table and pushed the watch away slightly. Captain Mitchell walked up with undisguised eagerness, put it to his ear, then slipped it into his pocket coolly. Sotillo seemed to overcome an immense reluctance. Again he looked aside at the doctor, who stared at him unwinkingly. But as Captain Mitchell was turning away, without as much as a nod or a glance, he hastened to say, "You may go and wait downstairs for the Senor Doctor, whom I am going to liberate, too. You foreigners are insignificant, to my mind." He forced a slight, discordant laugh out of himself, while Captain Mitchell, for the first time, looked at him with some interest. "The law shall take note later on of your transgressions," Sotillo hurried on. "But as for me, you can live free, unguarded, unobserved. Do you hear, Senor Mitchell? You may depart to your affairs. You are beneath my notice. My attention is claimed by matters of the very highest importance." Captain Mitchell was very nearly provoked to an answer. It displeased him to be liberated insultingly. But want of sleep, prolonged anxieties, a profound disappointment with the fatal ending of the silver-saving business weighed upon his spirits. It was as much as he could do to conceal his uneasiness, not about himself perhaps, but about things in general. It occurred to him distinctly that something underhand was going on. As he went out he ignored the doctor pointedly. "A brute," said Sotillo as the door shut. "Dar." Monaghan slipped off the windowsill, and, thrusting his hands into the pockets of the long, grey dust coat he was wearing, made a few steps into the room. Sotillo got up, too, and, putting himself in the way, examined him from head to foot. "So your countrymen do not confide in you very much, Senor Doctor. They do not love you, eh? Why is that, I wonder?" The doctor, lifting his head, answered by a long, lifeless stare and the words, "Perhaps because I have lived too long in Costaguana." Sotillo had a gleam of white teeth under the black mustache. "Aha! But you love yourself," he said, encouragingly. "If you leave them alone," the doctor said, looking with the same lifeless stare at Sotillo's handsome face, "they will betray themselves very soon. Meantime, I may try to make Don Carlos speak." "Ah! Senor Doctor," said Sotillo, wagging his head, "you are a man of quick intelligence. We were made to understand each other." He turned away. He could bear no longer that expressionless and motionless stare, which seemed to have a sort of impenetrable emptiness like the black depth of an abyss. Even in a man utterly devoid of moral sense there remains an appreciation of rascality which, being conventional, is perfectly clear. Sotillo thought that Dr. Monaghan, so different from all Europeans, was ready to sell his countryman and Charles Gould, his employer, for some share of the San Tome silver. Sotillo did not despise him for that. The colonel's want of moral sense was of a profound and innocent character. It bordered upon stupidity, moral stupidity. Nothing that served his ends could appear to him really reprehensible. Nevertheless, he despised Dr. Monaghan. He had for him an immense and satisfactory contempt. He despised him with all his heart because he did not mean to let the doctor have any reward at all. He despised him, not as a man without faith and honor, but as a fool. Dr. Monaghan's insight into his character had deceived Sotillo completely. Therefore he thought the doctor a fool. Since his arrival in Sulaco the colonel's ideas had undergone some modification. He no longer wished for a political career in Montero's administration. He had always doubted the safety of that course. Since he had learned from the chief engineer that at daylight most likely he would be confronted by Pedro Montero, his misgivings on that point had considerably increased. The guerrillero brother of the general, the Pedrito of popular speech, had a reputation of his own. He wasn't safe to deal with. Sotillo had vaguely planned seizing not only the treasure but the town itself, and then negotiating at leisure. But in the face of facts learned from the chief engineer, who had frankly disclosed to him the whole situation, his audacity, never of a very dashing kind, had been replaced by a most cautious hesitation. An army crossed the mountains under Pedrito already, he had repeated, unable to hide his consternation. "If it had not been that I am given the news by a man of your position I would never have believed it." "Astonishing." "An armed force," corrected the engineer, suavely. His aim was attained. It was to keep Sulaco clear of any armed occupation for a few hours longer, to let those whom fear impelled leave the town. In the general dismay there were families hopeful enough to fly upon the road towards Los Hatos, which was left open by the withdrawal of the armed rabble under Señores Fuentes and Gamacho. To Rincon, with their enthusiastic welcome for Pedro Montero. It was a hasty and risky exodus, and it was said that Hernandez, occupying with his band the woods about Los Hatos, was receiving the fugitives. That a good many people he knew were contemplating such a flight had been well known to the chief engineer. Father Corbelan's efforts in the cause of that most pious robber had not been altogether fruitless. The political chief of Sulaco had yielded at the last moment to the urgent entreaties of the priest, had signed a provisional nomination appointing Hernandez a general, and calling upon him officially in this new capacity to preserve order in the town. The fact is that the political chief, seeing the situation desperate, did not care what he signed. It was the last official document he signed before he left the palace of the Intendencia for the refuge of the OSN Company's office. But even had he meant his act to be effective it was already too late. The riot which he feared and expected broke out in less than an hour after Father Corbelan had left him. Indeed, Father Corbelan, who had appointed a meeting with Nostromo in the Dominican convent, where he had his residence in one of the cells, never managed to reach the place. From the intendencia he had gone straight on to the Avellanos's house to tell his brother-in-law. And though he stayed there no more than half an hour, he had found himself cut off from his ascetic abode. Nostromo, after waiting there for some time, watching uneasily the increasing uproar in the street, had made his way to the offices of the Porvenir, and stayed there till daylight, as Decaud had mentioned in the letter to his sister. Thus the capataz, instead of riding towards the Los Hatos woods as bearer of Hernandez's nomination, had remained in town to save the life of the president-dictator, to assist in repressing the outbreak of the mob, and at last to sail out with the silver of the mine. But Father Corbelan, escaping to Hernandez, had the document in his pocket, a piece of official writing turning a bandit into a general in a memorable last official act of the Ribierist party, whose watchwords were honesty, peace, and progress. Probably neither the priest nor the bandit saw the irony of it. Father Corbelan must have found messengers to send into the town. For early on the second day of the disturbances there were rumors of Hernandez being on the road to Los Hatos ready to receive those who would put themselves under his protection. A strange-looking horseman, elderly and audacious, had appeared in the town, riding slowly while his eyes examined the fronts of the houses, as though he had never seen such high buildings before. Before the cathedral he had dismounted, and, kneeling in the middle of the plaza, his bridle over his arm and his hat lying in front of him on the ground, had bowed his head, crossing himself and beating his breast for some little time. Remounting his horse, with a fearless but not unfriendly look round the little gathering formed about his public devotions, he had asked for the Casa Avellanos. A score of hands were extended in answer, with fingers pointing up the Calle de la Constitución. The horseman had gone on with only a glance of casual curiosity upwards to the windows of the Amarilla Club at the corner. His stentorian voice shouted periodically in the empty street, which is the Casa Avellanos, till an answer came from the scared porter, and he disappeared under the gate. The letter he was bringing, written by Father Corbelan with a pencil by the campfire of Hernandez, was addressed to Don José, of whose critical state the priest was not aware. Antonia read it, and, after consulting Charles Gould, sent it on for the information of the gentleman garrisoning the Amarilla Club. For herself, her mind was made up, she would rejoin her uncle. She would entrust the last day, the last hours perhaps, of her father's life to the keeping of the bandit, whose existence was a protest against the irresponsible tyranny of all parties alike, against the moral darkness of the land. The gloom of Los Hatos woods was preferable, a life of hardships in the train of a robber band less debasing. Antonia embraced with all her soul her uncle's obstinate defiance of misfortune. It was grounded in the belief in the man whom she loved. In his message the Vicar General answered upon his head for Hernandez's fidelity. As to his power, he pointed out that he had remained unsubdued for so many years. In that letter Decaud's idea of the new Occidental state, whose flourishing and stable condition is a matter of common knowledge now, was for the first time made public and used as an argument. Hernandez, ex-bandit and the last general of Ribierist creation, was confident of being able to hold the tract of country between the woods of Los Hatos and the coast range till that devoted patriot, Don Martin Decaud, could bring General Barrios back to Sulaco for the reconquest of the town. Heaven itself wills it. Providence is on our side, wrote Father Corbelan. There was no time to reflect upon or to controvert his statement. And if the discussion started upon the reading of that letter in the Amarilla Club was violent, it was also short-lived. In the general bewilderment of the collapse some jumped at the idea with joyful astonishment as upon the amazing discovery of a new hope. Others became fascinated by the prospect of immediate personal safety for their women and children. The majority caught at it as a drowning man catches at a straw. Father Corbelan was unexpectedly offering them a refuge from Pedrito Montero with his llaneros allied to Señors Fuentes and Gamacho with their armed rabble. All the latter part of the afternoon an animated discussion went on in the big rooms of the Amarilla Club. Even those members posted at the windows with rifles and carbines to guard the end of the street in case of an offensive return of the populace shouted their opinions and arguments over their shoulders. As dusk fell, Don Just Lopez, inviting those caballeros who were of his way of thinking to follow him, withdrew into the corridor, where at a little table in the light of 2 candles he busied himself in composing an address, or rather a solemn declaration to be presented to Pedrito Montero by a deputation of such members of assembly as had elected to remain in town. His idea was to propitiate him in order to save the form at least of parliamentary institutions. Seated before a blank sheet of paper, a goosequill pen in his hand and surged upon from all sides, he turned to the right and to the left, repeating with solemn insistence, "Caballeros! A moment of silence! A moment of silence! We ought to make it clear that we bow in all good faith to the accomplished facts." The utterance of that phrase seemed to give him a melancholy satisfaction. The hubbub of voices round him was growing strained and hoarse. In the sudden pauses the excited grimacing of the faces would sink all at once into the stillness of profound dejection. Meantime, the exodus had begun. Carretas full of ladies and children rolled swaying across the plaza, with men walking or riding by their side. Mounted parties followed on mules and horses. The poorest were setting out on foot, men and women carrying bundles, clasping babies in their arms, leading old people, dragging along the bigger children. When Charles Gould, after leaving the doctor and the engineer at the Casa Viola, entered the town by the harbor gate, all those that had meant to go were gone, and the others had barricaded themselves in their houses. In the whole dark street there was only one spot of flickering lights and moving figures, where the Senor Administrator recognized his wife's carriage waiting at the door of the Avellanos' house. He rode up, almost unnoticed, and looked on without a word while some of his own servants came out of the gate carrying Don José Avellanos, who, with closed eyes and motionless features, appeared perfectly lifeless. His wife and Antonia walked on each side of the improvised stretcher, which was put at once into the carriage. The 2 women embraced, while from the other side of the landau Father Corbelan's emissary, with his ragged beard all streaked with gray, and high, bronzed cheekbones, stared, sitting upright in the saddle. Then Antonia, dry-eyed, got in by the side of the stretcher, and, after making the sign of the cross rapidly, lowered a thick veil upon her face. The servants and the 3 or 4 neighbors who had come to assist, stood back, uncovering their heads. On the box, Ignacio, resigned now to driving all night, and to having perhaps his throat cut before daylight, looked back surlily over his shoulder. "Drive carefully," cried Mrs. Gould in a tremulous voice. "See, carefully, S.I. Nina," he mumbled, chewing his lips, his round leathery cheeks quivering. And the landau rolled slowly out of the light. "I will see them as far as the ford," said Charles Gould to his wife. She stood on the edge of the sidewalk with her hands clasped lightly, and nodded to him as he followed after the carriage. And now the windows of the Amarilla Club were dark. The last spark of resistance had died out. Turning his head at the corner, Charles Gould saw his wife crossing over to their own gate in the lighted patch of the street. One of their neighbors, a well-known merchant and landowner of the province, followed at her elbow, talking with great gestures. As she passed and all the lights went out in the street, which remained dark and empty from end to end. The houses of the vast plaza were lost in the night. High up, like a star, there was a small gleam in one of the towers of the cathedral. And the equestrian statue gleamed pale against the black trees of the Alameda, like a ghost of royalty haunting the scenes of revolution. The rare prowlers they met ranged themselves against the wall. Beyond the last houses the carriage rolled noiselessly on the soft cushion of dust. And with a greater obscurity a feeling of freshness seemed to fall from the foliage of the trees bordering the country road. The emissary from Hernandez's camp pushed his horse close to Charles Gould. "Caballero," he said in an interested voice, "you are he whom they call the King of Sulaco, the master of the mine? Is it not so?" "Yes, I am the master of the mine," answered Charles Gould. The man cantered for a time in silence, then said, "I have a brother, a Sereno in your service in the Santome Valley. You have proved yourself a just man. There has been no wrong done to anyone since you called upon the people to work in the mountains. My brother says that no official of the government, no oppressor of the Campo, has been seen on your side of the stream. Your own officials do not oppress the people in the gorge. Doubtless they are afraid of your severity. You are a just man and a powerful one," he added. He spoke in an abrupt, independent tone, but evidently he was communicative with a purpose. He told Charles Gould that he had been a ranchero in one of the lower valleys, far south, a neighbor of Hernandez in the old days, and godfather to his eldest boy. One of those who joined him in his resistance to the recruiting raid which was the beginning of all their misfortunes. It was he that, when his compadre had been carried off, had buried his wife and children, murdered by the soldiers. "See, senor," he muttered, hoarsely, "I and 2 or 3 others, the lucky ones left at liberty, buried them all in one grave near the ashes of their ranch, under the tree that had shaded its roof." It was to him, too, that Hernandez came after he had deserted, 3 years afterwards. He had still his uniform on with the sergeant's stripes on the sleeve, and the blood of his colonel upon his hands and breast. 3 troopers followed him, of those who had started in pursuit but had ridden on for liberty. And he told Charles Gould how he and a few friends, seeing those soldiers, lay in ambush behind some rocks ready to pull the trigger on them, when he recognized his compadre and jumped up from cover, shouting his name, because he knew that Hernandez could not have been coming back on an errand of injustice and oppression. Those 3 soldiers, together with the party who lay behind the rocks, had formed the nucleus of the famous band, and he, the narrator, had been the favorite lieutenant of Hernandez for many years. He mentioned proudly that the officials had put a price upon his head, too, but it did not prevent it getting sprinkled with gray upon his shoulders. And now he had lived long enough to see his compadre made a general. He had a burst of muffled laughter. "And now from robbers we have become soldiers. But look, caballero, at those who made us soldiers and him a general. Look at these people!" Ignacio shouted. The light of the carriage lamps, running along the nopal hedges that crowned the bank on each side, flashed upon the scared faces of people standing aside in the road, sunk deep, like an English country lane, into the soft soil of the Campo. They cowered, their eyes glistened very big for a second. And then the light, running on, fell upon the half-denuded roots of a big tree, on another stretch of nopal hedge, caught up another bunch of faces glaring back apprehensively. 3 women, of whom one was carrying a child, and a couple of men in civilian dress, one armed with a saber and another with a gun, were grouped about a donkey carrying 2 bundles tied up in blankets. Further on Ignacio shouted again to pass a carreta, a long wooden box on 2 high wheels, with the door at the back swinging open. Some ladies in it must have recognized the white mules, because they screamed out, "Is it you, Dona Emilia?" At the turn of the road the glare of a big fire filled the short stretch vaulted over by the branches meeting overhead. Near the ford of a shallow stream a roadside rancho of woven rushes and a roof of grass had been set on fire by accident, and the flames, roaring viciously, lit up an open space blocked with horses, mules, and a distracted, shouting crowd of people. When Ignacio pulled up, several ladies on foot assailed the carriage, begging Antonia for a seat. To their clamor she answered by pointing silently to her father. "I must leave you here," said Charles Gould, in the uproar. The flames leaped up sky-high, and in the recoil from the scorching heat across the road the stream of fugitives pressed against the carriage. A middle-aged lady dressed in black silk, but with a coarse manta over her head and a rough branch for a stick in her hand, staggered against the front wheel. 2 young girls, frightened and silent, were clinging to her arms. Charles Gould knew her very well. "Misericordia! We are getting terribly bruised in this crowd," she exclaimed, smiling up courageously to him. "We have started on foot. All our servants ran away yesterday to join the Democrats. We are going to put ourselves under the protection of Father Corbelan, of your sainted uncle, Antonia. He has wrought a miracle in the heart of a most merciless robber. A miracle. She raised her voice gradually up to a scream as she was borne along by the pressure of people getting out of the way of some carts coming up out of the ford at a gallop. With loud yells and cracking of whips. Great masses of sparks mingled with black smoke flew over the road, the bamboos of the walls detonated in the fire with the sound of an irregular fusillade. And then the bright blaze sank suddenly, leaving only a red dusk crowded with aimless dark shadows drifting in contrary directions. The noise of voices seemed to die away with the flame. And the tumult of heads, arms, quarreling, and imprecations passed on fleeing into the darkness. "I must leave you now," repeated Charles Gould to Antonia. She turned her head slowly and uncovered her face. The emissary and compadre of Hernandez spurred his horse close up. "Has not the master of the mine any message to send to Hernandez, the master of the Campo?" The truth of the comparison struck Charles Gould heavily. In his determined purpose he held the mine, and the indomitable bandit held the Campo by the same precarious tenure. They were equals before the lawlessness of the land. It was impossible to disentangle one's activity from its debasing contacts. A close-meshed net of crime and corruption lay upon the whole country. An immense and weary discouragement sealed his lips for a time. "You are a just man," urged the emissary of Hernandez. "Look at those people who made my compadre a general and have turned us all into soldiers. Look at those oligarchs fleeing for life, with only the clothes on their backs. My compadre does not think of that, but our followers may be wondering greatly, and I would speak for them to you. Listen, Señor. For many months now the Campo has been our own. We need ask no man for anything, but soldiers must have their pay to live honestly when the wars are over. It is believed that your soul is so just that a prayer from you would cure the sickness of every beast, like the orison of the upright judge. Let me have some words from your lips that would act like a charm upon the doubts of our partida, where all are men. Do you hear what he says?" Charles Gould said in English to Antonia. "Forgive us our misery," she exclaimed, hurriedly. "It is your character that is the inexhaustible treasure which may save us all yet, your character, Carlos, not your wealth. I entreat you to give this man your word that you will accept any arrangement my uncle may make with their chief. One word. He will want no more." On the site of the roadside hut there remained nothing but an enormous heap of embers, throwing afar a darkening red glow, in which Antonia's face appeared deeply flushed with excitement. Charles Gould, with only a short hesitation, pronounced the required pledge. He was like a man who had ventured on a precipitous path with no room to turn, where the only chance of safety is to press forward. At that moment he understood it thoroughly as he looked down at Don José stretched out, hardly breathing, by the side of the erect Antonia. Vanquished in a lifelong struggle with the powers of moral darkness, whose stagnant depths breed monstrous crimes and monstrous illusions. In a few words the emissary from Hernandez expressed his complete satisfaction. Stoically Antonia lowered her veil, resisting the longing to inquire about Decaud's escape. But Ignacio leered morosely over his shoulder. "Take a good look at the mules, mi amo," he grumbled. "You shall never see them again."